Hollywood, California, Monday, November 2nd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper in The Virginian with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Gary Cooper, Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our guests, Sidney Skolsky, noted Hollywood columnist, and Richard Klein, physical trainer of picture stars. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. We wish you could all be with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, not only to meet our stars, but also the many other screen celebrities whom I see just beyond the footlights, awaiting the curtain of another great show. But wherever this hour finds you, a hearty welcome from Lux. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the soap preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, and is yet so inexpensive that every girl can use it every day. Our message is to use all the cosmetics you wish, but remove them thoroughly, the Hollywood way, with Lux Toilet Soap, whose active lather cleanses the pores and keeps your skin soft, smooth, always lovely. Our show opens with word from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the hometown of movies, we're so used to stars who grit their teeth, clench their fists, and crash their way into the limelight, that a man as shy and human as Gary Cooper is a complete novelty. On a Hollywood soundstage, he's as refreshing as a breeze off the prairie. Last month, the Cheyenne Indians up in Lame Deer, Montana, tried to give him a name. They called Gary Comaced. He was mighty pleased to become a member of the tribe until he discovered that his new name means tall, handsome one. Gary was an unknown actor in westerns when he was called in by the Paramount Studios for a screen test. Entering the room, he faced an office filled with producers and executives. The long young man from Montana looked at the expressionless faces, swallowed hard, smiled feebly, and bolted for the door. But his personality clicked. They gave him an important role in Wings, and Gary's been soaring steadily upward ever since. I welcome him tonight as a fine actor, a sincere co-worker, a fearless man, and a close friend. Charles Bickford is also a most welcome addition to our cast. Charlie left the stage to work for me in Dynamite, my first talking film, and has appeared in 4 of my pictures since, including The Plainsman. Charlie's no mean antagonist as a villain. In fact, it took an African lion to put him in the hospital. He will be heard tonight in the role of Trampas. Our leading lady is Helen Mack, who has been on stage and screen since childhood, and is one of the most unspoiled young actresses in Hollywood. She is heard as Molly Wood. The role of Steve is played by John Howard, co-star of the film Valiant is the Word for Carrie. And now, up with the curtain, as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian, written by Owen Wister, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Wyoming, in the early 1900s. The dusty little town of Medicine Bow is humming with activity. And though it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, the Maverick Cafe is filled with a noisy, rowdy gang of cowhands, whooping it up on their one day off. From the street comes a tall, quiet-spoken young cowboy, known to his friends as the Virginian. As he steps up to the bar, he gets a loud welcome from an old pal, Steve.
Hey, you gall-dang mangy soup-fed buzzard, who are you passing by?
Steve.
Nobody else but.
Well, Steve, you ornery low-down cousin to a bald beaver. What in blazes are you doing here?
Oh, nothing special. Blew into town about a week ago.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Steve. Say, it must have been 4 years since we was riding together.
4 years or more. Yes, sir. Say, I heard about you being made foreman over at the Box X Ranch. It kept me laughing for a week.
Yeah? Well, what have you been doing?
All the same as usual. Working some and playing some. Mostly playing.
You no good, Weasel. You're just the same as always. Ain't no account to nobody nowheres. Ain't you ever going to settle down?
Me? Say, what for?
Buenos dias, senor.
Oh, hello, Nina. How are you?
Muy bien.
Hey, let me introduce you to an old pal of mine.
Oh, hello.
Morning, ma'am.
He's very handsome, no?
Hey, just a minute.
Sure, he's a real lady killer, Nina.
Sí.
Hey, you better watch out for this hombre, ma'am. He's a low-down, double-barreled liar. Don't you believe a word he says?
Oh, yeah?
Hello. What's the argument, boys?
Oh, hello, Trampus. Step right up and join in.
I don't know what it's all about, Nina, but whatever it is, I can settle it fair and square.
No.
In my favor.
When'd you get in, Trampus?
Just blow it in to beat your time with this lady. Come on, Nina, I'll buy you a drink.
But, senor, I am with this gentleman.
You mean you were with him? Come on.
No, stop. I want to stay here.
Hey, I ain't arguing with you, sweetheart. I'm telling you.
No, let me go.
Wait. There ain't no argument, Trampus. We're getting along just fine. Not that it's any of your business.
Who's talking to you?
I'm just telling you.
Yeah? Well, when I want to know anything from you, I'll let you know, you long-legged son of a...
Wait a minute. If you want to call me that, smile.
You're getting mighty touchy, ain't you?
About some things. You better be leaving, Trampus.
Sure. Come on, boys. I'll trim the hide off you in a game of stud.
Say, I wouldn't mix it done with Trampus if I was you.
Trampus and me just don't mix at all.
Hey, where's the Virginian?
Somebody want me? Hey, Nebraska. Here.
Oh, hello, boss. Say, the Wyoming special can't get through to the station on account of them cattle blocking the right of way.
All right, I'll tend to him. Come along, Steve.
Sure. I'll help you clean them up.
Get up there. Get on.
Hey, head them this way.
All right, Nebraska, show 'em along.
Oh, get along there, you. Get along, you.
Well, I guess that fixes it.
Thanks, Steve. Well, look at who's here.
Where?
That girl over there. Just got off the train, I reckon.
Hey, she sure is a fine-looking female. Yeah, I'd kind of like to make her acquaintance.
I seen her first, Steve.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
Yeah, she's backing up like a scared calf. Hey, look at her. She's scared of that milk cow down there.
Hey, ma'am, that cow won't hurt you none.
Wait, Steve. I'll go and rescue the fair lady.
Rescue her? From what, a moo cow?
Don't stop me now.
Oh, get away. Get away, please. Oh, get away, I said.
Ho, ho. Get out of here. Get out of here, you ornery devil. Go on. Go on, get out of here. Well, the critter's gone, ma'am. I reckon you're safe now.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's a mighty lucky thing I happened along. A wild steer is an awful ornery critter.
Oh, it did frighten me, just for a moment.
If that steer had seen you face to face just like I'm doing now, ma'am, he couldn't have been so mean.
Oh, thank you.
I reckon you're the new waitress at the Lone Star Hotel.
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh, the new school, ma'am?
That's right. I've come all the way from Vermont.
Well, that sure is fine.
Well, thank you again for rescuing me.
Oh, that's all right. Any time at all.
Mister.
What's the matter, little girl?
Did you see my bossy?
Bossy? What? Why, no.
She's my milking cow. I was leading her home and she ran away. And I can't find... Oh, there she is. Bossy, here, girl, here, bossy.
Oh, so that's your wild steer, a milking cow.
Well, you see, ma'am...
Thank you so much, Mr. Cowboy. It was so brave of you to rescue me from Bossy.
Well, look, ma'am, it was like this.
Don't you think you'd better go and rescue that little girl? I'm sure she'd be quite impressed. But if you tried to make a fool of her, she'd probably slap your face. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm sure sorry it wasn't a real steer. My Lulu gal's a daisy. She wears a big white hat. And I'll bet your life when I'm in town.
Easy, boy. Who's that, the Virginian?
That's right, Judge.
I thought I recognized you. The doc, I wasn't sure. On your way to that welcoming party they're giving for the new schoolma'am, I suppose.
That's where I'm heading, Jed.
Yeah, me, too. They say she's a mighty pretty girl.
Yeah, she sure is.
Say, The Valley Ranchers had another meeting this afternoon.
About rustlers?
Yeah. The patience is plumb give out. I tell you, the country's going to the dogs when it pays a man better to steal than to work.
It ain't everybody that's stealing cattle, Judge.
Some is, and it's up to us to find 'em out.
You know, Judge, I got an idea that ain't going to be so awful hard once we set our minds to it.
What do you mean? You got any suspicions?
Maybe.
Who?
Well, it's only a suspicion, Judge. Cattle rustling's a nasty thing to pin on a man unless you got proof.
Tell me who it is. I'll get the proof.
No, I reckon I'll wait a while, and if I was you, Judge, I wouldn't say nothing about it at the welcoming party. No use spoiling the schoolma'am's first social gathering.
Well, I guess this is where we wash up, Tramper.
Yeah,
Sure sounds like a good time in there.
sure does. Say, Steve,
Yeah?
about what I was saying before. You ought to get smart. Cow punching ain't no way for a fellow like you to make a living.
I know it, Tramper. A cowhand's dumb on a locoed steer. Freeze all winter and bake all summer. And for what? $30 a month in keep.
Sure. Making money's easy if you know how. And if you're smart.
Well, what's on your mind, Tramper?
Nothing I want to talk about now.
All right, when?
See me tomorrow. I think you'll be interested.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello.
Why, I thought you was going to wait for me tonight.
Oh, you was late and Trampas dangled by, so I sort of come along with him.
Well, you ain't very choosy about your company.
Maybe you'll explain what you mean by that.
Nothing, Trampas, nothing. But maybe I ought to compliment you, Trampas. You got so many calves this year. I reckon it keeps you all wore out branding them.
You're liable to talk yourself into a heap of trouble, my friend.
Since when was I your friend, Trampas?
All right. That suits me. See you later, Steve.
Yeah,
Well, Steve, how about circulate around to the dance?
sure. Come on, let's go in. Hey, there's your new school mom over there.
Yeah.
Hey, she looks mighty pretty in her Vermont dress, don't she?
Say, she'd look good in an Indian squaw blanket. Well, here goes, Steve.
You gonna ask her for a dance?
And I'm going to get it. Evening, ma'am.
Oh, good evening.
Would you care to try a turn at dancing? Huh? I said, would you care
Yes,
to...
I hear you. You're from Virginia, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I was born there.
I always thought that Southerners had such good manners.
That's correct, ma'am. Leastways, they should have.
Well, in New England, where I came from, a man always asked to be introduced to a lady before he asked her to dance.
I ask your pardon, ma'am. Will you excuse me for a minute?
Certainly.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Shorty.
Yeah?
Come here.
Yeah, what do you want?
You know the new school, ma'am?
Know her? Sure, I know her.
Well, I want you to introduce me. Formal-like.
Sure. Yeah, come on over.
Thanks, Shorty.
Oh, Miss Wood.
Yes?
Miss Wood, I'd like to present an old friend of mine to you. We calls him the Virginian.
Very pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Oh, yes. You're the gallant young man who rescued me from the tame cow.
What's that? Tame cow?
It's all right, Shorty. I'll see you tomorrow.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, so long, boys.
Well,
Well,
would you like to dance, ma'am, or should we sit down?
thank you. I am a little tired.
I'd rather talk than dance. Can't talk and dance at the same time anyway. Shall we go outside?
Very well.
This way, ma'am. Nice and quiet out here.
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Miss Wood, there's something I'd like to say to you.
Do you mind if I say something first?
No, ma'am.
I suppose you feel very proud of yourself for what you did the other day.
Yes. No, ma'am.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you can say?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well, I don't think you're a bit funny.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop it.
Well, that's better. Now we're going to get along fine.
You said you had something to say to me.
Well, I reckon you said it already. I was just going to apologize to you on account of acting up like I did about that cow.
Oh, I see.
Now that's all over, and we've been formally introduced and all. I'd like very much to go riding with you someday.
Oh, would you?
Yes, ma'am. You ain't afraid of me, are you?
Oh, why should I be?
No reason at all. I'm as gentle as a plow horse. And I'm powerful interested in education.
Oh, then I do hope you come to some of my classes. I have several little boys just your age.
I'd sure be proud. Only I don't reckon I could get away from work to go to school right now.
Oh, but you could get off to go riding.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be calling for you up at the schoolhouse. Well, how do you like the new horse?
Oh, she's marvelous. What's her name? Oh, what are you laughing at?
Well, her name is Sir Henry, but I call him Hank for short.
Well, he's a nice horse.
You want to get off here for a while?
All right.
Easy now. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it was wonderful to ride out here. I love it more every day we come.
I reckon I do, too. Never noticed the country much before, but coming out this way with you all the time, I like it fine.
You haven't told me about that book I lent you last week. Did you finish it?
That Romeo and Juliet? Yes, ma'am, I finished it.
Don't tell me you didn't like it.
Well, I ain't read any poetry before, but as soon as I get the hang of it, it'll be as easy as reading the patent medicine catalog.
Didn't you like the story?
Well, they raised a mighty strange breed of men in them days, but in some respects, this Romeo was a pretty good hombre.
Oh, indeed. Just a pretty good hombre.
Yes'm. He had his enemies and he killed them. Shows he wasn't no coward and proves he was quick on the draw.
Why, you approve of killing your enemies? An
No.
eye for an eye?
No. Not if there's an honorable way out, no, ma'am. But them enemies was particular ornery. They had it coming to 'em.
Well, what else? What didn't you like about Romeo?
I didn't like him in that balcony scene.
The balcony scene? Why, that's the most famous scene in the play.
Maybe so, but not for me. What's his idea in traipsing up and down a rope ladder, anyhow? Why didn't he go in through the front door?
Don't you understand? Their families were enemies.
But traipsing up a ladder, that ain't my idea of a real man.
Well, what would you do? Go in and kill her father? That would be nice.
No, I wouldn't have killed him, but I'd have had a showdown with him, man to man, and if he was too stubborn to call off that fool feud, I'd have grabbed Juliet right off that balcony and married her.
That was just what he was planning to do.
Yeah, I know, but he couldn't stop playing actor on that balcony. Wasted so much valuable time, he got them both killed.
What would you have done?
Well, I ain't no Romeo, but if I loved a gal and wanted her, I wouldn't fritter away the time on no rope ladder making up poetry.
Well, what would you do?
I'll show you. I'll just take her like this.
Let me go. Stop it. Stop. Oh,
There, that's what I'd do.
you're just as sure of yourself as ever, aren't you?
Molly, don't play act with me. We don't fool each other. We ain't on no balcony. Molly, don't you think the spring is the prettiest time of the year to be married?
I don't want to be married.
Oh, Molly.
Well, not yet, anyhow. I've got my school, and I'm just getting started, and
Teaching school. That ain't no woman's job in life.
it's mine. Oh, I like you, and I admire you, but I'm not sure of myself yet. This country's so new and strange. I feel like an alien, an outsider. Oh, I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel that I'm, well, different.
Women are funny, Molly. I don't understand them.
Well, I'm glad you think you don't. What was that?
Sounds like a calf bawling. I better find out what the trouble is.
I'll go with you.
No, you better stay here. I'll be right back. Come on, boy. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello. I didn't know you was coming up this end of the range.
Oh, I'm just kind of drifting around.
I just been putting a monogram in a couple of strays.
Yes, so I noticed. Steve, there's no use talking around things. You've been putting Travis's brand on somebody else's calf.
Well, what about it?
That's rustling, Steve.
Oh, what's a few calves more or less to a man that's got thousands? I'm sick of nurse-maiding somebody else's cows around for no more than enough to keep you on smoking tobacco.
Don't talk that away, Steve. You and I done a lot of loco things together. But there's some things that ain't only loco, they're plumb wrong.
Now you take life too seriously.
This whole country's taking things more seriously. I ain't trying to lecture you or play Sunday school on what's right or wrong, but the ranchers around here are plumb sick of having their herds trimmed out, and there'll soon be posses out with ropes on their saddles.
Well, I'm carrying a nice limber one to make it easy for him. If they catch me.
You blamed hard-headed fool.
What are you going to do? Turn me in?
Nobody's talking about that. I reckon I couldn't be sore at you no matter what you did. But listen, Steve. You and I have been friends too long to find ourselves lined up on opposite sides in anything like this.
Oh, shucks. How do I know what I'm going to do? This country's getting too civilized, too solemn. Yeah, I got a notion I'll be moseying out to the gold fields or someplace.
No need you leaving, Steve. You know, you can stay on here as long as you want. Just so you don't do nothing crazy.
And if I do?
We ain't going to talk about that. Not till the time comes. Only I'm just hoping the time never does come.
Gary Cooper will be back in just a few moments to continue the story of the Virginian. But now, let's go to the airport in Burbank, out beyond the huge Warner Brothers studio. And as the 5:30 plane takes off for New York, in the crowd are two girls. Let's listen.
That must be a pretty important letter, all right, that we should drive way out from Hollywood just to send it off in the 5:30 plane.
Is it important? It's an airmail special delivery to Bill Butler.
Oh.
Anyway, I think it's fun to see planes off. A lot of other people do, too. Look at the crowd.
What? Well, they're not looking at the plane.
No?
Look at those mics and lights over there.
Oh.
They must be shooting a picture.
Yes. Isn't that Ann Southern?
Yes, it is Ann Southern. Oh, doesn't she look like a million?
Some snappy suit she's wearing.
Some snappy complexion, too. I wish I had one like it.
Ann Southern's complexion does look lovely. It will continue to look soft and smooth and clear because this youthful star protects it. She knows that enemy to good looks, cosmetic skin, comes when you're careless. Here's what this charming star says. Of course I use cosmetics, but I don't risk unattractive cosmetic skin. I use Lux toilet soap because then I know I'm safe. That's good advice for you. Lux toilet soap's lather is active. It removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke the pores. It's when the pores are choked that tiny blemishes, a dull, lifeless look, enlarged pores tell you you're getting cosmetic skin. Remember, put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list. Buy for your complexion the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Virginian, starring Gary Cooper, with Charles Bickford as Trampas, Helen Mack as Molly Wood, and John Howard as Steve. Several weeks have passed since the Virginian warned Steve against rustling cattle, but the warning went unheeded. We find Steve now with Trampas and 2 other men engaged in running a herd. It's late at night, and they've made camp in a rugged hideaway deep in the hill country. Trampas, squatting beside the fire, gloats over their victory.
Not so bad, eh, boys? 300 head of cattle worth more than 75 apiece. Better than herding for a living, ain't it, Steve?
Say, I'm still herding them cows. We've been running them and running them hard all day long. This ain't no picnic at all.
You'll have your picnic, Steve, when we cash in on them. Hey, Pedro.
Yeah?
Put another stick on the fire.
Yeah, wait a minute, Trampas. I'd let that fire be. It's big enough now. If anyone's following us, they'll see it sure as shooting.
What's eating you, Jim? Getting scared?
Well, ain't no use asking for trouble. Let the fire alone.
Hey, listen. When I want a fire, I'm going to have it. If there's anybody following us, there's 40 miles back, cooling their heels.
Yeah, hunting for cow tracks underwater.
Well, I'm going to dangle down the ravine and see how Greasy's getting along. Night herding them critters. Right back, Steve.
All right.
Listen, what's that?
Ain't you never heard cattle before, Jim?
It sounded like they was being disturbed or something.
Calm down, boy. You're all on edge.
Sure, everything is all right.
Yeah? Maybe. But I'll be glad when we get rid of them cows, I'll tell you that.
What if they do catch us? You can only die once.
Yeah, what's life anyway? A few winters waiting for spring, a few summers wishing they'd last. And then your little 6x3, 6 feet under the ground, that's all. Might as well be now as later.
Well, that ain't the way I feel about it. I ain't itching to die just yet.
Ah, come on, let's think of something cheerful.
Sure, we sing something to cheer you up.
Now, boy, Pedro, make it low and sweet.
Cuando sale de la baña, valga mi Dios.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
What's up, boss?
Look down there. That fire.
It's them. It's the rustlers.
Easy now. The cattle must be down in that ravine. Nebraska, take 3 men and round them up.
Sure.
Shorty, you skid around to the north and come up on the campfire from there. Take Honey and Baldy with you, but leave your horses here.
All set, boss.
Judge, you stick with me.
Okay.
When I whistle, Shorty, you and your men close in.
Yeah. Won't they be surprised down there?
All right now? Spread out, everybody. And come in easy. We want to make sure we get them all on the first
Ayúdame, amor, ay, que verte conmigo, Chanita, a donde vivo yo.
Atta boy, Pedro. I always liked that song.
What was that? I told you they would.
Get their guns, boys.
Yeah, we got him, boss.
All right, now stay right where you are.
¿Cómo estamos? Where are your calling cards, boys?
Thanks for the ditty, Pedro. It was real entertaining. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
I was afraid I'd find you here.
Yeah?
I warned you, Steve.
Sure, it's all right.
Well, where's Trampas?
Trampas? Oh, he ain't here. Me and Pedro and Jim were hunting by ourselves this trip.
With 5 cups over there on the rock, you must have been drinking with a cup in each hand.
Hey, boss. Boss. Oh, here. Say, we got the cattle all right, but whoever was tonight herding them ducked.
We'll get them later.
What do we do now, boss?
I say string them up.
That goes for me, too.
Now, wait a minute. You got anything to say, Steve?
Well, I guess not.
You're sure of that?
Yeah.
All right, boys. You know what to do.
Sure we do. Let's have your rope, Shorty. Now, there's a good tree right over there.
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, sir. But I tell you, I don't want to die.
Shut up, Jim. You got to take your medicine graceful. Well, come on, boys. I guess we're all set.
Ain't you riding in with us, boss?
No. I'm staying here, Shorty. I got things to do and things to think about.
I know how you feel. About Steve, I mean.
He was my friend, Shorty.
I know. He sure went game, though. Not a whimper out of him.
He never even looked at me. Not once. He never said a word.
I reckon he wanted to, boss. You see, when he was getting things ready, Steve gave me his gun. He said to give it to you, boss.
To me?
Yeah. There's a note that goes with it. He wrote it while he was waiting.
Give it to me.
Here it is.
I can't see so good. Would you read it to me, Shorty?
Sure. It says, "So long. I couldn't have spoke to you without playing the baby. Steve."
Steve.
Well, will you be riding in now, boss?
No, you go along. I'm heading over to Lost Valley.
What?
I got things to do. I got a hunch that Trampas went that way. I'm going after him.
Keep your head down, Greasy.
See?
Be sun up soon. I ain't taking no chances of being spotted.
We gotta get away from here. They hang Pedro and Steve and Jim. We gotta get away, Trampas.
We'll make it all right. We gotta watch our step. Now, take it easy. We'll stay here till dark, then we'll head south. After that...
Trampas.
What's the matter?
Trampas, look down there. Someone is coming.
Keep low. Ha-ha. Well, if it ain't the Virginian.
See, the Virginian. He's alone.
Yeah. Hand me that rifle.
Here.
Out all by himself, eh? Looking for me. Well, he's looking for the last time.
You hit him. He's down.
Come on, Greasy. I reckon we can start moving now.
Hello, Nebraska. How's the Virginian?
Well, he's still unconscious, but the doc says he's out of danger. Did you bring the medicine?
Yeah, here it is. Say, you know the Virginian ought to be in a hospital. A schoolmarm's house ain't no place for him.
Well, what'd they fetch him here for, anyway?
Well, they didn't fetch him. His horse brung him. Right over there to that door.
His horse? Funny, ain't it?
No, 'tain't funny. Say, he's been hanging around here so much the horse thought it was home.
Shorty, did you bring the medicine?
I got it right here, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
No, you ought to get some shut-eye, ma'am. You look all wore out.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm not a bit tired. Anyway, there's too much to do.
You're sure taking good care of him, ma'am.
As long as he gets well, that's all that counts.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Nebraska, I meant to ask you. Have you seen Steve around?
Steve? Why, ma'am, Steve...
No, ma'am. We ain't seen Steve lately. You see, he don't work for the Box H no more.
Oh, I thought it was funny he hadn't come around. Well, if you see him, tell him his gun is here. The Virginian had it with him that night.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I sure will tell him. That is, if I runs across him.
Thank you. Excuse me, boys.
Say, don't she know Steve was...
Shh. I meant to warn you about that. She don't know a thing. Thought it might be better if we didn't say nothing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she ain't used to things like that yet.
She knew Steve pretty well. She'd be pretty upset if she knew the Virginian had a hand in on it.
Well, how's the patient today?
Oh, I've been up and around, Judge, feeling fine.
Good boy. What's the doc say about you?
All fixed. He says I can get out now any time. Only Miss Molly, she's been taking such good care of me, I kind of hate to leave.
I can't say I blame you none. You know, there's been some talk lately down around the town as to how we all might be doing a little celebrating sometime this spring.
Celebrating what?
Oh, a wedding.
You mean me and Miss Molly?
How about it?
Well, I wouldn't go putting no bets up if I were you, Judge.
What's that?
Not if I was you.
You ain't getting married?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You said don't put up no bets.
Sure. You know, it don't look so good for a judge to go around gambling on a pretty sure thing.
I reckon it don't, son. Oh, morning, Miss Wood.
Good morning.
Just talking about you.
Will you?
Yeah, just this minute.
Judge Henry, I wonder if you'd mind leaving us for a while.
Why, no, ma'am. Certainly not. Just getting ready to leave anyhow.
Thank you.
Well, so long.
So long, Judge. See you soon.
Sure hope so. Morning, Miss Wood.
Well, Molly.
Why didn't you tell me?
What's that?
Why didn't you tell me? You knew I'd find out sooner or later.
I reckon you're talking about Steve.
I am.
Well, I thought you knew, Molly.
I didn't know. Not until this morning. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
It had to be, Molly.
You were there. Why didn't you stop it? You could have stopped it.
No, you see, I was leading the posse.
You?
Yes.
But Steve was your friend.
It didn't make much difference then.
Your friend. And you murdered him.
Murder?
What else can you call it?
Molly, don't talk like that. It was hard enough. Don't make it any worse. Somebody had to do it, and I was in charge. That's our kind of law.
Does your kind of law tell you to kill your friends?
It ain't a question of friends or enemies. It's a question of right or wrong. I did what I thought was right, Molly. It was right.
Do you think I'll teach my children to believe that? Do you think I'll help raise a new generation to approve of murder?
Where you come from, they have policemen and courts and jails. We ain't got that. So when we have to, we do things our own way.
I see it now. It's this life. It destroys every human feeling a person's got. It's destroyed you. It's made you cruel and ruthless and cold-blooded. Well, it won't destroy me. I won't let it. I'm leaving here just as soon as I can.
Leaving, Molly? You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
Then you're leaving me, too.
Yes, I'm leaving you, too. I'm leaving everything that's base and mean and ugly. Now, please get out and let me alone. Let me alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's the pride of California that it produces bigger things than any state in the Union. Hence, it was with consternation that California learned some 30 years ago that a baby had been born in Maine, weighing 16.5 pounds. His precocious muscles rivaled those of the mythical stonecrusher, Paul Bunyan. There's a legend back in Maine that when his mother took the heavyweight infant for his first ride in a perambulator, the baby leaped from the carriage and, bowing gracefully, said, "Come on, Moore, you get in and let me push." That may be a tall story, but I can vouch for the fact that he was a United States Marine when only 14 years old, and 3 years later was a strong man in vaudeville. Today, California at last claims him, not only as physical director of Paramount Studios and a radio physical trainer, but as a singer and little theater actor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. What would you like me to do? Sing, act, or give you a workout?
I've heard you sing, I've seen you act, and I've thrown myself on your mercies in the gymnasium. Tonight is my turn.
All right. I hope I can take it as well as you.
Dick, Gary Cooper tells me that you're responsible for that educated fist he swings in The Plainsman.
Gary's really one of the best boxers in Hollywood, along with George Raft, Sir Guy Standing, Jack Oakey, and, strangely enough, Ida Lupino. But I'm proudest of Gary. He's a real example of what regular exercise can do.
Now, many people still believe that the life of a picture star is a round of parties, anything but a round of boxing. One of the reasons I asked you here is to correct that impression.
Well, outside of farmers, none live a more regular, healthy life than film stars. It's a matter of necessity. If they didn't, they'd never be able to stand the strain. A well-balanced diet, plenty of sleep, and the proper exercises are absolutely necessary so they may give their best.
You might be a little more explicit.
Well, their taste in exercise varies. Carole Lombard and Claudette Colbert prefer tennis. Cary Grant and Randolph Scott go in for punching the bag. Bing Crosby and, incidentally, Mr. DeMille like the rowing machine. Gladys Swathout and Adolphe Monjou do lots of riding. And Marlene Dietrich and Mae West keep their famous figures by pedaling a stationary bicycle. I've been doing my darndest to get W.C. Fields inside of the gym, but he insists he gets all the exercise he needs juggling a half-dozen grapefruit every morning. My gymnasium, by the way, is one of the most historic buildings in Hollywood. It started out as a barn. Then in 1914, Mr. DeMille turned it into a studio. It was there that he made the first feature-length picture, The Squaw Man. Keeping fit has become so important in Hollywood that in the near future, every new player at Paramount will undergo a complete physical examination when signed. All of our executives will also be expected to report regularly. Take a tip from these famous people, ladies and gentlemen, and find time to exercise. I guarantee you'll be amazed at how much more work you'll be able to accomplish, how much better you'll feel. Do your exercising where you can step into a shower immediately after. And if you want to get the ultimate good from both exercise and shower, my advice is to use Lux toilet soap. I believe in physical culture of the skin as well as the rest of the body. It's part of my business to know what's best for a healthy skin. Lux never leaves the skin dry, as many soaps do. It has a pleasant aroma, and its cleansing qualities are distinctly superior. You can be pretty certain that when the stars go for something the way they do for Lux soap, it must be good. And thank you, Mr. DeMille, and so long.
Good night, Prodigy. And now, back to The Virginian, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. It's several days later. In the corral at the Box H Ranch, we find the Virginian saddling his horse. Strolling up to the gate comes Molly Wood. She stands for a moment watching him, then speaks timidly.
Good morning.
Molly. Good morning, ma'am.
May I come in?
It'll be a pleasure to have you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. You see, I didn't leave after all.
Yes, ma'am.
I changed my mind. I'm going to stay.
Are you?
Well, aren't you glad?
That all depends. You see, folks has to be made for this country. It's rough, and it's wild, and it takes a strong stomach to stand for some of the things that go on out here. If you can't stand it, it's best not to stay at all.
You think I'm a weakling, don't you?
No, ma'am. I just don't think you understand our side of it.
Perhaps not. but I've decided to try. I've been doing a lot of thinking since the other day. I've looked around me at people like Judge Henry and Shorty and Nebraska and their wives. People like that can't all be wrong. They're kind and good.
Yes, ma'am, they are. But they don't ever let themselves forget the reason they're here. They're building a new country, ma'am. It's a big job.
I know, and that's why I'm staying. I want to help.
We sure need it, ma'am. Any help at all, and yours will be right welcome.
Thank you. And now will you forgive me for what I said to you?
Forgive you? Well, that's easy.
And will everything be just as it was between you and me?
That's up to you, Molly.
I want it to be.
I've been wanting it, too.
Oh, darling.
Hey, Joe. Joe.
Oh, hello, Trampus. Ain't seen you around here for months.
Yeah, I've been traveling. Set up around, Joe.
Sure.
Hey, Greasy, come and get it.
Say.
Say, Joe, town's getting mangy with cowhands. What's up? Payday?
No, a wedding. The Virginian's getting hitched to the new schoolmarm.
The Virginian, huh?
You'd think he would marry her. I heard she saved his life.
Yeah, I do seem to recollect something about him being shot a while ago. Injuns, wasn't it?
Yeah. Somebody plugged him in the back.
You don't say. Too bad it didn't finish him for good. Come on, Greasy, drink up.
Yes, I'll
Oh, boys.
Hey, when's the wedding, Miss Molly?
Yeah, when's the big event? Speak up, boss.
It ain't going to be till tomorrow, so you can stop pestering right now, you bunch of mangy mavericks.
Say, Miss Molly, do you mind if we borrow him for a spell?
Well, can I trust you?
Oh, we'll all be very good.
Pretty good.
Not too good.
Which is the honest man?
Not one of them.
Well, all right. I'll trust all of you. You can borrow him, but not for too long.
Oh, that's fine. Now, come on.
Go on ahead, boys. I'll meet you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, see you over at Joe's place, boys. Right, boys.
You don't mind me going with him, do you, honey?
Well, of course not. The boys have their rights to you just as much as I have.
I won't be long, anyhow. We'll have plenty of time alone where we're going. We'll travel west till we find just the place we want to make our home.
I hope you'll never be sorry.
I hope I'll always be able to make you happy. And to keep you happy. That's going to be my main aim in life.
Oh, I love you. Well, you better run along now. The boys are waiting for you.
Come on, boys. One more round.
Yeah, come on.
Take it easy, boys. I got to get married tomorrow. Set him up, Joe.
Sure. Say, there's a friend of yours in town.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fella named Trampus.
Trampus? Did he mention he was a friend of mine?
He said plenty about you. All lit up and talking big. Said he'd drop in again in case there's any interest to you.
Well, it ain't.
I think he's looking for trouble myself.
Wouldn't it be just too bad if he found it?
Say, boss, we'll take this thing off your hands if you want.
Yes, and save you the trouble. Just say the word.
Any or all of us.
No, thanks, boys. This is a matter between us two. I'm only hoping he don't drift around.
Yeah, but a fella don't get married every day.
That's just it.
You've got to think of her.
Who else am I thinking of?
Come on, boys. Step right up and name it.
There he is, boss. Coming in the door.
Well, look who's here. Joe, your place getting sort of crummy, ain't it? Never used to let mangy foreman hang around.
Shut up, Trampus.
Easy, Shorty. It's all right.
Set him up, Joe. Sure. You know, Gracie, it seems to me I heard of a fella around here who got shot in the back. Well, so far as I know, the only way that can happen to a fella is when he's running away.
She running away. Let me handle this, will you, boss?
No. I don't want no trouble, Nebraska.
I'm sick of this palavering around. Listen here, you.
You speaking to me, Trampus?
Yes, you. You've been spreading a lot of talk around about my dealing in cattle. I'm having a showdown with you here and now.
Trampus, I'm trying not to have any trouble with you just now.
Yeah, you've been dodging it for 5 years. You've been talking plenty trouble to keep out of my way. But I got you corralled now, and I'm calling your hand.
All right, what have you got?
I've got the belief you're a lying, white-livered skunk. This country ain't big enough to hold the two of us. And I'm giving you till sundown to get out of town.
It's too bad you had to say that, Trampus.
Get out. Get out by sundown, or I'll shoot you on sight. Come on, Greasy, let's get out of here.
Boys, I'd like you to oblige me in this by not interfering.
Sure, we understand.
Sundown. That's less than a half an hour now.
You're going to tell Miss Molly?
Not till it's over. She wouldn't understand about this. She's She's raised different.
Well, we won't say nothing, boss.
I got Steve's gun over at the hotel. I reckon that'd be the one to use. I'll go over now and fetch it. Come in.
Oh, here you are.
Sure, Molly.
Oh, is things so terrible waiting for you?
You heard about Trampas being in town?
Everyone's talking about it. They say you've got to leave by sundown. I wanted to run out and find you, but I didn't. I waited quietly in my room.
I'm sorry you had to be worried, Molly.
What doesn't matter? Nothing matters except that you're here. Let's don't think about it. What shall we do now?
Now? Nothing now. It ain't quite sundown yet.
What?
I know it's a heap worse for you. I wish you didn't have to wait alone. But it won't be for long.
Why, what do you mean?
I did my best. I let him say things to me no man ever said before. If I hadn't been thinking hard of you, I reckon I'd have killed him then. I gave him a chance to quit, but he'd gone too far. It'll have to go on now.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to let him shoot me.
But we can go away. It's not too late. You can go away and leave him here.
I've got to stay.
Oh, no, there must be something else. There must be. Why, think what it means, killing in cold blood.
You don't think I want to do this?
Oh, I tried to forgive the other killing. Those cattle thieves and Steve. I forced myself to think of it as you did, law and order. But this isn't the same. You don't have to do this.
If folks came to think me a coward, I couldn't look 'em in the eye ever again, or you either.
Oh, that's just pride.
I don't know what you call it, but it's something in the feelings of a man deep down inside. Something a man can't go back on. If anybody happened to say I was a thief, I couldn't let 'em go on saying it. It wouldn't matter what other people thought. But I'd have to know inside of me that I thought enough of my own honesty to fight for it.
Then it's to be like this always. When will it ever end?
There'll always be killing to do until this country ain't a meeting place for men like Trampas.
Then think of us. Our life together.
That's what I am thinking of.
Your life has always been your own. But now it isn't. You've given it to me. Don't take it away.
I can't think of that now.
If you do this, there'll be no tomorrow for you and me.
I'm sorry, Molly. It's got to be done.
Oh, no, don't go. Come back. Please come back. You can't leave me like this. You can't leave me.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Shorty.
And it's sundown.
Yeah?
I just seen Trampas. He's in Joe's place.
Yeah? I guess I'll take a walk down that way.
Listen, boss. Stay on the sidewalk. You don't want to be stepping in one of them mud holes when you're taking aim.
I'll be all right.
I'll walk with you a piece. That is, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Come on.
Watch out for the loose boards, boss. This walk is full of them.
I'll watch it.
You feel all right?
Fine.
We're all with you, boss.
I know it.
There he is. Just coming out the door. He sees you, boss.
Yeah. I'll go on from here alone, Shorty.
Sure, boss, and lots of luck.
Thanks.
It's sundown, Virginian.
I know it, Trampas.
I warned you.
Well, I'm waiting.
You won't have long.
Bossy, all right?
You never touched me, Shorty.
Oh, you got him, boss. He's deader than a cold mackerel.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, let me through. Please let me
It's
through.
Miss Molly.
Molly.
Oh, you're safe. Oh, thank God it wasn't you. Thank God.
It's all right, Molly. No need to cry.
Don't ever leave me. Ever again.
But what you said before about there not being any tomorrow, don't that count?
Nothing counts except that I love you. Promise me you'll never leave me. Promise.
Sure, I promise. But I still don't understand women, Molly.
We take our leave of the Virginian, but not of Gary Cooper and Helen Mack, who come back to the microphone a little later. Activities of the motion picture world draw more newspaper men to Hollywood than national affairs draw to Washington. Outstanding among them is Sidney Skolsky, whose column Hollywood appears daily in the New York News and in many other papers here and abroad. Formerly author of the column Tintype in the New York Sun and Behind the News in the Daily News, Sid has also been press agent for such dispensers of beauty as Sam Harris, Earl Carroll, and George White. He would probably be offended if I said he is the best-liked film reporter. Sid is a member of that resolute minority who believe in hewing to the line of news and letting the quips fall where they may. Ladies and gentlemen, Sidney Skolsky.
When you call me that, partner, smile.
Well, how are you, Skolsky?
I've got myself exactly where you want me.
You'll never get there, Skolsky.
I mean, I'm as nervous here as I make you when I visit your movie set.
Well, you look like one of my pictures. 4 frightened people. All 4 of them.
I sound like a straight man, and when a columnist goes straight, that's something.
That'll be enough, Skolsky. Get on with your Hollywood wash.
Pretty subtle. Nobody'd ever think you were talking about Lux.
Can you do better?
Well, I don't use publicity blurbs in my column, and I don't intend to start with this program. But I can truthfully say I've seen Lux soap in homes of movie stars that I've visited. And I don't believe actresses keep Lux around for the same reason they keep emeralds.
Well, now that you're here, make the worst of it.
Don't worry, I will. Hollywood is a place where Kay Francis now keeps her diary in shorthand, where Gloria Swanson has 8 photographs in her bedroom of Gloria Swanson. It is a town where you need an umbrella to walk through a mist. It is a town where you, Herbert, leaving a party, said to the hostess, "I had a lovely evening, but this wasn't it." Where Francis X. Bushman, who was once the Clark Gable and Robert Taylor of his day, now owns a hamburger stand opposite the 20th Century Fox studio and is still serving his public. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Victor McLaughlin, playing a scene for his picture, The Magnificent Brute, was told to run up a flight of stairs and then fall when the villain fired the first shot from his gun. McLaughlin failed to do this. And when asked why by the director, Victor answered, "I'm McLaughlin. It takes more than one shot to get me." It is a town where Simone doesn't pull down the shades in her apartment, and rents have gone up in that neighborhood. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Douglas Fairbanks has his name written on the bands of the cigars he gives you. It's a town where you can drive into a drive-in stand and bring home a cake of ice wrapped in cellophane. Where the first thing Robert Taylor had to do to be a picture star was to pluck his eyebrows. Where at the preview of the picture Pigskin Parade, they had a scene showing girls going to Yale. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, for a wild evening, goes bowling with James Stewart on Wilshire Boulevard. Where John Barrymore gives a great performance, ordering a cup of coffee in the Brown Derby. It is a town where Director Van Dyke, making the flicker Eskimo, took artificial snow to the Arctic. Where Gene Harlow wears a mink coat, and with nothing underneath it but a pair of silk pajamas. Where Gene Fowler now signs his letters, Gene Fowler, author of Jack London's White Fang. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Charlie Chaplin keeps a huge dictionary in his bathroom. Where Garbo and Rex O'Malley, doing a dance in Camille, fell to the floor. O'Malley helped Garbo up and, rather embarrassed, said to Greta, "Oh, dear, how could I have tripped over your tiny little feet?" It is a town where Joseph von Sternberg raised a beard, and when asked why, answered, "I'm tired of looking at my face, and I'm not the only one." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard can be seen reading a story in a fan magazine titled Clark Gable's Romantic Flight. It is a town where Irving Berlin, at a party, asked what song the feller at the piano was playing, only to be told it was Alexander's Ragtime Band. Where Ted Healy asked his stooge, Jimmy Brewster, "Who do you think will get in, Roosevelt or Landon?" And Brewster answered, "What's the matter with the guy we got in there now?" But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood, and always will as long as it supplies such good copy. Good night. Thank you.
Good night, Sid. We bring back the Virginian, Gary Cooper, and the schoolma'am, Helen Mack.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. The only thing I missed tonight was seeing Gary ride a horse as he does when he really gets out in the open.
Well, riding's nothing extra special, Helen. Back home in Montana, we learn to ride 'em most when we're kids. And most kids, rather, are pushing a kiddie car. I guess I cut my first teeth on saddle leather.
Is that why you picked Gary for the part of Wild Bill Hickok in The Plainsman, Mr. DeMille?
Partly, Helen. Actually, he's a perfect portrait of Hickok in look, size, and manner. Then there's a similarity between the Virginian and Wild Bill. The Virginian is the ideal American character in romance, short on speech and long on action. And Wild Bill Hickok is the ideal American character and fact. Hickok was not a bad man. He was a patriot.
Well, then how did he get such a reputation as a killer?
Well, he's supposed to have killed between 60 and 100 men, not counting Indians.
Well, nobody counted Indians in those days.
Oh, they were just used for practice.
Probably. The fact is, Hickok killed only in defense of law and order, and as he said himself back in the 1870s, there's no Sunday west of Junction City, no law west of Hayes City, and no God west of Carson City.
It was to change all this, to bring respect of law to the West, that Hickok devoted his life, finally losing it when shot by Jack McCall, who killed him for the strangest reason ever heard, because he admired him so much.
I guess it's because all this is true that I got such a kick out of making the picture. It was real.
Including the danger. In riding between two horses to escape an Indian ambush, I think you did something many stars would have avoided. However, that was in the script. What wasn't in the script was your stopping the 6 horses that stampeded across the prairie, running away with the stagecoach.
Well, after all, I had to stop them. The one they were running away with was me.
Well, while you were running away with the picture, I hope we'll soon have another picture for you to steal.
When Gary steals a picture or a broadcast, it's really grandlarceny.
Oh, Helen.
As far as I'm concerned, I wish this program could go on for another 60 minutes.
Anything after your performance tonight, Helen, would be an anticlimax.
Then all I can add is that when it comes to radio programs and soap, give me Lux every time. They're both tops.
I'll vote the same ticket and include you, Helen.
Thanks, Gary. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, Helen. Good night, plainsman. Of the thousands of stories that relate the adventures of a modern Robin Hood, none has won such enduring popularity as Alias Jimmy Valentine, which comes to us next Monday night with Pat O'Brien in the title role. With Pat are 3 other Hollywood stars, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars Pat O'Brien in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Madge Evans and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 15th. The Lux Radio Theater, from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California, brings you Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in Burlesque. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet such great personalities as Al Jolson, Ruby Keeler, Cecil B. DeMille, Daniel Frohman, George Barnes, and many others. Among the many distinguished guests in our brilliant audience tonight, I see from here one of Paramount's directors, Mr. Chester Franklin, and his wife. Mr. Franklin is the director of Sequoia, the picture now in production. And also Catherine DeMille, Lloyd Pantages, Francis Langford, Eileen Pringle, and Gloria Swanson. Welcome, all of you. This entertainment is presented by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty soap used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by attractive women everywhere. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater tonight, and each Monday from now on, we welcome back Hollywood's famous pioneer director, a man who has made 62 of America's great motion pictures and has started more great stars on their careers than any other producer in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Less than a decade ago, the movies were voiceless. Stars as celebrated as Wallace Reed, Rudolph Valentino, Theda Bara, Lillian Gish, and Francis X. Bushman had millions of admirers who knew them only as silent shadows. We spoke of our business as the silver screen, but its silence was golden for many an actor and director. Then a man came along who had been billed on Broadway as the greatest entertainer in the world, With his first film, The Jazz Singer, he not only made pictures talk, he made them sing. And he made me make museum pieces of my faithful old silent cameras that had ground out so many successful feet of film. Then he made another picture called The Singing Fool. And then he fell in love. She was a charming little Irish girl. In 3 months, they were married. Their marriage is one of which Hollywood is most proud. They have each scored separately in the theater, on the screen, and over radio. But we present them tonight for their first appearance together on the air. In lights above the entrance of the Lux Radio Theater is a glittering legend, and excited crowds along Hollywood Boulevard tonight read the words, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler in burlesque. And now, for the first act of burlesque, in which you'll hear Al Jolson as Skid Brown and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie Smith. We're backstage at a burlesque show, playing a small town in the Middle West. It's a few minutes after the opening, and Lefty Moore, the stage manager, is standing in the wings, hurrying the chorus girls onto the stage.
All right, come on stage. Come on, the overture's almost over. Get a move on you, will you?
Say, we ain't racehorses.
Give us a chance.
No, racehorses got brains. Now go on, shut up before I can accompany you.
You don't worry me none. The nerve of that guy. I think he owns the show.
All right, Joe, kill the house lights. Okay, flash the orchestra.
Well, here we go. Here goes another one. Whose big baby are you? Whose big baby are you? Come on, pussy, wise, where to get those eyes.
Oh, Lefty,
Oh, yeah, what do you want, Bonnie?
has Skid come in yet?
No, not a sign-up. I've been in all of his hangouts, but I can't find him.
Did you try the pool rooms?
I just sent Jimmy. A nice spot Skid's put me in. The show started and my cheap comic ain't here. I ought to kill that bird.
Oh, he'll turn up, Lefty. I've been working with Skid for almost 4 years now, and I never knew him to miss a cue.
Yeah, I know, but it's coming so close to missing him, it's turning my hair gray. You know, you want to do something about that guy, Bonnie?
What?
Well, it ain't none of my business, but why don't you marry him and have it over with? What are you stalling him for? He'd settle down if he was married to you.
You think so?
Why, sure. Skid's nuts about you. He'd do anything you tell him.
Oh, I don't know. We're supposed to be engaged, but he don't listen to me much now. How do I know he'll be any different later?
Hiya, folks.
Well, if it ain't the wandering boy himself.
Hiya, Lefty. Hiya, Bunny.
So, you decided to come, huh?
Sure, never keep the public waiting. That's my motto.
Well, now, that's nice of you. Go on, get in your clothes, will you? You're on in 5 minutes.
Okay, Lefty. Well, Bunny, how's the kid?
All right, I guess. Nice time to be showing up.
What's the matter? You ain't sore at me, are you?
Would it do any good?
Had a baby.
Come on, you'll be late. You got to change your clothes.
Well, you know me, Skid the fireman's child. I can dress sliding down a pole.
Where have you been?
Who, me? I've been playing pool.
I suppose you couldn't make a shot thinking of me eating all alone.
I told you after the matinee I wasn't hungry, didn't I?
Just thirsty, huh?
No, and I wasn't thirsty neither. I just went out to get a little air.
Oh, some nice pool room air.
Oh, cut it out, will you, Bunny?
Did you have anything to eat?
Yeah, I had a couple of hot dogs.
Well, that's fine, that is. How do you expect to be funny on hot dogs? I'm going to send Jimmy out at intermission for some soup.
But I don't want no soup.
You'll eat it and like it.
All right, I'll eat it and like it.
Skid, will you get into your makeup?
Come in, Lefty. See you later, Bunny.
Okay.
Come to me, my melancholy babe. Cuddle up and don't be blue.
Oh, Bonnie.
Hey, Maisie.
Well, I want to see if the boyfriend got in all right.
Yeah.
That dame Marco was looking for him just before she went on.
Again?
Yeah. Why don't you take a poke?
No, she's not worth it. What'd she want to see Skid about?
To say goodbye, I guess.
Goodbye? Is she going someplace?
Say, don't tell me you ain't heard.
Heard what?
Marco's leaving the show tonight, going with the Manhattan Follies.
Oh, Broadway, huh? Well, that's a nice break.
Yeah, I could kill her.
Well, there's one consolation for me. She won't be around Skid anymore.
All right, girls, all right. Now make your change. Now hurry up, will you, please? Come on.
Hey, where's my cushion, babe? I'm very tired of walking out on me like
Look at her coming off the stage, putting on the dog already.
Hello, Maisie.
Hello, Miss Marco.
Did you hear my number?
No, I was spared that.
Oh, you're not jealous, are you, Maisie?
Why, you slink-eyed pony ought to slam up against the
Don't
wall.
you cut it out, Maisie. No fighting, do you hear?
I wouldn't hit her. I just want to hear a yelp.
Hey, what's going on here?
Nothing, Bozo.
Maisie starting to scrap again?
Of course not, Bozo. It's just a friendly argument.
Sounded like the Battle of the Marne. Where's Skid, Bonnie? Did he get in yet?
Uh-huh. He's downstairs putting on the putty nose.
Yeah, that's a break. I was afraid I was going to have to play his part, too. Say, Bonnie, your cattle king is out front again.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's a boy, he is. This is the 6th time he's been in to see the show. He's fell hard for you, Bonnie.
I'll have to see him sometime. He's the only following I ever had.
When Marco here was singing, he... Hey, where did she go?
Who?
Marco. She was standing here a second ago.
Yeah, until she heard where Skid was. She's probably downstairs by now, gurgling her fond farewell.
You decent, Skid?
Come in, Marco. I'm just putting on my makeup.
Go right ahead.
How's the house, Marco?
Oh, a little cool.
Oh, they'll warm up. Wait till I get up there and take a few falls for him. I don't know why it is, but the audience always likes to see a guy fall flat on his pants. Funny, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh, Skid.
What?
You coming to see me off tonight?
Say, that's right. You're leaving, ain't you?
Well?
Gosh, I don't know, Marco. I'd like to go down and see you off, but I got a date with Bonnie after the show.
Oh, Bonnie. Skid, why don't you get wise to yourself?
What do you mean?
That kid's no good for you. Well, you've been teamed up with her for 4 years, and where has it got you? No place. Well, she's holding you back, and you don't know it.
Holding me back? Oh, say, don't you believe it, Marco. Bonnie's okay. Why, anything I am, I owe to her. And listen, when she says the word, we're going to get hitched.
Oh, yes? Well, it's your funeral, Skid.
No, you're all wrong, Marco. Bonnie's the best thing that ever happened to me. Holy mackerel, there's me cue. So long, Marco. Try to see you after the show.
Hurry up, Skid. Come on, hurry up, will you? You're on.
Okay, baby, I'll panic him. Watch the fall I take on the entrance.
Holy cats, that guy will kill himself taking those falls.
Come in, Maisie. Yeah, what's on your mind?
Telegram just came for Skid.
Telegram?
Yeah, I thought maybe you'd want to take care of it.
Hand it over, Maisie. I'll get it to him later. Wonder who's broke now.
Maybe somebody's cashed in or an accident.
No, nothing's wrong. Telegrams for Skid are only touches.
But that one's heavy. It feels important.
They're always important to the guy that sends them. Oh, gee, how Skid takes those falls. I'm glad that was his last one. He'll be coming down in a minute.
A couple more like that and he'll come down through the ceiling. Well, say, did you hear about Marco?
Something else?
Yeah, she ain't singing her last number tonight. Getting the earlier train.
Why?
Don't ask me. Say, I'd better scram. I'm due for the baby number. Oh, hiya, Skid.
Hiya, Maisie.
Excuse me, will you? I'm on a minute.
Sure.
Skid, come in here a second.
Well, honey, did you hear me panic 'em? Did you hear those laughs?
Yeah, and I heard the falls, too. Listen, tell it. What are you limping for?
Oh, me? I ain't limping.
You hurt yourself, didn't you?
No.
You did. Oh, Skid, when are you going to cut it out?
Cut what out?
Taking those falls.
They're in my routine, ain't they?
That doesn't mean you have to break your back, does it?
Oh, Bonnie, you got to make up your mind to one thing. I'm a whole comic. Don't waste no time trying to clean me up, because I'd be a flop. Say, when I was a baby, the first thing I reached for was a custard pie.
What's the use of kidding all your life? Ain't you never going to be serious? Don't you want to get ahead in this game?
What do you mean, get ahead? We're working all the time, ain't we? I ain't hanging around Broadway making touches, am I? What do you mean, get ahead?
I'm talking about you getting where you belong. Broadway. Boy, if I had your talent. Why, there ain't nothing could stop you if you decided to step out.
Say, how do you know I'd be so good? I could be a big flop, too, in a real show.
There's the tip-off. You're scared. You're yellow.
Say, how many times you going to pull that one on
How
me?
many times you gonna make me? Come in.
Howdy, folks.
Come on, Lefty. This fight ain't private.
Gee, I'm glad to hear it. What's the fuss?
Bonnie's riding me because I ain't got no ambition.
Yeah, and I'll leave it to you, Lefty. Ain't he a sap for sticking in burlesque? Shouldn't he be framing new stuff that'll get him somewhere?
Yeah. Shouldn't I be George White and have my own show and sit in a box office? I can't get steamed up over this Broadway stuff. You're a hit on Broadway, so what? What does it get you?
It gets you a lot of jack to begin with. But Bonnie's right, Skid. It's time you were stepping out.
For instance?
Well, for instance, Earl Carroll had a scout out to St. Paul to see you last week.
Earl Carroll?
Well, yeah, sure. He came back after the show and asked me all about you, Skid. Hey, didn't you hear from him?
Nah, I ain't heard a tumble.
Well, I guess you ain't, or you'd have told me. But you'll hear from him, and when you do, grab it, kid.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
The telegram.
What telegram?
It came for you. Here, open it, open it.
All right, take it easy. It's probably just another touch that'll set me back about $50. I remember one time...
Well, what is it?
Holy mackerel, listen. What? Have a chance to place you in Manhattan Follies opening next week. Stop. Is there any way you can get out of your present engagement? Stop. Can get you $500 a week or maybe more. Stop. Leave salary to me. Stop. Great chance. No comedy and short present. You'll have to be here by Sunday for rehearsal. Wire Max Levy.
Max Levy, the big agent? Well, I'll be... Well, there you are, Skid.
Somebody's kidding me, I guess.
Somebody's kidding me, you mean?
That's right. Say they didn't mention Bonnie, Lefty. What's the idea?
I guess I can answer that. I know all the answers.
What's the matter, honey?
Don't you dare call me honey.
Say, what are you bawling me out for?
Get out, will you, Lefty?
Huh?
I want to speak to this guy alone.
Okay.
Say, what's the idea of all this temperamental stuff, Bond? If the telegram ain't a fake, it's a chance you've been raving about, ain't
It's
it?
your chance, all right. Your chance to be in the same show with that little hypocrite you went nuts about when I was in the hospital in Des Moines.
Who?
You know darn well who.
Oh, you mean Marco?
Yes, Marco. That's who I mean.
Why, you're crazy. Why, what's this telegram got to do with Marco?
As though you didn't know. What show is Marco joining?
Why, Gee, that's right. It's the same show, ain't it? That's a coincidence.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's a conspiracy.
What do you mean by that crack?
I mean the whole thing's a frame-up between you and Marco. The two of you beating it together, and neither one of you had the nerve to come clean.
Oh, this telegram was a surprise to me. You're crazy to think that.
Yeah, pleasant surprise.
Holy mackerel, will you take a tumble of yourself? It's a joke for you to be so jealous of that kid.
Jealous? Of what? A bum comedian who ain't gonna laugh above his hips? Say, if you was to fall for a girl that meant anything, I'd wish you luck. But that empty-headed little brat, I ain't jealous, I'm insulted.
Well, you can stop blowing off steam and cool off. Because why? Because I ain't going.
Who said you wasn't going?
I said it, and that settled it.
Oh, it does. Since when does what you say settle things?
Well, it settled this one. Oh, come on, Bonnie, let's forget it, will you? We'll stick together, kid, and as soon as you say the word, why, we'll take a walk over to the License Bureau. What do you say? That's us, I guess. Especially, Bonnie.
I know.
Well?
Skid, I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean it.
Sure.
Kiss me, Skid.
Oh, honey, gee whiz,
Hold me tight. Tight, Skid. It'll be a long time before we see each other
But
again.
I ain't going, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, you are. This is your big chance, Skid. You're not going to pass it up for me or anyone else.
What's Bonnie?
Will you two lovebirds get up here?
Come on, Skid.
Okay.
Well, it's about time. Come on. Will you get out there and do your stuff?
Okay, Lefty, all set, Bonnie?
I'll be seeing you out there.
Watch the laugh I get on the entrance.
Lefty,
Yeah?
get some of the packed Skid's bags. He's leaving right after the show.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Go on, get out there, Bonnie.
All right, thanks.
Well, look who's here. Little Lucy Twinkletoes. How are you, Miss Twinkletoes?
I beg your pardon.
What for? What did you do?
Oh, you think you're smart, don't you?
Smart. When I was a little boy in school, I took the first prize.
You did?
Yeah, the teacher told me take it, and she made me put it back. Oh, boy. Dad's digging up the old ones.
Oh, did you ever hear about the man who liked oxtail soup?
Oxtail? That's going too far back.
I hear you're going to a party tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to a party tonight. Would you like to come along? There'll be a million laughs.
Will we have a good time?
I will. We're going to play kissing game.
I don't like kissing.
Why?
It breeds germs.
Come on, lady. Let's get sick.
Have
Have you played kissing games before?
Sure. The last part I was through, we played a game called Play or Pay.
How do you play it?
Well, they blindfold the boy and he reaches out for the girls. The first one he catches either has to give him a kiss or her handkerchief.
How did you make it?
Oh, this'll kill you. I came home with a tablecloth. Professor, pass the gravy. Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and whisper, toot toot tootsie, goodbye. Toot toot tootsie, don't cry. The little choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No words can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, tootie, and then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. And if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Swing it, baby. Swing it. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. Oh, boy. That guy at Carol should have been out front tonight. Gee, Bonnie, you are swell.
Never mind that now. Well, Lefty?
It's all fixed. Skid, you're fired.
Huh?
Can.
What for?
You're going to New York. I got 2 guys packing your bags, and I just phoned for a reservation.
But wait a minute. I told Bonnie that I
Now,
wasn't...
forget what you told me. I'm running this partnership. You're leaving for New York, and you're leaving tonight. So long, darling. You're right, won't you?
Sure. Every day, Bonnie.
I'll be awful lonesome without you.
Gee, I'll be an awful sap without you, kid. We ain't never been apart before.
As soon as the season's over, dear, I'll come right on.
Maybe I'll be a flop and I can come back soon.
You can't come back. You're fired.
Oh, I didn't think of that. That ain't so good.
Forget it. It's sink or swim now.
I don't like the way you said sink.
Well, how do you like the way I say swim?
Well, I guess that's me. Gee, I don't know how to say goodbye, baby. I ain't never said goodbye to you.
Just kiss me, Skid.
Oh, gosh, honey.
Oh, I'll miss you, Skid. I love you, Skid. Oh, gosh, how I'll miss you.
I'm lost already without you, Bunny. So long, darling. I'll wire and I'll write.
Every day, Skid.
Every day. Goodbye, Bunny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skid. Goodbye.
As we pause in the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler, I'm going to ask you to listen to a very interesting conversation.
In this brief interval, we want you to meet one of Hollywood's youngest and most charming stars, Cora Sue Collins. Here she is now, Miss Cora Sue Collins in person. Cora Sue, just how long have you been in Hollywood?
I came here when I was 3. I'm 8 now.
I see. I don't believe I know many movie people who are 8. What do you do with your time?
Well, I've got my doll, Bedelia. I have to take care of her. Then there's Rusty. He's my dog. He's an Irish setter. And I train parakeets. Then I go horseback riding every day. But I do all that only when I'm not making a picture.
Yes, I suppose you're too busy then. You think you'll keep on making pictures?
Oh, yes. I want to be a grown-up star someday.
Well, I think when you are, you're going to be a very pretty one.
Thank you. I hope so. I'm taking care of my skin just like grown-up stars do with Lux toilet soap. I've used it ever since I came to Hollywood. just like my friends Joan Crawford and Joan Blondell. That's the only kind of soap we have at our house. Mother likes it, and so does Sister. Sister won't even take a bath without it, and neither will Bedelia.
That's very nice, Chorus Hugh. Thank you. And you're right in saying that Hollywood stars must have lovely complexions. They can't risk dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. In other words, cosmetic skin. These Hollywood stars, like most girls, use rouge and powder. But they avoid dangerous pore choking by using Lux toilet soap. The soap whose active lather goes deep into the pores, removes every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. Before you put on fresh makeup during the day, and always before you go to bed at night, use Lux toilet soap. Buy several cakes tomorrow.
We return now to Burlesque, the story of Skid Brown, played by Al Jolson, and Bonnie Smith, played by Ruby Keeler. Several months have passed since Skid left to join the Manhattan Follies. Bonnie is still on tour with the burlesque company. In her room in a small-town hotel, she lies huddled on the bed, reading the morning paper. Her friend Maisie enters.
Morning, dearie. You're up kind of early, ain't you?
Yeah, a little.
What's the idea?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh. Any word from Skid yet?
Not a line.
Gee, I'd like to brain that guy. How long is it now since he wrote to you?
Well, I don't know. About 6 weeks, I guess.
Just a big Broadway man. Boy, success must have hit him right between the eyes.
No, Maisie, Skid ain't the kind who gets a swelled head. It's something else this time. The thing I was afraid of.
Marco?
Yeah. I've been kind of following him in the Broadway gossip columns. Here, get a load of this.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Skid Brown, who wows them each night at the Manhattan Follies, is a wow to Sylvia Marco of the same show. They may be seen together every p.m. doing the hot spots along the main stem. Well, that's that.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing? What do you mean? You're still in love with the guy, ain't you?
Sure. I guess I'll always be in love with him. But if Skid don't want me, well, I ain't the clinging vine type.
Oh, but listen, Bonnie.
Excuse me, will you?
Uh-huh.
Hello? Oh, hello, Harvey. Pretty good. When? Well, all right, Harvey. Pick me up about 11:30. Bye.
Who was that?
Remember the fellow we used to kid about? The one we called the Cattling King?
Yeah, sure. He used to sit in the front row every night.
Well, that was him. Harvey Howell. He's a swell guy, Maisie, and a real guy. He wants to marry me.
Has he got any dough?
I guess so. He owns a couple of ranches.
A couple of ranches?
Sure. He's taking me out after the show tonight. I promised him I'd give him my answer then.
Want to dance, Money?
Thanks, Harvey, but do you mind if I don't? I'm a little tired tonight.
That's all right. Pretty near time to be leaving anyway.
Yeah.
Bunny, did you think over what I asked you about getting married?
I've been thinking about it, sure.
Well?
Harvey, I don't know how to say this, but do you mind waiting a little longer?
Take all the time you want, Bonnie. I'm not in any rush.
It ain't that I'm trying to stall or anything, but the show's moving back east, Harvey, and I want to see Skid. Just once more.
Okay, Bonnie.
You understand, don't you?
Sure, I understand.
Oh, thanks, Harvey. You're a grand guy.
Hello, box office, Manhattan Follies. I'm sorry, we're all sold out for tonight. 8 weeks in advance. Okay.
Hello there, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello, Skid.
What are you doing, counting up the shekels?
Yeah,
They tell me you want to see me, Mr. Kent.
I do. Sit down, won't you, Skid?
What's on your mind?
You, Skid. Skid, I'm going to tell you something straight from the shoulder.
Yeah?
I've been managing Broadway shows for a long time, so you can take it from me. I know what I'm talking about. Skid, you got to cut out your drinking.
Oh, me?
Don't give me that. You went on that stage last night so lit up you couldn't even see. Those falls you were taking were on the level.
They got laughs, didn't they?
Sure they did, but that isn't the point. Skid, you've got this whole business right in your lap. You can sing, you can dance, you can make them laugh. You're a big hit. But take it from an old-timer, Skid. Drinking and show business don't mix. That's all.
But, Mr. Kent...
That's all, Skid.
Oh, Skid. Skid.
Hello, Marco.
Been in to see Kent?
Yeah,
What'd he say?
nothing much.
So you won't talk, huh? All right. What are you doing after the show tonight?
I don't know. I kind of feel I'd get a little sleep for a change.
Oh, come on with us. We're getting up a party to go to the hot spot.
Oh, count me out, Marco. I want to stay home and write a couple of letters.
Oh, I see. Who to?
Well, Bonnie, for one. I ain't written to her, for such a long time. Honestly, I wouldn't blame her if she was sore as a boil at me.
Listen, are you still thinking of that kid?
Sure, why not?
I thought that was over long ago.
Oh, no.
Well, it ought to be. What are you going to do after she's married? Still write mash notes to her?
After she... What are you talking about?
She's going to be married to some rancher guy.
Who said so?
I got it from one of the girls in the troupe. She wrote me all about it.
Married? Oh, there must be some mistake or something.
There's no mistake. It's all set.
Holy gee. Why didn't she tell me? Why didn't she let me know?
Ah, brace up, Skid. The world hasn't come to an end. Why, you're Skid Brown, a big guy on Broadway. Why worry over a cheap little burlesque...
Shut up, Marco.
What?
I said shut up.
Well, that's the way the wind blows,
Yeah, that's
mister.
the way the wind blows. Now, get out of here and let me alone. I want to think.
Hotel Carlton. One moment, please. Hello? Hotel Carlton. Go ahead. Hotel Carlton. I'll see if he's in. Hotel Carlton. Hello, operator. This is room 707. Did you get that number? Oh, thank you. Hello? Hello, Winter Garden? I'd like to speak to Skid Brown, please. Yes, I'll hold the wire.
Is he there, Bunny?
They're going to look.
I hope they don't find him. I can't understand why you...
Hello? Skid? This is Bonnie. Yeah, Bonnie. Where am I? Why, New York, of course. Got in yesterday. Yes? I caught the show last night, Skid. You were all right. I'm at the Carlton. You want to come over after the show tonight? All right. I'll see you then. Bye.
He's coming, huh?
Yeah.
What's Harvey going to say?
Harvey knows about it. He's coming, too.
It's going to be a nice party. I can see that. That must be Skid now. Want me to answer
I'll
it?
take it.
Hiya, Bonnie.
Hello, Skid.
Step right in, boys, and meet Bonnie Smith, the greatest little trooper in the business.
Hello, Bonnie.
Lefty, I didn't expect to see you.
I've been traveling around with this guy, and he's got me all tired out.
Oh, getting old, Lefty, getting old.
Hello, Skid.
Amazing I live and breathe. He's like old times. Wait a minute, where's Jerry?
Hello, Em.
Girls, I want you to meet the greatest little songwriter in the world, Jerry Evans.
That's what he thinks.
Get over at that piano, Jerry, and show him what's what.
Always ready to oblige, friend. Where's a nice, comfortable chair? I want to go to sleep.
Try this one, Lefty.
Go to sleep. Say, that's no way to start a party.
Oh, no, you let me alone.
Oh, softy, huh? Well, Bonnie, let's take a look at you. Gosh, you're looking grand.
I'm all right.
Swell, that's swell. I hear you're getting married, Bonnie.
Yeah. Who told you?
Oh, those things get around. I just want to tell you how glad I am. It's great, simply great. What's the matter?
Nothing.
What do you look at me so funny for? I ain't said nothing wrong, have I?
No, of course not.
Well, what's the long jaw about? Ain't the new guy treating you right?
Sure, he's great. But what business is it of yours?
What business is it of mine? Say, I suppose what happened to you is none of my business. I suppose I'm going to forget you're the only girl in the world I ever gave a hoot about.
Yeah, me and how many others. I got tired of being a mob scene. Are you still with that Marco dame, or is she cold turkey?
Oh, lay off, Bonnie. I came here when you asked me to. I'm tickled to death to see you. I try to tell you you're the works, and what do? You start riding me.
I suppose you couldn't come alone. What was you afraid I'd do to you?
Well, you wouldn't have me shake these guys, would you? They've been with me ever since last night.
Yeah. I suppose you're the king of the nightclubs now.
Yeah, that's me. I'm giving all the little girlies a great big hand.
You better go home early and get some sleep. You look rotten.
Ah, forget it, Bonnie. We only live once. Say, listen, Bonnie. When are you going to marry this millionaire of yours? You didn't tell me.
Sometime in the fall, I guess.
Well, what are you going to do till then?
Going out to live on the ranch with him and his sisters.
You mean you're chucking show business?
Yep.
Then the old partnership's broken up, huh? Going to leave me to struggle on alone.
At the rate you're going, dearie, you won't have to struggle long. The nightlife will land you right out in the alley with the rest of the has-beens.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Well, if I do get the gate, there are other shows. They always need comics, dearie, and as long as I can make 'em laugh, I'll be all right. Hey, Bonnie, you ain't told me whether I'm good or rotten in the show.
The jury was in long before I got here, Skid.
Gosh, this is funny. You were telling me for years what a riot I'd be if I got a chance. You pushed me into my chance, and I clicked. And all the time I'm wishing that you were here to see me get away with it. You finally get here and see me, and we don't even talk about it. I don't know. I'm wondering if planning for things so long don't take all the kick out of them. I suppose nothing can be as good as you think it's going to be.
No, I suppose not. Jerry, play something lively.
Oh, sure. Hot dog. Come on, Bonnie, let's dance. You and me, huh?
Come in. Oh, hello, Harvey. Come on in.
Thanks. Oh, I didn't know you were having a party, Bonnie.
Come on and join us. This is Jerry Evans.
How do you do?
How are you?
And Lefty Moore, you remember him.
Well, sure. How are you, Mr. Howell?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure glad to see you again.
And I know you've heard of Skid Brown.
Oh, yes. Yeah, how are you? I certainly enjoyed your show last night. I don't know when I laughed so much.
Thanks. But I wasn't so good last night.
Well, that's what Bonnie said, but you seem good to me.
It's awful hard to please Bonnie. You know that gag about my severest critic.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Say, I hope I didn't stop your music. Won't you go on, Mr. Evans?
Well, sure. What would you like?
Well, I don't know any of the new songs. My favorites are all old, like In the Gloaming. Bonnie sang that for me once.
Yeah, come on, sing it, Bonnie.
Yeah, Bonnie, sing it, sure. It's so nice and gay. Say, what do we celebrate anyway, a wedding or a funeral? Shouldn't we be toasting the bride and singing gay ditties with the groom?
Skid!
Hey, mister, I wouldn't have spoken about that if you hadn't. In a way of speaking, I'm your successor, but I don't want to dwell on my good fortune except to assure you that it'll be my aim to make life happy for Bonnie. And I'm sure you'll be glad to know that.
Sure, I'm glad to know it. Why wouldn't I be glad to know that Bonnie's going to get along all right without me? Well, what I'm saying is, why can't we be gay about it? Why can't we have the wedding march played with pep and ginger? And why can't I be giving the bride away?
Stop it, Skid!
Why'll I stop it? Who's got a better right to be giving the bride away? It shows there's no hard feelings. Why do people get sore and crabbed when they lose out? Why don't they join the festivities? Come on, Jerry. Play the wedding march and play it fast. It's a dancing wedding, folks. Watch my smoke. Watch my smoke. Here comes the bride. Here comes the bride. Da 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 da. Come on, everybody. Whoop it up. Whoop it up. Here comes the bride.
Stop it!
You better go. I'll go, mister. I'm leaving right now. Goodbye, Bonnie, and lots of luck. Here comes the bride.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood. Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie return in just a moment for the conclusion of the Lux Radio Theater production, Burlesque. In the meantime, I'm going to have you meet one of Hollywood's most famous cameramen. Most people think of a cameraman as a fellow who puts his cap on backwards and grinds away at the crank of a camera. As a matter of fact, the first cameraman never touches the camera. He's an artist who paints with lights and shadows, giving the screen depth and third dimension. The only cranks on a set today are the directors. The cameraman who will speak to you is Mr. George Barnes of Warner Brothers Studio. He has photographed both of tonight's stars many times. Mr. Barnes.
That's very gracious of you, C.B. But, folks, we don't really think directors are cranks. We think of them as fellow sufferers. You see, a cameraman and his director are practically the only people who have to work every day while a picture is shooting. No actor appears in every scene. Mechanical crews can be changed, but the poor old cameraman, he just goes on and on until he drops, or the director does. As Mr. DeMille says, a cameraman's first job is lighting. In more ways than one, he has to show the stars in the best possible light. And right along that line is a point that comes right home here to the Lux Radio Theater. A cameraman has to make a girl look absolutely perfect. He has to take care of shadows, unusual contours, and other things that can't be helped. So believe me, we have no time for faults that can be helped, like a bad complexion. That's something the girls must take care of for themselves. And the way 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars do that is by using your Lux toilet soap. It's the official soap at Mr. Deluxe Studio, Paramount, and in other great studios in Hollywood. And if you want to see how it works at Warner's, Mr. DeMille, well, just take a look at Ruby Keeler.
Okay, George, that's a fine fade out. The lights go up for the third act of Burlesque, starring Al Jolson as Skid and Ruby Keeler as Bonnie. 3 weeks have passed, and we're in the office of Mr. Kent, the manager of the Manhattan Follies. Skid showing the signs of dissipation and looking very tired. He's coming in the door.
Hello, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello. Hello, Skid. Sit down.
What is this, Mr. Kent? Another temperance lecture?
No, not this time, boy. I gave you your last lecture about 3 weeks ago.
Well, what do you want to see me for?
I'm writing you a check, Skid.
A check? I ain't supposed to be paid today.
And no, you're getting a check anyway. Your last one with this outfit.
What?
You heard me, Skid.
You mean I'm canned?
That's right. I warned you, boy. I told you what was coming. You wouldn't listen to me. I'm sorry. Well, there's your check.
Canned, huh? All right, so what? I can get another job like that.
I wouldn't be so sure, Skid. And I'll tell you this. You'll never find one hanging around in the hot spots.
Lay off, will you? I know what I'm doing.
You didn't the other night when we picked you up singing the wedding march at the top of your lungs?
Cut it out, you hear?
Okay, Skid. It's none of my business. Just thought I might hand you a little advice, that's all.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I guess I ain't myself these days. I don't know what's the matter with me lately. I'm just little shot pieces, I guess. But I'll catch on again, though. And when I do, I'll be back to see you, Mr. Kent.
So long, Skid, and lots of luck.
Come on, girls. Come on. Swing it, will you? Swing it. This is the rehearsal, not a funeral. Give, will you give? Now, come on.
Hey, Lefty, listen, will you?
Oh, what do you want? What do you want, Bozo? Don't you see I'm rehearsing a number?
I know, but this is important. Skid is here. He wants to see you.
Skid? Where is he?
Out at the stage door. Gee, he looks terrible, Lefty. Like he ain't had nothing in a week.
I guess I better see him. All right, girls. That'll be all for a while. I'll be back in a couple of moments, Skid.
Okay.
Skid.
Oh, Lefty. Gee, Lefty. How are you?
What's happened to you, Skid? Where you been?
Oh, just knocking around. After I got canned, I kind of hit the chutes.
Oh, boy, you sure look it. Any prospects of a job?
No, I've been looking around for a month, but I guess they don't want me, Lefty. Then I heard you was putting on a new show, and, well, I come around to see you about it.
You want a job with me?
Yeah, that's right.
In burlesque?
Sure. What do you say, Lefty? You got a spot for me?
Oh, gee. I don't know, Skid.
Oh, please, Lefty, give us a break, will you? I need it bad, honestly, awful bad.
What about the liquor?
Liquor, say, that's all over with, Lefty. That's finished.
Yeah, well, it seems to me I've heard that before.
It's on the level this time.
Well, okay, Skid. I'll give you a chance.
Thanks, Lefty.
Now, listen. We open in a week. Do you think you can get on your feet on that time?
Sure.
All right, then. All right. Now, listen to me. Remember it. You got to be here for every rehearsal, and you got to be here on time.
Don't worry, Lefty. I'll be a new guy. Wait, you'll see.
Bozo, did you find him?
Yeah, I got him.
Where was he?
The usual spot.
Holy smokes. How is he?
Oh, bad.
3 days before we open, and he pulls this one on me.
No, it's going to be tough, Lefty.
There's only one way out, and I got to take it.
What's the dope?
Now, look, I'll tell you what you do. Run out and shoot a wire to Bonnie. Tell her I need her. Tell her Skid needs her, but tell her she's got to get here right away.
Okay, Lefty.
Telegram lady.
Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady. Telegram lady.
Sit down, Bonnie, sit down. Did I say it was great to see you?
Yeah.
Well, it's more than that.
What's it all about?
Skid.
Of course, I knew it was Skid. What's happened?
Haven't you heard anything about him since you was here last?
Nothing. I read that he was out of the Follies, but that didn't surprise me. He was heading for that when I saw him.
Yeah. That afternoon, he danced out of your room. He danced himself right out of show business. He went on a grand bust, and he ain't played since. Oh, I gave him a job, but he's been handing me an awful ride. Here I am. I'm opening tomorrow night, and up to now, he ain't rehearsed half of this stuff. Honest, Bonnie, I don't know which way to turn.
I know what's in your mind, Lefty, and what you want me to do. So I'm going to save you the trouble of asking me.
Huh?
I'll do what I can.
Oh, gee, you're an ace. How long will you stay?
Till you get your show right and Skid gets straightened out.
Oh, thanks, Bonnie. Thanks a lot. Say, I don't know what I'd do without you.
There he is now.
Huh?
Oh, gosh, look at him.
Hello, Lefty.
Skid.
Where's the rehearsal, Lefty? Am I early?
Yeah, for tomorrow you are.
I was only...
Skid.
Huh? Who's that? Am I seeing things? Do you see her, Lefty?
Sure I see her.
Don't kid me. I've been seeing things lately.
How are you, Skid?
It's really you. Oh, gee,
Oh,
Bonnie.
don't, Skid.
I'm all right. How are you, kid? Let me have a look at you. You're looking great. But you've been crying.
No, I haven't.
Oh, you can't fool me. I've seen you cry too often. But what are you doing in this dump? Oh, come on. Why is Mr. Lefty, Mr. Lefty the fox? To get his rotten soul meat calling out of the
It
grave.
wasn't exactly the grave, Skid.
Well, don't waste a minute around here, honey. I hope I'm all right. Nobody's got to worry about me. You know me, Skid, the fireman's child. I'm always there.
Sure you are. But you got to take care of yourself, Skid. You got to start tapering off now.
Okay, Bunny. You're the only one I ever knew that had any sense. Oh, you're not ashamed of me, Bunny, are you?
No, Skid.
I've been an awful sap, but don't ride me, will you? Bunny, don't ride me.
I won't ride you, Skid.
That's right, kid. I've listened to so many lectures, honestly. I carry my own slides.
Don't you think you better get some sleep, Skid?
Nah, sleep. I ain't well bothered about sleep. Oh, gee, Bunny, it's great to see you. I told you I'd be an awful sap without you.
You never was a sap, Skid. You got more brains than all the comics put together. You make mistakes, but who don't? But after all, Skid, fun's fun. Lefty's opening his first show tomorrow night, and without you, he'll be sunk. He's been too good a friend of ours for you to throw him.
Gee, Bunny, I don't think I could ever make it.
Sure you can make it.
I'm all shot, honey.
Oh, honey, you can come out of it.
You think I can?
I know it.
You wouldn't kid me, would you, lady?
I would if I could, mister. I would if I could.
Say, where's your cattle rustler? You remember he got sore at me that day, didn't he?
I don't know.
Sure he did. For singing, Here Comes the Bride, remember? Here comes the bride, here comes...
He's fainted.
Bonnie, gee, loosen his tie.
I'll take care of him.
Do you think I'd better postpone the opening?
Let's try not to, Lefty. I'd hate to see you muff your first opening, and it wouldn't look so good for Skid either. Poor Skid.
Oh, no, that's all right, Bonnie. There, that's all right.
I'm all right, Lefty. Get me some water, will you?
Look, don't you think we'd better get him over to the hotel?
No, let him stay here a while.
Okay, I'll be back in a second.
All right. Skid, look at me. You'll be all right, honey. Nothing can stop you. You'll be all right. You'll knock him dead. You ain't started yet. You'll be all right. You gotta be all right. You just gotta be all right.
How is he, Bonnie?
All right. He's on his way up from the dressing room.
Well, he's on next. Do you think he can do it?
I hope so.
Well, he almost fainted in his last routine.
Hiya, Lefty.
Oh, hiya, Skid. You all set, baby?
Sure. What's this going to be, my song?
Yeah. Cut the opening routine, Skid. No falls tonight. Go right into your number.
Cut the falls, huh? Okay, Bonnie. You're the boss.
You all right, Skid?
Oh, say, folks, thanks. For a minute, I thought I was back in Manhattan Follies.
Lefty's swaying out there. He's gonna fall.
No. He's okay, Bonnie.
But seriously, folks, I'm glad to be here. And right now, I'm going to sing a little number for you. One I like a lot. A little music there, Professor.
Take it easy, Skid.
I'll make it. People brag, people boast, and consistently drink a toast to a place that a lot of them place at the top of the list. Are they wrong? Are they right? Is there a reason for their delight? I must live in doubt till the day that I find out. Is it true what they say about disease? Does the sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom that everybody's gone? Do folks keep eating possum till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? Is this true? That's where I belong. Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. How'd I do, honey?
Oh, Skid, you were swell. I knew you'd be. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right.
Do you think you can go on being all right?
I can, Bonnie, if you stick by me.
Sure, Skid. I'll stick.
For good?
For good.
Oh, gee, Bonnie. But what about your cattle rancher?
Oh, it's all right. I explained it to him, Skid. You see, when I left, I had an idea I was coming here to stay.
Oh, Bonnie, I'm crazy about you. I can't get along without you, sweetheart.
You won't even have to try. From now on, it's you and me together. For better or for worse.
Yeah, better for me and worse for you.
Ah, there you go. Always clowning.
Al and Ruby will be back in just a moment. We are honored tonight by the presence of Daniel Frohman. DF, as we call him, produced the first play that my father, Henry C. DeMille, and David Belasco ever wrote. It was called The Wife. When the play opened, it was a failure. Nobody came. Naturally, Mr. Frohman decided to close it. My father and Belasco had spent a year writing this play. All their savings were gone. They were desperate. So they went up to Mr. Frohman's office. One took him by the throat. The other took a heavy octagonal ruler from his desk and shook it in his face, saying they'd kill him if he took the play off. So Mr. Frohman kept the play running. He says they changed it to suit him. But in any case, it ran 5 years. Everyone in the theatrical world knows and respects this pioneer of the theater. We revere him as an artist, philanthropist, and gentleman. The 85-year-old dean of the American stage, Daniel Frohman.
Cecil, you're very kind.
No, I'm saying what I've felt ever since I was 5 years old.
Well, that was when I used to chase you out of the box office for annoying the treasurer. Even now, it hardly seems possible that you're old enough to have a radio program of your own.
I am just starting in radio, DF. Do you remember when I was just starting as a young actor at one of your companies?
Yes, I remember paying you the fabulous salary of $40 a week.
That included my wife's salary, too. But I was willing to work for any salary. For the man who started the Barrymores, Ethel, as I remember it, was the first to join you. Then Lionel, wasn't it?
Yes. And then the two of them in their little brother, Jack Barrymore, to design our bill posters.
So why don't you get him to design one for that big show you're producing on July 1st, the Actors Fund benefit? DF, it's been a privilege to have you here tonight.
It's nice to be here, Cecil, and be part of your great enterprise, for no theater in history has reached so many people as your Lux Radio Theater. From your father and mother, you have inherited the highest traditions of the stage, and I know you are true to this trust.
Thank you. Grand old gentleman. I have just written an article for a national magazine on the 10 greatest fools in history. Perhaps I should have made it 11 and included the singing fool, the character that Al Jolson made the most famous fool of all. For that picture, the singing fool, broke every box office record of its day. And here they come, the singing fool and his dancing wife. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jolsons. Al and Ruby, you have enjoyed wealth, fame, and success. All the things most people dream about.
But that's nothing, Mr. DeMille, compared to the thrill I got when little Al Jr. spoke his first word. And what do you think was the first word he ever said? He said, Daddy.
No, Al. He said, Mama.
Did he?
Well, didn't he?
If you say so, I guess he did. But, oh, that kid. Good, solid arms and back. Is he a husky? What a baby. Honestly, Mr. DeMille, I don't like to exaggerate, but you've never seen 10 such wiggly little toes.
Takes after his mother, doesn't he? Those twinkling toes of Ruby's.
Well, but one way he takes after his daddy, great, big, strong knees, a born mammy singer.
His toes from his mother and his knees from his father. His good looks, I suppose, from Lux.
Yes, sir, just like his mama. She's a Lux lady, aren't you, Ruby?
Of course I am.
As a matter of fact, Lux soap is what makes all us Jolson so handsome.
We've had countless requests for two things, a song by Al and a dance by Ruby. Unfortunately, we haven't time for both, so which shall it be?
Oh, that's very easy, Mr. DeMille. I'll decide that. We're going to have a dance by Ruby.
Just a minute, Al. I've decided. You're going to sing.
Well, how are we going to compromise?
Al will sing.
Well, that's how it is. I guess you can see now, folks, why they call me Al Keeler. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and a day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start a park, a marathon, and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again A pretty girl is just like a pretty doll. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day. Just like the strain of a haunting refrain, she'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty
Thank you, Mr. Jolson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Rue. Mr. DeMille returns in a moment to tell you about next week's play. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap wish to express their appreciation to our capable cast and to the great studios who have cooperated with us in presenting this broadcast. Our cast tonight included Wally Mayer, Victor Rodman, Eddie Kane, Rita Leroy, Inez Seabury, Frank Nelson, and Lou Merrill. Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, as did George Barnes. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, comes to us from Paramount. Louis Silvers, our musical director, represents 20th Century Fox. And Mr. Daniel Frohman is in Hollywood as producer of the Actors Fund Benefit. And now, here is your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Next week, our play is The Dark Angel, a vital romance played against a background of war. A dramatic triumph on the Broadway stage and twice successful on the screen. This unforgettable drama will be presented on the air by the same stars who thrilled us in its most recent movie version, Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. Our sponsors, as well as Miss Oberon, Mr. Marshall, and I, cordially invite you to be our guests in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 23rd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur with Fritz Leiber and Crawford Kent. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Paul Muni, Fritz Leiber, Crawford Kent, and Barbara Luddy. Our guests, Adrian, Hollywood's most noted designer, and William K. Howard, director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. The makers of Lux Flakes, together with our stars and guests, welcome you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Here's a word to the ladies. Try Lux Flakes for washing dishes. Ordinary soaps often dry your skin, making it rough and red and making the nails brittle. Lux Flakes contain no harmful alkali. They protect the natural oil in your skin, safeguard your manicure, and give your hands beauty care right in the dishpan. Lux Flakes are just as good for washing dishes as for washing fine fabrics, and that's saying a lot. And now it's time to hear from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Muni is a paragon of paradoxes. Born in Vienna, he doesn't waltz. Trained in the Yiddish Art Theater, he's been playing the role of a Chinese in The Good Earth for the past 6 months. At the age of 11, Mr. Muni went on the stage in the part of a bent and withered old man. The whiskers he wore were obviously false. But he grew his own beard for the story of Louis Pasteur. And here are some sidelights on his sidelines. He plays the violin and talks to strangers for relaxation. He rehearses all his lines into a dictaphone to study his own inflections. He experiments with makeup at home and obtains material for his characterizations firsthand. In other words, if he's playing the part of a Chinese, he spends a great deal of his time in the Chinese Quarter. And if he's to be a gangster on the screen, he mingles with the gangster element. And if he's a scientist, he reads everything available on the science he's supposed to represent. It's nearly 2 years since Mr. Muni's last appearance on the air. Then, as tonight, he was heard from the Lux Radio Theater and starred in his favorite stage play, Counselor at Law. Tonight, we hear him in his favorite screenplay, The Story of Louis Pasteur. The part of Dr. Charbonnet is played by the same distinguished performer who enacted it on the screen, Mr. Fritz Leiber. Crawford Kent will be heard as Dr. Radice. Louis Silvers raises his baton to start the music as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. Paris in the 1860s. We're in the laboratory of Louis Pasteur. The long, sparsely furnished room is lined with deep shadows. Along the walls stand crates of guinea pigs and squeaking mice, and in the center, a crudely built table is littered with twisted test tubes and cauldrons. It's early evening. Under the garish light of an overhanging lamp, Pasteur leans over his microscope, his eyes glued to the black cylinder. His wife enters the room and stands for a moment watching him.
Louis.
Louis,
Yes?
haven't you worked long enough? Aren't you tired?
Tired?
You've been here all day since early this morning.
I know. Roux,
Yes?
have you finished with those slides?
In a moment, monsieur.
Hurry them along.
Louis, I brought the newspaper for you.
Newspaper? What do I want
There's
with
something in it you should know. Dr. Frederick is dead.
Dead?
He was killed. Shot.
Who did it?
The husband of one of his patients. Listen. When asked by the magistrate why he had killed Dr. Frederick, the man shouted, "He killed my wife with his dirty hands. He gave her fever, childbed fever." Then the prisoner produced a pamphlet which read, "Doctors, surgeons, wash your hands. Boil your instruments. Microbes cause disease." The pamphlet was signed, Louis Pasteur.
My pamphlet.
Louis, don't you know what it means? They're blaming you for the death of Dr. Frederick.
Nonsense.
They are. Dr. Charbonnet, Dr. Radice, all of them. They call you a murderer, a menace to science.
And they are a menace to humanity.
If they should appeal to the Emperor.
Let them. The Emperor's no fool. Look at the facts, Marie. 3 out of every 10 mothers today die in childbirth. Why? Because our learned physicians are too pig-headed to realize that germs have the power to invade the bloodstream and cause disease.
But, Louis, you tell them to wash their hands, boil their instruments. Still, you can't be sure. You haven't found the germ.
But I will. I will.
Papa?
Oh, what is it, Annette?
A letter for Papa. A messenger brought in the carriage. There were 2 soldiers with him.
Louis.
Give me the letter. It's from the Emperor.
The Emperor? Then it's just as I thought. Charbonnet and Radice have gone to him.
Quiet, my dear. It's not as you thought. Listen to this. At the request of the court chamberlain and the command of His Majesty Napoleon III, you are invited to a reception at the palace.
Oh, Louis.
A carriage will be sent for you at 8 o'clock next Thursday.
A reception at the palace. Louis, what an honor.
It is my chance, Marie. Radice, Charbonnet, Rossignol, they'll all be there. It is my chance at last.
Your Majesty, this man Pasteur is not even a doctor. He's a mere chemist.
I know, Charbonnet, but his work interests the Empress. It was at her suggestion that I invited him tonight.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet. If I am not mistaken, Pasteur was instrumental in discovering the cause of fermentation of wine some years ago.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I recall it now. He claimed to have discovered little animals in it. infinitesimal beasts.
And he still does, sire. Only now he finds them everywhere.
But are there such creatures? Do they really exist?
Your Majesty, microscopic organisms have long been observed.
Yes.
They spring into being of their own accord wherever there is putrid matter or fermentation. They are the result rather than the cause of disease.
Oh, I see.
By heating wine to certain temperature, Monsieur Pasteur was able to destroy them. I presume he plans to cure blood poisoning in the same manner, namely, by boiling our blood.
Heaven forbid.
It's not unlikely, I assure you.
Dr. Charbonnet, I'm afraid you exaggerate. I, too, have read Pasteur's pamphlet. It says nothing about boiling blood, merely to boil the instruments you surgeons use.
Madame, if I did anything so absurd as to boil my instruments or scrub my hands, they'd think I was a witch doctor resorting to charms and laugh me out of the hospital.
That would be a novelty, monsieur. Most people who go to hospitals are carried out dead.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
Monsieur Louis Pasteur has arrived, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Show him to the East Room and ask him to wait for me there.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Charbonnet, find Dr. Racinolle and Dr. Radis and any others who might be interested. We'll see Pasteur together and discover for ourselves whether the man is a genius or a charlatan.
Impossible. I refuse to believe it.
One moment, Dr. Radis. Pasteur, will you please tell us precisely what you mean?
I will, sire. The hospitals of Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and on his instruments.
Because of microbes, monsieur? Your private menagerie of invisible beasts?
Exactly. Dr. Charbonnet could see them for himself if he took the trouble to use his microscope. He could watch them multiply into murderous millions. They breed in filth. They may start from the gutters of Paris tonight and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court.
Preposterous to think that a human being could be destroyed by an animal 10,000 times smaller than a flea. It's as though an army of ants should destroy Your Majesty's empire.
Listen. A young woman died here tonight. The wife of the coachman who brought me. She was your patient, Charbonnet. A victim of your bigotry.
You dare? You accuse me?
But that isn't the end. The woman who attended her, your nurse, will carry the infection to your next and more illustrious patient, the Comtesse Gabrielle de Villefort.
Your Majesty.
Stop! I've had enough. You should know better, Pasteur. The Comtesse Gabrielle is Her Majesty's sister.
I regret, sire, but death knows no rank.
Silence! In the preservation of wine and beer, you have been of service to France. We appreciate it. In the future, you will confine your work to that field or suffer my displeasure. That will be all.
Your Majesty.
That will be all, Pasteur.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Here, this lawyer has to say a thing like that. He had no right to.
Carriage, please.
Yes, monsieur. Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
Permit me, please. I am Jean Martel, physician and surgeon, doctor of medicine from the Sorbonne, secretary of hygiene, member of the International Society of Doctors at Edinburgh. Personally, I'm convinced that there is some truth in what you say.
You honor me.
Why, Charbonnet's a fool. When it comes to anything new or the least
I
bit
beg your pardon. Aren't you Dr. Charbonnet's assistant?
Why, yes, I suppose I am, but...
It is your duty to respect him, then. Not to ridicule him.
I, monsieur?
Good night.
Quick, Annette. Run and open the door for him. Yes, Mama. Rue, you will light the candles on the cake.
38. Only 38, and all ready to have done so much for the world.
She's coming. Open the door, Annette.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
What? Oh. Thank you, my dear.
What's the matter, Papa?
Louis,
Yes?
is anything wrong?
You'll have to pack, Marie. We're leaving Paris tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Louis, what's happened?
I've stepped too hard on the toes of our doctors. I've insulted the Academy of Medicine. They forbid me to work on human diseases. We must leave here, Marie.
Yes, Louis.
When I was a boy, I used to read of scientists fleeing from the cities to avoid persecution. It thrilled me. I didn't realize what a nuisance it was.
But, monsieur, perhaps you might better apologize to the Academy. A few lines.
Take back what we know is true. Never. I'd die first. Don't worry, Roux. Someday we're going to prove that we're right. To the Emperor, to the Academy, to the world.
We will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. But now we're going to the stockroom of Columbia's wardrobe department on Gower Street. A seamstress is taking one of her new assistants through the department, showing how and where the dresses and coats are kept.
Now, over here are Irene Dunn's dresses. These are the ones she wore in Theodora Goes Wild. We might as well take the pink one out. It's got to be washed before we make it over for another picture.
Washed? Why, can you wash a dress like that?
Oh, yes. They were 15 days making that particular scene. And I know that dress has been washed at least 3 times.
Well, I didn't believe you could wash that kind of material.
Oh, my, yes. It washes beautifully in Lux Flakes. Of course, we wouldn't risk it in anything else. You see, these clothes are worth a lot of money, and we can't take chances. They've made Lux a rule here in the wardrobe department. You better keep that in mind, too. Always see that there's plenty of Lux. Now, on this side over here...
All the big Hollywood studios use Lux Flakes for washing fine fabrics because they've discovered it's the sure, safe way to keep them looking like new. Lux contains no harmful alkali, and with Lux, there's no harsh cake soap rubbing. Even the sheerest materials that are safe in water alone, you can put into gentle Lux suds with perfect assurance. Try it for all your precious washables, your silks, rayons, woolens, and fine cottons. You will love the way they come out of Lux, clean, fresh, and brand new looking. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
"8 years have gone by, and while men fought and killed each other in the Franco-Prussian War, Pasteur fought microbes, the real enemy of all mankind. The war is over now, and the government, hard-pressed to meet the heavy indemnity imposed by Prussia, has turned its attention to rebuilding the ravaged countryside. A devastating plague, anthrax, is destroying the livestock of France, the government's chief source of revenue. In only one small province, the district of Arbois, is there any immunity to the dread disease? To that district are sent 2 representatives of the Academy of Medicine, Dr. Radis and Jean Martel. Their coach comes to an abrupt halt near a herd of sheep.
Look at that herd, Dr. Radis. They seem to be healthy enough.
Luck, that's all. Pure luck. These fields have become immune.
Yes, but how? Why?
Oh, my dear Martel, such questions are beyond the scope of science. When you ask me how or why, I must refer you to the theologians.
Thanks. I'll ask at this farmhouse first.
Well, Martel, don't waste your time.
Asking questions is never a waste of time.
Oh, but my dear fellow...
Radis, the future of France, our whole financial structure lies in the health of our livestock. If we're to meet our indemnity, we must have a source of income.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry to intrude upon you. I'm Dr. Jean Martel. This gentleman is Dr. Radis. We were sent here by President Thiers to discover, if possible, why your sheep have escaped the plague.
Oh, you're quite welcome. My name is Annette. Annette Pasteur. I'm sure Father will be delighted to see you.
Pasteur? Not Louis Pasteur, That chemist.
Yes, monsieur. Will you come this way? Father's back in the shed vaccinating some sheep.
Vaccinating?
Yes, monsieur. Against the anthrax bacillus.
The what?
The microbe, monsieur. The germ that causes anthrax.
Do you hear that, Martel? The germ.
What? Oh, yes. You seem to be very well informed, Mademoiselle Pasteur.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't help but know something about it. Oh, Father, there's someone to see you.
Oh, good morning, monsieur.
Dr. Martel and Dr. Radis.
Dr. Rat.
Oh, yes. So, Monsieur Pasteur, you are now the savior of the sheep, eh? Very interesting. You remember Pasteur, Martel? He's the man who was responsible for Dr. Frederick's death, remember? He was run out of Paris.
Not quite, Doctor.
Oh, don't deny it, you were. And you were warned not to practice. Positively forbidden. What's that?
That sheep doesn't seem to agree with you, Dr. Reddy's.
A prophet is never without his followers, it seems.
But rarely such intelligent ones. These animals know what's good for them.
Perhaps you'll tell me what's good for them. I'd like to know, too.
Oh.
Yes, monsieur?
Come here. Oh, will you try to explain to Dr. Radis just what we're doing? He's a member of the Academy of Medicine, so you'll have to use very simple language.
We are convinced, Dr. Radis, after 8 years of experimenting, that this vaccine, when injected into the animal, will set up an immunity.
Ridiculous. It would take 80 years to convince me.
80? Aren't you a bit optimistic?
Well, the simple truth of the matter is that your fields are immune. It's impossible for sheep to be stricken in this neighborhood. And when I make my report to the Agricultural Board, I'm going to advise that all healthy cattle be moved to this district.
No, you can't do that. I tell you, these fields are reeking with contagion. They'll die by the thousands.
Bah! Oh, come along, Martel. I've heard enough.
Dr. Radis.
Well, are you coming?
No. I'm going to stay.
Very well. Get on.
Still disobeying your superiors, eh, Dr. Martel?
Why, I didn't think you remembered me.
At the palace. The night I told the Emperor Comtesse de Villefort would die.
You were right. She did die. Charbonnet's never forgiven you.
It's a pity. May I ask why you want to stay?
I'm no longer an idle courtier, monsieur. I work for the government. My job is to help the farmers of France. So, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to work with you, monsieur.
Annette.
Yes?
Come here, dear. Ask your mother if we have room for a guest.
Oh, yes, I'm sure we have. Well, I mean, I'll see. Excuse me, monsieur.
My daughter blushes a pretty color.
She's a very pretty girl, monsieur.
Oh. So, you want to render your country a real service, is that it?
Why, yes. Yes, I do. If you've discovered a vaccine against anthrax, it's my duty to make it known.
You think the Academy would be interested?
If you can convince me, monsieur, I should be honored if you'd allow me to convince them.
Thank you. Come along, Martel.
Perfectly ridiculous. Anthrax is incurable and unpreventable.
Order! Order, gentlemen, order! May continue, Dr. Martel.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have seen with my own eyes what Pasteur can do, and has done for the cattle of Verbois. We, on the other hand, members of the Academy of Medicine, have contributed nothing in the fight against anthrax. Then, in heaven's name, why don't we listen to a man who has?
I agree. If someone's got a cure for anthrax, I want to know about it.
So do I. Will the visitors in the gallery please refrain from talking? Mr. Chairman. Dr. Redis has the floor.
Thank you. I've only one question to raise, and that is this. Whether Dr. Martel's purpose here is to further the cause of science or the cause of love. Personally, I'm inclined to the latter view. For having met Monsieur Pasteur's amiable daughter, I can hardly blame our young colleague for wanting to become his son-in-law.
That's a lie. I'm here because I think Pasteur is right. I know he's right.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rossignol. Dr. Rossignol.
Friends, colleagues, in my laboratory, I have found that I can produce anthrax in healthy sheep by injecting into their veins the dark, poisonous blood of an animal already affected. This treatment invariably results in death. I should like, therefore, to propose an experiment that would rid us once and for all of this medical mountebank Louis Pasteur.
Well, what's your plan?
Gentlemen, let us take 50 normal, healthy sheep, 25 of which will be vaccinated by Monsieur Pasteur. The other 25 will remain as they are. I shall then infect all 50 sheep with anthrax by the method I have just explained. And I defy any man or any vaccine to save one of them.
Yes, bravo. That would be a fool to do it. Why, he wouldn't dare.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Charbonnet.
I agree with Dr. Rossignol's experiment. We all agree. And we dare Dr. Martel or Louis Pasteur to try it. We dare him.
Monsieur, I accept.
Are you Louis Pasteur?
I am. I've enjoyed listening to your discussion from the gallery here. And I repeat, I accept your challenge, Dr. Charbonnet.
The experiment has been carried out. 50 sheep, all of them infected with the deadly anthrax bacillus. Half of them vaccinated by Pasteur. Will Pasteur's sheep live? Will the vaccine immunize them against anthrax? From all the world over come scientists to witness the experiment. They mingle with the peasants in the fields at Arbois. Suddenly a cry goes up. The unvaccinated sheep are dead. Then another cry, which heralds the success of the experiment. Pasteur's sheep are alive. They have resisted the disease. Anthrax has been conquered.
Well, Dr. Rossignol, are you convinced?
Alive. All of them. Why, it's almost unbelievable. Monsieur, I offer my apologies.
Annette, it worked. At last, it's a triumph, monsieur.
Yes, and for you too, my boy. Congratulations.
For me?
I'm not wrong, am I, Annette?
Well, Jean and we're going to be married, Father.
Well, I thought so. The day he arrived, I thought so.
Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes?
May I congratulate you, sir? I've come all the way from Edinburgh to watch this experiment.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, monsieur.
My name is Lister.
Lister? Dr. Lister?
I feel it a great honor to be present.
The honor is mine, monsieur. I'm well acquainted with the work you're doing on antiseptics.
Thanks to you and your brilliant leadership.
It's a dog. There's a mad dog loose.
Jean, take Annette to the carriage, quickly.
A man has been bitten.
They've shot him.
Yes, too late.
Take him to the blacksmith. Take him up there.
To the blacksmith. To have a red-hot iron burned deep into his flesh. Oh, poor fellow.
All the doctors in Europe couldn't do more for him. If he doesn't get rabies, even after the cauterization, he'll be very lucky.
To die of rabies. And yet, there must be a way, a cure. There must be.
Louis, please sit still and eat your dinner. It's after 11 and you haven't had a bite to eat all day.
But they're waiting for me in the laboratory. We're working, my dear.
Let them wait. Look, I have a letter for you. It came by special post from England.
From Dr. Lister. Let me see her.
Not until you've eaten.
Oh, but it's important, Marie. I must know what it says.
Very well. I'll read it to you. Dear sir, my observations lead me to believe that you are a scoundrel.
What?
I am told that in the year you've been in Paris, you've become a slave driver to your assistants, that you neglect your wife, abuse your family.
Come, Marie. This is no time to joke.
Very well, I'll tell you what he really says. Your recent paper on the known sources of infection is admirable in every detail.
Ah, a very clever man.
Listen to this. Forgive the frankness with which a common love of science inspires me. I embrace you. My fellow workers in Brussels and Prague report that their hospitals are rapidly becoming safe. Mothers can go to them without fear.
That's where our Annette should be sent to have her baby. I must tell Jean.
Listen, there's more. I do not hesitate to acclaim you the most valuable man yet to enter the field of science.
Good Lister. You see, Marie? Now I must work and work and work.
Louis, what was that?
Nothing, Marie, nothing.
Down in the laboratory, I heard it. What is it? What is it?
It's
a dog. A mad
but
dog.
It's all right, Marie. We have a mad dog down there, but...
Please, Louis, please, not hydrophobia. Don't work on hydrophobia.
I may as well tell you, Marie. I've been trying to discover a cure for months. I've pledged myself to wipe it from the face of the earth. Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Thank you.
I'm afraid I haven't enough chairs. Find little need for them in my laboratory.
Monsieur.
Yes, Dr. Charbonnet?
It is the wish of some of us that the Academy of Medicine honor you with this visit.
Honor me?
To be brief, Dr. Sarnoff has been reading your recent statements in the journal promising a cure for rabies.
The press takes liberties, Doctor. As usual, my remarks were grossly exaggerated.
In your last paper to the Academy, monsieur, you said you were on the threshold of a great discovery.
Yes?
Might I inquire if you have crossed that threshold?
Science takes a step, then another. Then it stops and reflects before taking a third.
Go on, please.
Step by step, messieurs, I'm reaching the ultimate conclusion that microbes are the cause of all disease.
Microbes?
Oh, couldn't be. If you men are still skeptical, if germs are still a myth to you, then listen. In my hand, in this little test tube, I hold enough rabies virus to wipe out a city.
May I see that test tube, monsieur?
If you wish.
Thank you.
But be careful.
Why?
You have the tiniest scratch on your hand.
A scratch? Suppose I make one on my arm with my penknife.
What are you doing?
No. And suppose I rub this so-called virus into the open wound, like this.
Stop him! Stop him!
Charbonnet! We shall see whether germs cause disease. All I want now is to have you predict the hour of my death.
There's Charbonnet now, sitting at the table.
He seems to be enjoying his beer, too. Strange for a dead man, eh?
Well, Charbonnet, how do you feel today?
Very well, Dr. Redis. And you?
It's over a month now. According to Pasteur, you should be in your grave.
The more germs I've given, the better I feel.
I've come to warn you about Charbonnet. You can't afford to be made ridiculous. The work you're doing is too important.
I wish it were important, but it isn't.
Yes, but well, you seemed so confident the day we were here.
I still am. Every animal that was vaccinated with the contents of that test tube died, except Charbonnet. For some reason, he was able to resist the disease. Why, I don't know.
Are you sure it was the same tube?
Positive. It was the only specimen I had.
You may have let it stand too long. You told me once that germs grow weaker, less virulent with age.
Wait. It might be.
Come into the laboratory. Oh, Marcel.
Monsieur?
Oh. How old was that virus when Charbonnet rubbed it into his arm?
14 days.
And when was it last used on a rabbit, Martel?
Why, about a week before, I believe.
A week? Are you sure?
Wait a minute, wait. Here's the record. 9 days, to be exact.
There's your answer, Rossignol. There it is. It must be. It's the only conceivable explanation.
Well, do you think by allowing the virus to age that you were able to render it harmless?
Not harmless, but weak. Weak enough for the system to overcome.
Well, even if that's true, it won't help you any. When a man's bitten, he gets the germ full strength.
Precisely. But suppose we start with a 14-day-old virus that's no longer deadly. Suppose we inject it into a healthy animal, and day by day, as nature builds up his resistance, we increase the doses with stronger, fresher samples until he's able to withstand the actual disease as we find it in the world at large. Would he not then be immune?
No, impossible. It would never work. If the first injection didn't kill him, the second would, or the third.
Martel.
Yes, monsieur.
Where are those tubes you've been preparing?
Right here. They're all in order. Each one is dated.
Here we are. 14 days. How many dogs have we left?
10.
Are they well? Healthy?
In perfect condition. They've never been exposed.
Give them hydrophobia.
Monsieur.
What?
Give them hydrophobia. "14 days. Injections every day, Rossignol, and all of our dogs are alive and well."
Yes, you've made them immune.
Absolutely. And if it hadn't been for Charbonnet, we might never have discovered this treatment.
Poor Charbonnet. Little does he know that he's been our favorite guinea pig.
Louis,
Yes, Marie?
will you come into the sitting room? There's a doctor to see you.
A doctor?
He brought a woman here and a little boy.
I'd better go with you, Pastor.
Yes. Come along.
Oh, Mother. Oh, hush, dear.
Good evening, Monsieur Pasteur.
Yes? This is Dr. Rossignol.
Good evening, Doctor. I'm Dr. Pfeiffer. I apologize for not giving notice, but we've come all the way from Alsace. This is Madame Meister. Her child is a patient of mine.
My little boy. My little Joseph.
Good evening, Joseph.
Good evening, monsieur.
The boy was bitten. I've done all I could, but that isn't very much. Should he develop
Oh, you
hydrophobia,
can help him. They told us you could.
Give me your hand, little fellow. Here. Don't be afraid. How long has it been?
11 days.
You cauterized the wounds?
Not right away. Must have been 24 hours.
It's a long time to wait.
Does that mean I'm going to die?
Of course it doesn't. Little boys don't die. They have too much to live for.
I know he won't live. I know it. Last year it was our neighbor's child, and now...
Be quiet. What has that to do with yours?
I'll save him. Save him.
Marie.
Yes,
Marie.
Louis?
Put him to bed. See that he's kept warm.
Come, Joseph. Don't be frightened. We'll go upstairs, shall we?
Thank you.
This way, Madame Meister.
Is there anything you can do, monsieur?
I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I have hopes, but I don't know.
You're quite sure the dog was rabid, Dr. Pfeiffer?
Beyond a doubt. I made the test myself.
The first symptoms shouldn't appear for at least 2 weeks. We might have time to produce an immunity.
Monsieur, I implore you,
Don't
if this...
misunderstand me. My treatment has saved dogs. 10 of them. But I haven't the faintest notion what effect it would have upon a human being. If I failed, it would mean prison. Perhaps the guillotine.
Since death is the only alternative for the boy, I'd be willing to try anything. Wouldn't you, Dr. Rossignol?
No, I'm sorry. I can't agree. Much as I admire Pasteur's accomplishments, nevertheless, where human life is at stake, I'd hesitate a long while before going contrary to the best medical knowledge.
Which, in the case of hydrophobia, is to let the patient die.
We do what we can. We administer drugs and sedatives.
Is there a single cure on rabbit?
I'm not arguing for it. I'm merely pointing out what the accepted treatment happens to be. To embark upon a new course is always dangerous from a professional point of view and would be doubly so for Monsieur Pasteur, who is not a doctor and could expect no support from the medical profession.
But in this
For
case...
his sake, therefore, I strongly advise that nothing irregular be attempted. Good evening, gentlemen.
Monsieur Pasteur, you're not going to listen to him, are you?
A dog is one thing, but a human life, I don't know.
Well, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to call me.
Louis, where are you?
I've been in to look at the boy.
That syringe in your hand. What were you doing with it?
Quiet, Marie. That boy, he's so young. So young to die. Someone had to help him.
You didn't give him the treatment. You didn't, Louis.
Yes, Marie, I did.
You'll go to prison. They'll send you to prison.
Not so loud. He'll need his sleep.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Paul Muni resumes the story of Louis Pasteur shortly. In a few weeks, American audiences will see what is reported to be the finest picture ever made in Great Britain, called Fire Over England. Yet the ball of fire responsible for it is an American, William K. Howard of United Artists Studios, who was borrowed from Hollywood to direct it. It was just 10 years ago that I met Mr. Howard at Paramount. He joined me later at the Mill Productions and has since directed films at Fox, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Paramount, turning out such hits as White Gold, Transatlantic, Rendezvous, and Mary Burns' Fugitive. It was Mr. Howard who directed Paul Muni's first picture, The Valiant. Ladies and gentlemen, William K. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, thank you. May I tell you how happy I am to meet you again and to appear on the same program with you and Mr. Muni? May I congratulate you upon the success of that brilliant picture, The Plainsman, yours. I had the pleasure of seeing last week.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Nice to hear you referring to my directing Mr. Muni in The Valiant. That was an interesting experience because, well, Mr. Muni's first picture was almost his last. You see, the producers stopped production almost before it began. I'm sure that Paul recalled the first line he ever said in any motion picture. It was, "I've just killed a man." And the producers thought that this speech would kill the picture and kill Muni. But the picture went on, and Paul Muni emerged, the great screen personality that he is today.
It's very interesting, Bill. But please tell us something about England. Is it true what they say about the tea over there?
I knew that was coming, C.B., and here's the answer. Tea is almost as important to British production as the film itself. It goes something like this. One stops production for tea at 10 o'clock in the morning, then one stops production again for tea at 4 in the afternoon, and then one goes to the country for the weekend to rest up. But seriously, C.B., it would be absurd for us to dismiss British film production as a factor in our business. They're enthusiastic, they're aggressive, they are determined. They've tasted success with such pictures as Henry VIII, The Scarlet Pimpernel, I Was a Spy, 39 Steps, and they're going ahead in the hope of enjoying more of that success, which until now has been particularly ours.
You sound to me like Paul Revere shouting, "Here come the British."
Not at all, C.B. I'm shouting, "Here come the Americans." If you could have been with me last summer in London, you would have seen Marlene Dietrich, Sylvia Sidney, Edward G. Robinson, Anne Harding, Henry Fonda, all making English films. I'm sure you'd have thought you were in your own studio. London films are using the best British talent they can secure and the best American talent they can buy. They're going ahead, and I assure you they're a factor to be reckoned with.
I was right. You are Paul Revere. You talk like a man who's taking the next boat back.
Not the next boat, C.B., but next summer, surely. You see, when I'm directing, I'm generally in a fog anyway. I want all the sunshine I can get. And you know those London winters. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Bill. Good night. Back to the story of Louis Pasteur, starring Paul Muni. Three days have passed, and the little boy, Joseph, is still alive. Pasteur, torn with anxiety, looks years older. His shoulders droop and his step lags. He's also worried about his daughter, Annette. And as he enters the living room, He sinks exhausted into a chair.
Any news of Annette?
Her time is drawing very near, that's all.
What does the doctor say?
He hasn't been here today. I sent round for him. They said he was ill.
Ill?
We'll have to get someone else.
When it comes to the use of antiseptics, it's difficult to find one you can trust. I'll speak to Dr. Bedell in the morning.
Louis, how is the boy doing?
The third injection made him sick. He has a fever.
A fever? What are you going to do?
Do? Give him a fourth, a fifth, a sixth. If he lives. Marie, I've been lucky all my life. Luckier than I deserve. But if I fail now...
You're not going to fail. He'll recover. And when he does, we'll go away. We'll take a long vacation.
Roux, Martel, all of them. They need it more than we do. How fine they've been. How patient. They'll never know how grateful I am.
And why don't you tell them?
I will. I will. And you, Marie. You most of all. What have I done to warrant such devotion?
Do you remember what you said when you asked me to marry you? You said, there's nothing in me to attract a young girl's fancy, but those who have known me very well have come to like me.
Did I say that? Was I really that vain?
And you knew better, too. You were looking in a mirror when you spoke.
Madame Pasteur.
Yes, what is it, Cecile?
Annette, madame. The coachman has just come from her house. She wants you.
So soon?
And Dr. Leclerc is ill, Louis.
Go to the house. I'll find a doctor and meet you there. Hurry, Marie.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
He'll be here, madame. Don't worry.
Did you boil the water, Cecile?
Yes, madame. And there's sterile gauze.
In here.
Louis.
Yes. Is she all right?
Yes, the doctor, Louis.
I have one. Come in, doctor. This is my wife. Marie. This is Dr. Charbonnet.
Charbonnet?
At your service, madame, but only because Dr. Leclerc is indisposed and Dr. Bedell is away on a vacation, eh, Pasteur?
Well, I had to have someone.
I'll go to Annette. Cecile, come with me. Yes, madame.
Would you mind picking up that instrument,
No,
please?
not at all.
Thank you. Well, where's the patient?
Wait, you're not going to use those instruments without boiling them?
Certainly.
I say no.
My dear Pasteur, I'm doing this as a professional courtesy.
Then do it my way, please.
I'm a little tired of doing things your way. Today, 12 Russian peasants came to the hospital asking for your treatment for hydrophobia.
What has that to do with...
They said you sent them.
I did. Dr. Charbonnet, my daughter is in that room. There's not much time. Please.
But I am to do things your way.
Please.
Very well. One moment, Pasteur.
What are you doing?
I'm writing a statement for you concerning your work on the treatment of rabies.
Dr. Charbonnet, this isn't the time.
One moment, please. Shall I read it to you? Listen. I hereby acknowledge that my investigations into the cause of hydrophobia has proven fruitless and is of no value whatsoever.
That's not true.
If you will kindly sign that statement, I shall follow your instructions exactly. Well?
Give me the pen.
Thank you, monsieur. If I live another month without developing hydrophobia, I shall feel justified to publish this note in the leading scientific journals of Europe.
Take off your coat.
Of course.
Now, roll up your sleeves. And wash your hands. Here. Wash them thoroughly. To the elbows.
What's in that basin?
Don't worry. It's just a little chloride. It won't hurt you. There you are. Now, you'd better use the brush, too.
Hey, yeah,
the brush.
Oh, very well.
That's right. Cecile,
Yes, monsieur?
take these instruments, put them into boiling water, and keep them there until Dr. Charbonnet asks for them.
Yes, monsieur.
Well.
Well, I think my hands are quite clean now.
There's a towel at your elbow.
Thank you.
Yes, are you ready?
Except for my bag. Oh, here it is.
Don't touch it.
What?
Put it down! Your hands! You've spoiled it now. You'll have to wash them again.
See here, you're making a fool out of me. I've brought hundreds of babies into the world.
Do as I say.
This is ridiculous.
Here. Thoroughly. Wash them thoroughly. Now, hold them up high. Touch nothing but the patient.
Doctor.
Yes, Marie. My daughter is ready now, Dr. Charbonnet.
Louis, are you asleep? We have a grandson. Do you hear? A grandson. Louis, wake up.
Dr. Charbonnet, come here. Louis. Louis.
What's the matter?
My husband, he doesn't answer me.
Quiet, please.
What is it, Doctor? He's not...
No. He's had a stroke.
You see, Jean? He's opening his eyes.
He'll be all right now.
Marie,
Yes, Louis. I'm here.
my left side is paralyzed.
Only slightly. It isn't serious.
When did it happen?
A few days ago.
A few days?
You were more tired than anything else.
I have no fear of death, Marie. No fear. Oh, Jean. The Meister boy. How is he?
He's doing splendidly.
Thank God. Thank God. And the Russians, were you able to help them?
No, the hospital refused to allow our treatment without permission from the academy. Permission was granted this morning, but too late. 3 of them died yesterday. Horribly.
Let me up. I must go.
Louis, please.
Let me up. How many are left?
19, but it's no use. It's hopeless.
If our efforts can save one, it will be worth it. Help me up, someone. Get me dressed. Order the carriage. I'm going to the hospital. Faster, man. Faster.
Patient number 6, first treatment.
14-day-old virus. Give it to him, Roux.
Yes, monsieur. Patient number 7, 4th day.
Any change?
Not this morning.
Continue treatment 11.
11-day virus. Patient number 8. Monsieur Pasteur.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Charbonnet.
I've been watching your patients, monsieur. They're doing very well.
Yes, indeed. Even better than I hoped. Charbonnet, I didn't thank you for delivering my grandchild.
You've been ill, monsieur. I'm sorry. Perhaps this note will speed your recovery.
Note?
The statement I asked you to sign. I'm giving it back to you.
No. A bargain's a bargain.
There is your note, monsieur. I was wrong. And now I ask you for one thing more.
Yes?
I want the Pasteur treatment for hydrophobia. How is Monsieur Pasteur today?
Oh, I don't know, Jean. He's so tired. He seems to have lost all interest.
Did you tell him about the meeting at the academy tonight?
No, but he won't go. He doesn't care very much.
But they're expecting him. I know. Yes, I know. Tell him someone's going to refute his theories. He'll care about that.
Perhaps.
Where is he?
In the living room with Joseph. I'd better see him. Joseph's mother's here to take him home.
I'll wait at the academy.
Louis, Madame Meister's waiting.
One moment. Well, Joseph, you're going home.
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
Come here. Can you write?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to write to me?
Yes, very much.
Then let me hear from you every month, won't you?
Yes, monsieur.
Now, don't forget. I'll be looking for your letter. Goodbye, Joseph.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Madame Pasteur.
Goodbye, dear.
Well,
I never thought he'd leave here alive, Louis.
thank God that he did.
Oh, by the way, Louis, Rue just told me that a foreign scientist is giving a lecture at the Academy this afternoon. He claims to have disproven your entire germ theory.
What? Again? Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know.
Disprove my theory, eh? We've got to go. We'll see about that. Get your coat. We'll leave at once. At once.
Come in, monsieur. You're just in time. They've arranged for you to sit on the platform.
Courage, my dear. I'll be listening.
This way, monsieur.
Whom are they applauding?
It's Dr. Lister from England.
Lister? Lister to speak against me?
Oh, here's the door leading to the platform. Now, your chair is over this way.
Oh, what is it?
Why, it's you. They're applauding you.
I don't understand. You said Lister...
Well, there's no one speaking against your theory. Oh, here he is now.
Monsieur Pasteur, I greet you in the name of humanity.
Lister. Great Lister.
Monsieur Pasteur, from His Majesty the Tsar of Russia, the Diamond Cross of the Order of St. Anne, with our profoundest gratitude.
You young men, doctors and scientists of the future, do not let yourselves be tainted by a barren skepticism, nor discouraged by the sadness of certain hours that creep over nations. Do not become angry at your opponents, for no scientific theory has ever been accepted without opposition. Live in the serene peace of libraries and laboratories. Say to yourselves first, what am I accomplishing? Until the time comes when you may have the immense happiness of thinking that you've contributed in some way to the welfare and progress of mankind.
And so we end the last chapter of Louis Pasteur. Paul Muni, however, returns to us in a few moments. There sits a king in Hollywood whose scepter is a pencil and whose subjects are women the world over. His realm is fashion, and in this sphere, his name, like Abu Ben Adams, leads all the rest. I refer to Adrian. A few years ago, when I went to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, I brought 3 associates with me. Mitchell Lyson, now a Paramount director, Joel McRae, now a United Artists star, and Adrian. And there he's remained, dictating styles by designing clothes for such fashion pacers as Greta Garbo, Joan Crawford, Jeanette MacDonald, Myrna Loy, and Norma Shearer. Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian.
Thank you. The best advice I could possibly give any woman who wants to dress well is summed up in 2 simple words. Be yourself. Women are inclined to drift carelessly into personalities they would like to be, rather than what they really are. There are women who just know their garbos, while actually their thoughts and characteristics are much more like Simone, or even at times like Shirley Temple. You will never be well-dressed until the clothes you wear are the true reflection of your real self.
Well, that's sound advice, Adrian. But how does a woman find her real self?
By observing herself intelligently and by dropping all insincerity. Women have acquired many affectations through years of confused associations. When they can push all that aside, they will see themselves simply, they will dress simply, look smart, and be attractive.
Is it your opinion, then, that women should not be influenced by what they see on the screen?
Only if they're smart enough to realize that many gowns in motion pictures are designed solely for dramatic purposes and may be quite ridiculous in real life.
Well, it's all very well to tell women that proper dress will do wonders for them. But suppose they don't have a great deal of money. Or a great deal of beauty. What then?
Well, frankly, Mr. DeMille, a lack of money can be a distinct advantage. Women who must watch their budgets are much more apt to show better taste because their dresses must be more conservative for all-round wear. As for good looks, the women who lead fashion are rarely beauties. Girls like Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Carol Lombard, Kay Francis are not pretty from the accepted magazine cover standard, but they use their heads and are constantly doing the unexpected in their dress.
The three most important pictures you've worked on recently, Adrian, are Parnell with Myrna Loy, Maytime with Jeanette MacDonald, and Camille with Greta Garbo. Do you expect these pictures to set any new style trends?
Well, each is a costume film of about the same period. It may be that next spring you'll see ladies wearing bonnets like Garbo's, but they'll be dashing rather than prim. Dresses may have a bit of a bustle, and I wouldn't be surprised if shawls are worn next summer over evening gowns. I'm only guessing now, and that's a good signal to call a halt. Mm-hmm. I hope I've been as much help to the women in our audience as Lux Flakes are in protecting our wardrobe at MGM. Thank you.
Good night, Adrian. Good night. And now tonight's star. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Muni.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There's no character I've enjoyed portraying more than that of Louis Pasteur. When we stop to think what this lone man contributed to society, it makes the best of us feel a little insignificant and useless.
Mr. Muni, now that The Good Earth is almost finished, what do you plan to do next?
Well, I have 2 pictures to make. Escadrille for RKO, together with Miriam Hopkins. And then The Truth is on the March for Warner Brothers. The latter is based on the unforgettable document of Emile Zola's book, I Accuse. I'd like to talk more if I thought I had something really interesting to say, but I'm what is known as poor copy. However, I do want to say how much enjoyment the Lux Radio Theater has given me, both as a listener and a performer. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Muni. Next week, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, our play Polly of the Circus, famous on the stage and twice a hit in motion pictures. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Polly of the Circus with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 28th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery in The Plutocrat. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Wallace Beery, Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecilia Parker, and Eric Linden. Our guests, Victor Young, Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Carol Ann Beery. Our musical director, Louis Silvers. All brought to you under the direction of Hollywood's renowned producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Tonight, we celebrate the 100th broadcast of the Lux Radio Theater, and many of Hollywood's notables are here to observe the occasion with us. Among those in our audience, I see Madame Schumann-Heink, Carmel Myers, Sari Maritza, and Benny Baker. And to all our listeners, a hearty welcome from Lux. Before turning the microphone over to Mr. DeMille, may I remind you of just 2 of the many good reasons why Lux toilet soap is so popular the world over. First, Lux toilet soap guards against cosmetic skin. The active lather of this pure, delicately perfumed soap removes stale rouge and powder, frees the pores of all foreign matter, and keeps the skin soft, smooth, and clear. Second, Lux toilet soap is within everybody's budget. It costs so little, and all the family can use it. It's fine for baby's tender skin. Men prefer it for its full, rich lather. With your next order, remember to add, and 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap. And now the man who has given us some of our greatest motion pictures and many of our most glamorous stars. Ladies and gentlemen, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The most hilarious April Fool joke ever played on the world, and the one we most appreciate, is Wallace Beery. He was born in Kansas City on April 1st. At the age of 9, he was the biggest boy in the 4th grade. 3 years later, he was still the biggest boy in the 4th grade. The faculty was amazed at his ability to resist education, and his schoolmates were completely awed by him. They called him Jumbo, which was not only descriptive but prophetic. For at 15, he left home and became the best-known elephant trainer in America, bossing Ringling's herd of 26. Wally followed this with a humble, even humiliating start as an actor. It was as a chorus boy in Babes in Toyland. When I first met him 20 years ago, I cast him as a German general in the first picture based on the World War, The Little America. He has since been an electrician, cameraman, director, comedian, and serious actor, breaking all records for motion picture versatility. The play in which he stars tonight is taken from the comedy by Arthur Goodrich, based on the novel by Booth Tarkington. Featured with Wally is an all-star cast. We'll hear Clara Kimball Young as Mrs. Tinker, Marjorie Rambeau in the role of Madame Memoro, Cecilia Parker as Olivia Tinker, Eric Linden as Lawrence Ogle, and we'll hear Wallace Beery in the character of an American millionaire. He is starred as Earl Tinker in The Plutocrat. We're in a stateroom on board the steamship Doomveer. It's evening of the first day out, and already Mrs. Tinker has succumbed to the rolling sea. She lies in her berth, an ice bag on her head, a hapless, hopeless, helpless expression in her eyes. Earl, her husband, sits at her side, filled with concern.
How do you feel now, honey?
Terrible.
Oh, gosh, I hate to see you feel like this. Ain't there anything I can do for you?
No, just go away. Go away and let me die in peace.
Oh, don't talk like that. Why, you ain't gonna die. Folks don't pass out on account of a little seasickness.
I'm going to. I never felt like this in all my life.
Yeah, but we've only been out 7 hours, honey.
It seems like 7 years. Oh, I wish I was back in Omaha.
Oh, you'll feel better just as soon as we hit port. We'll be in Algiers in about 8 days.
8 days? Oh.
You'll never even know that you were sick.
Mm.
You know, I was speaking to the captain just after dinner. He said all this talk about seasickness is just imagination.
Not with me, it isn't.
Well, you probably ain't seasick at all. You just feel bad on account of that lemon meringue pie that you had for dinner. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey.
Don't.
I didn't mean to, darling.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, honey, listen, please. Oh, it's your Ma. I think she's a little upset.
All right, I'll take care of
I
her.
tried to do something for her, but she keeps on telling me to go away.
Maybe you'd better.
Well, if you say so, baby. Seems a shame, though. Here we are, the first real vacation in 10 years, and your Ma has to go get seasick.
Please, Pa, I think it would be a lot better if you left her alone.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing, I just...
You look all green around the gills.
Oh, don't.
Say, you ain't got it, too.
Olivia.
Oh, my. Oh.
Well, for Pete's sake. You get into bed there with your Ma, Olivia. I'll fix you up.
You leave her alone, Earl Tinker.
Yeah, but, honey, listen.
I'll take care of her.
You can't even take care of yourself.
If you just let me alone, I can. Go on now. Go away.
All right, all day. This is going to be a swell trip for me. I can see that. I'll be up in the lounge if you want me.
Will you have another, monsieur?
Yeah, go on and fill it up, George.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, George, I am a terribly lonesome man.
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, never mind that masseur stuff. Tinker's the name. Earl Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
All steward.
Monsieur?
Demosthenes cocktail, please.
One Demosthenes, oui, monsieur.
Hi there, young fellow.
Oh,
Good evening.
You remember me, don't you? We sat at the same table, you and me and my wife and my daughter.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, well, Tinker's my name. Tinker Meat Packing Company. I don't believe you said what yours was.
Ogle. Lawrence Ogle.
Not Ogle, Ogle Pipes and Steam Fittings?
Hardly. I'm not in business.
Oh, you're not. Well, that's too bad. I thought you might be Ogle and Ogle Pipes and Steam Fittings.
One Demosthenes, monsieur.
Say, what did you call that thing? A Demosthenes what?
Oui, monsieur, Demosthenes. It is the latest drink in New York.
Oh, guess you're from New York, huh, Ogle?
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Omaha myself. Finest town on earth. Oh, New York's all right, too, I guess. You know, it's like I always tell my wife. It's a great little place to visit, but I wouldn't like to live
You'll
there.
excuse me, won't you? I've got to look up a friend of mine.
Oh, sure. Go on, go on. See you around sometime, Ogley. Nice fella, ain't he, huh?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, I guess I'll run down and see how the wife's coming on.
Good night, monsieur.
Good night, George. Oh, excuse me, lady.
It is quite all right, monsieur.
Yeah, I almost knocked your table over. I'm awfully sorry.
It is nothing, monsieur.
Nothing spilled on you, did it?
No, monsieur.
Well, let me get you another cocktail. Steward,
Oui, monsieur.
give the lady another cocktail.
Of course.
I guess I'm getting kind of clumsy in my old age, huh? Well,
It is no harm done, monsieur.
well, it's nice of you to say that. You know, a lot of folks would have been pretty sore, you know that.
But it is not your fault.
It's the ocean. I haven't learned to walk on it yet.
Madame's cocktail.
Merci.
Yeah, guess I'll be going.
Oh, please don't.
Hmm?
No, sit down and keep me company.
Say, I kind of like that, right down to my shoe tops. You know, my name's Tinker. Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
I am Madame Memoro. I am not president of anything, and I live in Paris.
Well, I'm sure glad to know you, Madame Mumsrow. I was thinking I'd have to spend this trip in solitary. You're a widower, I guess.
Is it so evident? Yes, monsieur. You are a widower, Mr. Tinker?
Me, a widower? Say, you wouldn't think so if you knew what would happen to me if my wife caught me talking to as good-looking woman as you are, Mrs. Gumsrow.
You are very flattering, monsieur.
Mr. Tinker.
Oh, hello there, Ogley. I thought you went to look up a friend.
Well, I did, but...
Come on, sit down, sit down. This is Mr. Ogley. He sits at my table. He's from New York. I'm not holding it again, him, though.
How you doing, Mrs. Monroe?
How do you do? It must be quite thrilling to feel yourself a real New Yorker, Monsieur Ogle.
Well, in a way.
Such a wonderful city.
Say, what's New York got that Omaha ain't got? That's what I'd like to know.
All the arts, Mr. Tinker, music, the theater, painting.
Don't talk to me about the theaters. I saw one of them plays in New York just before I caught this boat. Never again.
You did not like it, monsieur?
Like it, you couldn't tell what it was all about.
What play was it, Mr. Tinker?
Oh, I don't know. It was some crazy thing called the pasturage scene or something like that.
The pastoral scene?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Believe me, it was certainly rotten.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Tinker. You see, I wrote the pastoral scene.
Oh, you did. Well, imagine that, huh?
Monsieur Tinker.
Yeah.
Madame Tinker would like to see you, monsieur.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, folks. I be back later, Mrs. Mumsrow, if I can break out of jail.
Oh, thank heaven he's gone.
But Mr. Ogle, he is very amusing. He is so native, so typical American.
Oh, he's far from typical.
I mean, of your ruling class. He is a leader, Monsieur Ogle, a plutocrat.
Oh, he's that all right, a provincial western plutocrat.
Monsieur, you speak so harshly. He is your friend, no?
Hardly.
But you came to him, you spoke with him.
Shall I tell you why?
Please.
Because he happened to be sitting with you.
Monsieur?
I've been wanting to meet you ever since we left New York, Madame Memoro.
But why?
Must I answer that?
No, it would be better perhaps if you did not. We shall all be, how do you say, shipmates for 8 whole days. There is plenty of time and we shall meet often, I hope.
Well, it can't be too often.
You are very polite, monsieur.
Oh, so here you are. I've been looking all over the boat for you.
Hyacinth, this is Monsieur Ogle. Monsieur Ogle, Monsieur Hyacinth Memoro.
How do you do?
Hyacinth?
Oui,
Memoro?
It is late, Mama. I think maybe we had best to scram, no?
Well, excuse me, but...
Do not mind him, monsieur. My son, he makes a study of American slang, eh?
Son? Did you say your son?
But yes, you think that's so strange?
Well, it's incredible. You're so young.
Oh, 2 times you are polite, monsieur. I am glad that I look so young to you. Come, Hyacinth. Good night, Monsieur Ogle.
Good night.
So long, Mr. Ogle. See you in the funny papers, eh bien? Well, Mama, you have found a rich American?
2 of them, Hyacinth. One young, one not so young. The not so young American is the richer, I think.
Ah, hot stuff. Well, I say good night, Mama.
Do bien, mon cher.
Maybe when we reach Algiers, we have plenty of money, no?
Maybe. Maybe when we reach Algiers, yes, perhaps. Go now to your cabin, Hyacinth. I am going to walk a bit on deck.
Very well. Toodle-dee-doo, Mama.
Take me back to Omaha. Take me back. Oh, hello, Miss Bumsrow.
Monsieur Tinker.
Say, you ain't turned in for the night, are you?
In a little while, monsieur.
Oh, don't do that. I was just back on the way to the lounge looking for company.
Ah, it is too bad. But there is always tomorrow and the next day and the next, is it not so?
Well,
My chair is up on the promenade deck. If tomorrow morning after 10 you should be lonely...
Yeah, well, I might be at that. You know, my wife and daughter ain't very good company right now.
Then I will look for you tomorrow.
Say, that'll be fine, Mrs. Maria.
First day's run, 360 miles. Nero's Gaze, made by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Oh, Monsieur Tinker, you have won the ship's pool.
Yeah, guess I'm pretty lucky at judging distances, huh?
Fourth day's run, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Encore. It is incredible.
It must be your company, Mr. Mumrow.
Seventh day's run, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Oh, Monsieur Tinker, so much money you have won. Marvelous.
I haven't had as good a time as this in 20 years. Champagne, steward. Champagne for everybody.
Oh, steward.
Oui, Monsieur Ogle?
What time do we dock tomorrow?
9 o'clock, Monsieur.
Thank you.
Shall I bring you a blanket, Monsieur? It is cold here on deck.
No, don't bother.
Very well, Monsieur.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Tinker. I'm afraid my chair is in a rather bad position here. I'll move it.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
I told Mama when she asked me to come up here that I'd probably bump into you. I see that I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to meet me? Yes, you always made that perfectly clear.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way.
It doesn't matter. I was looking for Papa.
Well, I haven't seen him.
You know where he is?
No, not the faintest idea.
That's not true. You know perfectly well. He's on the upper deck with Madame Amora.
Oh, is he?
And you know it and I know it, but Mama doesn't. If she did...
Yes, I can imagine.
No, you can't. Not possibly. There's one thing I want to say to you, Mr. Roper. You won't believe it because you come from New York. Papa is good.
Oh, is he?
Yes. I knew you'd say just that in just that way. Oh, is he? Oh, you make me so angry. And then I get angry all over again because I can let you make me angry.
Well, I don't understand. I'm sorry, really.
Listen, Mr. Ogle. Tomorrow morning we'll all be getting off the boat at Algiers. I'll probably never see you again. I said there was one thing I wanted to tell you, but there's more. I have sat at the table with you every day for 8 days. It hasn't been pleasant for me, not any pleasanter than it has been for you. And I know how unpleasant it's been for you.
Well, really, Miss Tinker...
Don't interrupt. I know what you think of Papa, what you think of me because I'm his daughter. You think he's just a common, ordinary, provincial Westerner that happens to have some money. Well, he isn't. You think you're oh so vastly superior. Well, you're not. And if you only knew what he thinks about you. But of course, that wouldn't matter to you, not one bit. He hasn't understood your unpleasantness. He just thinks you don't know any better.
And you think I do?
Of course you do.
Thank you. If I see your father, I'll tell him you're looking for him.
Well, Mama, You have no luck yet?
Not yet, my son.
There is not much time. Why do you not speak to this Monsieur Tinkler? See if we can borrow.
I have too much pride. Besides, I know him so little.
Then I am what they say, all washed up.
Later, he journeyed to the edge of the desert, to Binda. He told me so just before.
You mean perhaps we go to Binda also?
It is not impossible. Life, it is just an adventure, is it not so?
Eh bien.
Perhaps at Binda, I feel much different. I do not know. Only one thing I know. Somehow you must have everything. Oh, baby, you wish to be an impresario, a great manager of the opera. Is it not so? It is the one thing you wish.
Okay, a great impresario.
It will take much money.
And how?
It shall come. If I can but see you started for success and happiness, there is nothing I will not do.
Mama. Madame Amoro.
Mr. Oakley, come and sit down.
Thank you.
I think perhaps you should finish your packing.
Oui, Mama. I will be finished in 2 shakes.
Well, my friend?
Orally, I'm angry with you.
Oh, but why?
I've been waiting an hour. Where have you been?
On the deck. Oh, it was lovely there.
With that creature Tinker, I suppose.
Yes, he was there, too. He is the most extraordinary man.
Oh, I'm not interested.
Sometimes I almost think you do not like him.
Like him? Orally, you know he infuriates me, just being what he is. Besides, I hate him because you seem to like him.
Ah, jealousy?
Well, call it that if you like.
Perhaps, my dear, that is what I wish.
Orally.
Listen to me. We are almost at Algiers. You promised me that you will take that trip by automobile through the mountains to Binda.
Yes.
Once, years ago, I took it. Oh, I wish I could do it again.
Well, why don't you?
Africa. It is a place of magic, a place of strange enchantment. It changes people. For that, I could wish not to go back to Paris, but to stay. Just to see Africa bewitch you.
Well, I'm bewitched already. Orally, come with me to Bindar. I can take a motor and we can drive through the wilderness, over the mountains, lost, away from the world, together.
It would not do. You see, I am very conventional.
But with your son.
He goes too?
Of course.
Well, perhaps. I wish very much to go to Binda.
Well, here I am again, Mrs. Numero. Good evening, all you here, Oakley.
Yes, I was, but I'm leaving now. You won't forget, Mrs.
Oh, no. Of course not. Bonsoir, monsieur.
I don't think the young fella cares about me, huh? Well, our last night out, Mrs. Numero. All packed?
My son, Hyacinth, has just gone to finish.
Yeah, say, what did you say his name was?
Hyacinth.
Hyacinth. That's right. I can never remember which flower he is.
Monsieur Tinker, you are sure you are going to Binda?
Yes, sir. Mama's got her heart set on Bindar. Where are you going?
Well, I am still not certain.
Well, I guess this is the last we'll see of each other, huh?
Oui, perhaps. But I have a feeling, a very strange feeling, that we shall meet again, Monsieur Tinker.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Perhaps even at Binda.
That'll suit me.
You are sweet, Mr. Tinker.
Oh, go on,
Earl Tinker?
Yeah. Hello there, honey. How you feeling? I thought you was down in the cabin.
I'm feeling much better. I thought a little walk on deck would be good for me.
Sure.
Perhaps you will excuse me now, eh?
Yeah, sure. Good night. Good night. Well, honey?
Earl Tinker, was that Frenchy woman tapping your shoulder?
Who, me? My shoulder?
Yes, your shoulder.
No. You must be seeing things, honey.
Maybe.
Good gosh, honey. You, what's the matter with you? You know, I haven't done anything.
No? How do I know, Earl Tinker, what you've been doing while I've been seasick? I guess no married woman ought to take a sea trip with her husband unless she's a good sailor.
No, honey. You know, every day on this trip I've been so lonesome.
Oh, you've never been lonesome in your life.
Well, listen, Mama, will you...
Keep your hands off me, Earl Tinker, and listen to this. If you ever go chasing off after any other woman, Well, I'm just warning you, that's all.
No, say, I don't need any warnings.
I'm going back to the cabin, and I think you'd better come, too.
Yeah, I'll be right with you, honey. Gosh.
Monsieur Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
Here is the Daily Bulletin, monsieur. You did not ask for it this afternoon.
No. Thanks, George. You know, George...
Oui, monsieur?
Suppose there's a place that's just loaded with danger, And suppose a man's wife is just set on his going there. What can he do?
Do? He must do nothing. He must go like a man or be a coward.
Yeah? Well, I'm pretty much of a coward, but Mama insists on going to Bindar.
In just a moment, we'll go on with The Plutocrat, the Lux Radio Theater production with Wallace Beery and an all-star cast. Just now, we're going over to the Paramount Studios. Two girls have met on the lot. Let's listen to what they say.
Hello, Judy. Going my way? Say, what's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, thought I was going to make the grade for that taxi dancing scene in the New Orleans Cafe. But I didn't. Probably I'll never get a job on this lot again. Or any other, I guess.
Oh, get hold of yourself, Judy. It'll come out all right.
Flo, it won't. Well, I was all set for this job, and they told me nothing doing. They said that even though my dancing was good, I showed up badly in the close-ups. And it's all because of my skin. Flo, why should I have all these little blemishes? You don't. Your skin is lovely.
Well, I do give my skin a little attention. For one thing, I use Lux soap regularly. You know, Judy, I bet you never really get all of the stale makeup out of your skin. No wonder you've got choked pores and little blemishes.
There are thousands of girls today like Flo. They use rouge and powder as much as they like, but they keep their skin soft and smooth with Lux Toilet Soap's active lather. There are some Judys, too, who miss out because cosmetic skin has made them unattractive. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin when such a simple, inexpensive care as Lux Toilet Soap guards against it. Begin to use it right away, as 9 out of 10 screen stars do. And here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue our play, The Plutocrat, starring Wallace Beery with an all-star cast. Several days have passed, and our friends from the boat are now stopping at a tourist hotel in Bindar on the edge of the desert. Downstairs on the piazza, Lawrence Ogle, the New York playwright, is slumped in a chair, hands plunged deep in his pockets, his whole attitude suggesting despondency. From the courtyard comes Tinker. He greets the playwright effusively.
Well, look who's here. Little old New York himself.
How are you, Mr. Tinker?
When did you arrive?
This afternoon.
That's so. I've been out on a little trip across the desert all day. Well, how you standing it?
Standing what?
Why, this place here, you know, the heat, flies, bottled water, and all that. Everybody jabbering around in foreign languages. Say, have you had any fleas yet?
No.
That's good. Neither have I, but Mommy. Well, we won't go into that, you know.
Thanks.
You know, what they need here is a good, live, snappy board of health. Now, you take all these smells around here, for instance. I didn't realize what could be done in the line of smells. But over in that town of Sibioki, where I was today, I ran across one smell that had anything that I ever smelled stung to death. Sibioki. That a funny name for a town?
Is it any funnier than Omaha?
Well, at last you said something. Up to now, it's been like talking to you has been like coming out on a train east from Chicago.
Well, was listening to you the sort of thing one gets on trains west of Chicago?
Sure, free and friendly.
Well, that's one reason a lot of us stay east.
Well, it would improve you to go west, you know.
No, thanks. I prefer civilization.
Now, what are you doing out here? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, suppose you ask Madame Memorial about that.
Madam, is she here?
You don't expect me to believe you didn't know she was coming.
Well, what in thunder are you talking about?
Papa?
Yes, Olivia?
Mama wants to see you, Papa.
Oh, yeah. Where's she?
Upstairs. She wants to know where you've been.
Well, I've been right here talking to Mr. Ogley. You know, remember Mr. Ogley, baby, there?
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
A letter for you. It was left at the desk.
Oh, at the desk? I see. Thank you, Georgie.
No trouble at all.
Left at the desk? That's funny.
Yeah, ain't it? Must be a bill.
In a lavender envelope?
Well...
And perfume, too. A perfume bill?
Yeah, yeah. You can't tell anything about these foreigners. You know, they do funny things sometimes. I guess I better run on upstairs and see him off. So long, Mr. Ogley.
Of course, Mr. Ogle, that bill is really a note from your French lady.
She isn't my French lady.
I saw you arrive with all those bags. You didn't look very happy.
I wasn't.
You don't look happy even now.
I'm not. Goodbye.
Aren't you going to stop and have tea with me?
Tea with you?
Why not? Besides, I want to talk to you about yourself.
Oh, what again?
I was brought into you on the boat, wasn't I? Tell me, was it you who suggested this trip to Bindar, or was it your French lady?
I tell you, she isn't my French lady.
Which?
She suggested it.
Then she is after Papa, isn't she?
Yes. She as much as told me so right after we arrived here.
And that's why you're looking so miserable. Of course, she's nearly old enough to be your mother.
No, don't rub it in. It's all over with now. I just made a fool of myself. That isn't the worst. I'm a failure.
A failure, the great Mr. Ogle?
I had a play on in New York, the pastoral scene.
Yes, I know. I saw it.
Did you like it?
Not much.
No, you were right. It's a flop. I thought it'd be such a surefire hit that I took this trip on the strength of it. And here I am on the edge of the desert, flat, stony, broke.
Not really.
Isn't it a laugh? When you remember how cocky I was on the boat. I've sort of shrunk a bit, haven't I?
Think of you being humble. You don't know how becoming it is. Well, you'll just have to sit down and write another play, a better one.
I have written a better one. Producer has it now, but he'll never put it on, not after this washout.
Well, what are you going to do?
I haven't the remotest idea. I haven't even got a return ticket.
Of course, Papa'll advance you some money.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't take it?
Not from him.
Oh, you are a darling.
What?
You see, I changed too.
Well, I should think you had.
I hated you on the boat. Partly because you were so aloof and patronizing in New York. But down underneath, you're strong and gritty and chivalrous and impossibly masculine and stubborn, just like Papa.
What?
Olivia. Yes, Mama?
Your father. Where is he?
Where is he? Why, he said he was going upstairs to see you. Didn't he see you?
He did not. He sent me a note. A note. Listen. Dear Mama. He always calls me Mama when he's up to something.
Go on.
There's some folks I got acquainted with wants me to go out and eat some of this famous Arab cuckoo. Now, what in heaven names are cuckoos?
Maybe he'll explain.
Oh, he'll explain all right. He'll explain plenty. Listen to this. You and Baby go right ahead and have your dinner. I'll be back early. At least, pretty early. Lovingly, Earl. Did you hear that? Lovingly.
But, Mama, there's nothing wrong in that.
Oh, yes, there is. No man ever sends love to his wife unless he's making love to another woman.
Mama.
Well, I'll find out who it is. I'll find out. And when I do...
Ah, Monsieur Ogle.
Oh, good Lord.
Who is this?
Bonjour, madame. Mademoiselle. How is tricks, eh?
How do you do?
I've seen that young man someplace.
Oh, but yes, madame. On the boat, perhaps, I was traveling with my mama.
Mama, let's go upstairs.
Just a moment. Is your mother stopping here now?
Ah, you said it, madame. But where she is, I do not know. She says she's going to eat this famous Arab food.
Oh, indeed.
Mama, please.
And was that famous food called by any chance cuckoos?
Cuckoos? Cuckoos? What is cuckoos?
That's what I'd like to know. So he's with her, is he?
Mama, don't.
Oh, let me alone. He was with her all the way over on the boat, patting his shoulder. I saw her, and he's with her now. Just wait until he comes home. I'll cuckoo him. Just wait.
Come on into the card room, Mrs. Monroe.
Ah, there is no one here.
No, not at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock. Gee, this is a terrible time to be coming home. My wife will be worried sick.
It is late. If that guide had not lost his way.
Yeah, a swell guide he was.
Ah, but it was beautiful. Moonlight on the desert.
Sure, moonlight's great anywhere. You ought to see it out in Omaha.
You never forget, do you?
I should say not. As a matter of fact, I'm getting kind of homesick for the old place right now. You know, I ought to be getting started back there pretty soon.
You will go, and I will stay. But tonight we are here together.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not so sure it's a safe place to be, though.
You turn on the lights? Must we have lights?
Well, I guess it's more according to Hoyle. Besides, I got to shoot upstairs in a minute.
Oh, no, not yet. See, I sit down just to make you sit down.
Well, I'll stay just a couple of minutes, that's all.
Have you never wondered about me? Who I am, where I come from?
Well, maybe I have, in a way, but I wouldn't have thought about asking you.
I want you to know. Listen, 20 years ago, I am at Budapest. I am dancing. It is a masquerade.
I bet you was a stunner then.
One man there thinks so. I meet him at 9 o'clock. I dance with him, with no one else, until 1. Then we run away together.
Now, that's what I call snappy work.
All night we drive. At daybreak, we are married. Too late, I find out that he is the crown prince of... Oh, no. It is better that I do not name the country. It is so long ago. He is the father of my son.
Honeysuckle?
I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, darn it. I'm always getting those flowers mixed up. Yeah, but say, then that kid's a king.
But no. My husband, he cannot go back to his own country. He calls himself Momoro. He lives in Paris. He was a colonel in the war. He died for France. Little by little, we lose everything. I must help my son. So we try America. But no, there is no place for us there. So we start back home. But first to Algiers, where we have friends. Then on the boat coming back, I meet you, and... Oh, no. I cannot go on. I cannot say the rest.
Oh, say, don't cry, Mrs. Mumsrow.
You are so big, so kind. If I can but rest here for just a moment against your shoulder.
Well, I'm not so sure my wife would like that. She wouldn't like that, Mrs. Mumsrow, but...
In a moment I go. Have no fear. No people ever come to this room after so late an hour.
I know, but Mama ain't people, Mrs. Mumsrow. No, now, come on. I'm getting kind of nervous about my family.
But it is my son. Now, do not say heliotrope or honeysuckle.
Now, don't tell me. Hollyhocks.
I think.
I got it wrong.
He has ambitions, monsieur. He wished to be an impresario.
A what?
An impresario.
You don't say so.
It costs 400,000 francs to buy him a partnership.
400,000 francs? How much is that in real money?
Oh, you do not wish to give it me? Oh, I am so ashamed to ask.
No. I didn't say I wouldn't.
Monsieur Tinker, you like me,
huh?
Yes?
Oh, sure.
Very, very much?
Well, now, you know, I'm a married man, Mrs. Mumsrow. I got the finest little wife in the world.
Oh, but you do like me.
Well, I doggone, I think I better go on upstairs.
Earl?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, gosh, it's Mama. Mrs. Mumsrow, you step out on the balcony, will you? Go on, get out like a good girl.
Very well, but I will see you tomorrow, no?
No.
What?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Go on.
Good night, monsieur. Good night, monsieur.
And I'm back in Omaha.
Earl Tinker.
Uh-huh.
Where have you been?
Oh, hello, honey. Gee, did you get my note?
I certainly did.
Well, everything's all right then. That's fine.
What's fine about it?
Well, you see, some gentleman asked me out to prize some of the famous cuckoos, and well, I would have taken you along, but you haven't shown much appetite for these foreign dishes and all, and so I went. That's it. I went.
Uh-huh. And who were the gentlemen you ate cuckoos with? What were their names?
Their names? Why, honey, you wouldn't know them if I told you.
Name one of them.
One of them? Cinch. One is... Well, Mr. Ogley was one of them. Yeah, I don't believe you know him, though.
Oh, yes, I do. And Mr. Ogle has been out with Olivia all evening, looking for you. That's where Mr. Ogle was.
Now, Mama, don't get excited. You know, come on over here and sit down, honey.
Let me alone. I know where you were, Earl Tinker, and I know who you were with. You ought to be ashamed.
But I ain't done nothing to be ashamed of, honey.
Coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I can explain that, Mama. We had a guide, and after we ate the cuckoos, the guide showed us around, and he got lost.
Lost? What kind of a guide was he?
An Arab guide? Now, look, Mommy, I can explain...
Don't bother to explain, Earl Tinker. I don't want to hear any more of your lies.
Oh, Mama,
After 25 years. 25 years! This has to happen.
Nothing's happened, honey.
Well, it won't happen again. I'm going home. I'm leaving this place tomorrow.
All right. I'll get the tickets.
You needn't bother. I'll get them myself.
You don't mean you're going home alone?
No, I'm going with Olivia.
What about me?
I don't care what you do. Stay here if you like. I don't care.
Oh, now, that ain't no way to talk. You don't mean that, Mama.
Yes, I do. And I wouldn't care if I never saw you again. That's how much I mean it. Oh.
Oh, Mama,
Sister,
here.
that's me.
Wait a second, Mama. Oh, gosh.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Since the advent of sound pictures just 10 years ago, Hollywood has become the world's largest colony of musicians. Victor Young is an outstanding member of this group. His career as a violinist ended abruptly when Victor tore up a $500 a week contract because it called for popular music. Then he changed his mind. Although symphonic music still dominates his private life, Victor has composed over 60 popular songs. The first one he wrote, Sweet Sue, was an immediate hit. A composer and conductor at Paramount Studios, he also directs the orchestra on the Shell Chateau Radio Hour Saturday nights. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Victor Young.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've had many surprises since coming to Hollywood, but none as great as discovering how enthusiastic the picture stars are about good music. Joan Crawford, who is studying voice, is a steady patroness of concerts. Edward G. Robinson, who won his fame in gunman roles, is happiest when he's conducting an orchestra. And his daughter is an excellent singer. Take Wally Berry. He invites you to his home for dinner, and all you do is listen to his little daughter, Carol Ann, play the piano. Lisa Landy is a pianist and composer. So is Lionel Barrymore. Loretta Young seldom misses a concert, while Myrna Loy, Gloria Swanson, and Herbert Marshall are all great music lovers.
And most of our stars were present a few weeks ago at Leopold Stokowski's concert in the Hollywood Bowl, when Victor conducted the first rendition of his remarkable musical Pictures of the Desert known as Arizona Sketches.
I've got a confession to make about that composition. I've never been near Arizona.
And Bizet had never been to Spain when he wrote Carmen. Do you rely solely on imagination, Victor, when composing?
Well, I get a lot of inspiration playing poker.
Oh, collecting other people's notes, huh?
No, I always lose. But the other day I was told to write a song for Carol Lombart's next picture, so I played poker. As I was driving home at 4:30 in the morning, I ran into a tune, stopped the car, and wrote it on the back of an envelope. I once wrote a song on the back of a Lux soap wrapper. If the tune was as good as the soap, I would have had a real hit. Frankly, Mr. DeMille, the hardest thing about being a musical conductor is to be invited to talk on a radio program. I'd much rather play.
Then why not play the song you wrote for Mary Ellis' latest picture, Fatal Lady? Je vous adore.
I'd be glad to.
Back to our play, The Plutocrat, with Wallace Beery and an all-star cast featuring Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecilia Parker, and Eric Linden.
It's early the next morning. In the sunny dining room, Olivia sits at a small table, waiting for her breakfast. Lawrence Ogle, attired in a waiter's apron, comes to her side and addresses her in respectful tones.
Good morning, miss. Would you care for your breakfast now?
Yes, I'd like some. Lawrence Ogle,
Yes, miss.
what are you doing in that apron?
Well, I'm the waiter, miss.
The waiter? Why?
Well, I had to do something. I haven't any money, you know, so I asked the manager for a job and got it.
Well, I never.
$9 a week and keeps. I've got it all figured out. If I hold this job and bank all my tips, I ought to have enough money saved up to get out of here by Christmas. Well, Easter at the latest.
Lawrence Ogle, you're a fool.
Yes, miss. Will you have some grapefruit?
Listen to me.
The melon's particularly nice this morning, miss.
If you say miss to me again, I'll scream.
Yes, miss.
Listen, Lawrence Ogle, you go right out to the office this minute and resign. I'll see that you get back home all right.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got to see to that myself.
You refuse to accept any help?
Oh, not at all. If you could find it in your heart to leave an extra large tip, say 15 cents or maybe 20.
Oh, why are you so stubborn?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I've been a failure. But worse than that, I've been a cheap, egotistical faker. I knew that last night, walking out across the desert with you by my side. You remember what I said?
You were moonstruck.
Well, the sun's shining now.
Then you're sunstruck.
Anyway, I made a decision last night. I determined that I had to work and to work hard to get back my self-respect because someday I'm going to marry the finest girl in the world.
Are you sure she'll have you?
Absolutely. When that girl marries, she's got to marry a man.
Her parents might object to her marrying a waiter in an Arab hotel.
Well, then I guess I'm out of luck.
You will be, Lawrence Ogle. If Papa comes down and finds you dressed up like that, he'll laugh you off the map.
Well, he's down already.
What?
Sure.
Did he see you?
Well, yes and no. He looked at me when I spoke to him, but I doubt if he really saw me. I think he's in a daze or something.
Poor Papa. Where is he now?
Outside on the porch. He's been walking up and down out there all morning. Up and down, back and forth. There must be something on his mind.
Oh, good morning, Miss Bummerow.
I have been looking for you.
Yeah?
Monsieur Dinka, I heard last night what you say to your wife.
Yeah. I guess the whole hotel heard it.
I am sorry, terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It wasn't your fault, Mrs. Gummerow. My wife, well, she just don't understand, that's all. She won't give me a chance to explain anything.
She is going away?
Yeah, I guess so.
I am leaving, too.
You? When?
This morning. Now, I could not stay after causing so much trouble for you.
Oh, listen.
No. It was my fault, everything. But I will try to make it right again, Mr. Tinker. I will go to your wife. I will say, take him back, Mrs. Tinker. He is the nicest man I have ever known.
No. No, you better not say that, Mrs. Bummerow. I tell you. No.
But why? It is the truth.
Maybe, but, Mama's kind of funny about them there things. No, I don't think you better say anything to her at all.
But she will leave. She will get the divorce, no?
Yeah, she kind of hinted at that.
And what will you do then?
Well, I haven't thought about that. Ain't very nice, though. When I start out on this vacation, all hopped up about seeing the world and having a good time, and now, well, look what's happened. Whole business gone to smash. I wish I'd never left Omaha.
Monsieur Tinker, why don't you come with me? I will make you happy.
Go with you.
Oui, my son and I are leaving now. Come with us.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Why, what would I be doing traipsing around with you and hollyhawks?
Mama, you are ready, yes? The car is waiting.
In one moment, I think. Monsieur Tinker.
Oh, say before I forget it, I got something for you here.
But what is this? A check? And for so much money?
Well, you said you needed 400,000 francs to make that son of yours, what was you were going to make him?
Grand impresario.
Impresario. Yeah, that's right. So I made out a little check.
Mama.
No. We cannot take it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, please.
Oh, come on. Give me your purse and I'll put it in there. Come on. Hand it over, Mrs. Momero. There. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, what do I think? I think you are the biggest, the most generous.
The most magnifique.
Never mind that. You run along with your ma. You'll be late.
Hyacinth and I, we go alone?
Well,
Oh, think what it means. If you stay, it is a life of emptiness.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You wait down there in the car just 10 minutes. And if I don't turn up, why, you go on and scoot along by yourself.
Very well. I will wait for you. But if we do not meet again, goodbye, mon ami. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bumsrow. We'll know in 10 minutes whether it's final or not.
Adieu, Mr. Tinker.
Goodbye, Heliotrope.
Oh, thank you for your kindness. You're the cat's bow wow.
Olivia. Oh, here you are.
What's all the excitement? And where is your waiter's apron?
It's off. Gone. For good.
Thank heaven. I suppose you were fired.
I was not. I quit. Listen, I just got a telegram from that New York producer. Remember that second play I told you about?
Yes.
Well, listen. We put your other play in rehearsal before Pastoral Scene closed. Didn't want to tell you about it because we weren't sure we'd open. We did, last night. It's a knockout. Biggest thing in years.
Oh, Lawrence.
Sending a check for $5,000 in advance of royalty.
Oh, it's marvelous.
Olivia, will you marry me?
What?
Marry me. You know, wedlock, matrimony. I'm crazy about you, Olivia. Honest I am.
Oh, Lawrence. Say it again.
I'm crazy.
Olivia. Oh, Mama, come here. I've got news for you.
Oh, where's your father? Where is he?
I don't know. Mama, listen. I'm going to be married. Oh,
don't bother me with things like that now. Your father's gone.
What?
Oh, he's gone. Left with that Frenchy woman.
Mama.
Sure, Mrs. Tinker?
Of course I'm sure. She left a half an hour ago. The clerk told me. I've looked all over for Earl, and he isn't here. Oh, it's all my fault. I told him I never wanted to see him again, and he believed me.
Mama, when did you tell him that?
Last night. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to frighten him. And now, oh, no.
Don't cry, Mama. Please don't cry. It'll be all right.
I'll never see him again.
Oh, there, Mrs. Tinker.
And she won't treat him right. I know she won't. She'll let him go out in the rain without his rubbers. He always forgets his rubbers. And who's going to make him change to his heavy socks when the snow's on the ground? He'd never think of that himself.
Oh, Mama, please.
Oh, why did I ever say such things to him?
Hello,
why?
folks. Hello, folks.
Earl. Oh, Earl, darling.
Say, what is this,
Oh,
anyway?
Earl, you've come back. You've come
Sure,
back.
I've come back. You seem kind of glad to see me, too.
Oh, I am. Where were you?
Oh. Well, no place in particular. I walked down the road a ways. There's a jewelry store down there, an Arab place. I thought, well, maybe you'd like a piece of that Arabian jewelry, so I brought you some. Here, honey.
Oh, Earl, thank you, darling.
Then everything's all right again? I mean, you ain't sore at me or nothing like that.
Of course not.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Papa, I'm going to be married.
What? Married?
Yes, Mr. Tinker, she's going to marry me.
Why?
Well, because she loves me. I love her.
Well, I guess it's all right with me. Olivia always has her own way anyway. Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Tinker.
Well, everything looks rosy for a while, don't it, Mama?
Yes, Earl.
Well, I guess it ain't been such a bad vacation after all. Of course, you got seasick. Olivia got a husband. That kind of makes up for it. And oh, yes, I made a honeysuckle an impresario. Say, Oakley, you're a pretty smart fella, ain't you?
Well, maybe.
Well, tell me something, will you? What in the blazes is an impresario?
We leave the plutocrat on the eve of his return to Omaha, but we'll call Wallace Beery and Cecilia Parker back to the microphone shortly. Today, the world's most popular screen personality is celebrating the 8th anniversary of his debut in films. He has awards from 9 different nations. President Roosevelt, Queen Mary, and Benito Mussolini are among his most ardent admirers. In Alaska, he's warmly received by the Eskimos, while in Ethiopia, even the war failed to stop the showing of his pictures. In France, where he won membership in the Legion of Honor, he's known as Michel Souris. The Japanese call him Mikikuchi. The Spanish, Miguel Ratoncito. His name, as you may have surmised, is Mickey Mouse. To Mickey, the world owes an immense debt of gratitude. But a still greater debt is due the man standing beside me now. Ladies and gentlemen, the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphony cartoons, Mr. Walt Disney.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My knees are knocking together so hard they sound like a riveting machine. Maybe I'd better sit down. Come on, Walt. Stand up to the microphone. Are you a man or a mouse?
Well, after associating with mice for so many years, I sometimes wonder myself. You see, as a matter of fact, Mickey and I have been pals long before he became an actor. His real name is Mortimer. But no regular fellow likes a name like Mortimer, so we changed his name to Mickey.
But it was not until Walt Disney made the first cartoon in sound, ladies and gentlemen, that Mickey attained star proportions. That film was called Steamboat Willie, and it was the late Roxy who had the courage to release it. I suppose, Walt, that the motion picture industry thought you were crazy to put sound in an animated cartoon.
Yes, completely nuts.
You know what they're saying about you today, now that you're making the first feature-length animated picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
I can imagine. What have you heard?
Now, perhaps you better imagine that, too. Anyway, how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, any picture's a gamble. But we're betting $750,000 that Snow White will be good entertainment.
My bet's on you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should cross-examine the young fellow on whom Walt bet his money 8 years ago. Mickey Mouse, take the stand.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Mickey, how does it feel to have the whole world celebrating your birthday?
Yes, Mr. DeMille. I mean, swell.
Who's the better actor, Mickey? You or Donald Duck?
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Mickey's an actor, Mr. DeMille. Donald's just a clown.
Mickey, is it true that you're jealous of Donald Duck's meteoric rise to fame?
Oh, absolutely not, Mr. DeMille. Donald was starving to death singing in radio when Mickey found him.
I remember on the airwaves, he was like a duck out of water.
Yeah, just a wisecracker.
Donald, get off Mr. DeMille's neck. Let go. There now. That's more like it. Remember, you're a star now.
Yeah, and he's got a valet who washes his face with Lux soap.
Donald Duck, you've denied being the worst singer in the annals of radio. All right, prove it. Sing. And it better be good. Donald, I apologize. You're wonderful. Thank you, Walt. Good night, Mickey.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
In As You Like It, Shakespeare says that each man in his time plays many parts. But surely few have played so many parts so well as Wallace Beery. Wally, I think, has been everything except a leading lady. But here he is now, leading a lady to our microphone. Wallace Beery and Cecilia Parker.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You gave my history warm. I was a leading lady once. My first part in pictures was as a beautiful Swedish housemaid.
Were you as beautiful then, Wally, as you are now?
Well, Cecilia Parker here takes care of the good looks department. Maybe I should say the good looks department.
Well, of course you should say the Lux department. Although I guess it isn't really news that I use Lux soap. Practically every star in Hollywood does. But honestly, Mr. DeMille, you shouldn't say Wally isn't good-looking. I think he's beautiful.
Thanks, Celia. Well, I guess I'm the only one in Hollywood who wasn't even considered for the part of Romeo.
But you got just as great a part in your new picture, Old Hutch.
Well...
Yeah, the only difference is that instead of making you a great lover, they made you a great loafer.
Well, you know, I always carry my critic along with me, my daughter, Carol Ann. You know, maybe you'd like to hear from here. Come here, Carol. Carol, this is Miss Parker and Mr. DeMille.
How do you do, Mr. DeMille?
You know, Mr. DeMille has directed some of the greatest pictures ever made. You know, for instance, did you ever hear of Cleopatra?
Daddy, I can't say that word. Was that you, Mr. DeMille?
I'm afraid not, Carol. It's the first time I've been mistaken for the Siren of the Nile.
You see, Carol, Mr. DeMille produces this program for Lux Toilet Soap.
Oh, I know about Lux toilet soap. I wash my daughter's face with it. She won't let me use anything else.
Well,
true Hollywood doll.
Well, the next time that you wash your face, don't dump those suds on the lady's parrot next door, will you, please? Now, listen. Now, we forgot to ask you, how you were sitting out there, how did you like the show?
The show was all right, but why didn't you do something?
I can always tell when you're tired and sleepy and time to go home. Well, Mr. DeMille, I think we better say good night.
Good night, Raleigh.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. Good night, Miss Parker.
Good night, Carol.
Just a minute, Carol Ann. There's something more important than going to bed. How would you like to meet Mickey Mouse?
Oh, I would love to meet Mickey.
Well, here he is.
Hello, Carol Ann.
Happy birthday, Mickey.
Thanks. Same to you, Carol Ann.
What's that noise, Mickey?
Oh, that's Donald Duck. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, I don't care.
Donald, meet Carol Ann. I guess you've heard all about Donald. He's an actor. You want to hear him recite Little Boy Blue?
Oh, I don't care.
Come blow your horn.
Here, Donald. Don't make so much noise. Control yourself. Come on away here.
Good night. Good night.
Okay. Thank you, Donald and Mickey. And you too, Wallace Beery, Carol Ann, and Cecilia Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings word of next week's program. Tonight's star, Wallace Beery, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Young and Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical arrangements for Shirley Temple's latest picture, Dimples. And now, Mr. DeMille.
This coming week, the biggest event in baseball commences, the World Series. In observance of this, we bring you next Monday a story that will delight baseball enthusiasts and will equally delight those who think a baseball pitcher is something the water boy carries around. Next week, we give you a splendid comedy with one of the world's greatest comedians when the Lux Radio Theater presents Elma the Great, starring Joe E. Brown with June Travis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when Joe E. Brown steps up to the plate in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Elma the Great by Ring Lardner and George M. Cohen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 12th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams, with Alan Mowbray and Very Teasdale. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Ginger Rogers, Warren Williams, Alan Mowbray, and Very Teasdale. Our play, The Curtain Rises. Our guests, Doris Kenyon and Mrs. Leela Rogers, dramatic coach and mother of tonight's leading lady. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, and our director of music, Louis Silvers. To you who crowd our theater tonight, and to you millions whose theater is your home, greetings from Lux. This hour in Hollywood comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the pure white soap whose active lather and delicate perfume have made Lux Toilet Soap the favorite beauty care used by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and lovely women everywhere. And now, on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, that distinguished producer of screen and radio, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Just 444 years ago today, Christopher Columbus made good his promise to see America first. He discovered a new hemisphere, and we celebrate the occasion by discovering in Ginger Rogers a new star. It's true that Ginger has appeared in many pictures. She's the young woman of Fort Worth who came to the screen in Young Man of Manhattan. As a singer and dancer, she has few, if any, equals. Yet every time she asks a producer for a dramatic role, our young star is in the position of Christopher Columbus, who, as a young tar, was thrown off a ship because the captain swore he'd never be a sailor. Tonight, however, Ginger's ambition to play a straight dramatic role is fulfilled. We shall hear her as Elsa Carling in the Lux Radio Theater's drama, The Curtain Rises, by Benjamin Kay. Playing opposite Ginger is Warren William. When a youngster, Warren was the dashing hero who laughed at onrushing locomotives and snarling villains and consistently rescued lovely ladies in the early serial films. Graduating to the stage, he returned to pictures, played Julius Caesar for me in Cleopatra, and will be seen next in Go West, Young Man. He performs tonight in the role of Ronald Phillips. Alan Mowbray will be heard as Gregory Matthews, and Viri Teasdale as Carol Stewart. And now, The Curtain Rises, On the Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. There's a gay party in progress at Carol Stewart's New York penthouse. The radio is turned on full blast, and the living room overflows with a noisy, good-natured crowd of merrymakers. Everyone seems to be having a grand time. Everyone except Elsa Carling. Elsa, a plain, awkward-appearing young lady in horn-rimmed glasses, stands in the foyer straightening her hat. There's the suggestion of a tear in her eyes. As she turns to leave, Carol Stewart comes from the living room.
Elsa, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
You've got your hat on.
I'm going home, Carol.
Home, but the party's just begun.
I know, but...
Wait a minute. Now, will you please tell me what this is all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Carol. Really, it isn't.
You've been sitting against the wall all evening. Haven't heard you say a word, and you didn't dance once.
Well, no one... I mean, I've got a headache, Carol. I don't feel like dancing.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll call Arnie.
Oh, no, don't bother. I can go home alone.
Don't be silly. Arnie brought you here.
I know, but he only did it because you asked him to, and I don't want to spoil his evening. And...
Oh, Elsa, stop it.
Hey, Carol, what goes on?
Stephen, come here. Elsa's going to leave.
Oh, that's too bad. You want me to call a cab?
No, we don't. I want you to find Arnie. Tell him to take Elsa home.
Really, Carol?
Go on, Stephen.
Oh, sure. Right back.
I could have gone home alone.
Of course, but why should you? Now, that's the trouble with you, Elsa. You always let men think they're doing you a favor.
Well, it was awfully nice of him to call for me.
I suppose you told him that.
Of course.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it was nice of him. He didn't want to bring me.
How do you know? Did he say so?
No, he didn't say anything.
Well, Stephen, where's Arnie?
He's coming. He's talking to a couple of people, and, look, Elsa, can't you stay a little longer?
Oh, he doesn't want to take me home?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind.
I'll speak to that low-down newspaper reporter. Where is he?
No, please, Carol. I'll go alone. Good night.
Elsa, wait.
Good night.
Hey, was she crying?
If she wasn't, it's not your fault.
Well, here I am.
Just a wee bit late, Arnie.
The press is never late. Where's our little wallflower?
She's gone home.
Oh. Yeah?
Well, you needn't look so pleased.
What's the matter with her?
She said she had a headache. The real reason is that she sat in that room for almost 2 hours and not one of you even so much as looked at her.
Oh, now, Carol.
My dear hostess, I brought the lady to your charming party. My responsibility ended there.
You might have spoken to her.
I tried that in the cab. Result? Terrible.
Arnie's right, Carol. The girl can't talk without blushing.
Oh, keep quiet. Elsa's one of the nicest girls I know.
Granted, but she's a prim little old maid.
Elsa isn't an old maid. She's younger than I am.
Being an old maid hasn't anything to do with age, Carol. Some girls are old maids at 18.
Oh, poor Elsa.
There you are. When you think of her, you say, poor Elsa. You're sorry for her.
Yes, I am. She's missing so much in life. Inside, she's so sweet and sympathetic and clever. Well, she is clever. Only somehow she doesn't know how to let it out.
Well, I suggest she learn how.
Gather ye rosebuds while you may.
Right. But first, she'd better take off those glasses.
Hello? Elsa, darling. Where have you been hiding? I haven't seen you for ages. You've taken the studio? But why? Of course I can come. Stephen? Yes, I can bring him. Arnie, too? Elsa, what is it, a party? Who? Gregory Matthews? You mean the actor? Well, I don't know. I'll try. Maybe Arnie can get him to come. Elsie, you got me all excited. What's it all about? Well, I know, but... All right. Tomorrow at 9.
Carol, I'm awfully glad you came before the others. What did you do with Stephen and Arnie?
They stopped by for Gregory Matthews.
Oh, then he is coming.
Arnie says so. A newspaperman can usually get what he wants from the theatrical profession. Well, so this is your studio.
Do you like it?
It's grand. What's the idea?
Oh, I have an income of my own. I can afford to have a place for myself.
But, Elsa, you have a lovely home, so that's not the reason.
Oh, Carol, my home has always been a prison. No, I don't mean that exactly. The prison was largely myself. First my outside self, and then my inside self.
Outside? Inside? What in the world are you talking about?
Look here, Carol. You're engaged to be married, aren't you?
Yes.
You love Stephen, and he loves you.
Yes.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Of course.
Carol, do you know that I've never been kissed?
What?
Oh, I don't mean by my father or by my uncles or at silly parties. I mean by a man, a strange man.
Is that why you've taken this studio, in order to be kissed?
I thought you'd understand.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean it that way.
Carol, you're the only one I can talk to. Please let me tell you.
Go on, dear.
Well, I know what's the matter with me. I'm not pretty. I never was. I have no charm for men. Even as a little girl, I used to see boys putting their arms around other girls and stealing kisses. Oh, I wanted that, too. I want it now.
But, darling...
I want romance, Carol. I want what every girl wants. Love, kisses, and the arms of a man around her.
But what in the world has all this got to do with your taking a studio and Gregory Matthews?
Well, I want to see if I can't arrange to have Gregory Matthews give me lessons in acting.
Lessons in acting? But you surely don't expect to become an actress.
Well, no. But you see, I've seen all the plays that Matthews does. I know all the parts. I got the books and studied them. And I feel now that all I need is a little coaching.
Oh, I see. If you took lessons, you and Gregory Matthews could play all the love scenes together. Is that it?
Oh, Carol, really?
Now, don't tell me that's not the reason.
Well, maybe.
You've got a crush on Gregory Matthews, haven't you?
I haven't. I mean, I don't know whether I have or not, but lessons in acting won't do me any harm.
Elsa, you're a fraud. But I can't say I blame you. It must be rather nice to be kissed by Gregory Matthews, especially when it's your first kiss.
Carol, am I wicked in thinking this way about it?
Mm-mm. Thinking isn't wicked.
I mean, it isn't wrong for me to plan this.
Oh, of course not. Yet I'm a little worried about one phase of it.
What's that?
Suppose the handsome Mr. Matthews gives you lessons, and you play scenes together, and you really fall in love with him. Won't you be letting yourself in for a lot of suffering?
I'll take that chance. At least I will have lived for a little while instead of going along as I am now, just nothing at all. I'm willing to feel hurt. Even pain is an emotion.
And that's why you're giving this party, to meet Gregory Matthews.
Yes. And now that it's here, I'm just a little nervous. I don't know how to explain it to him.
Oh, don't worry. You'll find a way.
But if I could speak to him alone...
Of course, darling. I'll get rid of the others. You leave it to me. You'll have Mr. Matthews all to yourself.
Oh, thank you, Carol. You're such a comfort. Won't you sit down, Mr. Matthews?
Thank you. But don't you think we'd better join the others?
Oh, no. I was telling Carol of something I particularly wanted to ask you, and she was good enough to arrange this.
Oh, indeed.
Yes. An actor's life must be such an interesting one, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, it is interesting, but it means work, more than you have any idea. Now, we actors have very little time to ourselves.
I think I've seen you in everything you've played.
So?
I like the play Late Blossoming best. That love scene in the orchard. After the soldiers have gone. Oh, it's so lovely.
Yes, it was a beautiful scene. You liked it, eh?
Oh, you play it magnificently.
Thank you. Now, a difficult scene with so many undercurrents of emotion, so many nuances, needs the most perfect timing. Later this season, I'm going to put on Romeo. And, of course, Juliet. I have always believed Romeo a splendid part for me.
Oh, yes, a lover. You play love scenes with such fire, such passion. Why, in Late Blossoming, when you kissed Dorina...
Yes, of course. Oh, Miss Carling, you said there was something you wanted to ask me.
Oh, well, I hardly know how to ask it, but... Mr. Matthews, I'd like to have you give me lessons in acting.
Lessons?
Oh, it wouldn't be difficult. You see, I've studied all your plays. I know all the parts by heart. I got the books and studied them.
But Miss Carling, this is impossible.
Oh, I realize how busy you must be, Mr. Matthews, and, of course, the fee. I hate to talk about such matters to
Miss
you, but...
Carling, please, this is very distressing. Don't you understand that I'm not to be hired?
Oh, of course. That's what makes it so difficult to talk of a fee. But I wouldn't care what the fee is. I'd consider it a great favor.
It's not a matter of a fee or a favor, Miss Carling. I simply cannot entertain your suggestion, not for a moment. Me, Gregory Matthews, give lessons? It's preposterous. Please consider this final.
Final?
I said final.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me for taking up your time.
My dear girl, here, stop it. Stop it.
I can't.
But you must. I don't like to see a woman cry. I can't help it, but I don't feel like being a teacher.
I can't help it if I feel like crying.
Well, there's something to that, of course. Tell me, does it really mean so much to you, this learning to be an actress?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, I have a suggestion to make.
Yes?
Yes. Remember, it's only a suggestion. I'm not sure that can be done.
What is it?
Well, at the theater, we have what is called an understudy. You know, an actor who learns all the parts. Now, this understudy, what's his name? Phillips. Yes, Ronald Phillips. He's a very capable fellow. Of course, he hasn't my appearance or my ability. But he knows his business, and he's quite poor. Understudies, you know, get little pay. I'm sure he'd be glad to give you some lessons and be very grateful for the fee. Well, what do you say, Miss Carling?
Well, do you think he'll come?
I will tell him that you are a very dear friend of mine, that I'm very much interested in you. Oh, don't worry, I will arrange it.
Then if he teaches me, and if I learn awfully well, then will you play one scene with me?
Yes. When he tells me that you've learned how to act, I will play one scene with you. Now, shall we join the others?
Yes, Mr. Matthews. Thank you so much.
Oh, come along, and for heaven's sake, put some powder on your nose.
Yes?
Is this Miss Carling's studio?
Yes, sir.
My name is Ronald Phillips.
Oh, yes. Miss Carling's expecting you, sir. Come in.
Thank you.
Who is it, Anna?
Mr. Phillips, miss.
Oh, you may go, Anna.
Oh, yes, miss.
My name is Elsa Carling, Mr. Phillips.
How do you do?
It was nice of you to come so soon.
Well, not at all. Nothing's too much for a friend of Mr. Matthews.
Has Mr. Matthews explained everything to you? About the lessons, I mean.
Oh, yes. I don't believe I've ever seen you at the theater, Miss Carling.
Oh, I go to the theater very often.
I mean backstage with Mr. Matthews.
Oh, I see. No, I haven't been backstage. Mr. Matthews calls on me here.
Oh, yes, of course. I suppose you've seen him in all his roles?
Oh, yes. I think he's magnificent. You know, I know all of his plays by heart. You see, I've accomplished quite a little already.
Well, learning lines is a very small part of acting, Miss Carling. The least important part.
But I can't learn to act unless I know the lines, can I?
You can't learn to act unless you learn a lot of other things first.
Well, I don't understand.
No? Well, would you mind walking across the room for me?
Walk? You mean like this?
No, Miss Carling, not like that.
What's the matter?
Oh, forgive me, Miss Carling, but you have no poise, no balance. An actress must have poise. You don't take much exercise, do you?
No.
Well, you'll have to walk 1 hour every day, rain or shine, 1 hour steady, with head up and shoulders back.
But I don't like to walk.
Mr. Matthews told me that I was to give you lessons, so you'll have to walk 1 hour every day. After that, you will have bending exercises, stretching exercises, practicing facial expressions in front of a mirror, and vocal exercises for accent and enunciation.
I don't think I like your method.
No, perhaps not, but I'm sure you'll like the results.
Maybe.
That's the trouble with you amateurs. You think acting is the easiest thing in the world. You don't want to work.
But I'm not an amateur.
No, what are you then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just nothing at all.
Oh, no, don't go to the other extreme. I only want to see that you start right. There's a lot to learn, Miss Carling. For instance, do you know how many ways there are of saying ah?
Ah?
Yes, ah.
How many?
Hundreds. Look, I walk into a room. I'm cold. I see a cheerful fire. I say, ah, a fire. You hear? Ah.
Oh, yes.
Then somebody says something that I don't believe. Do I say, ah? No. I say, ah.
Ah.
Exactly.
Oh, that's fun. Let me try one.
All right. You walk into the room. Your fiancé is there, in the arms of another woman. What do you say?
Ah.
No. No, that's disgust. We want anger.
Ah.
That's pleasure. You aren't glad, are you?
Oh, wait, let me try one more. I walk in. Aha! Is that better?
Well, it'll have to do for now.
You know, I think I'm going to like this. Even the exercises and making faces at myself.
And the walking?
Oh, but you're going to walk with me. To show me how, I mean.
Well, the first lesson or two, yes. When you learn to walk properly, then of course, it won't be necessary for me to walk with you.
Oh, of course. But then the scenes. We will play scenes together.
Yes, certainly.
Shall we try one now?
Well, if you want to. Do you really know all of Mr. Matthews' plays by heart?
Oh, yes. Do you know the play Late Blossoming?
I'm Mr. Matthews' understudy.
Oh, of course, but... Well, you know the scene in the orchard when the soldiers are about to leave and Dorina kisses him.
Oh, yes, that's a nice scene. That'll do as well as any other.
As well as any other? Why, that's the finest scene that Mr. Matthews plays.
Well, of course, the way he plays it with scenery and opposites Helena Dale, of course. It's beautiful. But here is a scene to run through without scenery and costumes. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips. I didn't mean to be so in earnest about it. Would you rather play some other scene?
Oh, no. That'll do very well. We'll just take the end of the act. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, I'm ready.
Dorina is by the fence, looking in the direction the soldiers have gone. Albert enters from the left. I see you. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
Yes, maybe you'd better take off your glasses for this.
Oh, excuse me. There.
Oh, that's fine. We'll start again. Dorina.
Albert, my darling.
A little quieter, I think.
Oh, yes, of course. Quieter.
We'll go on from there. Dorina, come here by the tree where we can't be seen.
But, Albert, I saw you march away with the regiment.
They're resting on the other side of the hill. I slipped away. I had to see you just once again, my darling.
Albert, you shouldn't have come back. A little while ago, you went away. I cried, and then I stopped. But when you leave this time, I shall cry and never stop crying.
Miss Carling, don't be so nervous.
I can't help it.
But it destroys the feeling. You see, this is the scene leading up to the kiss.
Yes, I know.
Well, let's go on. If there be tears for every kiss you gave, and yet more tears, for every kiss that I'll be bringing you, you'll not have tears enough.
Meanwhile, there will be tears. Oh, why did you return in that 1 hour I should lose you twice? Courage, my love.
Yes, I know the line. Well, courage, my love. What if you lose me twice? What if we lose each other 20 times? A cloud may hide the sun, erase the moon, but they return in glory like our love. Was that a trumpet call?
Don't go. Don't go.
I must. One kiss.
One kiss.
And then farewell.
One kiss.
I take it now, my love.
Oh.
What? Here, Miss Carling. Miss Carling. Good Lord, she's fainted.
In just a moment, we continue with The Curtain Riser, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren Williams. Right now, let's go down to the colorful Mexican Quarter between Hollywood and Los Angeles, an after-hours mecca for all who work in moving pictures. Here, two extra girls meet.
Where's Bill, Sally? And didn't Jack and Loretta come with you? Oh, Bill's over there buying me a Mexican lollipop. Jack's around here somewhere, but he's alone.
Oh, that's funny. You know, it seems to me Jack hasn't been giving Loretta much time lately.
No, he hasn't. Loretta's in the dumps about it, too. And you know, it's really her own fault.
Somebody ought to give her a tip about her complexion, that's what. Anybody that ever worked in pictures would tell her what to do.
Just a simple thing like the right complexion care can mean the difference between popularity and loneliness. Any girl who has a really lovely complexion is attractive. But unfortunately today, there are all too many girls who have cosmetic skin, enlarging pores, dullness, tiny blemishes, simply because they don't remove stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly. Lux Toilet Soap guards against this danger. You can use powder and rouge as much as you like if you depend on the active lather of this fine soap to remove them thoroughly. Why don't you try Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care of 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars? And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue The Curtain Rises with Ginger Rogers, Warren William, and an all-star cast. It's 3 months later. The dramatic lessons have proceeded regularly. And under the instruction of Ronald Phillips, Elsa has become a new person. Gone is the old timidity and awkwardness, and in its place, a newfound gracefulness and ease. Carol, Elsa's friend, is astonished at the change.
Darling, turn around and let me look at you.
Am I really so different?
Different? Elsa, it's miraculous.
You mean the dress?
Yes, even the dress. I've never seen you look so chic, but it's everything about you. You're so fresh, so vital, so youthful.
Arnie Saunders says I even walk and talk differently.
Arnie Saunders? Has he been here?
Oh, he drops in once in a while.
I see. By the way, what happened to your glasses?
Oh, I never wear them anymore. Since I've been taking lessons from Ronald Phillips, I discovered I can really see quite well without them. It's funny, isn't it?
Yes. This Mr. Phillips doesn't happen to be understudy to a magician.
No. He's still working for Gregory Matthews. Understudy and assistant stage manager.
I suppose Matthews drops in also?
No. I haven't seen him since the night you were all here.
Well, but you're getting yourself ready for him.
Am I?
Aren't you?
Honest, Carol, I haven't even thought of Gregory Matthews lately.
You haven't? Then what are you going on taking lessons for?
Well, they've done me a lot of good, haven't they?
Yes, but that wasn't the purpose when you started. It was all to lead up to a kiss. Tell me, Elsa, this understudy, does he ever kiss you?
Oh, yes, whenever the scene calls for it.
Who selects the scene?
Well, you see, we go through our exercises and then we just pick some scene and run through it.
And he kisses you?
Yes.
Well?
Well, it's very nice.
Such enthusiasm about a kiss.
What did you expect me to do?
Faint?
I did.
What?
I did, the first time he kissed me.
Now, wait a minute. I think I'm beginning to understand. The way you look, the way your eyes shine. So that's it. And I thought it was all from the lessons.
It is.
How you must look forward to them.
I do. Carol, every lesson is like going to a play. It's an adventure. Before Ronald arrives, it's just as if I were sitting in the audience before the play begins. And then he rings the doorbell, and the curtain rises.
Elsa, you're in love with him.
Is it love to be on pins and needles until he arrives?
Yes, that's love.
And is it love to feel all empty when he's gone?
Yes, that's love, too.
Well, I seem to have all the symptoms, don't I?
Not all of them, but it's a good start. Funny, I had the idea all along that it was Gregory Matthews.
But I've told you I haven't seen Gregory Matthews.
That's just it. You've been playing all these love scenes with Ronald. Perhaps if you saw Matthews again, you'd find that it was he after all.
Do you really think so?
I don't know. You started with a crush on Matthews. Tell me, Elsa, has Ronald told you that he loves you?
Well, that's it.
That's what?
I haven't the slightest idea whether he loves me or not.
He kisses you, doesn't he?
Yes, but it's all in the acting scenes.
Well, you kiss him, don't you?
Yes, but he probably thinks that's acting, too.
Doesn't he say anything?
Yes, but it's always about lessons.
Oh, that's bad.
But sometimes I've noticed he just stands and looks at me.
Ah, that's good. Do you still pay for your lessons?
Yes.
That's bad.
But he never asks me for it.
Ah, that's good. You know what I think, Elsa?
No, what?
Over at the theater, they all look up to Matthews as a sort of god.
Well?
That includes Ronald Phillips. And don't forget that it was Matthews who sent him here to give you lessons. Maybe he thinks you're Matthews' fiancée.
Oh, Carol!
Well, you look pleased.
Oh, what a thrill that anyone should think that I was Gregory Matthews' fiancée.
Well, please make up your mind whose fiancée you want to be, Matthews or Phillips.
Oh, Carol, I thought you'd know.
No, I don't know, and I don't think you do either. Now, look here, Elsa. If your Ronald thinks you're engaged to Matthews, naturally he wouldn't dream of making love to you.
How loyal he is.
Loyalty fiddlesticks. We've got to get that idea out of his head.
But how?
That's up to you. Is he coming here this afternoon?
Oh, yes, he comes every afternoon.
Uh-huh. Well, get him talking about Matthews. Try to find out what's in his mind.
And then?
And then show him what's in your mind, if you know what's in your mind.
Yes. Only...
Only what?
I was just thinking, isn't it a shame that I never got to play a scene with Gregory Matthews? Come in, Mr. Phillips. You're late this afternoon.
Sorry. We've been having the final dress rehearsal of Romeo and Juliet. I won't be able to stay very long.
Then there won't be any lesson today?
Well, a short one.
Oh. Do you know, I've worked out a new way of saying ah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear how it goes?
Very much.
Well, a girl has just had a quarrel with her lover. You're the lover, see, and you've just gone out of that door saying that you'll never be back. The girl is heartbroken, and she goes over there and sits down and cries. Now, the lover has changed his mind and comes back through the open door, and he stands as you are standing, looking at the girl. She jumps to her feet, rushes over, and throws herself into his arms and kisses him like this. Well, how was that?
Very good. But what about the ah?
Oh, the girl would probably forget all about that.
Yes, of course she would.
But didn't I do it well?
The pantomime, yes, but it lacked a little sincerity. The feeling is improving, but...
Oh, you're always saying that.
Oh, but it's true. It's the same when we play Romeo and Juliet. In that other play we did yesterday, the scene where the princess meets her lover.
Oh, you mean, when you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep until you waken them upon your own.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Can't you see? You're just saying words. There's no lover standing before you.
Well, I tried it last night when I was alone, and it seemed to go all right.
Look, forget all about me. Close your eyes. Now picture your lover before you. Picture the man you love more than anyone else in the world. Now, again.
When you are gone, I cannot move my lips except to breathe your name. And, oh, my love, when you are here, they are in dreamless sleep till you waken them upon your own.
Yes. Yes.
Did you like it?
Glorious. It's incredible what you've learned in 3 months.
You're really pleased with me?
Pleased with you? Of course I am. Soon there won't be anything left for me to teach you.
Oh, no. You mustn't say that.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there will always be something for me to learn. I'll never know as much about the theater as you do.
No, about the theater, perhaps not, but voice, technique. You could step on the stage tomorrow.
Oh, marvelous. Have you told that to Mr. Matthews?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
Why, I never discussed you with Mr. Matthews.
That's strange. I think he'd be interested in how I was getting along.
Haven't you been keeping him informed?
Why do you say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I merely thought that...
What? What were you thinking?
I was thinking we aren't getting on with our lesson. You'll never learn to act this way.
Maybe I'm learning something else.
Shall we do the exercises now?
If you want. Why don't you like to talk about Gregory Matthews?
What? Who said I didn't?
But you never do.
Gregory Matthews is a splendid actor and my employer. I have a great respect for him. We'll try the R-E-A exercise first.
All right. R-E-A. 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 Does Mr. Matthews do this every day, too?
Of course. Speaking is like singing. The throat must be kept open and free. Now, the may, me, my, mo, moo.
May, 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 may. Me, 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 me. Do I do that as good as Gregory Matthews?
You can't do anything as good as Gregory Matthews. My, 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 my.
My, 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 my. You needn't be quite so loyal to him.
That isn't loyalty, that's a fact. Mo, 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 mo.
Mo, 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 mo. There's some things more important than facts.
What?
Mother facts. Moo, 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 moo. Excuse me. Hello? Yes? Oh, he's here. It's for you, the theater.
The theater? Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Matthews. Yes. What? How? What happened to her? Good Lord. Well, what about Geraldine Day? What? Well, I don't know who... Yes, I do. I do know someone. Elsa Carling.
What is it?
Shh. I said Elsa Carling. Of course she can. Listen to me. She can do it. She knows it backwards. I know she can.
What can I do? What can I do?
Be quiet. Hello. Hello, I'll bring her right over to the theater. Right away. Goodbye. Get your hat.
What?
Your hat. Our leading lady has been taken sick, and her understudy can't be found.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
It's got everything to do with you. Don't you understand? They can't find a leading lady who knows the part. You know it. You're going to play it.
Play what?
Romeo and Juliet with Gregory Matthews.
Oh.
3 minutes. Curtain going up in 3 minutes.
Carol, this is awful. I can't play Juliet. I can't.
Stand still. Now, Elsa, listen to me. You've got the chance of a lifetime.
I won't do it.
You've got to. You can't let Gregory Matthews down.
Oh, yes, I can.
All right, but what about yourself?
What do you mean?
Don't forget the purpose of your lessons. Matthews will hold you in his arms and tell you that he loves you. He'll kiss you.
He won't. I won't let him.
What?
Not in front of all those people.
But it's in the play.
I don't care.
Miss Carling, are you ready?
No.
Mr. Matthews, she says she won't go on.
Won't go on, but she must.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up.
Hold it. Miss Carling, you've got to help us. Come out in the wing.
I won't.
Well, I can't start to play Romeo unless I know whether I have a Juliet.
Well, why don't you get someone else?
Miss Carling, listen, I'm pleading with you. I, Gregory Matthews.
Oh, if I only had a chance to think.
There's no time to think. You've got to act. Come on, will you come, or do I have to carry you?
Mr. Matthews!
Come on.
No. Put me down. I can't do it. I'll die. I know I'll die.
Well, of course you will. Juliet always dies, but not until the last act.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not. How if, when I am laid into the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo comes to redeem me? There's a fearful point. Then I'll be brief. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die.
Thank you.
Outside, everyone. Miss Carling must rest. Outside.
I want the story, Elsa. Exclusive.
Yes, Sonny.
Not now, Arnie. Leave her alone.
Miss Carling.
Oh, Mr. Phillips.
May I congratulate you? You were wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
One of the finest Juliets I have ever seen. 11 curtain calls. 11. Elsa, you were magnificent.
From you, Mr. Matthews, that's a great compliment.
Yes, but in our love scenes, you turned away.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry.
I think she'd better rest, Mr. Matthews.
Why, of course. Come here, my dear.
Yes?
Let me look at you. You're beautiful, Elsa.
Oh, Mr. Matthews.
Beautiful. The world is at your feet, my child. You will go on, onward and upward, and the stars shall ring with the name of Elsa Carling.
Please,
I ask no part in your new world, my dear. Only to be remembered occasionally as a humble mime who recognized your genius and gave it its rightful place. Just this I ask. This and a reverent kiss from your most reverent admirer.
No, please, not now. Let me go.
My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Oh, no.
Here, Elsa, what's the matter with you?
Oh, good heavens. She's fainted again.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ginger Rogers as Elsa Carling, Warren William as Ronald Phillips, and our all-star cast return to the microphone shortly in the concluding scenes of The Curtain Rises. The mother of tonight's star, Mrs. Leela Rogers, today directs at RKO Studios the only little theater of its kind. While this theater produces plays for the public, it is maintained as a dramatic training school which every new player under contract to RKO must attend for a year. Our talk tonight contains an important announcement to all theaters and theatergoers. Ladies and gentlemen, a writer,
director, and mother, Mrs. Leela Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. We have a little theater on the lot at the RKO Studios where we produce plays with our young contract players because we feel that it is in the theater the inexperienced player will get the experience they need for their motion picture work. Here we forget film technique and produce a drama exactly as in a legitimate theater, right down to the grease paint. And by the way, when the performance is over, that grease paint is removed with Lux toilet soap. Oh, yes, Lux is the official toilet soap of our little theater, just as it is in the Stars dressing room on the lot. And now for the announcement Mr. DeMille referred to. Mr. S.J. Briskin, production chief of RKO Studios, has selected the Lux Radio Theater over which to announce to the little theaters, stock companies, and legitimate theaters throughout the United States that he will lend to them, for their productions, any of our young contract players, when available, as guest stars to appear for 1 or 2 week engagements without charge. Mr. Briskin makes this offer because it is from the theaters that motion pictures have secured so much material and talent in the past. The motion picture industry has even been accused of destroying the legitimate theater, robbing it of its talent. This need no longer be a problem. In your theater, our player will get the training he needs, and the legitimate theaters will receive an impetus of new life by being able to announce an engagement of a Hollywood actor or actress. So Mr. Briskin asks you to file your application for one of our players at his office in Hollywood, addressing him Mr. S.J. Briskin, B-R-I-S-K-I-N, Production Chief, RKO Studios, Hollywood, California. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Rogers. I congratulate RKO on this splendid effort to aid the stage. The curtain rises, starring Ginger Rogers and Warren William, with Alan Mowbray and Virry Teasdale. Elsa's night of triumph ended when she fainted in Gregory Matthews' arms. The following morning, her studio room has the semblance of a florist shop. And as she reads her telegrams of congratulation, Anna enters carrying 2 more bouquets.
Here you are, Miss Collins.
More flowers? Let me see quick. Oh, with love from Gregory Matthews. Oh, dear, who's the other one from?
Mr. Arnie Saunders.
Oh, Ernest. Anna, are you sure nothing came from Mr. Phillips?
Not a thing, miss.
See who it is, Anna.
Yes, miss. Good morning, Anna. Oh, come in, Miss Stewart.
Carol!
Hello, darling.
My, look at all the flowers. How are you feeling?
All right.
Did you see the papers?
Yes. The critics were awfully nice to me, except 1 or 2. They said I was competent.
Oh, you're getting touchy. You mustn't mind that. You were grand. You've no idea how natural it all sounded.
Carol, do you really think I could be an actress?
Of course you were one last night, weren't you?
Yes, but, I don't know.
You did it once. You can do it again.
I wonder. Oh, it's marvelous to act. To hear the audience applaud as they did last night, it was thrilling.
The afterpiece was even more thrilling.
What afterpiece?
Your little scene with Gregory Matthews in the dressing room. The kissing sequence.
Oh, that.
What do you mean, oh, that? When he kissed you, you fainted dead away.
Oh, I was excited.
I should say you were.
Oh, not because he kissed me. It was a general excitement. I was nervous and tired and wrought up, that's all.
Then his kiss didn't mean anything to you?
Not that.
So it's Mr. Phillips again.
Again?
What do you mean? You know Ronald's place in the theater is fixed. He's an understudy. You may go up like a rocket. Do you think you can go on taking lessons from him?
Of course. Ronald knows so much more than I do.
He may have other ideas about that.
I don't understand you.
Elsa, if it's a career that you're after, then everything is all right. But if what you want is love, then I'm sorry you made such a success last night.
I don't agree with you at all. I'm sure Ronald is very proud of me, and we can go right on with our lessons just like before.
For how long?
Oh, I don't know. I feel much more confident now.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Wayne.
It's Arnie and Stephen.
Hello, Elsa. I tried to keep this news hawk out, but he's too persistent.
That's all right.
It better be. You know the power of the press, my girl. Now, what about that story?
Oh, not now. I can't concentrate yet.
All right, then. What about having dinner with me?
I can't.
Oh, let her alone, Arnie.
Now, don't give me that, my girl. This is the greatest story of the year. Unknown girl makes good.
Please don't, Arnie. That was only a freak performance.
I'm only taking lessons.
You mean to say you're going to go on taking lessons?
Of course.
Well, I'll say that little professor of yours knows how to teach. Let me print this story, and all the girls in New York will be crazy to take lessons from him.
No, Arnie, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it would give her a lot of publicity which she doesn't want.
But I thought publicity is just what an actress needs.
But I'm not an actress. At least, not yet. I'm not even sure that I want to be.
Well, that makes a good story, too. May I print that?
No.
Good morning, good morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you. I had to drop by and see how you were feeling, Miss Carling.
Oh, I'm fine this morning. You know everyone here, don't you?
Of course. How do you do, Miss Stewart? Well, my Juliet. Wasn't she perfect, Mr. Sanders?
Swell.
Everyone is talking about her. And what did you think of me?
Okay.
I thought you were a superb Romeo, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, thank you. It's my favorite role, you know. All romance and fire. Ah, those magnificent lines. That man, Shakespeare. How well he understood what we actors need.
Don't you think Elsa was marvelous in the balcony scene?
Charming, charming, yeah. How was my voice in that scene, Mr. Sanders?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a difficult scene, that. You see, I am talking up. The head is thrown back and the throat muscles are constricted. That is where technique comes in.
And you really think I came through all right?
Yes, marvelous, marvelous. Really, I couldn't believe it.
I told you I was going to work hard.
Yes, but it's almost a miracle that you performed in so short a time.
Oh, Elsa loves to study.
Miss Carling, do you remember what I said the first time you spoke to me about this?
What do you mean?
Well, I told you I would not give lessons to anyone regardless of what they offered me. Well, I have changed my mind. From now on, I will be your teacher.
Oh, that's great.
But what about Mr. Phillips?
Oh, that's all right. After all, it was I who sent him to you to teach you the first principles. But you are past that now.
But he's worked so hard, it doesn't seem fair to suddenly cut off the lessons he's been giving.
Well, don't let that worry you. I can get him other pupils, and after I finish teaching you, we will play many plays together. Someday we will play Late Blossoming. Do you remember that exquisite scene of the orchard under the apples at the end of Act One?
Oh, yes, but I don't think I'd like to play that scene, Mr. Matthews.
Do you know, the very first day I met Miss Carling, I knew she had talent. So when I spoke to Phillips, I said, Phillips, I have a little friend I want you to give lessons to. Who knows, perhaps we may make an actress of her someday.
You said that to Ronald Phillips?
Why, of course. You know, he has his pride, too. To just ask him to become a teacher to a wealthy girl, well, that might not have gone down so well. And now you see how you have justified all that we've done for you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were entertaining.
Oh, that's all right. Really it is.
Why, of course, Phillips. Come in. We're glad to see you.
Good morning.
How are you? Well, are you proud of your pupil, Mr. Phillips?
I said so last night. You gave an astonishing performance.
Phillips, I congratulate you as much as I have Miss Carling. You have justified everything that I've said about you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. That's high praise.
Let me add my congratulations, too.
And mine. You teach well, Mr. Phillips. Just to think of our Elsa becoming a star overnight, thanks entirely to you.
No, that's very kind of you, but I think you're giving me entirely too much credit. And if you'll permit me to say so, to Miss Carling, too. She isn't a great actress yet.
Oh, I thought Elsa gave a beautiful performance.
So did I.
Oh, now, don't take Phillips too seriously. You know, a little professional jealousy.
No, Mr. Matthews, there's no professional jealousy. I'm trying to be completely honest with Miss Carling. You wouldn't have me do otherwise, would you?
No, of course not. But Mr. Matthews thinks I did very well.
I certainly do. And you know what I've promised her, Phillips? That from now on, I will take her lessons myself.
Yes, I expected that.
No. If there are to be more lessons, Mr. Phillips will give them.
I'm afraid that'll be impossible. You see, I'm leaving this morning for Chicago.
What?
Chicago?
Yes. I'm opening there in a new play. I've got a very good part, and I couldn't pass it up.
May I ask when you made this decision?
Well, the part was offered to me several weeks ago, but I preferred to stay in New York. However, I've changed my mind.
Well, of course, that is very unexpected. But that is the life of the theater. But have no fear, my dear fellow. After all the training you've had with me, you will make good there. I know you will.
You don't have to be patronizing, Mr. Matthews. I am no longer a member of your company.
But, my dear Phillips.
And I'm not your dear Phillips.
But what in the world has got into the fellow? You'd think we were mortal enemies. Just because you're leaving the company, there's no reason why you should act like an angry schoolboy.
No, I'm sorry. Will you excuse me, Miss Carling? I haven't much time.
You're going now?
I'll have to. I'm catching the 11:20 for Chicago.
Then our lessons are over?
Well, for the present. Perhaps someday. Goodbye, Miss Carling.
Goodbye.
What an extraordinary young fellow.
He's gone.
Yes, well, I shall have to get myself a new understudy.
Elsa, come and sit down.
He's gone, and I still don't know.
Don't know what?
I don't know.
My dear girl.
But I'm going to find out.
Anna! Elsa, what are you going to do?
Don't stop me now. Where is that girl? Anna! Did you call me? Anna, pack my bags, all of them, in my trunk.
Elsa!
Did you hear me, Anna? Hurry, I've got to leave right away.
Elsa, where are you going?
To Chicago on the 11:20.
11:20 to Chicago, 11:20 to Chicago on track 24, track 24, 11:20.
Hey, y'all, sir. Section 14.
Leave the large bag down here.
Yes, sir.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello.
Why, Miss Carling, what are you doing here?
I came down to say goodbye.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. It makes me sad to see you going.
It makes me sad, too.
I'll miss the lessons. They were fun, weren't they, Ronald?
They were more than fun. Each lesson was another step in the painting of a portrait.
You were the artist, Ronald.
I helped, that's all. But now that it's finished, what more is there to say?
You've been wonderful in all that you taught me. No one could have made me act the way you did. Ronald, I don't think I want to go on the stage again.
Yes, you'll go on. Onward and upward. With Gregory Matthews helping you, why shouldn't you reach the top?
Tell me, Ronald, why did you suddenly make this decision to leave New York?
I've already told you.
But you said you wanted to stay here, and suddenly this morning you decided to leave. Has it anything to do with last night?
I'd rather you didn't ask that.
But it's something I've got to know.
Last night I saw him kiss you. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer.
But, Ronald, that didn't mean anything.
No, it looked like it did.
Ronald, don't tell me you were jealous.
Before I go, I want to tell you something. We may never meet again, and perhaps that's why I'm telling you. I love you. For weeks I've loved you. In the scenes we played, when I held you in my arms, it wasn't the teacher, it was me. And when you kissed me in those scenes, I know it meant nothing to you, but I'd leave with my heart singing.
You love me?
I'll never stop thinking about you as long as I live. I'll never stop seeing you in my dreams and hearing your voice in every other voice.
Ronald, I love you, too.
You love me?
Of course. Why didn't you tell me all of this before?
But I thought you and Gregory Matthews...
Oh, Ronald, darling, please stop being an understudy.
The curtain falls and the curtain rises. But Ginger Rogers will be heard again in just a moment. One of the few who have twin careers, both of them successful, is Doris Kenyon. Her work in motion pictures is only an interlude in a busy career as a singer. Given her first stage role by Victor Herbert, Miss Kenyon in films has played opposite John Barrymore, Rudolph Valentino, and George Arliss. Since the passing of her husband, Milton Sills, she's divided her activities between the screen and the concert stage. You'll see her next in Paramount's new picture, Along Came Love. And now, just 1 hour before her departure on another concert tour, she sings for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Doris Kenyon.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My song tonight will be in memory of Victor Herbert. I'll sing Thine Alone from his operetta, Eileen.
Alone.
Thank you, Doris. Just one question before you go. Since your return from abroad, have you noticed any change in Hollywood?
Yes. I'm delighted to find the motion picture producers more receptive to something I've hoped would come to pass ever since the advent of music on the screen, and that is the introduction of grand opera in films. Perhaps when I return from my trip, the first opera will have been chosen. I'm leaving now, and you can be assured my trunk contains plenty of Lux toilet soap. I've found that a lovely complexion is just as important before a concert audience as it is before a camera. To you, Mr. DeMille, to Lux, and to its radio theater, my thanks, congratulations, and good night.
Good night, Doris. Perhaps we'll meet in Grand Opera. The music you're hearing is from Ginger Rogers' current picture, Swing Time, and gives me an opportunity I'm going to take advantage of right now. Miss Rogers, may I have this dance?
Why, Mr. DeMille, so sweet of you to ask me.
It's so brave of you to accept. Let's dance closer to the microphone. People are entitled to hear what we say. What's your next picture going to be?
Stepping Toes.
Stepping Toes? Ginger, you're making me self-conscious. What follows that?
Mother Carries Chicken. And that will be quite a change for me. No songs or no dances. Dancing, can be pretty hard work sometimes.
All right. I can take a hint. Let's set this one up.
Oh, no, dancing isn't that hard.
Gary Cooper lost 8 pounds working for me in the Plainsman. He never danced once.
How did he do it? Running away from Indians?
No, running after them. You ought to see the Indians. They're just skin and bones.
Well, I'm telling you, the Vanishing Red Men would vanish faster if they had to rehearse the way Fred Astaire and I do. Every number we dance is preceded by about 30 hours of rehearsal. That's quite a strain, but I love it. As soon as Mother Carries Chickens is done, I hear rumors that I'm going to do a film in Technicolor. At least I hope so. And now, Mr. DeMille, may I thank you and Lux Soap for a very delightful evening.
Thank you for a delightful performance. And the dance.
Thank you, Miss Rogers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars. Tonight, our cast included the following players: Alan Mowbray, Deary Teasdale, Frank Nelson as Stephen, John Gibson as Arnie, Leora Thatcher as Anna, and James Eagles as Callboy. Ginger Rogers and Mrs. Leela Rogers appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios. Warren William through courtesy of Emmanuel Cohen. Alan Mowbray, RKO Pathé, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical score for the new film Ladies in Love. May I refer you now to Mr. DeMille.
In the Casper Milquetoast School of Comedy, Frank Morgan is without peer. Next week in the Lux Radio Theater, you will hear Mr. Morgan playing the role of timid, mild-mannered Ambrose Applejohn. And what happens after Ambrose dreams that he's his pirate ancestor come to life again, the swaggering buccaneer, Captain Applejack. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Hackett's famous play, Captain Applejack, starring Frank Morgan and Maureen O'Sullivan, with a brilliant cast headed by Zita Johann and Akim Tamiroff. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 6th.
Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymore in the voice of Bugle Ann with Porter Hall and Anne Shirley. Lux presents Hollywood with Lionel Barrymore, Anne Shirley, Hal Roach, Cecil B. DeMille, Ruth Waterbury, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by so many attractive women everywhere. We also salute a distinguished audience. With us tonight, I see Eileen Pringle, Paula Stone, and Cary Grant. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, we present one of the most distinguished personages of the entertainment world. Producer of great screen spectacles, creator of stars, his name is known wherever motion pictures are seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The history of the American theater should be read by gaslight, because it was by gaslight that its most colorful chapters were written. A popular song of the day was Two Little Girls in Blue. Horse cars were running on Broadway. Sherry's was the place to eat after the theater. Hansom cabs scurried through Central Park. The fashionable figure was the hourglass silhouette. And Maurice Barrymore, the most popular matinee idol of his day, was making the gay 90s gayer. Among his contributions to the general uproar were 3 children, Lionel, Ethel, and John. All 3 turned out to be handsome and extremely versatile artists. But it seems that in everything I've done, Lionel has preceded me. We were the thoroughly unknown sons of famous parents. But when I went on the stage, Lionel was already there. When I started making pictures in 1913, he had been in the movies 4 years. When the screen switched from talkies, he directed the first all-color talking and singing film, The Rogue Song, starring Lawrence Tibbett. And when I came on the air, he was already so well identified with radio that people were calling him Mike. But at last I have Lionel exactly where I want him, in a DeMille production. The production is The Voice of Bugle Ann by McKinley Cantor. And here is our star, Lionel Barrymore. The chief sport of Missouri farmers is fox hunting. Night after night, they gather in groups and let their hounds loose on the trail. Far or near, they know each hound's voice. They know when the scent is hot and when the fox has doubled on its trail. They sit by friendly fires before and after the chase. There's such a fire burning now. And toiling toward it through heavy underbrush, we see the shadowy figures of Spring Davis, a grizzled old farmer, played by Lionel Barrymore, and his son, Benji.
Can I help you, Paul? No, I don't need no help. You just take care of yourself, son. I can hear the hounds coming this way. That the fire right up there? Yeah. I can see old Calhoun Royster standing up by it, and Bake, and some other fellow.
Who's that? You, Spring?
Yeah, me and Benji.
Well, come on. You're missing the whole thing.
Well, got here as fast as we could, Cal.
What held you?
That Molly Pitcher hound of mine. She's going to have a litter. Evening, Bake.
Evening, Mr. Davis. Evening, Benji.
Evening.
Spring, this here gentleman over here is Mr. Tanner. He's from the city. Sells insurance.
Evening.
How do you do?
Come up to listen to the hound?
Why, yes. Mr. Royster, Cal here, was talking so much about it this afternoon, I asked if I might come along.
Oh, glad to have you. This is my son, Benji.
How do you do?
Evening.
Throw another log on the fire, Big. Pretty near to going out.
Listen, they're over the ridge of Heaven Creek now. The hounds are gaining.
Well, how can you tell that?
Oh, it's in their voices. You can tell just what's happening if you listen to them.
Yes, but just where is the sport? I've heard of riding to hounds, and I can appreciate that, but this...
Well, we don't ride no horses or wear funny caps, Mr. Tanner. We just raise hounds and train them for the hunt.
Well, I should think there wouldn't be any foxes left in this part of the country, killing so many.
Oh, we never kill the fox. No. He holds up when he gets tired, and the hounds come home.
Do you mean the fox will run again another night? Don't they ever learn anything from experience?
Yes, they learn. And they run again night after night, year after year. Yes, sir, year after year.
And do you do this all night and every night?
Oh, not every night, no.
Sometimes it rains.
Or sometimes it's just the opposite.
Sometimes the weather's too dry. Well, sometimes we get long, damp spells.
Yeah, too damp. No, Mr. Tanner, we don't come out every night, but Cal and me ain't missed many good nights the last 50 years.
Well, considering how it's pretty damp out here, it might be a good idea to take out some health insurance.
Coming on to rain, Spring.
Yeah, no hunting tomorrow night.
Now, look here, about that insurance,
Someone's coming up the hill, Paul. It's Mother, Paul.
What's ailing, Ma?
You better come home, Pa. Molly Pitcher's restless and nervous. She ain't acting right.
Well, I guess her litter's about due. She crying?
No, just restless.
Well, I'll go. You stay here, Benji, till the fox is whole, then you bring the pack home.
All right, Paul.
Come along, Ma. We'll head for the house.
Well, Paul.
I guess it ain't no use.
Is she dead?
Yeah. Molly was, she was always a timid little thing, and the lightning and thunder and being a mother was just too much.
I guess so, Spring. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
How's the litter?
Well, here they are. 5 of them.
Let me see. Cute, ain't they?
Yeah. But they demand a pretty big price sometimes for coming into this here world.
Which ain't saying nothing about the trouble of raising them on a bottle.
Well, it ain't as though I hadn't done it before.
Look at that mare. She's a mouse run, Spring. No strength at all. Best let her die, I'm thinking.
Oh, no, Ma, I wouldn't do that. After all, Molly sort of give her life for this one, the last of the litter.
Not much to look at.
No, she ain't. But that white blaze on her forehead there, that's kind of pretty, don't you think? You see the way it comes around her ear there? All right, now you'll be getting something to eat in a minute or two. You know, Ma, I kind of took to this one. I think I'll name her Anne, after a great-great-grandmother, Lady Anne. Oh, that was a beautiful voice, Ma. You remember Lady Anne? But maybe this one will have a beautiful voice, too.
Put another stick on the fire, babe.
I'm near. I'll do it.
There she is. Listen, Carol. There never has been a sound like that in Heaven Creek County till that little pup come along.
Well, it's the strangest sound I ever heard.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked you to come here tonight, Mr. Tanner. This is the first hunt. You were here the night she was born.
That makes me kind of feel like her uncle.
Yes, sir. Just about a year ago it was. I called her Lady Anne then. Lady Anne, that is, till I heard her voice, the sweetest voice in the world. Clear and soft like a bugle.
And you renamed her.
Yeah, she's Bugle Ann now. Bugle Ann.
There she is again, Paul.
Heading the pack. There never has been a tune like that in any throat in Missouri. And there won't be any more like her when she's gone.
Gran, you're just plumb foolish over that animal.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Waited a long time to have a hound like that. Yes, sir.
Well, I should think it'd be worth it.
Yeah. Well, you see, sir, it's a matter of breeding good hounds and understanding them and kind of, being fond of them.
Yeah, their turn. Yeah. Swinging up past old Camden place.
Yeah, I heard someone's moved into the old house.
I ain't heard.
No, I have, and I've been meaning to speak about it.
Yeah, Bake?
It's some of the Camdens that's moving in up there. They're coming back home.
The Camdens was great hound people in their day. That's 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, but this is the son-in-law of the old Camdens, and his name's Terry. And he aims to raise sheep.
Sheep? Well, that means a fence.
Sarah Lance's pa was at the lumber yard, and this fella Terry was there. He was ordering posts and wire.
Wire? What kind of wire?
Wolf wire. Hog-tied, bull-strong, and horse-high.
I remember this Jacob Terry.
Sure enough. Yeah, he married Effie Camden. I heard she died up in Jackson County, leaving one daughter. It seems to me the daughter's first name was Camden.
Well, I wouldn't call this Jacob Terry a pleasant man. Yet he once whipped a horse with a hunk of hickory.
Oh, well, you can't condemn a man on what you hear. Any man can be reasoned with. Maybe we can reason with him about this fence.
Why do you object to Terry having a fence, Mr. Davis?
Well, in the first place, a fox hates such a fence. See? He's liable to shy off and leave the country because of it. But some foxes do like it, and that's even worse. Because a hound runs about 15 miles an hour, and he hits a wove wire fence in the dark. Now, the fox is little. He's got through without choking to death, but the hound, he's likely to get hurt.
Well, you can't get good hunting in countries where they put fences across the fox range.
No, I reckon we better make a visit on this here Jake Terry tomorrow. Nobody's ever put up such a fence in these parts. There's Bugle Ann again. They've holed.
I guess we better call her back, Paul.
Yeah. Hand me my horn, Benji.
A bugle? Will she come for that?
Yes, sir. And there's nobody in the world got leave to call Bugle Ann except me.
Camden, where are you?
Here, Father, getting some water at the pump.
Well, hurry up about it. There's a lot of work to be done around the house this morning.
Yes, Father.
And I want you to help me with that fence.
Father, I was going to speak to you about that. Must you put up a fence?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, the people around here do a lot of hunting.
I know it. I heard them all last night. There'll be no hounds running over my property. We're going to raise sheep.
I love the sound of hounds. It's really beautiful.
Rubbish. I can't stand the sound of them. The sight of them. Or the fools that make a fuss over them.
Oh, but it's just a game, Father. Why, I've often heard Mother tell how they used to sit around the bonfire at night, right out there on the ridge.
It's in your blood, too, I guess. Your mother was more interested in dogs than she was in me. You're her daughter, all right.
Please, Father, let's not quarrel.
Oh, get on with your work. I've got better things to do than argue with you.
Good morning. You're Miss Camden, I reckon.
Yes.
Well, I'm Springfield Davis. This is my son, Benji, and this is Cal and Bake Royster.
How do you do?
We are neighbors, Miss Camden. We'd like a word with your father.
Well, what is it about?
Well, it's just that we wanted to discuss a little matter with him.
Oh,
Who are all these people, Camden?
they want to speak to you, Father.
What do you want?
Mr. Terry, we heard you was going to put up a wove wire fence around your land.
Well?
Well, a hound can't get through that kind of a fence, Mr. Terry. It's sure to get hurt.
If they get hurt, it'll be their own fault. I'm going to build a fence, hog-tight, bull-strong, and horse-high, to keep hounds out.
Father, please.
Be quiet.
Now, nobody has ever put up such a fence in these parts.
Well, mine'll be the first, then. And if any hounds do happen to get through, I'll shoot them down.
Well, now, I reckon nobody who was married to a Camden had hurt a hound.
I'll do what I like. It's my property.
Father, don't.
I told you to keep quiet. Now, you pick up that bucket and take it into the house.
Yes, Father.
Well, let me help you, Miss Camden.
You don't need your help.
But
You put down that bucket.
I'm only trying to help.
You heard what I said, Joe.
Don't say it. Put it down, Benji. We're going now.
Yeah. The sooner you get out, the better. And there's something else you better understand before you clear off. A hound ain't the only thing that's going to get hurt if it comes sneaking around my property.
There ain't nobody going to get hurt, Mr. Terry, unless you say so.
You're in the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann. Our star, Lionel Barrymore. We shall resume the play in just a moment.
Now we take you on a quick tour of Hollywood. Sightseeing buses do a tremendous business here in the world's great movie capital. Picture yourself on one of these buses now, going down Hollywood Boulevard. Don't miss anything. Here's the tour conductor.
Corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Vine, ladies and gentlemen. Most famous intersection in Hollywood. A few doors to your right, down Vine Street, the popular Brown Derby Restaurant. Now, straight ahead, on your right, the Lux Radio Theater, the most famous radio theater in the world.
Well, will you look at the Lux Radio Theater? Why, I always thought it was an imaginary place.
Oh, ma'am, it's real.
Mother, I knew that. It's the place those wonderful Lux plays are broadcast from. Remember? After I heard the first one, I began to use their Lux toilet soap.
Yes, I do remember now. Seems to me your complexion looks much nicer since you started using it.
Well, if you can believe Bill, it does. He says my complexion's elegant.
Now we are turning into Gower Street, ladies and gentlemen. We see the home of the famous RKO Radio Studios. And as we turn around Melrose...
Too bad our bus can't stop. We'd be proud to take you inside those famous studios. Or we could show you Lux toilet soap in every dressing room. Kept there because RKO radio girls and famous RKO radio stars like Irene Dunn and Ginger Rogers prefer this gentle soap. Just like you, they want to keep their skin lovely, free from dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarging pores that mean cosmetic skin. Lux toilet soap guards against this danger because its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder thoroughly. We know you'll like the way Lux toilet soap keeps your skin. Try it. Now we return you to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with the voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore. It's several weeks later. Benji and Camden have been seeing each other almost every night. They stand together now by the rail of a rustic bridge, gazing into the stream below.
It's beautiful, isn't it, Benji?
Yes, it is. But I guess you're trying to make it more beautiful, Candy.
That's nice to hear.
It sure isn't hard to say.
Your pa's hunting tonight.
Wind is changing, too.
The scent will be fairly free, I guess.
You talk like an old-timer, Camden. It must be in the blood.
I guess it is. I lay awake nights listening to the dogs. Oh, I've got so I know their voices. When I hear Bugle Ann, I just go cold all over.
Well, she has the sweetest mouth that ever was in Missouri.
In the world, Benji.
I wish you could make your father feel that way.
Oh, I guess he really does deep down. I'm sorry he doesn't treat you better, Benji, so you could come right up to the house to see me. I don't like you sneaking around behind his back.
Well, I gotta see you somehow.
Oh, you've done your best, Benji. Oh, it isn't that Father's mean, really. He's just unhappy.
Well, I'm sorry you are, Camden.
Not when I'm with you.
Camden, honey, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Benji.
It's awful this way. It's all so hopeless.
I know. Listen.
They're heading over toward your place. I hope they have sense enough to keep away from that wire fence.
Oh, Benji, if they ever ran into it.
I think I better go find Paul. If Bugle Ann ever gets hurt, he won't be responsible for anything.
Benji, I'm worried.
Well, I'll be all right. Come on. You can drive me back to the car in your place. I'll walk on from there.
Benji, you won't let there be any trouble, will you?
Not if I can help it, honey. I don't want anything else to come between us.
Oh, Benji, darling.
Thanks, Camden. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, Benji.
Well, what is it?
Look over there by the fence, those men.
It's Paul. Something's happened. Come on.
I'm telling you once and for all, Spring Davis, get out of my pasture and get out now.
You can put that gun down, Mr. Terry. Don't scare us at all. I come in here after my hound.
Well, it ain't here. If it was, it's got no business among my sheep.
It's Bugle Ann. She wouldn't hurt nothing. But she's so small, she could come through your fence when a fox brings her here.
Yeah? Well, get this straight, old boy. I'm going to raise sheep, and I don't care a hang for all the hounds in Missouri. You keep yours off my land, or they'll get a dose of number 10 shot in the hind end.
Well, what's the matter, Paul? Something's happened to Bugle Ann. I can't find her.
You can get out of here too, Benji Davis. There's more than just hounds give me a peeve, and you know what I mean.
If you're talking about Camden, Mr. Terry,
I am. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from her.
Listen! Listen to that.
It's Bugle Ann.
Yeah. Mr. Terry, I'm glad for both of us that Bugle Ann's out there running safe and sound.
It's a good thing for you she's out there and not in here. Foxhounds and Davises, they're all the same breed. And I'll kill any cur that steps on this grass.
Jake Terry, if you shoot a Davis hound, I'll blow you clean to glory. Come on, Benji. Cal.
Better round up the pack, Spring. Getting kind of late to be out.
Good-for-nothing ridge runners.
Father,
What do you want?
it isn't all their fault.
They were trespassing on my property.
I know, but Father, you could put up a fence that would keep your sheep in and not hurt their dogs.
Oh, you're siding with them.
No, Father, I'm not.
Your mother always sided against me with her people.
Oh, but you're so unreasonable. Those folks don't want any trouble. Why, they'd like to be friendly with you.
Oh, I see. So they're already your friends.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Father.
Where were you tonight?
I was out in the car.
You said you were going to a picture show.
I changed my mind. It was so warm.
You lied to me. You just wanted to lollygag with a no-account lazy pup who...
Stop it! I won't let you talk that way about Benji Davis.
I said I didn't want you to see any more of him.
Oh, listen, Father. Didn't you ever love Mother a little? Even in the beginning
Don't try to get around me. I told you to stay away from him.
You've got no right to say it. I've got to see Benji.
You'll not lie to me again or disobey.
I love him. And what you say or do won't make...
Maybe that'll make some difference.
That's the last time you'll ever strike me, Father.
It ain't the first and it ain't the last. You'll do as I say.
I'm leaving you, Father. I'm leaving you tonight.
Where you going, Paul?
To call on Jake Terry.
For that gun. Ain't going to take a gun, Spring. Bugle Ann can't be dead. You hear to yourself up by Terry's pasture.
That was earlier, Ma. I called her all last night, but she didn't come to me.
You think Terry shot her?
I ain't sure, Ma, but me and Cal and Benji is going up that way this morning to look for her, and if she's there...
Oh, Spring, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, you just leave this to me. I know what I'm doing.
Don't see any sign of her, Spring.
Well, she isn't here, that's sure. Paul, come on, let's go home. She ain't here, but she might be buried here.
Why, what do you mean, Paul?
You remember, Cal, how Bugle Ann caught her foot in that rat trap before she was weaned?
Sure. Everybody knows that. But one gone toe never bothered her.
Her track was always plain, Cal. I've been looking for her track up here, and there it is.
Oh.
Right there in the mud. You see it, Cal?
Plain as daylight.
Uh-huh. I reckon it'd stand in court just like fingerprints and such. She passed here on her way home, and Jake Terry shot her.
Wait, Paul.
Get out of my way, son.
Come back here, Paul.
I want to see Jake Terry.
Wait, you don't know what you're doing.
Let me go. He killed Bugle Ann.
But you can't act hasty, Paul.
Hasty? If I'm looking for rats in my granary, I don't sit down and wait for 'em.
Give me that gun, Spring.
Let go. You never bred Bugle Ann, did you? She was mine.
There's Terry on the porch. He's got a gun, too, Spring.
I told you to stay off my place, Spring Davis.
What did you do with it, Terry? What did you do with Bugle Ann?
Get out of here, you old devil.
You better answer me.
I never killed your dirty hound, but I'll put some slugs into you if you don't get out of here.
Look out, Paul. Oh, you hit it.
I reckon I did.
Miss Terry, you are under oath to tell the truth. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Then please tell the jury just why the defendant objected to your father building a fence.
Because it interfered with his fox hunting.
Where were you on the evening preceding your father's death?
I was out riding with Benji Davis.
When you returned to your house, what happened?
We saw men by the side of the house.
Spring Davis and Calhoun Royster.
Yes.
And Spring Davis quarreled with your father, didn't he? Miss Terry.
Yes.
And after they left?
I tried to speak to Father. We had an argument.
And then?
He slapped me.
Struck you?
Just once, not very hard.
What was the argument about, Miss Terry?
About Benji.
He objected to your going out with him.
Yes.
And the argument was not about dogs.
Well, that's what started it, and I was...
What happened then?
I packed my clothes and took the car. It was my car, and he didn't stop me because he knew my Aunt Nancy had given it to me after Uncle Newt died.
Go on.
Well, I was angry. I didn't want to stay there. I drove away.
Where?
To my Uncle L. Nathan's place, up north. It was 2 days before I heard of my father's death.
Miss Terry, are you still friendly with the defendant's son?
We haven't seen each other, if that's what you mean. Since...
One more question, Miss Terry. Did your father kill the defendant's dog?
I left. I wasn't there.
That's all, Miss Terry. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me this. You never found the body of the dog, did you?
No, sir, we never found her.
And it's true that you and your friends, after the killing, made an intensive search of the premises for it.
Well, we knew she'd been there. I couldn't mistake her footprint because she was one toe shy.
Never mind that. You went over Mr. Terry's fence and into his yard armed, didn't you?
That's correct.
You were prepared to kill.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection overruled. Answer the question, Mr. Davis.
I told Jake Terry if he harmed Bugle Ann, there'd be trouble.
Do you mean to tell me you were prepared to kill a man because of a dog?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I guess you never owned a hound.
Answer my question.
Well, I am answering it. It kind of answers itself to anybody that ever owned a hound and loved it the way I did Bugle Ann. It wasn't because Bugle Ann had the sweetest mouth in the world, and it wasn't because I raised her from a pup and bred her to the horn. If she didn't have no more voice than a frog, I'd have felt the same way about her or any other hound of mine. Jake, you may remember what Senator Vest said about a dog. I reckon you do. He was a lawyer, and he said what he had to say in court, the same as I'm talking. He could talk a whole lot better than I can. What he said was this. The best friend a man has in this world may turn against him. His son or his daughter that he's reared the best way he knows how may turn against him. The people who hoorah and cheer when everything's going good will be the first ones to heave a rock at him when he's down. The one absolutely unselfish friend that a man can have. The one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is his dog. Yes, sir. A man's dog stands by him rich or poor, sick or well. He'll sleep on the cold ground with the wind blowing and the snow driving. It don't make no difference to him so long as he's there by his master's side. He'll kiss the hand that ain't got no food to give him. He'll guard the sleep of a pauper as if he was a king. And when all other friends desert, he sticks. If fortune drives the master and an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog don't ask nothing more than just to be with him and guard him against any danger that he can. And when the last scene of all comes, and he's laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all his other friends go on their way, there by his grave you'll find the dog. His head between his paws, and his eyes sad but open and watching, faithful and true right down to the very end. Yes, sir. Oh, I seen it more than once. I'd kill a man if he killed a friend of mine without no reason. And a hound is as much a friend as any man, except he ain't got none of a man's fault. Yes, sir. I ain't denying I killed Jake Terry, 'cause he killed Bugle Ann. I didn't want to do it, Judge. I just had to.
Has the jury considered its verdict? We have. We find the defendant guilty of murder.
Sit down, Cal. Sit down. These cells ain't much to look at. I guess the best they can do. Here they're going to give me my sentence this morning.
That's why I come, Spring.
Yeah. Well, now, there's no use grieving about it, Cal. Reckon there's nothing else the jury could do, seeing as I killed him and didn't deny it nohow.
Oh, they might have taken into account how you was provoked. He killed Bugle Ann, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he would have killed you, too, if you hadn't have given him the death shot first.
Yes, well, now, don't worry about me, Cal. It ain't going to be so bad up there in Jeff City. A lot of men stand it, and they ain't no tougher than me. I'm sorry for Ma and Benji, though. You'll do what you can for him, Cal.
You know I will, Spring.
To tell Benji that Camden's really a fine girl, and I hope maybe someday it'll work out for him. It's much worse for them two young uns than it is for me. You know, Cal, I ain't done much reading lately, and this will give me a sort of chance to catch up.
Oh, I'll send you the Red Ranger and the Hunter's Horn to read.
Oh, now that's mighty fine of you, Cal.
Spring,
no, sure. Don't feel bad, Cal. It's all right. It ain't nothing. I'm kind of looking forward to the chance of getting myself in good physical shape again. I heard they got a lot of exercise up there. I reckon I've been setting out in the wet too much nights. Guess I won't be setting out nights up there much.
All right, Davis. They want you in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Say, Cal, I'm kind of nervous about this. You know, I never was sentenced before. You go ahead, Cal, and tell Ma and Benji not to take it too hard.
Goodbye, Spring.
Goodbye.
I'll do the best I can.
Yes.
Spring Davis?
Yes, sir?
The jury has heard the evidence presented in this court, and they have found you guilty. The court hereby sentences you to the state prison for a period of 20 years for the crime of which you've just been convicted.
Spring. No. It's all right, Ma. Don't carry on now.
But 20 years. It ain't right, Spring.
No, Ma. No. I'm awful sorry to bring this trouble on you, Ma. I'm awful sorry, Ma.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood. Lionel Barrymore and Anne Shirley return shortly for the third act of The Voice of Bugle Ann. Line for line, more news is printed about Hollywood than any other community in the world. Affairs of state are taken off the front page to make way for Shirley Temple's newest tooth or Greta Garbo's search for solitude. And magazines make public the private lives of our stars. Millions of people see Hollywood through the eyes of a certain editor who has left her editorial uneasy chair to come to the Lux Radio Theater tonight. The editor of Photoplay magazine, Miss Ruth Waterbury.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, when an editor interviews a director, that's not news. But when a director interviews an editor...
That's a radio program. Miss Waterbury, I have a protest to file on behalf of the gentlemen of the screen. Why aren't more pictures of male stars used on magazine covers?
The answer's simple. When we have a beautiful girl on the outside of our magazine, many people buy it just for the picture. But when we have a man's picture on the cover, no soap.
Don't say no soap. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
What I mean is, we have to have women's pictures because the majority of our readers are women.
Then why not men's pictures? Aren't most women Gable Gapers and Coleman Cravers?
We've had men on covers and eaten magazines for months thereafter. Women, by all newsstand records, are primarily interested in women. They want to know new ways to fix their hair, whether thin or heavy eyebrows are in fashion, how to keep their figures and their complexions lovely. I fancy, for instance, that a great many women use Lux toilet soap because they know screen stars use it.
Well, that's no secret here.
If an actress singles out a product for her personal use, you may be sure it's the best. Yes, when the stars take the cake, I mean when the stars take the cake...
Miss Waterbury, just one. What you're trying to say is, when the stars take the cake, Lux is the cake they take.
In any event, Hollywood is teaching women the tremendous importance of personal appearance, and it's teaching the world that glamour is not a quality you're necessarily born with. In other words, you, Mr. DeMille, the great glamour creator, know that glamour is just learning how to emphasize one's own personality. This, I believe, is why Hollywood today is dominating the news of the world. It is every woman's inspiration. It is teaching every woman how to emphasize her own best points. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Editor. And now for the last act of our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore with Anne Shirley. Almost a year has gone by since Spring Davis was condemned to prison. It's late evening, and in the kitchen of the old farmhouse, Benji and Mrs. Davis are sitting tensely in their chairs. They seem to be waiting for something, half expectant, half frightened. Mrs. Davis breaks a long silence.
Benji.
Yes?
Are you going out searching again tonight?
I've searched and searched. Almost every night for 2 weeks. She's never answered the phone.
I heard her, and you heard her. Dake heard her, so'd his paw. 'Twan't no mistake. Bugle Ann was bugling that night.
She couldn't have been more. Bugle Ann's dead. Terry killed her almost a year ago.
I never said she wasn't dead, Benji. But we heard her just the same.
Oh, it's unnatural to believe in ghosts.
She was leading a pack. I'd have knowed her voice, Benji. And if she'd been alive, she'd have come when you called her.
I guess the pack that she's been leading could go through a hog-tight fence like so much dishwater. Because there ain't no fences where they've been. No more. I guess the great hounds have got a place of their own to go to after they run the last race here.
Benji, I've been meaning to ask you. Didn't Camden ever write you nor nothing since the trial?
Huh? Oh, no, she never did, Ma. I ain't never heard a word.
Know where she is, don't you? Up with Uncle.
No, I know, but... Oh, what's the use? There can't ever be nothing between Camden and me. Not now.
If she loves you, Ben.
How can she? My father killed her father. There's a murder between us.
Benji.
Oh, I'm not saying Pa wasn't right. I'll do the same thing in his place. But that doesn't change things. Nothing can change things.
Benji. Shh. There it is again. She's back, Benji. She's come back.
Don't say that, Ma. Ma, it isn't possible.
Possible or not, Benji. That's the voice of Bugle Ann.
What are you doing, Camden? Writing a letter?
Why, yes, Uncle El Nathan. I've been trying to.
Don't seem very successful. Got the end of that pen all chewed to bits and hardly lying down. Who's it to?
No one. I'm not going to write it after all.
Camden, come here. You ain't still thinking on that young Davis fella, are you? Are you?
Would it be so terrible?
No, not terrible, but, well, it ain't exactly right.
Why not?
Do I have to answer that for you, Camden? Don't you know why?
It wasn't Benji's fault. He did nothing wrong.
His father did?
And isn't he paying for it? He's up there in state prison, an old man, hurt and beaten, because he did what he thought was right.
Camden?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
All right, Camden. It's all right.
Uncle, how do you go about getting a man released from prison?
You'd want to do that? He killed your father, Camden.
I guess it's the awfulest thing in the world to have hated one's father. I'm sorry I had to hate him, but he was mean. I saw what he did to my mother.
Come in, Davis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. They tell me you want to see me, Warden.
Yes, I suppose you're wondering what it's all about.
Well, about the only thing I could figure was maybe I wasn't doing so well as a gardener. Or maybe you was sending me to some other prison.
No, nothing like that. Mr. Davis, you're free.
Free?
That's right.
But the judge said 20 years, and it's only nigh under 4.
Here's your pardon from the governor.
And I can go home?
That's it.
But this has got me kind of stamped. The governor don't know me, and I never had the honor of meeting him.
Well, perhaps you've got some influential friends.
No, I guess not. At leastwise, not that I can remember being on speaking terms with.
Well, it all came pretty much as a surprise to me, too, but you can go home.
Home? I reckon that'll be kind of nice. Ma and Benji been writing, but it ain't like having your kinfolk close around now. Is it, Mr. Hanrahan?
All right. I'll telegraph your wife you're coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye, and good luck, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you.
Take your partners for the dance. Swing your partners.
It's mighty nice of you, Ma, to have all the folks over.
Oh, we're so glad to have you home, Pa.
It's a real celebration. How do I look? Am I all right to go downstairs?
Yeah, let me fix your tie. There, that's better. You can come down anytime you want to now. We'll have dinner whenever you want.
Well, son?
Pa, I want to speak to you.
Now? What about?
Wait till I close the door. Pa, I got something I want to show you.
What, Benji?
Look, Pa.
Dog's collar. Bugle Ann's collar.
That's right, Pa. Bugle Ann's collar.
Where'd you get it? Where is she?
Now, sit down, Pa. Sit down and be calm. And...
You found Bugle Ann, and you never wrote it to me.
Now, take it easy, Pa.
Where was it? Where?
Up in Bachelor's Timber. We never found her until last September.
Bachelor's? No, couldn't have been up there.
Yes. She was caught right in that old rusty wire windbreak down near the shack.
Caught in the wire? Strangled?
Yes.
How long she been there?
You couldn't tell, Pa. If it hadn't been for the collar, I wouldn't have known it was her. Maybe a year she was there. Maybe a lot more.
Then Jake Terry never done it.
Well, maybe Bugle Ann run up there after he shot her. Or maybe...
Oh, stop your foolish talk.
Well, that ain't the whole story, Pa. There was a time, the 1st of June, after you went up there, when we heard her bugling in the woods beyond Heaven Creek.
She was alive then?
Yes. But 3 nights ago, the night we heard you were coming home, we heard her again, Pa.
3 nights ago?
We heard Bugle Ann.
There was a time when I'd laughed my head off at that, but I've had plenty of time to think these last 4 years. There was funny things in the Civil War, boy, my father told me about, and there's been funny things other times. Now, I don't say you heard Bugle Ann the other night, but you did hear something. Mighty often I thought I heard her clear off in Jeff City. 3 nights ago you heard her.
Yes.
Not since.
Well, there's been rain.
Well, there ain't no rain tonight.
Oh.
We listen tonight, Benji. You and me and Cal and Bake, like we used to. I'll have my horn along, and if I hear her voice...
Oh, listen.
If I hear her voice, I'll call her home.
Pa, come here by the fire.
That's a beeline fox, all right. Don't let no grass grow under his feet.
Benji, what is it, Bake?
What'll happen if your pa blows that horn he's carrying? Would she come back to answer it?
Shh, look out.
It's getting sweet, Cal.
Yeah, getting sweet.
Listen.
It's Bugle Ann.
It can't be. It can't.
It's Bugle Ann.
Pa, listen, it's a hound, an ordinary hound. It belongs to, I reckon it's an Armstrong.
No Armstrong ever had that kind of music in him. No.
For pity's sake, Spring, it's just a kind of an echo.
Cal, if she comes real close to us, I'll blow the bugle for her.
Pa, sit down.
Are you plumb certain that was her collar, Benji? I reckon nobody but the Lord seen her bones hop up out of the orchard tonight.
Now, Spring, you got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold? Why, I bred the most beautiful tune ever played in these parts. I ain't ashamed. Maybe you laugh when you seen me bring this bugle, but I reckoned it'd come in handy. Bugle Ann'll come home, Cal, when she hears this. She'll... What's that?
It's someone else. Someone else is blowing her in.
I never done it. I never gave no one else leave to blow her in.
Well, where'd the call come from?
Up on Heaven Ridge, your path.
We'll find out where right now. Come on. There it is. Another fire.
There's a hound walking back and forth.
That's it? That's the hound?
Wait. There's a girl there. She's looking right at us. Sees us, too.
Oh, it's Camden.
Camden? Come on.
Camden.
Good evening, Benji.
Why, what are you doing here?
Was it you blew them notes?
Yes, I did. Twice.
That hound. What hound is that?
I raised her.
But it's got her voice. It's got Bugle Ann's voice.
Yes, I know. I used to hear her.
I tell you, the Lord never made no two hound voices alike. Same kind of mouth and all, he never did.
What is it all about, Camden?
This hound. She was hers, Benji. She's Bugle Ann's puppy. There were 4 more, but only this little one had the real bugle mouth.
Bugle Ann? She never had no pup.
Mr. Davis, my father never killed Bugle Ann.
Ah, we know that. The boys found a skeleton over there by Bachelor's, and they heard her voice in the woods. But I still say she never had no puppies.
That night, I drove out of the yard just like I told in court. Bugle Ann was coming past the gate. I couldn't see her in time. I couldn't. It was an awful sharp turn, and I ran over her. I got out and picked her up. She wasn't dead, and she didn't seem to blame me. I was afraid there'd be trouble over her being hurt.
Well, where did this dog get her voice?
I took her up to Uncle Al Nathan's in Jackson County. After we heard what had happened, I didn't dare tell the truth. It would have been worse for you if the jury knew that Bugle Ann wasn't really dead at all.
Go on. Please, Camden.
I nursed Bugle Ann back to health. There were 5 pups, but, this one was like her.
What happened to Bugle Ann?
She waited till they were weaned. Then she left one night. There was a moon. She wasn't strong enough to run, but she did go away. We traced her 15 miles next day, then lost her for good. Likely she was heading for home when she struck a fox and you folks heard her. We never knew she was dead for sure, but we always thought she'd been killed trying to get back home.
Benji says he heard her bugling 3 nights back.
That was the dog here. I came out thinking you might be in the timber.
You knew they let me out of prison?
Why, yes.
How'd you know?
Well, I just knew, that's all.
You ain't got prophecy nor second sight? Say, maybe you're on speaking terms with the governor.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
But you had something to do with his pardon?
Why, plain as you know. Speak up, child.
All my folks weren't Terrys. There was some Camdens.
That's right. They might have counted for something when considering a pardon.
The Camdens mean something in this state. Why, even yet. Some of them are in the legislature, and the governor listens to them when they want something as much as I wanted you to be free.
You did it, didn't you?
Oh, I just did what I could. I told them about Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you, Miss Camden.
Oh, please.
Hey, this little hound here. Hey, she's kind of taken to me, I think. Look at her, sniffing around. Well, I reckon you 2 youngsters got things to talk over.
Well, I have. Camden.
Not now.
But it's going to be all right, isn't it?
If you want Benji.
Sure he does. Been mooning around ever since you left, his mother tells me. Well...
Wait, Mr. Davis. I brought the dog for you. I'd like you to have her.
For me? Well, that's mighty nice of you.
I trained it at the horn, just the same as Bugle Ann.
Well, what you call her?
Little lady.
Little lady, huh? Well, you got quite a mouth, little lady. And spotted just the same as your ma.
He's got the same voice.
Yeah. And it's going to sound mighty pretty. Coming clear across the hills. Mighty pretty, little lady.
Our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, with Lionel Barrymore as Spring Davis, is ended. But in a moment, you'll hear him again as Lionel Barrymore. When I came to Hollywood in 1913, the first man who asked me for a job was a cowboy extra. I still have the notebook in which I wrote his name, Hal Roach. Beside it is the salary he asked for, $5 a day. And beside that, my notation, too much. I hired others for $3 a day, and thereby did Hal Roach a favor. He went out and started his own studio, making comedies featuring another unknown extra named Harold Lloyd. In time, he started the Our Gang series, and the motion picture industry now awards him the laurel for producing more comedies than anybody else in Hollywood.
Wait a minute, C.B. If you're going to mention Laurel, you've got to mention Hottie.
Mr. Hal Roach, ladies and gentlemen, who insists that among his laurels is Hardy, and many other great comedians, including B.B. Daniels, whom I stole from him.
GCB, I'm as nervous tonight as that cowboy who asked you for a job.
Why nervous? You've graduated from cowboy to polo player.
Don't blame that on me. It's my horse's fault. Can I help it if he was ambitious?
He was more ambitious than some of the horses that run at your Santa Anita racetrack. You've picked many winners for films. You've developed the most famous group of youngsters in the world, Our Gang. But your greatest achievement
was changing the custard pie from a harmless dessert to a deadly weapon.
But you have developed the most famous character in Hollywood.
Which one?
The Yes Man.
Never heard of him.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Where do you get your child actors?
Well, I went through raising those kids. At first, I couldn't get actors for our gang. People didn't want their children in films, and the slogan in Hollywood was, "Mothers, hide your children. Here comes Hal Roach." But now, after 17 years, the situation's reversed, and the slogan in the studio is, "Hide Hal Roach. Here come the mothers."
Now, you created a lot of laughter in those years, and millions of people have relived their childhood seeing those comedies on the screen. You're more than a great showman, Hal. You make people laugh and forget their troubles.
I can say the same thing for you, C.B. Barnum had the greatest show on earth, but you've got the greatest show on the air. I'll be listening every Monday night. But before leaving, I'd like to answer a question asked by countless of fans. Who is going to play opposite Patsy Kelly since the untimely passing of that great comedian, Thelma Todd? I think her successor is one Thelma would have chosen herself, Lita Roberti. So long.
So long, cowboy. Few people know that besides his achievements on the stage, screen, and radio, the star of tonight's production is an etcher, pianist, and composer of distinct ability. Hollywood's most civilized actor, Lionel Barrymore.
Well, thanks very much for the bouquet, C.B.
There's one flower I left out of it. We all know you're a great actor. But few of us know that you invented one of our most important mechanisms, the movable microphone.
Well, somebody had to do something. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in the old talkie days, microphones were stationary. They were concealed in places like bookstands and floor lamps, and it was pretty embarrassing for a player to walk over to a vase and say, "Darling, I love you." So I putted around with a few wires and screws
and gave us an instrument which follows the player and picks up every word naturally. I hope you remembered to patent it. You know, Edison forgot to patent all the rights of the motion picture machine. That little oversight cost him many millions. But if it hadn't been for that invention, I wonder where you and I'd be right now.
Well, you'd probably be writing and directing plays, and I might be a commercial artist.
I remember you once deserted the footlights and turned painter, but the paint didn't stick. Now you're an actor and the son of an actor.
Well, I guess so. Blood must be thicker than watercolor.
I'm looking forward to seeing your portrayal of Andrew Jackson in your next picture, The Gorgeous Hussy. It's going to be quite a change to see you without whiskers.
Well, I've been wearing beards and mustaches so long I'd almost forgotten how I looked myself. It's a real relief to be able to wash my face again.
With Lux, I hope.
Lux? Why, you can't turn around in Hollywood without running into that soap. In one picture, I'm Norma Shearer's father, and she uses it, and then I'm some other girl's uncle, and she uses it. And now I come over here, and there's a broadcast about it. Even Anne Shirley, who played in tonight's show, uses it.
I certainly do, Mr. Barrymore. My complexion is no better friend than Lux toilet soap.
You see? That's all I hear. Lux, Lux, Lux.
And why do you listen?
Well, because I like it, too. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Barrymore and Miss Shirley, and many thanks. Mr. Barrymore appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Anne Shirley, RKO, Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Cecil B. DeMille and Porter Hall, Paramount. And here is Mr. DeMille with word of next week's play.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Marion Davies and Joel McCrae in the story of a tempestuous waif, The Brat. It's an exceptional entertainment we've chosen for you, with one of Hollywood's brightest stars in one of Broadway's most brilliant successes.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Radio Theater presents Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees in one Sunday afternoon. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet Hollywood through such famous personalities as Jack Oakey, Helen Twelvetrees, Alan Hale, Cecil B. DeMille, Agnes Ayres, Mrs. Evelyn Offield, and Mr. Louis Silvers, conductor of the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and attractive women everywhere. A distinguished audience awaits our play tonight. Seated before me are 3 of motion picture's newest stars, June Lang, Muriel Evans, and the leading citizen of Van Buren, Arkansas, Bob Burns. Greetings to all from Lux. Nothing is so important to loveliness as smooth, clear skin. Just remember that while Lux Toilet Soap is fine enough for movie star complexions, it is so inexpensive that any girl anywhere can buy and use it all the time. Keep your skin fresh, smooth, and delicately fragrant with the gentle, active lather of Lux Toilet Soap. And now, let me turn you over to our producer. He brings to radio stars and plays of the same great caliber that have established him as the world's outstanding contributor to motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play begins one quiet Sunday afternoon in a small Missouri town. So does the story of tonight's star, Jack Oakey. Only in Jack's case, the afternoon wasn't so quiet. He claims he yelled louder than any baby born in Sedalia, Missouri. But he says he had a reason for yelling. He arrived just too late for Sunday dinner. Jack spent most of his boyhood in Oklahoma, but accompanied his mother to New York when she joined the faculty of the Scudder School for Girls. New Yorkers didn't care for his real name, Offield, so they shortened Oklahoma and called him Oakey. He's used the name ever since. As a telephone operator in Wall Street, Jack received the tip that made him a fortune. The tip was that he get out of Wall Street and go on the stage. Within a few months, he was a song and dance man on Broadway. When pictures began to talk, he thought they were talking to him, so he responded by coming to Hollywood. Jack has been at Paramount for 9 years. At present, he's a promoter in Champagne Waltz. He's also been a sailor, an aviator, a press agent, a cowboy, and a college student. In fact, as a college student, he's in a class by himself because he never went to college. So tonight, I've given him a degree in dentistry and the leading part, that of Dr. Biff Grimes. I've long believed him capable of more than straight comedy, and the serious parts of tonight's play will give Jack his first real opportunity to prove me right or wrong. Our other star tonight is Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Helen studied to become a painter, but she transferred her art from canvas to the stage and had already starred in such successes as An American Tragedy and Broadway when she was spotted by a talent scout and brought into films. Miss Twelvetrees has just returned from Melbourne, where she was the first American actress to play the lead in a picture filmed in Australia. She appears tonight in the role of Amy in One Sunday Afternoon, written by James Hagan. We hear it now in the Lux Radio Theater, starring Jack Oakey with Helen Twelvetrees. It's a stifling Sunday afternoon, late in August. In Biff Grimes' tiny office, he and his old friend Snappy Downer are growing sentimental about old times, recalling the songs of their younger days. Biff, middle-aged and slightly gray, sits sprawled in his dentist's chair, silently regarding the red-nosed Snappy, who leads off with a chorus of an old favorite.
It was there I knew that you loved me true.
You love me true.
You were 16.
You were 16.
The village queen.
Oh, baby, what a voice.
Yes, Amy.
Stop that noise.
Noise. Me and Snappy singing.
Stop it.
All right.
You see, the little woman doesn't understand, Snappy. Nothing artistic about it.
You know, Biff, I used to have a good voice. So did you. You sing something.
Huh?
Yeah, sing something.
Hey, listen, you brought over the refreshments this afternoon. Biff Grimes wants to be entertained. Biff Grimes, the well-known dentist of Hillsdale, was entertained on Sunday afternoon by Snappy Downer, the man who sells fish and crabs at Duncan's Market. Ha ha! Go on, Snappy, another little song.
Say, Biff, I know a pip.
Good.
You know, I used to sing it with a harp effect, but I busted the harp.
That's fine.
You know, you like this song, Biff. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
I said cut it out. I don't like that song.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Well, it brings up something that... Well, I just don't like it. See, I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Don't get sore.
Oh, forget it. Hey, listen, I got a song that's a fight. Give me a note.
Yeah, which one?
Any one. Biff Grimes ain't particular.
Bum, 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 put on your robe.
Start again.
Bum, 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 bum.
Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, then we'll hit your top into the sleigh.
Biff,
Yes, Amy?
do you want me to come in there?
You don't want to see my wife, do you, Snappy?
No.
Never mind, honey. Stay where you are.
Making all that racket. If I hear any more, I'll come in there and put you both out of the house.
All right, honey. You see what I have to put up with? It's a shame. Man can't have a little peace and comfort in his own home. You know it ought to be in the marriage laws.
What?
Peace and comfort, that's what. Am I right?
Right.
Good old Snappy. Ha ha. Snappy, remember when we was kids? Remember Avery's amusement park? How long ago was that?
Oh, must have been 108 years ago or so. There was you and me, Beansy Miller, and Hugo Barnstead.
Yeah, Hugo Barnstead.
And Virginia Brush. You know, you were stuck on her, Biff.
Nah, I wasn't.
Oh, yes, you was. Yes, you was. You was in love with her. You used to sing, in the good old summertime.
In the good old... I know. I used to sing this song just because Virginia liked it.
You know, she was a swell girl, Virginia was. Hugo stole her away from you, remember?
Ah, that Hugo was just a plain everyday skunk. I never did like him. I bet I'd have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her away from me. It's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl.
Yep, I never did.
It ain't right. Virginia never cared for him nohow. I was the one she was nuts about. Hugo Barnstead. Oh, I'd like to get my hands on him. What I wouldn't do to him.
Yeah, you're not jealous, are you, Biff?
Say, Biff Grimes is too big a man to get jealous over anybody. Anyway, haven't I got Amy? Haven't we been married for... Oh, shucks. I didn't care nothing about Virginia.
Yeah, what'd you say if I told you they was in town?
What?
Yeah, they stopped at the hotel across the street.
Virginia and Hugo?
Yep. Have a swell car, too. Say, they must have plenty of money. Hugo's president of a bank, so I heard.
Yeah? Did you see Virginia?
Sure.
How'd she look?
Swell. But Hugo, he looks kind of bilious. You know, you're the one she should have married, Biff.
Well, maybe you're right. That dirty, sneaking little rat. All my life, Hugo Barnstead has stuck his nose around. I'll get even one of these days.
Sure, and he'll deserve it, too.
Sing me a song, Snappy.
Yeah, sad music or comic?
Better make it sad and soothing.
Sad, all right. You know, I always cry when I sing this one. Goodbye, little girl, goodbye.
Why
don't
the trouble with the
cry,
girls of
little
today?
girl,
They
don't
should be home
cry.
with their mothers.
In
my uniform of blue, I'll come marching back to you. Well, answer that, Snappy.
Yeah.
Tell him the doctor's out of town.
Hello, the doctor's out of town. Did you get that, Biff? Snappy Downer himself. Yes, sir.
Dirty, sneaking little rat.
Huh?
Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, yeah. You know, you should have married Virginia, Biff.
I know it.
Say, what is this? Hello? Say, didn't I just tell you that... Who? Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, this is Snappy. Oh, yeah? Yeah, wait a minute. It's Dick Martin from the hotel. Man over there got a toothache.
Yeah, give me the phone. Hello, Dick. Yeah, it is Biff. No, it's Sunday. I never work on Sunday. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a little walk. Huh? I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes important, too. Thank President, who cares? Hey, what names you say?
Hey, Snappy, yeah? It's Hugo Barnstead. No.
Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, I'll see him. Send him right over. Hugo Barnstead. You speak of a skunk and he sticks his nose around.
Yeah, you're going to pull his tooth for him?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Hugo Barnstead coming to good old Biff Grimes to have his tooth pulled. He picked a good place to come to, didn't he? Yeah, a swell place.
Now, Biff, you be careful.
Sure.
Yeah, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
Don't worry about me. Biff Grimes is never sorry for anything. Come in.
You the dentist here?
Yeah, that's right. Have a seat, Hugo.
What's that? Biff Grimes. Well, I had no idea you would ever... So you did become a dentist?
Yeah, been a long time, Hugo.
Yes, must be 25 years. Let's see. Last time I saw you was when you had that trouble at the factory.
Yeah.
How are you, Snappy?
Hiya. Sit down in the chair, Hugo.
Yeah, got an awful toothache. Look, right here, hey? Hurts like the deuce. Wanted to wait till I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me, said to have it out now. She's coming up here in a little while.
Oh, that's so good.
Don't like toothaches. Terrible things. Had 'em all my life. You won't hurt, will you, Biff?
You won't feel it.
I want gas.
You'll get gas.
No.
My assistant, Miss Robertson, is off today, so Snappy down and you'll have to take her place.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Biff.
Come over here.
Oh, now, Biff.
Hand me that nose piece.
Huh?
For the gas, come on.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
All right now, Hugo. Inhale. Deep. Deep as you can. Fill up your lungs. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
He's going under, Biff.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Biff Grimes?
What's that?
You and me. Avery Amusement Park. Virginia.
Inhale, Hugo.
You thought you were going to marry Virginia. But I fooled you. I fooled you. I fooled you, Biff Grimes.
He's out. Hugo Barnstead. I've got you right where I want you, you crawling little rat.
Oh, Biff.
Oh, I've been waiting for this chance. Get away from that gas tank, Snappy.
Biff, what are you doing?
He asked for gas, didn't he? Well, he's going to get it. Plenty of it.
Oh, Biff, you can't do this. You can't do this.
Shut up. Breathe, Hugo. Breathe in deep. Avery Amusement Park. 25 years ago. Avery Park. Amy and Virginia. We used to go over there. I can close my eyes and see it now. Avery
Biff? Hey, Biff Grimes.
Hello, Hugo.
Say, I've been looking all over for you. You're late.
The girls are waiting?
I don't know. I haven't seen them yet.
Where are we supposed to meet them? Oak Street Empress, wasn't it?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, who are they anyway, Hugo? You know Biff Grimes is pretty particular about the girls.
Well, I only know one of them. Name's Virginia. Said she'd bring a friend.
Is she a good looker?
Ooh, Virginia is. I don't know about the friend.
Well, won't do any harm to take a look. But if they don't suit me, Hugo, you know Biff Grimes, 23 Skidoo.
Goodness sake, sit still. What are you fidgeting around for?
Oh, Virginia, I'm scared.
Of what?
Well, I never met a boy like this. That is, without a proper introduction.
Well, Hugo Barnstead will introduce you to him.
Do you suppose he's a nice-looking fellow?
Oh, of course he is.
And do you think he'll like my new dress?
I know he will.
And do you think he'll like me?
He'll fall in love with you the minute he sees you.
Virginia, you stop that. Don't you talk like that.
Well, he might. You can't tell. And you might fall in love with him.
Oh, Virginia, I'd die.
Tell the truth, Amy. Weren't you ever in love with a boy?
Oh, Virginia.
Oh, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Well, I thought I was once. I don't know.
Well,
when I was very young, of course, that's a long time ago, you understand. It was in school.
Mm-hmm.
There was a boy. I don't know. He never even looked at me, but... Virginia, did you ever have a feeling in your heart? Something that you feel is going to happen, and it doesn't? That's the way my heart was. This boy always seemed lonely somehow. Everybody had it in for him, even the teachers. They called him a bully, but I know he wasn't. I saw him do a lot of good things. When the big boys picked on the smaller ones, he helped the little fellows out. I know he had a lot of good in him. Good that nobody else could see.
Who was this boy?
Oh, you wouldn't know him.
Well, I might. Who was it?
Biff Grimes.
Biff Grimes? You mean that big bully that hangs around Larson's drugstore?
Yeah.
Why, Amy, he's terrible. The reputation... Amy, I'd be ashamed to mention his name. I heard that he drinks and smokes cigarettes.
Well, of course, that was a long time ago. Oh, shucks, I'm all over it now. He doesn't even know I'm alive.
Amy.
What?
They're coming.
Oh, dear.
Look, that's Hugo Barnstead, the fellow with the orange tie. And the other fellow... Amy.
Oh, dear.
It's Biff Grimes.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, Virginia, I think I'd better go.
No, just sit down. Now, just pretend you don't see them. And that'll show them that we're good girls and that they can't trifle with us.
There they are, Biff. I see them.
swell, huh, Biff?
Hey, pretty swell, Hugo. Say, I've seen her around town. What's the one you got picked up for me?
The little one on the left.
Oh, nothing doing. I know that scrawny little thing. We used to go to school together. Amy something or other.
She ain't so bad.
I'm telling you, she's skidoo. You can't pick anything better than that. Well, Biff Grimes will do his own picking.
Wait a minute, Biff.
I picked the other one.
Oh, but that ain't fair.
23. Everything is fair to Biff Grimes. Say, I've always wanted to meet her, though. She's all the fudge.
Oh, gee, Biff. All right. Well, we'll fix it.
Well, say something.
Well, all right. Oh, hello, girls.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Nice afternoon.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, say something. They don't care about the weather. They want to meet me.
Well, I see you got over here.
That's right.
And you brought your girlfriend along.
Yes.
Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
Hi, girls. Introduce me.
I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Surely you don't.
This is Biff Grimes.
Hi, girls. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
How do you do?
Now, let me see. Your name is Miss Virginia, ain't it?
How did you know my name was Virginia?
Oh, I found out. And, what's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, excuse me. This is Miss Lynn, Amy Lynn. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Farnstead.
Oh, of course. Hugo Barnstead.
My name is Grimes, Biff Grimes, chicken inspector.
Miss Lynn, this is Mr. Grimes.
No, Mr. Little Girl, just Biff.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm swell. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
Yes, we went to school together.
That's right. You sure was a funny looking little thing then, wasn't you?
Oh, was I?
You bet you was. Remember that day I stood up to the principal and almost got a licking and you helped me out? I never got a chance to thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, anyway, thanks. Even if you was funny looking, you wasn't bad at heart.
Well, I always liked you, Biff.
Amy.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you could have waited.
I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the gals in them days was kind of stuck on me. Ishka-bibble, ishka-bibble.
Well, how would you girls like to take a little walk?
Oh, why, yes.
We'll take a little walk.
I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't go bad either, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy?
I like a college ice.
Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it out last night. She'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yes?
You know when New York goes wild over anything, it must be good.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it, Biff?
Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream.
I never heard of that before. Did you, Amy?
No.
Say, that guy ain't dead. Biff Grimes never lets the grass grow under his feet, neither. New York style, that's me, big stuff every time.
Yeah, but...
You know something, little girl? Virginia, that's the name, ain't it? Well, do you know where they got that name from?
But, this is...
State of Virginia, yes, sir. That's where Abraham Lincoln was born.
Oh,
I guess you didn't know that, did you? Ah, very few people do. Yes, indeed it is. You know, it's too bad I haven't met you before, Virginia.
But...
Biff Grimes thinks that you're one of the nicest little gals he ever met.
Biff,
I'll say, oh, boy, hey, kid.
Listen, Miss Virginia's supposed to...
All right, never mind, my boy. Everything's going to be all right. Virginia and me's getting along fine. Yes, sir, fine. How about that, eh, Virginia? Well, let's go. Goldstein's drugstore. You can take the little one, Hugo.
Sure, Biff. My arm, Miss Virginia.
Hey, I said...
Thank you, Mr. Barnstead. I'd love to go with you.
Say, I meant for you to...
You know, Virginia, I've wanted to take you to Goldstein's for a long time now.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Why, the lowdown right out from under my nose.
Oh, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? What?
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Well, all right, Rudd. Come on, let's get it going.
Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees will be back with you in a minute. But in that minute, we're going out near Santa Monica, where they're shooting Ladies in Love on the 20th Century Fox lot. You'll overhear what two extra girls are saying about their friend Dot.
Search me, what's the matter? Do I know why they don't want to ask Dot? She's your roommate. You ought to know why the boys don't like to take her out.
I can't think of a thing that's wrong with her, except maybe her complexion.
Well, isn't that enough? Boy, if my complexion were bad, I wouldn't expect to keep my job, even if I am only an extra, much less get dates.
Dot's awful careless, really. She thinks she can dab rouge and powder on her face day after day and let them stay there. And she can't. Not and keep a good complexion.
Why don't you tell her? Break down and buy her a cake of Lux toilet soap. She's probably getting cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin comes on so gradually, it's hard to tell you're taking chances. That's why it's smart to guard against it. To use Lux toilet soap regularly before you put on fresh makeup and always before you go to bed. Keep on using rouge and powder as much as you like. Lux toilet soap has an active lather that goes deep down into your pores and removes every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap to keep skin lovely. It's good for your skin, too. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our play One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakey as Dr. Biff Grimes and featuring Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. We are back in the present day, in Biff Grimes' office. Hugo Barnstead lies unconscious in the dentist's chair with the gas filling his lungs. Biff stands over him, a dull look in his eyes, as his mind flashes back to the days of their youth. Snappy Downer, his face contorted with fear, tries vainly to shut off the gas.
Biff, let me turn off that gas. Get away. But you can't do this, Buff. You can't do it.
Yeah, he took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. That night in Snyder's beer garden.
But that was 25 years ago. You can't do it.
Yeah, 25 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Snyder's beer garden. I was there with Virginia.
Oh, Biff, listen.
Yeah, with Virginia. I can even hear the music. Snyder's beer garden.
Mrs. Oberstädter! Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Oberstädter! Oh, big A! You see the fight? Fight? Yes, over by the bowling alleys. That Biff Grimes boy has won. Oh, such a bully. Such a loafer. Always he has to spoil a good time by punching. Oh, sure.
I suppose you heard that.
Oh, heard what?
Mrs. Oberstadt and Mrs. Schutzendorf, didn't you hear what they said about you?
Ah, that don't worry me.
Well, it does me. Biff Grimes, I want to tell you something. I'm a respectable girl, and I'm not in the habit of going with people that want to drink and fight.
I didn't start the fight, did I?
Yes, you did.
I did not. You think I'm going to stand by and take an insult?
Oh, that boy didn't say anything.
He did, too. I know what he said. When Biff Grimes takes his girl out, nobody's going to pass a remark.
Aren't you a gentleman enough to ignore it?
No, I'm gentleman enough to take a slap at his nose.
Well, if you ever do it again, I'll walk away from you.
Well, all right. I'm sorry I did it, Virginia. I've hurt your feelings. I'm sorry about that, too. I guess I was just jealous.
Well, I don't see why you should get jealous over me.
Well, I can't help it. See, ever since that day I first met you in Avery's Park, I've cared about you. Well, you know that, Virginia.
Why don't you go with those other girls that you like to talk about?
Because I want you.
Amy Lind likes you.
I don't care anything about her. You're the only one I want to... Virginia, listen, whenever I'm near you, I just seem to forget everything.
Oh, don't be foolish.
I'm not. Can't help it. Say, by the way, they're running an excursion down Election next Sunday. Well, maybe you'd like to go.
I'm going to be busy next Sunday. I have an important engagement.
Is it more important than I am?
I should say it is.
I thought I was your steady.
You've got another thought coming.
Want to meet Hugo Barnstead?
Suppose I am.
That's who it is. Hugo Barnstead. You can't fool me, Virginia. You've been meeting him all the time.
Well, suppose I have.
Well, I won't stand for it.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, he better keep away from me, that's all. I don't like him. I never did like him. He's a sneak. And the next time I see him, I'm going to tell him what I think.
Listen to the little boy talk. I thought you were a big man, Mr. Grimes. To hear you talk, one would think you owned the world. I've heard of the great things you're going to do. So far, I haven't seen anything.
Well, ain't I... Ain't I studying hard to be a dentist?
A dentist?
Yes, a dentist. Only got 4 more years to go. When I get through, I'm going to put up a big dentist shop right in this town.
I'm not in the least interested.
Well, you will be when you see my name hanging out in front. I'm going to have a big gold sign painted. Biff Grimes, painless dentist.
Yoo-hoo, Virginia. Oh, there's Amy. And Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, what's he doing here?
Hello, Virginia.
Hello, Amy. Hello, Hugo.
Hello, Virginia.
We've been looking all over for you, Virginia.
We were looking for you.
Hello, Biff.
Hello.
Hello, Biff.
Yeah.
Well, come on, sit down.
Called your house, but your mother said you was out.
So you brought Amy.
Yes, and we've been on the loop-de-loop 3 times.
Yeah, we went through the tunnel twice.
Did you kiss her in the dark?
Of course he didn't kiss me. Are you having a good time, Biff?
Yeah, swell.
Oh, Biff, I hear you was in a fight.
Well?
With Andy Mullen, is that right?
What about it?
Nothing. Only I just saw him outside and he was... There he is now, coming in the door.
Yeah, I see him. Got his pal with him, too, ain't he?
I think we better go.
Oh, don't get excited. I ain't going to start nothing.
There he is, Andy, over there.
Yeah, hiding behind the skirt.
Biff, sit down.
Oh, we'll just walk out. I ain't going to fight.
Yeah, funny how a cute little girl takes up with such rough people.
Yeah, ain't it?
Yeah, you'd think she'd pick up somebody that was decent.
Wait a
Come on, Amy.
Which girl was you talking about?
Why, the swell-looking one. Ain't she some cutie, huh?
Yeah, she's good enough for me. Hiya, cutie. How about a little stroll down by the lake?
Shut up, you rat.
We ain't going to get in any fight.
Listen, you. That last remark.
Well, what about it?
But I don't like it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
This. Now, try and get up. Just try.
Yeah. So you fight in my place, yeah? House with them. Come on, boys. Take them out here. House with
Get
them, yeah?
back, you guys. You lay a hand on me and I'll drop you alongside of this mug here. I'll get out of here by myself, see? And I don't need any help. Come on, Virginia.
No. I never want to see you again, Biff, right? I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
All right. I'll see you over in Avery's Park Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock.
I won't be there.
Avery's Park at 8. Come on, you guys. Spread it up. Let me out of here.
Well, I guess she isn't coming after all, Biff.
I don't see her. Guess she saw at me. Gee, can you imagine sore because I was protecting her good name? That's all I was doing.
Of course, Biff.
Any girl would have been proud to have a man protect her good name. You understand that, don't you, Amy?
Of course I do, Biff. Haven't you seen her at all?
Not since that night.
And you were to meet her here?
8 o'clock.
It's after 9 now.
That's right.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, Biff, will you tell me?
Sure, what is it?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me unless you want to.
yes, I do love her. I guess maybe I got a little too crazy about her. She somehow was my ideal. You know, every fella has an ideal. Somebody he cares for, and when he cares for that somebody, well, nothing else matters. It's a sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works right up to your neck. Well, that's the way I felt towards Virginia.
I see. Of course, you told her that you loved her.
Lots of times. She always laughed at me. You know, there's nothing sincere about Virginia. At heart, she's a teaser. That's what rouses the old devil in me.
I understand, Biff.
Do you? You know, Amy, I like to talk to you. Somehow, well, I don't know. Virginia never could sit down and talk the way we've been talking. I like it. How'd you happen to come over here tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I just came over.
Did you have a date?
No,
You sure?
I haven't got a beau.
Funny. I thought you and Hugo Barnstead was keeping company.
Hugo Barnstead? Oh, no. He just took me out once. He doesn't care anything about me.
Well, he's an awful mug. I don't see what any girl can see in him. You know, I wonder if Virginia...
What?
Oh, nothing. It's funny, ain't it?
What is?
Oh, sitting here talking like this.
Don't you like it?
I sure do. I've always wanted to talk to somebody like this. See, over at our house, there's nobody but the old man, the kid brothers, and Pop don't work much, so I gotta go out and do the hustling. By the way, I'm starting next week at the Phoenix Box Factory. Of course, most of that money's going to help me through that dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist, you know.
Are you, Biff?
Yeah, I'm going to be the swellest little molar extractor in Oakley.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Of course, that's just the start. Someday, you know, I expect to be mayor of this town.
Oh, gee, Biff.
Yeah, that's going to make Virginia proud of me. Yes, sirree.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Snappy. What are you doing over here?
Oh, nothing. Just out for a little walk. Me and Gladys. She's my steady.
Hush your mouth, steady.
Say, I guess you heard the news, hey, Biff?
What news?
Well, ain't you heard about Virginia?
Well, what about Virginia?
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Did she?
Yeah, I thought you knew. You was going with her.
Yeah, say, it seems I did hear something about that.
Guess you know who she married, don't you?
Who?
Hugo Barnstead.
Hugo Barnes?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, I certainly worked hard to fix it up for that boy.
Well, I thought she was your steady.
Virginia? No, she's just a nice little girl, that's all. Well, I guess everybody around here thought I was kind of stuck on her, but I wasn't. It was just one of my little jokes. So, Snappy, when you see the gang, you just say Biff Grimes is leading his own life and he's doing fine.
Sure. Say, I saw Hugo this afternoon. He's going to work for his uncle in the box factory. Got a swell job. He and the happy bride leaving on the midnight train. Say, we're going to throw rice and everything.
That's good. That's swell.
Well, I guess we're running along.
All right, Snappy.
See you later, Biff. Come on, Gladys, come on.
Biff, listen.
Yeah?
I know, Biff. It hurts, doesn't it?
I guess it does.
Sure it does. Your heart feels like it was all cut open and bruised. I know.
Do you, Amy?
Yes.
Oh, when he climbs in that plane, I hope he breaks his leg.
Biff, you mustn't say that. It isn't...
Well, I can't help it.
You mustn't. Say you're sorry, please.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. See, you know, Amy, you're the first person that ever made me take back anything. I kind of feel, well, I don't know, I'm just glad I know you, that's all, Amy. If I ask you something, you won't mind, will you?
What is it?
Can I be your steady?
Oh, do you want to?
Sure.
All right, Biff.
Oh, that'll be swell, Amy.
But, Biff, you aren't saying this just because she...
What?
Oh, never mind. I don't care anyway. I'm awfully fond of you, Biff. I've always been. Are you happy?
You bet I am.
Really?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm happy, Biff. I'm awfully happy.
Come in. Oh, come in, Biff. Sit down.
You want to see me, Hugo?
I wouldn't have sent for you if I hadn't, old man. You know, I haven't seen much lately of you, Biff.
I've been busy.
Still studying to be a dentist, huh?
Yep, every night.
You're not letting that interfere with your job down here at the factory, are you?
Why should it interfere?
You're not studying on our time.
I told you I was studying nights.
All right. Now, don't get sore. You know, I'm in a pretty important position running this plant, and I got to make sure my employees do their jobs.
All right. What's it you want to see me about?
Biff, how long you and Amy been married now?
About 2 years.
That's right. You got married just a little while after me in Virginia, didn't you?
That's right.
Seen Virginia lately?
Oh, I met her a couple of times on the street.
Looking pretty swell, ain't she? Great girl, Virginia. Finest little woman in the world. I only said...
Listen, Hugo, that cut machine out there is being overhauled. I got to go see...
Sit down. I won't keep you long.
Well, what is it?
Biff, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going down here. We're not making enough money.
No?
Oh, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. So you see, Biff, I got a scheme a bit.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you can help me. I may be able to do something for you a little later.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I mean it. I'd be glad to do something for you and Amy.
You better let me worry about Amy, Hugo.
Oh, come on now. Forget your pride. You work along with me, and I think I can show you how to make some more money.
Now, let's get on to the point. What do you want?
Well, my uncle informs me that there are too many men laying off sick. At least that's what they say, and I'm going to put a stop to it. The Phoenix Box Factory is paying its help to work, not to be sick.
I found the men good workers.
Well, they're not. Now, what I have in mind is I'd like to have you mingled with the men. You can keep your eyes open and kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you could begin to notice them. Some of them are on the job, I suppose, but others ain't. I want you to report those fellas to me. Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
You mean get fired?
Yeah.
Oh, spy work, eh?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that.
Well, I wouldn't. If you think you can make a sneak out of me, you're crazy. I'm not doing anybody's dirty work, you understand?
Still the same old Biff Grimes, ain't you? Always looking for trouble.
No, I ain't looking for trouble.
Yes, you are, but don't forget this. The Phoenix Box Factory pays you your living, and you'll do as I want to get out.
All right, I'll get out.
Who's there?
Evening, Hugo. Working late, ain't you?
How you doing here? You know that employees ain't allowed in the factory at night.
You're forgetting I'm not an employee any longer. You fired me this afternoon, you remember?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. I got something coming to me, and I want it. I want the 2-week salary you owe me.
You can see the cashier in the morning.
No, I can't. I saw him tonight, and he says that you told him not to give it to me.
Well, what of it?
I want that money, Hugo. It's coming to me, and I want it.
You don't get a nickel.
No? We'll see about that.
Put on that gun.
Now, listen, Hugo. Do I get that money, I'll blow you wide open.
Put on that gun.
Well?
Don't shoot.
That's right. Crawl.
Stop. Don't shoot.
Come on, crawl, you slivered rat.
Oh, don't.
Ah, Hugo Barnes said get up on your feet. I wouldn't shoot you, you skunk. You ain't worth it.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. Sure. Before I do, I want you to stand up. Stand up nice and straight, Hugo, because you're going down again fast.
Where were you, Biff?
Huh? Oh, I was just taking a walk.
Where to?
Down the station.
Biff, you're worried about something.
Who, me?
Is everything going all right at the factory?
Well, sure. Well, what makes you say that?
Oh, who could that be?
That's right. I'll answer it, honey.
All right. I better go fix up a little. It might be company.
Well, hello, Charlie. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Biff.
What you fellas doing here?
Official business, Biff. The chief wants to see you down at headquarters.
Headquarters? What are you doing, kidding?
Not so you could notice it. You took a punch at Hugo Bonstead, didn't you? It's assault and battery.
And you tried to hold up the place.
I didn't.
You had a gun, didn't you? Come on.
Wait a minute. Not so loud, will you? My wife's in there. Listen, I wasn't going to hold up anybody. I got fired today. Hugo wouldn't give me my dough. Was coming to me. I worked for it. I worked hard.
You know what it means to carry a gun in this town?
Oh, I just put it as a bluff. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything from anybody. I was desperate, that's all I tell you. I only wondered what was coming to me.
We got to arrest you, Biff.
Oh, give me a break, will you? Let me get out of here. I'll beat it out of town. Nobody will know.
Sorry, Biff.
It's tough, but that's the way it goes.
Oh, it ain't myself I'm thinking of. I don't give a hoot about myself. It's Amy. Gee, fellas, listen. I'll kill her. Please, will you?
Sorry, Biff, we can't.
Come on.
Who is it, Biff?
Wait a second, fella. Yeah, why, sure. That's awful nice of you fellas to come, and I appreciate it.
Biff.
Oh, hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
Matter? Why, nothing. I was just telling Charlie, you know Charlie Brown and Matt Hughes here. You see, the police department's having a clam bake down at the casino Wednesday night, and, well, so they asked me to be on the committee, and I was just telling them.
Oh, that's awfully nice.
Yes, isn't it? That's awful nice. Did you fellas say that you want me to come down there right now and arrange things?
Yeah, sure.
Well, all right. Let's go. I'll be back in a little while, honey. Just a little while.
All right, Biff.
Wait for me.
I'll wait.
All right, fellas. Let's go.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We resume the events of one Sunday afternoon shortly. Actresses usually climb to prominence on the screen, but tonight's guest reversed the order. She descended to stardom. I was directing a scene in Forbidden Fruit. The star, dressed in a glass costume, had to walk down a staircase also made of glass. But her dress was so rigid and the glass stairs so slippery that the star just, couldn't play the scene naturally. I asked if there wasn't someone who could walk downstairs. One of the minor players volunteered. She had been recommended to me as the most beautiful girl in America. So I let her compete with the star, and she won in a walk. The part in Forbidden Fruit opened the way for a role as Rudolph Valentino's leading woman, which brought her international fame and envy. She is as lovely now as she was when Valentino made his reputation as a great lover playing opposite her. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Agnes Ayres.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But when you asked me to walk, you hit upon the one theatrical trick I had thoroughly learned. When I was 14 years old, I used to go to old S&A studio after school, watching them make movies. An old extra saw I was dying to act, and he spent days trying to teach me. His entire course consisted of showing me how to walk.
I'm glad he didn't teach you how to swim, or you'd never have given such a fine performance as the rescue scene in The Affairs of Anatole.
In order to make that scene, I had to be pushed off a bridge into a river. When I told Mr. DeMille I couldn't swim, he said, "That's just fine." And over I went into 18 feet of icy water.
It was a game performance, too. And must have convinced you that it was more enjoyable to work with Valentino than with DeMille.
Hardly so. It was my good fortune to play with Mr. Valentino in his two big hits, The Sheep and The Son of the Sheep. Valentino died just 10 years ago yesterday. Yet people still ask me if he would have starred in talkies the same as he did in silent pictures. I'm sure he would have. He had a slight accent, but it was far more charming than detrimental. He was also a fine singer.
And in selecting you, Valentino showed that he knew how to choose a leading lady. You're very lovely, Agnes.
And you're very diplomatic, Mr. DeMille. But I believe in taking as good care of myself as I possibly can. And I'm really glad to pass along the same advice that was given me as a child by my mother. She told me to always use the best soap I could find. For a while, I thought she meant the most expensive kind. But since then, I found the answer to be Lux toilet soap. In my home, 3 generations are using it. Myself, my mother, and my 10-year-old daughter, Maria, who someday may be in pictures herself. We all know there's nothing like Lux for smooth hands and a fine, clear skin. And that's probably why practically all Hollywood stars use it.
I understand you're planning to return to pictures, Agnes. I know our audience joins me in wishing you all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, again. I've been in a great many pictures, but to tell the truth, I've never given a performance which has completely satisfied me. I want to return to fulfill that ambition. To prepare for this, I've been doing a lot of acting with stock companies lately. And to all young men and young women who hope to reach Hollywood, my suggestion is to first get as much stage training as possible. Good night.
Good night, Agnes. And now we bring you the last part of One Sunday Afternoon, with Jack Oakey as Dr. Biff Grimes and Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. Our time is again the present. Hugo Bonstead is still lying unconscious in the dentist's chair, inhaling the gas. Snappy Downer pleads desperately with Biff, who stands over his patient, holding the nose piece tightly in place.
Biff, he ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna kill him. He took Virginia away from me. He sent me to jail. 2 years they give me. 2 whole years.
But you can't kill a man for that. They'll hang you, Biff.
He took Virginia away from me. Avery Park. Amy was waiting for me there when I got out. I can see her now. She was sitting on a bench. I was coming along the path.
Biff, listen to me. Listen to me.
Avery Park. Avery Park. Long time ago. Hello, Amy.
Biff.
Yep, it's me. Just going over to the house. I dropped off the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me.
I know.
Oh, something told me you'd be here. I don't know, just something.
When did you get out, Biff?
12 o'clock. Gee, the warden was a prince of a chap. Shook hands with me, and You glad to see me, Amy?
You know I am, Biff.
Gee, it feels good to see you. Sure feels good to be back. 2 years. Gosh, seem more like 10.
Biff, I'm so glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, honey. Guess I'd have been all shot to pieces if I hadn't gotten your letters. The thought of you waiting and... Well, I just somehow I...
It's all right, Biff.
Oh, I knew you'd be waiting over here. Amy, I want to thank you for all your kindness, all your goodness.
That's all right, Biff.
You know, I learned a lot since I've been away. I'm going to make a new start, begin all over again. I want to be somebody because I've got to.
I know how you feel, Biff.
Sure, you always knew. But, honey, I'm not so sure we can begin again in this town. We may have to move away for a while.
All right, Biff.
All right with you?
Wherever you go, Biff, I'll go.
There's something big coming up for Biff Grimes and his wife. I can feel it in my bones. Biff Grimes is going to be Biff Grimes, yes, sir. There ain't going to be nothing too good for Biff Grimes and his family. You want to go home, honey?
Yes.
All right. Gee, I love you, Amy. I think you're the loveliest lady in the world. I love your hair, your eyes, and your mouth.
I love you too, Biff.
Look at that old sky up there. Must be 1,000,000 stars out tonight, huh? Moon's full up.
Yes.
It's spraying, too. Let's walk home, huh? Avery Park. Avery Park.
Biff, don't do it. Turn off that gas, Biff.
He took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. It was 25 years ago, but I never forgot it.
Biff, listen. There's something outside door, Biff. Do you hear it? Somebody's there, Biff. All right. Shut up. Hey, turn off the gas.
Well, if it ain't my old-time sweetheart himself. Wonder you wouldn't open the door for a lady.
Who are you?
Well, now don't tell me I've changed that much. Don't you know me?
Virginia.
Well, what's eating you, Biff? What are you staring at?
Well, nothing. Well, how are you, Virginia?
I'm swell. How are you, Snappy?
Me? Oh, I'm all right. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Virginia.
Yeah, I kind of filled out since then, eh? Say, remember the bologna you used to hand me? Remember Schneider's beer garden? Funny, but the world does move.
Yeah, doesn't it?
And here you are, the dentist of Hillsdale. Say, have you pulled old Goofy Jake's tooth yet?
What? Oh, no, I haven't pulled it yet. Wait just a minute. It won't take long.
Don't rush for me. The longer that goof stays unconscious, the better I'll like it.
There we are. It's out. Oh, I guess I better use the oxygen tank on him.
Say, do me a favor, will you, and put him out of his misery? That ain't a bad way to pass out.
Hugo.
What's the matter with him, Biff? Why don't he wake up?
Hugo.
Oh, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Hugo. You all right? Hugo.
Biff? You're a fool, Biff.
You all right, Hugo? Oh, here. Better take some water. You feel better?
Yes, but oh, what an awful shape. You here, Virginia?
Yes, nature's child. Did you think you was going to crash the pearly gates?
Oh, now, Virgie, don't talk that way. Are you ready?
Yes, sweetheart. And I suppose I'll have to drive the rest of the afternoon.
Look, Virginia, can you see it? Now, my dentist in Pittsburgh told me, remember that time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but your teeth. It's been teeth in the morning, teeth in the afternoon, and teeth at night.
Oh, now, Virgie.
Don't Virgie me. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform the operation myself, and you won't have gas.
Biff, how much do I owe you?
Nothing.
What's that?
I said nothing. In fact, I think I kind of owe you something, though.
Huh?
Yeah. Owe you a lot, Hugo. Thanks.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's all right. Forget it.
Say, by the way, Biff, how's your wife?
Oh, she's fine.
Still married, eh?
Yeah, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
How has she stood it? You'll never know what I've suffered married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I'm a good man.
Yeah, good for what?
Well, I'm going home, Biff. I don't feel so good. So long, folks.
Say, that guy looks about 3 steps ahead of the Undertaker.
Yes. Sorry we can't stay to see your wife, Biff.
Oh, yeah. She'll be sorry to see her. Well, you better leave now. Good afternoon. It's that way over there. That's the way out.
What? Oh, thanks.
So long, Biff. You know, Virginia, I'm going to write my dentist in Pittsburgh.
Oh, shut up. You and your dentist in Pittsburgh.
And I almost killed him for taking it away from me.
Biff.
Amy, come here.
For heaven's sakes, Biff Grimes, if you don't stop making that noise.
Listen, Amy, I got something to tell you.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself raising all this racket.
Yes, ma'am, I am ashamed of myself.
Where's Snappy?
Oh, he left.
Well, I'm glad. I don't mind him coming over here, but you make such fools of yourselves.
Yes, ma'am, we certainly do.
Well, you ready to go out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, get your hat, Sunday afternoon, and everybody out.
Amy.
What's the matter, Biff?
Do you know that you're a very sweet and beautiful girl? And that I love you?
I love you, too, Biff.
And that new car you wanted? Say, you're going to get a better one. Tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Oh, our old car's getting terrible.
Why, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. Say, there's a brand new taxi stand across the street. Let's see if it's still there. Well, there he is. Hey, taxi! Go up to the front door and wait there. Biff Grimes and his best girl are going out for a ride.
Biff.
Come on, honey. Up you go.
Biff, put me down. What will the neighbors say?
Just what I do. That Biff Grimes has got the swellest looking girl in this town.
Play's the thing, but not the only thing, because we're going to hear further from Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees a little later. When you see Jack Oakey clowning on the screen, it's hard to realize that he's the son of a school teacher who had hopes of his becoming a preacher. Jack's mother was formerly principal of the Sedalia Public School, head of the psychology department at the Scudder School, and an instructor at Columbia University. She came to Hollywood with Jack nearly 10 years ago and has always been his favorite companion. One of Hollywood's most typical mothers, she is certainly most popular among young stars. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Evelyn Arfield.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've practiced this 40 times. Being a mother in Hollywood is no different than being a mother anywhere else. Children need a parent's help, advice, and sympathy, just as much here as in your own hometown. As a teacher and mother, I'd like to give this little message to all young parents. You are the best instructor your child will ever have. The training you give him now will show its after effects when you're gone. It's a job you'll never finish, but no job in the world will bring you greater happiness. Still, there are times when a mother should stand aside and not be a hindrance, particularly in choosing a career. Let your son and daughter be what they want to be.
Well, apparently you had no objection to Jack going on the stage.
Well, when he told me he wanted to be a hoofer, I didn't know what he meant. I just told him to go ahead.
And he took your advice literally. He's gone ahead, right to the top. But I hope you're not going to tell us that Jack was a model boy. Now, that would be pretty hard to believe.
Oh, he embarrassed me more than once. But he was always generous. If he'd find some frogs or toads, he'd come right home and divide them with me. Maybe that's the reason the girls have always liked Jack. Now I'm his mother, but even I admit that he's not what you would call handsome.
He inherited your sense of humor. He should have taken some of your good looks.
Oh, I'm just an old schoolmarm, Mr. DeMille. But there's one lesson I'm still teaching, and that's the advantage of using such a fine soap as Lux. I've used it every day for the last 10 years. Why, if I were as young as my complexion, I'd ask you for the next rumba.
If I were as young as you act, I'd accept.
I acted only once. That was in the movie Too Much Harmony that starred Bing Crosby. But even though I'm 68 years old, there's a lot of life in the old girl yet.
What's your next picture going to be? Life Begins at 68?
No, one picture was enough. I just wanted to prove to Jack that he isn't the only actor in the family. Good night.
Good night, Ma.
She's killing the people. Well, what do we do now, Mr. DeMille?
Well, if you'll sit down for just a moment, Jack, I intend to bring you and Helen Twelvetrees back to the microphone.
Oh, don't bother. I'm here already. I tell you, I'll introduce Helen for you myself, and maybe my mo over there will think I'm the producer.
Maybe.
Glad to help out. Well, folks, here she is. Miss Helen Twelvetrees, an orchard to you.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. DeMille, I think you're right. Jack should stop being a comedian.
Yes, particularly after that introduction. His plunge, our punishment.
Now, how can I be serious? Every time I get set to be dramatic, people take one look and begin laughing. Listen, I've even grown a mustache to look more distinguished, and now the people laugh louder.
Then why don't you take it off?
What, make a fool out of Gable? Now, folks, you take Helen here, for example. I ask her what makes her so gorgeous, and she tells me Lux toilet soap, just like my mother.
Well, have you tried it?
Tried it, say. I wash 20 times a day with that soap. I even clean my teeth with it. Look. Pretty?
Well, I think so much of Lux toilet soap that I'm never without it. You know, when I went to Australia, I took loads of it along in my trunk. But I found I didn't have to. They use it on the other side of the world as much as they do here.
You know, Jack was out of Lux, Helen, when he tried to get into the crusade. He rode up to the set in a full suit of armor and insisted on playing the love scene with Loretta Young.
I thought that was Henry Wilcoxon's job.
Well, everybody but Jack was under the same impression.
Yes, sir, there wasn't a niftiest suit of armor that ever came out of a blacksmith shop. And DeMille here spoils me. All he said was throw some sardines in that can and get it out of here. Now he's making another picture, The Plainsman. I knew he was dying to have me play the lead, Helen, but he's too proud to ask me. So what did he get? He got a tuba player. You know that big, tall guy. What's his name?
Gary Cooper?
Gary Copper. That's the fella. A newcomer. So I made a picture called The Texas Rangers. I'm not only a cowboy, but I sing a song as well. I sing it for you, Helen, but I don't want to make Mr. DeMille feel bad.
Well, it's very kind of you, Jack, and besides, it's getting a little late.
Well, since you insist, Mr. DeMille, my friend, I'll be a sport. Folks, you're about to hear Bing Okie, the Oklahoma groaner. In that touching old cowboy lament, I can't play the banjo with Susanna on my knee.
Bing Crosby's just sailed for Honolulu, probably to avoid hearing this. All right, Jack, go ahead.
Heckler. I got an orchestra out on the lone prairie. That is the place for me since I met my gal. When it comes to cowboy music, there's no one can play like me. But I can play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I can whistle Yankee Doodle, I can sing Mother McCree. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I thought that I would make a hit when I played William Tell. But when I beat my feet in time, she had a dizzy spell. I'd like to drop her on the floor, but that ain't chivalry. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. Do you smell something burning?
Thank you, Mr. Oakey and Miss Twelvetrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Our supporting cast tonight included Alan Hale as Hugo, Hal K. Dawson as Snappy, Inez Seabury as Virginia, Greta Myers, Justina Wayne, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, William Royal, and Mary Lou Fisher. Mr. Oakey and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, whose new picture, Girls' Dormitory, starring the French discovery Simon, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. Oakey's song, I Can't Play the Banjo with Susanna on My Knee, is from the Texas Rangers. Next Monday night, another great show awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater, and here's Mr. DeMille to tell you about it.
George Raft was born in New York's most violent neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen. Perhaps that accounts for his marked ability to play the roles of those who live outside the law. We find him in such a part next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters. Co-starring with George as the leader of a rival gang of jewel thieves is one of our most promising actresses, Miss June Lang. Produced on Broadway 20 years ago, Cheating Cheaters has been seen 3 different times in pictures. I believe you will find it just as thrilling on the air. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The selection, I Can't Play the Banjo with Susanna on My Knee, was used with the courtesy of Paramount Studios. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 22nd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall in The Dark Angel.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet Merle Oberon, Herbert Marshall, Rod LaRock, Cecil B. DeMille, Leroy Prinz, James Montgomery Flagg, and many others. And gathered here to witness this event is a tremendous audience of Hollywood notables. Seated across the footlights, I see Lois Wilson, Brian Ahern, May McAvoy, Matt Moore, Alan Baxter, Leo Carrillo. Welcome, all of you, to the Lux Radio Theater. This entertainment is brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. The pure white soap that can mean a lovelier complexion for you. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, we present one of the world's foremost motion picture producers, a man so closely identified with Hollywood that the history of the motion picture industry might well be the story of his own life. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The lights of 1,000 cities are the footlights of our stage tonight. The play of the evening will be heard from Beverly Hills to Boston, from Miami to Montreal. By shortwave, we are even linked with Tasmania, that island in the South Pacific that gave us the lovely star of tonight's production. Her name is Estelle Merle O'Brien Thompson, but she is known to us all as Merle Oberon. We have listeners also in Hawaii, where once before I directed the man who stars in tonight's production, Herbert Marshall. We were making a picture on the slopes of Mauna Kea in the Koa Forest. I had to stage a fight between Mr. Marshall, Bart as we call him, and William Gargan. Bart was supposed to win, and Gargan was prepared to take a blow and be knocked down. We filmed the scene several times. Each time, Bart played the scene magnificently, up to the final blow. Then something went wrong. I finally asked him why he wasn't giving me what I wanted. And that delightful gentleman, who served with the London Scottish Regiment during the war, who saw action on many fronts and figured gallantly in the Battle of Arras, said very simply, "Mr. DeMille, I just can't bring myself to hit a man full in the face." And now it is curtain time. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Dark Angel with Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. The Dark Angel is the story of Kitty Vane, played by Merle Oberon, and Alan Trent, a young English officer with whom she is in love, played by Herbert Marshall. August 1915, the first year of the World War, and all Europe is trembling under the impact of the loud guns. Excitement is the keynote of the day. And in a little cottage in the country, Kitty Vane, a charming young English girl, is hurrying off to meet 2 old friends who are coming home on leave. We hear her running down the stairs.
Good morning, Granny. Good morning, darling.
You're early.
A little.
Going to have breakfast?
I don't think so, Granny. I'll have something at the Shannons with Alan and Gerald.
Very well, dear. You're excited, aren't you?
Terribly.
It's a big day.
The biggest ever, Granny.
Alan Trent and Gerald Shannon. It seems like yesterday they were just babies. And here they are coming back to us after a whole year of war.
Yes. You know, Granny, at first seeing them as soldiers was fun. And I suppose I never really thought they'd be going away. But when they did... Oh, Granny, I'm so glad they're coming home again.
I'm afraid it won't be for very long.
No, I suppose not. But even a few days are better than nothing. And Alan promised me they'd stay just as long as they possibly could.
In these days, we have to make the best of everything. It's been a long year for you, hasn't it, darling?
It wouldn't have been so bad if... Oh, Granny, if only I knew. If I were only sure.
Of Alan?
Yes.
Aren't you sure?
How can I be? When one loves so hard and for so long, one can never really be sure. And it used to be so easy, Granny. When we were children, I'd just ask him to marry me. But now, It's growing up, Granny. That's what it is. Things aren't so simple anymore. I can't just say, Alan, please marry me, quick.
Why not? That's the best way to do it. Saves a lot of time.
I bet that's just what you would do.
Of course. Kitty, come here. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Granny.
Kitty, you may not be sure of Alan. I don't know how he feels about you, but I do know how Gerald feels about you.
Gerald?
He's in love with you, Kitty.
Granny.
Yes, my dear. I've seen it, and I know it.
But it's silly. You shouldn't say things like that, Granny.
I'm an old woman, my dear. I can say what I please.
But, Gerald, I've never thought about Gerald except as Alan's cousin. Why, I've known Gerald ever since we were babies.
And Alan, too, my dear.
Yes, but, well, that's different. Somehow. I can't explain it, but it is different.
Is it?
Of course it is. Heavens, look at the time. I must fly. I've got to meet Mrs. Shannon at the station. Goodbye, Granny, dear.
Goodbye, child. Don't drive too fast.
I won't.
And give my love to Alan and Gerald.
I will, Granny. Goodbye.
Bye.
Troop train coming in on platform number 3, 20 minutes late. Troop train, 20 minutes late, coming in on...
I'll be here soon. Tommy will be here soon.
Oh, he's supposed to
Give him
leave
a
in
big cheer
over
when the
here.
train comes in.
I hope he's well. I hope he's well. Well, Kitty, I just spoke to the station master. Their train's 20 minutes late. 20 entire minutes.
After 11 months of waiting, that really isn't so long. And just think they'll be home with us for 10 whole days.
Oh, I'm almost afraid to meet them. Do you think they'll be the same, look the same?
Oh, I think we'll recognize them.
Oh, look, the train is coming. Oh, why doesn't it stop? Aunt Sheila, what if it doesn't stop here?
Silly child, it's stopping now.
Where are they? Should we stand here, or do you think
Oh, they'll find us, Kitty. Be patient,
Oh,
darling.
look, there they are. Alan, Gerald, Alan.
Kitty, darling!
Oh, Alan, Gerald.
How are you,
Gerald.
Aunt
Sheila.
Oh, my
Oh, Mother,
Hello, Aunt
darling.
Sheila.
So good to see you, Alan. You're really back.
Yes, really back. Oh, look at Kitty Gerald. She's getting prettier every day.
Yes, our Kitty. Standing right before us.
I think Aunt Sheila's getting prettier,
Oh,
too.
stop, Alan. Come along, we've got the car.
It's this way.
Hope you got something to eat, Aunt Sheila. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Luncheon's waiting for you.
Good. For dessert, we can have dinner and top that off with a bit of supper.
Wonderful idea, Alice.
Are you two going to spend the whole 10 days eating?
We decided that months ago. Eating, sleeping, bathing. Eating, sleeping, bathing.
I said, Gerald, maybe we can think of some way to eat while we're sleeping. You know, we haven't given this thing enough thought.
Oh, very dull.
Oh, very dull indeed.
Hey, Kitty, where are you going?
Alan, don't you know it's very bad manners to shout out of second-story windows?
Well, just as bad as shout back. Want a piece of cake?
No, I'm tired of seeing you eat. I'm going
Oh,
home.
wait a minute. I'll come with you. Maybe there's something new to eat at your house.
There isn't. Goodbye.
No, wait. Look, Kitty, if you don't wait, I'll jump down.
Get back in that window, idiot.
Will you wait?
No.
All right, here I come.
Alan, don't! Alan, why did you do that? Alan, darling, get up. You're not hurt, are you? Alan, why don't you speak?
Aunt Sheila always taught me not to speak with my mouth full. You like some cake? Here.
Stupid clown. Now I will go.
No, don't. Don't go, Kitty. See, I did scratch my hand. No, slow up there. Scratches like this cause lockjaw or something.
Serves you right.
Kitty, you're changed. You're positively bloodthirsty.
And you haven't changed. You're still a child. You don't feel...
Huh? What don't I feel?
You don't feel anything.
Don't I? How do you know what I feel? Do you know about the months I've been away? The agony I've been in because of you? Do you know how frightened I was of coming home? Of finding that you changed? That you didn't feel the things I wanted you to feel? Oh, look here. I can't say it all. Maybe I can't see any part of it. I'm scared. Kitty. I have so much love for you. It's like something you saved up for a lifetime and didn't know about. And then it all comes at once. I love you so, Kitty.
Oh, Alan. Alan. I wanted to hear you say that so much.
Darling, surely you knew.
I wasn't sure. You see, I've always been around.
I know. When I first looked through the bars of my crib, there you were, telling me what to do.
I was not.
When I saw my first tree, you were in it, peering down. My first bird, my first squirrel, my first bath, you were always there.
That's what makes me afraid. You may be just used to me. You may meet some other girl.
No, shh, you sweet idiot. Don't ever say that. There'll be no one else ever. If you ever weren't there, I'd stop living. I'd stop breathing. I'd stop wanting to breathe.
Alan.
Don't ever go away, Kitty.
Never, Alan. Oh, my darling.
Come on. We'll tell Aunt Sheila.
And Gerald, too.
No, wait, what are we going to tell them?
That we're going to be married.
But when? Day after tomorrow?
No, tomorrow.
Why, you shameless hussy. Come on, we'll run.
Wait, Alan.
Now, come on.
You're going too fast.
Up the steps, quick.
Who's going to tell them?
Both of us. Aunt Sheila, where are you?
Hello. What's all the excitement?
Oh, Gerald.
Big news.
Can you guess, Gerald?
I think I can. So it's fully happened after all these years. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Gerald.
All my love, Kitty, for you both. This is the way it should be. I'm happy about it.
Did you call me, Alan?
Come here, Mother.
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, it's right. These two have got themselves engaged.
Getting married tomorrow.
Married? Oh, that's splendid, Kitty, dear. I'm very happy. I know you'll be happy. Both of you.
We'll all of us be together. Always now. Do you mind if I run? I can't wait to tell Granny. I think you should come with me, Alan.
I fully intend to. We'll be back. Come on, Kitty.
Gerald, you love her too, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, darling.
It's all right, Mother. This is the way it should be.
Gerald, I almost forgot. This message came for you a while ago from the War Office. I do hope...
War Office? Let me see it, dear.
What is it, Gerald? Gerald.
We've got to go back. We're leaving England tomorrow morning.
Oh, Gerald, no.
Must be a big drive on. All leaves are canceled.
Oh, those poor children. They were to be married tomorrow.
Yes. I'll have to tell them.
You mean you can't marry us, Father Charles?
I'm afraid I can't, Alan.
But you've known us ever since we were children. There must be some way.
The notices for all weddings must be posted first, Kitty. Oh, you know that, my dear. 2 hours ago, it might have been possible. It's too late now.
Oh, Father.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I know how you feel. But try to see that Alan will be back soon, and you'll be married here. We'll arrange it all beforehand. It won't be long.
Who knows how long it'll be?
Oh, my boy.
I'm sorry, Father. Thank you, anyhow. You've been very patient with us.
God bless you, and bring you back to this church for the marriage you want. Goodbye, my children.
No, Kitty. Nobody will marry us. And after all these years, we're 2 hours too late. 2 hours, Kitty, that would have changed our lives.
No, Alan. They're not going to change our lives.
Kitty.
I marry you, Alan Trent, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always, until the day I die. Kitty, you're not eating.
I can't.
You shouldn't have come down here, darling. We should have said goodbye at the church.
I wanted to be with you, Alan. Right to the last.
Is there anything I can do for you, sir?
No, no, thank you.
Well, I hope the dinner was good.
Quite good.
That's right. I always like to see a soldier eat before he's off. I suppose you're one of them as is leaving on the boat tonight, sir.
Yes.
Well, over the top with the best of luck, say I.
What's that?
Oh, the guns. You can hear them when the wind's this way. I always tell my husband that those guns make it like living right in the war, so to speak. I always say...
Yes, I know. Yes, of course. I wonder, would you mind bringing some more coffee?
Coffee? Not at all, sir. Fetch it right away, I will.
Kitty, darling.
Oh, Alan, those guns, they frighten me, Alan. And the men we pass coming down, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And in a little while you'll be gone, gone with the rest of them. You'll...
No, listen to me. They're going. I'm going. There's nothing to be done about that. There isn't much time left. And we must face the truth. And the truth is that in the few hours we have left, we must live a whole life together. We must play a game. And we must know it's a game. And if it's a silly game, it's the best we can do. The game is this. We must pretend that there is nothing tense and desperate about these few hours. And that the only time I'll have to leave you for the rest of our lives is to buy us both a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk.
No, Alan.
Do you think you could pretend that, darling?
I'll try. What time do you really have to leave, Alan?
Very soon, dear, 5:30. But until then, remember, we are together for the rest of our lives. It's time now, darling.
So
Yes,
soon?
Yes, I've got to leave.
Very well, Alan.
Look at me, Kitty. You do something for me?
Whatever you wish.
Then sit here. Just where you are. Close your eyes, darling. Now, don't open them till I've gone. I love you. I'll always love you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, my love. Goodbye.
Phew. Pretty bad going out there tonight.
Sounds like it. How's that trench coming along?
Oh, slow but sure. Say, I meant to ask you, Gerald. Do you mind signing this card for me? It's an application for leave.
Leave? At this time? Afraid I can't do it, Alan.
Now, look here, Gerald. You said that last week. I want to go home. I want to see Kitty.
I know you do, but I need you here, old man.
You could get along without me for 5 or 6 days, couldn't you? Wouldn't lose the war?
No, wouldn't win it either. I'd like to let you go, Alan.
Well, you could if you wanted to.
Alan!
Sorry. I'm sorry, it's nerves. Forget it, will you?
Captain Shannon.
Yes, sir, in here.
Good evening.
Evening, sir.
How are you, Trent?
Oh, all right, sir.
Keep your seat.
Thanks.
Shannon, we've reports of enemy activity on the northern sector. We've got to find out what it's all about.
Yes, sir.
Tonight's a good night. There's no moon.
A raid?
Yes. I want a dozen men. Can you take a party out?
I can find 6 or 8, sir. We're rather depleted.
I know. How about Trent here?
Trent? Well, I don't know, sir. I'll need him for some other...
I want volunteers only.
I'll go, sir. Glad to.
That's the spirit, Trent. Now then, take a look at this man. Here's the sector. I should warn you that they'll be expecting you. And they'll make it as hot for you as they possibly can. Now, I would suggest...
Ready, Alan?
Ready. How much time?
30 seconds. Sorry I got you into this, old man.
That's all right.
Look out!
Oh, the Colonel said they were expecting us, didn't he? Oh, it won't take long. Over and back in 3 minutes if all goes well. What is it now?
10 seconds. Good luck, Alan.
Good luck, Gerald.
All set?
Anytime you are.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Over we go. Come on. Stay down. Down, everyone. Stay down in the... Ah! 'Cause... 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 'C
What's the matter?
Granny, did you hear something?
Only the wind, darling. Why?
I thought I heard a scream. A long scream. Oh, Granny.
You've been dreaming, child.
Yes. Yes. I thought I saw Alan. Alan with a black cloud hanging low over him. Like a dark angel come down to... Oh.
There. Go back to bed, my darling. You'll be all right in the morning.
Well, Captain Shannon, everything went off all right, didn't it? Yes, sir. Did you bring back a prisoner? Yes, sir. Good. What about the men? Lose any? Shannon, I asked you if you lost any men.
Yes, sir. We lost 4 men.
4?
One of them was Alan Trent.
You are hearing Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Dark Angel, coming to you direct from Hollywood. We continue with the play in just a few moments, but now let's take a side glance at the screen capital.
It's lunchtime in the Brown Derby, and as usual, this famous restaurant is being patronized by lots and lots of stars, and lots of visitors hoping to see them. Let's listen to a chat between Elsie, a girl who lives in Hollywood, and a visitor from out of town.
Oh, look, Elsie. That must be... Oh, it is Norma Shearer. Do you see her here often?
Oh, yes. Lovely, isn't she?
Oh, she's a real beauty. Lovelier than I thought she'd be, even. Boy, but she knows how to dress. And what skin.
Nice skin is something a movie star just has to have, Alice. Oh, there's Joan Blondell over there, the girl in brown.
Oh, yes. Well, her skin is certainly knockout, too.
Just has to be. No one here can afford to have cosmetic skin. Why, if they had enlarged pores or little blemishes, it would just be too bad.
I've read about how they use Lux toilet soap to remove cosmetics.
Yes, and I know that's what they do. Remember Jane Bangs?
Yes.
Well, her family's here now, and her brother works in one of the big studios. And he says Lux toilet soap is always in the stars' dressing rooms.
Wise women all over the country are protecting their skin the way Hollywood's lovely stars do. Before they put on fresh makeup during the day, always before they go to bed at night, they use Lux toilet soap. This simple, regular care protects the skin, keeps it clear, smooth, good to look at. And once again, Cecil B. DeMille.
The Dark Angel, with Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane and Herbert Marshall as Alan Trent, continues. Many months have passed since the night Alan disappeared into the darkness of the battlefield. Gerald, on leave again, has gone directly to Kitty. We find them sitting under a tree in Kitty's garden.
It's wonderful to see you again, Gerald. It seems ages since you were home.
It's been ages.
You're looking well.
Oh, I'm fit enough. What about you, Kitty?
I?
You look tired.
Oh, no. No. I'm very well. Oh, Gerald.
Kitty, darling, don't cry, please.
I'm so sorry. What a bad homecoming for you. I wanted it to be different, happier for you.
No, it couldn't have been without Alan.
Gerald, when Alan died, it was the night of the 17th, wasn't it?
Yes.
What time was it?
I don't know, dear. There was an explosion, and I never saw him again. I think it must have been shortly after...
Shortly after 11 o'clock. I know. He had wired me he was expecting leave, and then
He wanted leave, Kitty. He wanted to come home to you.
And he couldn't get leave?
I wouldn't give it to him.
What?
I wouldn't give it to him. I could have, but I didn't. I refused, Kitty. I killed Alan.
Gerald, what are you saying?
It's my fault. If I'd done what he wanted me to, he'd be alive today. It's my fault, Kitty. I killed Alan.
No. No, Gerald. It was because I loved him so. Because he loved me so. It was too beautiful to last, Gerald. That's why Alan died. Our love was too beautiful. Too happy.
Yes, Doctor?
Bring Roger Crane in, please.
Yes, sir. Roger Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Barton would like to see you.
Of course.
Give me your hand. I'll lead you in.
Thank you.
There you are. Roger Crane, Dr. Barton.
Come in, Crane.
Thanks.
This way, Crane. There's a chair right in front of you. Here, let me help you.
Oh, it's all right. I can find it, Doctor. I'm learning to feel my way around quite well now.
Fine, fine.
Nature takes care of a man, doesn't she, Doctor? If she takes away his eyes, she gives him a good sense of direction.
Compensation, we call it. You notice the difference between night and day yet?
No, not yet.
Well, that'll come.
Is that all I can ever hope for, Doctor? To notice the difference between night and day? Will I never see anything again?
No, Crane. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
Oh, Crane, I want to talk with you, not as the head of a rehabilitation hospital, but as man to man. Today, you leave us. I'm assigning an orderly to you, Mills, a pleasant fellow. He'll take you home.
I'm not going home, Doctor. I have no home.
And your real name is not Roger Crane, is it?
It's as good a name as any other.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, Crane, I have a few things here that belong to you. Some money, a very disreputable-looking pipe.
Thank you.
And a photograph.
Photograph?
Yes. So I've kept these things for a reason. Now, look here, my boy. You came to us from a German prison hospital. Your card read that all means of identifying you had been destroyed. I could have gone into that further, but I didn't.
I know that. I'm grateful.
Now, this picture. I see there are 3 people in it. One of them is you. There's an inscription. To Alan and Gerald. Take care of each other. Kitty. Now, Crane, those 3 people are not strangers to one another. Who are the other 2? Why aren't you going home?
Fear of being pitted, I suppose? Being a nuisance? I know what it means. I once saw blind men in a hospital, stumbling, helpless. Now I'm one of them.
Is that your only reason?
Reason enough, Dr. Barton.
I know. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Take a cottage somewhere in the country where I can be alone. And I've always wanted to write. I think now might be a good time to start, don't you?
And that's going to be your life. Away from your home, your friends, away from everything that made life sweet.
Yes.
It's a lonesome existence you've picked for yourself, Crane.
I know it. But that's the way it's got to be. I can't go back. Never.
Oh, that's interesting.
What are you reading, Granny?
The book review section. There's an article here about a young fellow who writes children's stories. They say he's blind.
Blind?
He has to dictate all his books.
Poor fellow. I dare say he's happy, though.
Courage, that's what does it. Courage, Kitty.
Yes. It's too bad we're not all like him.
We could be, if we tried.
I've tried, Granny.
Yes, my child, but not hard enough. You are living in the shadow of a death, Kitty. A deep, dark shadow. You must come out into the sun again.
Oh, Granny, what's the use? I'll never forget Alan. Never.
I don't ask you to forget, Kitty. I ask you to remember. But make your memories pleasant. Happy memories, not sad ones.
I'll try, Granny.
Miss Kitty?
Yes, Martha?
Mr. Gerald's at the door, Miss Kitty. He asked if he might see you.
Well, dear?
Ask him to wait, Martha. I'll be right there.
Yes, Miss Kitty.
I'm glad you're going to see him. He's been very unhappy about you lately.
Has he?
He's still in love with you, darling.
Excuse me, Granny.
Of course, dear. Run along.
Hello, Gerald.
Kitty, how are you?
All right. It's been a long time since you were here, Gerald.
I know. I didn't want to come.
Why not?
You've been keeping to yourself so much lately. I thought perhaps you'd like to be alone as much as possible.
Thank you, Gerald. Shall we sit down out here? How is your mother?
Oh, she's very well. She's been worried about you, though.
Tell her I'm coming to see her soon, will you?
I wish you would, Kitty. The house hasn't been the same without you, really.
I was there a lot, wasn't I?
We want you there again. I know what it's been for you these last 2 years. It's been agony for me just thinking about you. I'd like to try to make you happy again. Will you let me try, Kitty?
Oh, Gerald, you're very sweet to me.
Mills?
Yes, Mr. Crane?
Read that last paragraph back to me, will you?
Certainly, sir. The boys, tired of fishing, were splashing about in the sea, having left Jennifer on board to watch the lines. They'd swum a little distance away from the side when a puff of wind stirred the sails. The boat gave a quiver, and Jennifer jumped to her feet. Suddenly she realized to her horror that the boat was a-moving. In terror, she ran to the side and shouted, "Peter, Peter, we're drifting out to sea."
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's pretty exciting, sir. Excuse me asking, sir, but what's going to happen to her?
I'm not sure yet. We'll call that the end of chapter 6, Mills.
Very good, sir. End of chapter
That'll be all
6.
for this afternoon. By the way, Mills, any word from Dr. Barton?
Oh, yes, he's coming down the 8 o'clock train, sir.
Oh, well. Have some hot tea ready, Mills, and a good fire if you can stir one up.
Yes, I'll have a fine fire, sir. There'll be great guns by the time he gets here.
Another cup of tea, Dr. Barton?
No, thanks. It's a nice place you have here, Crane.
I like it.
Very comfortable. How's the new book coming along?
Oh, we made a start.
That's fine. You've certainly made a success of it.
Well, it's been amazingly easy. I just stretch out all day here in the study or back there in the garden and dictate to Mills. Sometimes I laugh at myself. Imagine me writing adventure stories for boys.
I read a piece about you a few weeks ago in the book section of the Times. I wondered why you refused to let anyone print your photograph.
I don't think my picture would interest anyone, Doctor.
No? Oh, Crane, during the war, you were in the artist rifles, weren't you?
Yes. Why?
Did you ever come across a chap called Shannon? Gerald Shannon?
Yes. We were in the same company.
Oh, is that so? Crane, do you remember a photograph of yours I gave back to you when you left the hospital? A photograph of 3 people?
I remember.
I think I saw 2 of those people again. Oh, their pictures, I mean.
Where?
In the Sunday Times. I brought it along with me. The caption says they're Gerald Shannon and Kitty Vane. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. What's it say about them?
It says they're going to be married.
Married? Are they? I'm very glad. We used to be quite good friends. They've been very close to each other all their lives. I was hoping this would happen. When is the wedding?
June 3rd. They're giving an engagement dance tonight at his home.
Oh, that's fine, isn't it? I'm glad.
Kitty, where are you?
Here, Gerald.
Darling, what are you doing out here all by yourself?
Just thinking.
Happy, darling?
Don't you know I am?
What were you thinking about?
Oh, everything. You and me, our marriage,
And Alan?
Gerald.
It's all right, darling. I understand.
I couldn't help but think of him tonight. But they weren't sad thoughts, Gerald. I was just thinking that if Alan could see us, if in some way he knew that I was going to marry you, I think he'd be happy too.
My darling.
I say, Crane. Crane.
What? Oh, yes, Doctor?
You've been sitting there for over an hour without saying a word. Anything wrong on that?
No, nothing's wrong.
Wasn't that talk about the picture, was it? I thought so. I'm sorry. I guess I've gone off the deep end again.
No, that's all right, Doctor. Right. Oh, it's my own fault. It's been my own fault right from the beginning. I ought to put 1,000 miles between her and me, but I didn't. I stayed here where I might be near her, hear a word of her. I had it coming to me, and now I've got it. I've lied to myself, Doctor. I pretended that I've made a life, that I was happy. Now I've found myself out. The work of all these years thrown away.
It's tough luck, old man.
Sorry I let go. I ought to be darn well ashamed of myself. I think I'll take a stroll in the garden and cool off.
Can I take you out?
No, I can find my way. I'm used to it now. Doctor, that picture in the paper, is she just as pretty as she always was?
Yes. She's very pretty.
I'm glad it's a good picture. I wish I could see it.
Hello, operator. I want to speak to Mr. Gerald Shannon. No, I don't know his number, but it's near Southwell. Yes, Shannon. Gerald Shannon. Yes, thank you.
Gerald, where have you been?
I had a telephone call from a Dr. Barton.
Barton? I don't remember. Gerald, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a ghost. Is anything wrong?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Gerald, that telephone call, what was it about? Can't you tell me, Gerald?
I've got to tell you. It was about Alan.
Alan?
Alan's alive.
Alive? Gerald. Gerald, what are you saying? He can't be alive.
He is. I'm going to take you to him now.
Oh, Gerald. Gerald. I'm afraid.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood. Our play continues in just a moment. Standing beside me is a man who has been dancing in and out of trouble all his life. Soldier of fortune, war ace, member of the French Foreign Legion, political prisoner in Cuba, ammunition smuggler in Mexico. His adventures would provide material for 100 Hollywood thrillers. Yet today, of all things, he is a dance director at Paramount Studio. But his courage never deserts him. He flew to Yuma yesterday and was married. the man who fears nothing, Leroy Prince.
You're wrong, C.B. There are two things I am scared of. One is this microphone, and the other is the mill.
I don't know why. I've trusted you with some of my oddest odd jobs, including me help make fox hunting scenes.
I sure remember that. Every time you got through shooting a scene of the dogs chasing a fox, you made me chase the dogs back home. I'm a dance director, not a dog catcher. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to chase any Indians for you in your next picture. The Plainsman. Let Gary Cooper do that. I'm doing bigger things now.
Bigger than a DeMille production? You must be starting another revolution. Are you?
Well, I might be. I'm picking the 100 most beautiful girls in Hollywood for Paramount's new picture, the big broadcast of 1937.
Dancing into trouble again, huh?
You said it. Because Hollywood's just jammed full of girls with trim figures and nice complexions. I mention nice complexions not only because this happens to be the Lux Radio Theater, but because good complexions are really important. And, of course, Lux toilet soap is what almost all of these girls with nice complexions use. As a matter of fact, I use it myself. But I guess that's beside the point. But I can tell you why the girls use it. There are so many good dancers that if you want to get anywhere, you've got to stand out from the crowd. Nothing does that for a girl better than a really beautiful skin. And that's why more and more of these kids are using Lux toilet soap. Because the nice-looking girls are the ones that get the breaks.
They use their heads as well as Lux, huh? Like your brother Eddie.
Yes, and he still has a headache from it. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille wanted a novelty act for his picture, Madam Satan. I knew my brother could provide it. Eddie's stunt consisted of leaping over a piano, landing gracefully on his head, and rolling up to his feet. We set the scene. Eddie ran, sailed through the air, cleared the piano, and made a perfect landing on his head. Just as we guaranteed. How do you like it? I asked Mr. DeMille. It's all right, said Mr. DeMille, looking steadily at Eddie. Why doesn't he get up?
He certainly used his head to get into pictures.
So long, Maestro.
So long, soldier. We come to the last act of The Dark Angel, starring Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane and Herbert Marshall as Alan Trent. It is 1 hour later. Dr. Barton and Alan stand facing each other across a table in Alan's cottage. The doctor has just told Alan of his telephone call to Gerald.
Why do you do it, Barton? Why?
I had to, old man. I knew it was right and that it had to be done. Shannon ought to be here soon. I expect you'll want to speak to him alone.
Yes, of course.
Well, I'll clear out.
Did you tell him that I was blind?
No. Only that you were here.
Is he coming alone?
He didn't say. I don't know what this will do to your feeling for me. I hope not too much. Good night, old man.
Gerald coming here. Mills. Mills.
Yes, sir?
Come here, Mills. Tell me something. Is this room just as it usually is?
Why, yes, Mr. Crane.
I must be absolutely certain. Have a good look. Is anything out of its usual place? Any furniture changed about?
No, sir. Nothing at all, sir.
Good. My pipe's here in the tray. Yes, that's right. Matches. Cigarettes on the table?
Yes, sir.
And flowers in the bowl, right?
Sir. Right.
What kind? What color?
Yellow, sir. Tea roses.
Tea roses. I must remember that.
Anything else, Mr. Crane?
No, thanks, no. Oh, wait. There was a copy of the Times that Dr. Barton left.
It's here, sir. By the lamp, sir.
Thanks. Bring in some drinks soon, will you? I'm expecting a visitor.
Very good, sir.
Let me know as soon as he comes. But remember this. Say nothing about my eyes. Do you understand? Nothing. I don't want him to know that I'm blind. That's why I want everything in its place, so he won't notice it.
Yes, sir. I won't mention a thing, sir. Not a thing.
That's all, Mills. How's it, Mills?
They're here, sir.
They.
Yes, sir. Lady and a gentleman, sir.
A lady. Young?
Yes, small, dark, and very pretty, sir.
Very pretty.
Shall I show him in, sir?
Yes.
Very well, sir. Mr. Crane's in the sitting room, ma'am.
Thank you. Alan.
Kitty, how are you?
Oh, Alan.
Alan, old man.
Gerald, it's so good to see you. And Kitty.
It's really, really you. I always knew sometime, somewhere.
That we should meet again? Yes, I think I always knew it, too. The three of us. I'm so happy to see you both. Sit down, Kitty. Gentle old man, sit down. You'll have a drink, won't you?
Alan, what?
The cigarette's right there on the table, Gerald.
Alan, what's the matter?
Why, what do you mean?
You act so queerly. You treat us like strangers.
Oh, Kitty.
But you must have so much to tell us.
Yes, Alan.
Well, it's a long story. But I want to hear about you. How's Aunt Sheila? How's everything? I'll keep you here for days telling me. Give Kitty a cigarette, Gerald. Matches here, huh?
Thanks. I have some.
Where have you been, Alan? Where?
Well, I've been here. I've become a writer. Remember when we were kids? I was going to be a Shakespeare. Well, I'm not a Shakespeare. I write books for children. I like doing it. I guess I've done fairly well. I use the name Roger Crane.
But, Alan, why didn't you let us know?
Do you mind if I have a pipe? I'll show you around the garden later. I'm terribly proud of my roses. Just look at these yellow ones in the bowl. Pretty, aren't they? Tea roses.
Alan, what's happened to us?
Yes, why are you holding us off, Alan?
I saw the notice of your engagement in the newspaper. Nice picture, too. And I loved you both. I hope you'll be very, very happy.
So, that's it. That's why you sit there torturing us, torturing Kitty. For years, you've let us believe you're dead, and well, now we come here after all this time, and you talk of roses. Good Lord, man, you've only to look at Kitty's face to know what you're doing to her.
Gerald. Go outside, Gerald. I want to speak with Alan alone.
Very well.
No,
Kitty.
wait, Gerald. I see no
I'll
reason.
be out in the garden.
Alan, tell me now.
There's very little to tell, really.
You suffer, darling. Something's hurt you. Won't you tell me? Why didn't you come home, Alan?
It's hard to tell you, Kitty. But I've got to. The war did something to me. I've changed.
Changed?
Yes, after all, the war doesn't leave you quite where it found you, does it? I spent months in a German hospital, months in a prison camp. When I came out, I wanted to be alone for a little while. To build a new life away from old friends and old memories. So I came here. I always meant to come back someday. But I like it here, and well, I just didn't come back.
You stopped loving me. Is that it, Alan?
I love you, Kitty. I loved you then. But in a different way, I suppose. I didn't have the courage to tell you.
I see. I understand. Forgive me. I've been tormenting you. This means we won't see each other again.
It would be better if we didn't, Kitty.
Very well. But before that happens, I want to tell you that I loved you then. I love you now. I love you with all my heart. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye, Alan.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Oh, Gerald.
Did he tell you anything?
No. Just that he's changed. Gerald, what's happened to him? What's happened to him?
Don't, Kitty. Don't, please.
Take me home.
Take me home.
No. You've got to stay here.
No.
Yes, dear. You see, I just spoke to the doctor. The one who called me.
Well?
Go back to Alan, Kitty. He needs you. You love him, don't you? Go back inside and stand in front of him. Don't tell him you're there. Don't make a sound. Just watch him.
Watch him?
Go now, darling.
But Gerald...
Go now, darling.
Yes, Gerald.
Who's that, Mills? Mills, come here. I was just about to call you. I've been thinking lately of going away, leaving the country. I have reasons, unfortunately, and I'll have to let you go. I'm sorry, Mills, but... Mills, are you there? Who is it? Who's standing there?
Alan. Oh, Alan, my darling. Kitty. My darling, my darling. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me you couldn't see me?
Kitty, don't.
I'm here now, darling. Right here in front of you. Put your arms around me. Hold me. Hold me tight.
Stop. Think what it means.
It means life again. I've been dead. Oh, dearest, it was cruel of you. How could you know me so little?
Kitty, will you listen to me?
No, I won't. I won't. You told me once never to go away. I never shall. You may as well face it. You'll never be alone again, darling. Wherever you are, I'll be with you. Always. Always.
Oh, Kitty. I never could escape from you, could I?
Never.
You were always popping up.
Always.
Thank God you popped up this time.
So ends the story of the Dark Angel. And in just a moment, you will hear further from our artists, Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall. Speaking of artists in a more specific sense, I doubt if there is any painter in the United States better known than our guest tonight. With Charles Dana Gibson and Howard Chandler Christie, he made the beauty of the American girl famous the world over. He's also a motion picture pioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Montgomery Flagg.
Yes, you may not have noticed it, Mr. DeMille, but I was making two-reelers when you were making your first great spectacle films. I produced and supervised 26 satirical comedies. They were billed as comedies because they claimed no one would know what a satire was. They thought it was a gent with goat's legs and horns. I even acted in some of them.
I hope your acting was better than my painting.
Well, D.W. Griffith offered me $30 a week to play villains. He's never withdrawn the offer. I made one called Perfectly Fiendish Flanagan. It was a takeoff on my pal William S. Hart. I played Mr. Fiendish Flanagan, the scourge of the prairies. But this time I came out here from the United States to make a series of 12 portrait drawings of leading stars for photoplay covers. I've already drawn your star tonight, Miss Merle Oberon. I'd seen her in several pictures, but never had the slightest desire to make a portrait of her. There seemed to be a false glamour about her features. But as soon as I met her, I found Miss Oberon beautiful. The same charming, unaffected, real person she portrayed tonight in The Dark Angel. In regard to my drawing these stars, they were invariably charming and gracious, and I fully realized the terrific claims made on their time, their unreal life under the glare of the world's bloodshot eye. My astonishment was great that they should still be unaffected and simple in their manner. My hat, if I wore one, is off to them and to your Lux Theater. Good night.
Before Mr. DeMille comes back with Miss Oberon and Mr. Marshall, I'd like to mention the names of some of those beautiful stars Mr. Flagg came here to draw. You know them all. Ginger Rogers, Carol Lombard, Joan Crawford, Jean Arthur, Betty Davis, Claudette Colbert, Jean Harlow. It's a list of the screen's most famous beauties. We're proud to say that every one of those stars I mentioned uses Lux toilet soap. That goes for tonight's lovely star, too. Next time you see Merle Oberon on the screen, notice her flawless complexion. Remember, it's Lux toilet soap that keeps it smooth. And here's Mr. DeMille.
And now we present Merle Oberon and Herbert Marshall as themselves. As Mr. Flagg has said, Miss Oberon is the same sincere, delightful person that she portrayed in The Dark Angel. And Herbert Marshall, who played the soldier, did in real life serve with distinction in the war. In fact, the very name, Herbert, means bright warrior. Merle Oberon, Herbert Marshall.
Now, just a minute, Mr. DeMille. You have me a little mixed up. Before the play, I was a man who hated to fight. During the play, I did, and now you say my name proves I love it, and I don't.
Well, names are deceiving. Cecil means dim-sighted. Yet out of 3,000 people at a Roman banquet, I can detect the one extra girl on the back of the set who's chewing gum.
And Merle means nightingale, but I never sing in my pictures.
I'm told you sing and speak in many languages. French, Spanish, Russian, even Hindustani.
That's from living years in India, Mr. DeMille. It was there that I first saw the picture, The Dark Angel. It was the silent version with Ronald Colman and Vilma Banky. And I longed to be an actress and do it myself.
Well, you realize your dream magnificently, both on the screen and tonight in the Lux Radio Theater. It's your best performance so far. What's your next?
It's called, for the time being at least, In Love and War.
What's yours, Bart? All's fair?
Now, next week I start in Portrait of a Rebel with Katharine Hepburn.
Who's the rebel, you or Catherine?
Oh, it's Katharine. But I was a rebel once. My family wanted me to be an accountant. I wanted to be an actor.
That's one rebellion I approve of.
Oh, thank you, C.B. Good night.
Good night, Bart. Good night, Miss Oberon.
Thank you, Miss Oberon and Mr. Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille returns to tell you of next week's play, may I say that our cast tonight included Rod LaRock as Gerald, Edward Cooper, Lillian Kemble Cooper, Crawford Kent, Juana Lidbell, Gwen Mannering, Lionel Pate, Edward Reimers, Charles Romano, and Zeffie Tilbury. Miss Merle Oberon appeared through the courtesy of Mr. Samuel Golden. Herbert Marshall comes to us from RKO. Louis Silvers, our musical director from 20th Century Fox. And from Paramount, our director, Cecil B. DeMille. And here is Mr. DeMille to speak to you.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theater stars Jeanette MacDonald, lovely MGM star in Irene. A large and colorful cast will join Miss MacDonald in singing the exquisite music of Irene, and the girl in the Alice blue gown will live again, this time on the air. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, I invite you to join us next Monday night in welcoming Jeanette MacDonald to the Lux Radio Theater. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard on tonight's program was A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody from the Music Box Review. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 16th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Lily Pons and Adolphe Manjou in Conversation Piece with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Lily Pons, Adolphe Manjou, Marjorie Gateson, and George Saunders. Our guests, Peg Murray and Cotton Warburton, film editor and former All-American quarterback. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our stars, our guests, and sponsors, welcome to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. There is no better, easier way of keeping your complexion soft, smooth, and clear than through the daily use of Lux Toilet Soap. It's not surprising, then, that 9 out of 10 of the screen's loveliest stars protect their complexions with Lux toilet soap. What is surprising is that a large cake of this pure white soap cost only a few cents. So little that every girl can use Hollywood's favorite beauty care every day. Remember to buy a supply tomorrow. Thank you. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all the precepts in the Bible, I have found none more pleasant to observe than love thy neighbor. It's not as much to my credit, however, as it is to theirs. For the neighbors in my case happen to be those charming people, Lily Pons and Mr. and Mrs. Adolphe Mongeau. Last year, I rode across the country on the same train with Miss Pons. At that time, her dog was recovering from an operation. Ordinary dogs get nothing more aristocratic than fleas. A prima donna's dog gets appendicitis. As we stopped at each station, the daintiest singer of them all would favor me with a dazzling smile. The result was that I lifted her dog on and off the train all the way from New York to Hollywood. Presenting Adolphe Mongeau as Duke Paul is particularly appropriate. For when I first met him, he was known as the Duke, because though he may have owed for board and lodging, his first day's pay from each production went as a down payment on another suit of clothes. A Mongeau performance today is as brilliant as a Mongeau sport jacket, and that's saying something. Tonight, Lady Julia is Marjorie Gateson, and Lord Shear will be enacted by George Saunders. Miss Pons is heard as Melanie, a cafe singer and acrobat. And now, Noel Coward's conversation piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Mongeau. Our play begins in Paris during the year 1809. We're in a small, shabby cafe called Le Petit Girondin. The hour is late, but the cafe is filled with a drinking, boisterous crowd. At a tiny window, seeking relief from the tobacco-laden air, stands the perfect gentleman of the time, Duke Paul, conspicuous in that crowd for his elegant attire and obvious refinement. He has just been joined by Melanie, exquisitely fresh and untouched. Melanie, too, is quite unlike the others.
Monsieur, you have come too early. I cannot leave until I sing again.
I am impatient to start our new life, mademoiselle. Do you have to juggle your wine barrels, too?
No more tricks. Just one song and I will be finished here for the night.
Finished here for good, Melanie.
Yes, for good.
But you seem gloomy about it.
No, but I'm in a daze. I'm so afraid I am dreaming. It is really true, all this? Or will I just wake up?
No, it's quite true. One more turn and you are done with cabarets, finished with tricks, wine barrels, and squalor. But anyone would be in a daze with all this smoke in here.
The window is open. Shall we leave out together? Then we can breathe and see the stars.
Well, let's breathe by all means.
Oh, bright it is tonight. You have enough room?
Well, it's a tight squeeze.
Yes, but cozy.
Come now, back to business. You realize that when you sing your last note tonight, Melanie of the cabarets will be no more.
Yes.
And you will leave here with me as Melanie de Tramont.
Who has never been in a cabaret in her life.
Exactly.
Who was a sweet, fair-haired little girl in an old grey chateau with a wild garden.
Yes, excellent, mademoiselle. And whose parents died in the Revolution when she was very young.
I will remember, monsieur.
You will live for the time being with that nice old lady we called upon.
She believes that you are my guardian?
Yes.
And that I am the doctor of your dear old friend, the Marquis de Tramont?
Yes, she suspects nothing.
I'm so glad. It is very flattering to be taken for a Marquis's daughter.
You must see that you learn to act like one. You must be very careful of your speech, your manners, your whole attitude. I will teach you, and I promise to be as patient as I can.
I'm sorry to be so much trouble.
It is a question of business, not trouble. As you are now, almost any man would admire you extravagantly. But no rich man would believe that you were the daughter of a marquis and marry you. And if no rich man married you, you could never pay me a rich commission. Why are you laughing?
Because here we are, stargazing, while you dictate a new life for us, and all year week ago we had never seen each other.
We are not stargazing. We are talking business.
But still, the night is all blue, and here I am, a singing acrobat, unknown and penniless, squeezed in a dusty window with you, a great duke.
Equally penniless and middle-aged?
Oh, no, not middle-aged.
Well, getting on, then.
A little bit, so nice to me.
Look here, mademoiselle. You are talking nonsense.
I'm sorry.
You are not in the least sorry.
Oh, monsieur.
If you were, your eyes wouldn't shine like bonfires.
My eyes?
Put them out.
Yes, monsieur.
Ah, that's better. And no more sentiment, please. Our new life is a sensible business partnership, strictly.
Yes, I know. That is agreed.
Even a great duke must eat. And the revolutionaries left me nothing but those few pictures I told you about, which they somehow overlooked. So you are my only possible business asset.
You always come back to business.
But naturally, we will live on in Paris, as I say, on the little I have saved.
I will be very frugal.
Then, when we are ready, perhaps something will turn up. Enough money to take us to England and a rich and doting husband for you.
I see.
England is where we will catch him.
Melanie, come here.
I'm sorry. They are calling me. I have to squeeze back now and sing.
All right. Your last song, mademoiselle.
I choose it carefully.
A fitting swan song?
No, not a swan song. It is a promise. Listen to it, please. Because it is about someone rather like me who promises that she will not betray you and destroy your plans, but who will follow her secret heart, no matter what price is paid, until she finds love.
Melanie, where are you? Come here.
I don't know. This nasty ship keeps pushing about me. I'm drenched from the waves, and the wind is choking me. Where are you?
Here, by the railing.
Oh, quick one, catch me.
Here, hold on. Are you all right?
No, I'm miserable. What do you want?
Look, off there. Those lights.
Yes, what there are?
Melanie, those lights are England.
England? Are you sure?
Of course.
It looks like a rock.
2 years we have been waiting for this moment, and now we're here.
No, quite. Oh.
Think what it means, Melanie. We have enough money left from the 2 pictures I sold to keep us going properly for 3 months. And you are changed into a perfect aristocrat.
Not perfect enough to fool your friend.
Who?
That woman. We wait here on the boat. Lady Julia. I think she suspects.
Nonsense. Lady Julia couldn't possibly suspect. You are an aristocrat. And there is England teeming with rich men.
It doesn't look it.
We have only one handicap left. You're English.
Don't worry. It is coming.
Yes, at a snail's pace. Once in England, you will speak only English.
Oui, Paul.
The solicitor who engaged your little house in Brighton has also engaged a maid for you who cannot speak one word of French. Her name is Rose.
Rose? I think she will be a thorn.
Good morning, Monsieur le Duc.
Good morning, Rose.
You're bright and early, sir.
I told you I would be today to go over Mademoiselle's bills for the month.
I have them all ready for you on Mademoiselle's desk.
Thank you. And how is Mademoiselle's English this morning?
I don't know, sir, but my French is improving by leaps and bounds.
I see. There seems to be a lot of veal on this butcher's bills.
I keep telling Mademoiselle that it's unreliable.
It's not its integrity I question, but its cost. What is this bill here?
Oh, that, humbug, sir.
Huh?
They're sort of big bullseyes.
Bullseyes?
Ooh, not real ones, sir. They're sweet, candy. You tuck one in your cheek and it keeps you going for hours. Mademoiselle's very partial to them.
Good morning, Melanie.
Oh, mon Dieu, personne ne m'a dit.
English, Melanie, English.
Oh, I did not know you were here.
That's the girl now, Rose.
Thank you, sir.
Melanie, what on earth's that lump on your cheek?
Humbug. They are delicious. Paul, are you mad again?
You have been speaking French to Rose and eating too much veal.
Please, I'm sorry.
Veal is unreliable and expensive. You are eating too many sweets, and unless you learn English quickly, we shall have to go away, just as we came, without money, without position, without anything.
Please, do not be angry with me this morning. It is my birthday.
Again?
Well, I feel like my birthday.
How can I make you realize that life is serious? Look at these bills. We've been in Brighton a month.
Yes,
And nothing has happened at all.
Alors, what will you have me do? Have no food? Have no clothes? Go out into the street in rags and say, marry me to every man I see, or comme vous êtes fâcheux ce matin?
English?
Zut.
You must.
Listen, I will be sensible, even in English. I will try to be sensible, but you must not ask me to be serious. This adventure must be gay and funny.
That's because today you feel particularly happy without reason, just as yesterday you felt miserable without reason. You are a creature entirely without balance.
I was an acrobat once.
Kindly remember that you spent your lisping, carefree childhood in the walled garden of an old gray chateau feeding swans.
What is lisping?
Never mind. You have never even seen an acrobat, let alone been one. Now then, business, Melanie. What did Lord Shear say to you last night?
Not very much, but he was very ardent.
He's coming here this morning.
This morning?
I wrote him a little note from you. I will receive him, and when I have talked to him for a little, he will propose marriage. When he does, you will accept him.
When may I love somebody, please?
Love has nothing to do with our agreement.
I see.
What's the matter?
It doesn't feel like my birthday anymore.
Please, Melanie, no sentiment.
And what if I fell in love?
Fell in love?
Yes. What if I fell in love?
But why all this talk of love? I tell you it has nothing to do with our agreement.
But what if I could not help it, in spite of your agreement?
Then we could have to go away and start all over again. Now, please stop talking nonsense.
It is not nonsense. You are so sure that everything in life can be arranged so, like arithmetic.
But why not? Emotion is so very untidy.
That is how you feel.
Exactly.
Very well. I will see our young lord here, but I have not forgotten my promise, Paul.
Promise?
That last night at a cafe, to follow my secret heart.
Good morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Lord Cheer.
I've just been having a talk with your guardian.
Oh, yes?
He said I might see you.
Oh, it is very nice day. It is not.
Very nice.
So pretty. Everything here in England is so fresh and clean. Look out there, out of the window, that little boat. How do you say? Sailboat?
Yes, that's a sailing boat.
So graceful in the sunshine, like a white butterfly.
Yes. Melanie, I had no idea you had a
guardian?
Yes. He said that he understands I want to marry you.
Did he?
Melanie, I didn't know. When I spoke to you last night, I wasn't sure of what I wanted. I'm not sure now, but don't you...
But you speak too quickly. Please do not speak so quickly. Why do you stare at me?
Who are you, really?
I am Mélanie de Tramont, the daughter of the Marquis de Tramont. My father was killed in the Revolution. My mother also, and my little brother Armand.
And your 4 other brothers and 4 sisters. I know all that. Your guardian told me.
Oh.
A large family.
Very large.
You love them?
Yes, they are very nice.
And your guardian, you love him?
Yes.
I see.
The father.
Who are you, really?
Oh, go away.
Who are you?
I don't know. Oh, please.
I love you, Melanie.
No.
It's true. It feels strange, as though I weren't quite awake. and yet at the same time more awake than I've ever been before. You see, I'm not very old, not very experienced yet, and, well, it's the first time.
Oh, this is very uneasy.
Why? Didn't you expect it?
No, like this.
You wanted me to love you, didn't you? Both you and your guardian?
No,
You see,
no.
I'm not quite so young as all that, not quite a fool. My eyes are wide open. Oh, there's a lot I don't understand. A trick, some sort of trick. I feel it with all my instincts, but I don't care. I feel more than that. I feel that you're very lovely and very sweet, and that's enough. Will you please be my wife?
Leave me, I beg of you.
Don't hide your face in your hands. Look at me.
No.
Melanie.
Go away, please, go away.
In just a moment, we will continue with Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou. Now, let's pay a visit to a typical Hollywood home. The family's sitting down to a 6 o'clock dinner, but we'll go upstairs and tune in on Anne, the pretty daughter of the house. Here she is.
Gee, I would get stuck on the lot just when I have a date. Now I'm terribly late. I'm so tired. I hate to go out with Bill when I feel like this. Oh, but 3 cheers. I've got a good idea.
Luckily, Anne knows a secret she learned from movie stars. And half an hour later, listen to what she says.
I'll say that Lux toilet soap beauty bath makes a girl come to. I'm ready for a large evening now. I'm dancing on air. And what a fragrance that nice soap has. I feel like a million. Bill's got to think I look it.
A Lux toilet soap beauty bath is soothing, refreshing. Its active lather is so thorough that it removes from your pores stale perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. That's why it keeps neck and back and shoulders soft and clear. Why it protects daintiness, leaves skin sweet. That's why lovely screen stars like Loretta Young, Carol Lombard, Anita Louise use it. And why you're sure to like it. Try this luxurious, inexpensive beauty bath tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Menjou, with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. It's several days later. In the little house in Brighton, Melanie waits eagerly for Paul to pay his daily visit. At the sound of a footstep, she turns quickly. But it's only Charles, the servant.
Mademoiselle,
Yes, Charles?
there's a lady and gentleman to see you, mademoiselle.
Who are they?
The Duke and Duchess of Benetton.
The Duke and Duchess? Lord Cheersparrow?
Yes, mademoiselle.
Where are they, Charles?
In the sitting room, mademoiselle.
Thank you. I will go and see them. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are Mademoiselle de Tremont?
Oui?
I am the Duchess of Benetton, and my husband, the Duke.
Monsieur?
How do you do? Please forgive us for calling on you so unexpectedly. But I believe you are acquainted with my son, Lord Shah.
One moment, my love. Don't rush, madam.
If you please, Frederick.
Yes, my love.
Won't you sit down, Duchess?
Thank you. As I said before, I believe you are acquainted with my son.
You are come to ask a service?
Yes, mademoiselle. We have.
Then I do not understand, Duchess. Your manner is so impolite.
Oh, my wife is upset. Naturally upset.
Why?
Well, Edward is our only son.
Is that not more your fault than mine?
It's no use bandying words, Frederick, and wasting time. Mademoiselle, my son is infatuated with you. But he's young, and that infatuation will not last. It must not last. My husband and I are fully prepared to compensate you within reason.
Yes.
Compensate? What is that, compensate?
Money.
Money? You will pay me money?
Yes, if you will give us your word that you will never see my son again.
If I love him, what then?
That is beside the point.
I think you will perhaps go now.
£500.
It is very charming, your son, and his eyes are very clear and blue. I think he will be angry.
£1,000.
I'm tired, madame. I cannot sit down until you go. Excuse me if I ring my maid.
I would rather like to make one thing clear to you.
Georgiana.
Quiet. If my son marries without his parents' consent, he will not have a penny. Not a penny. Do you understand that?
Georgiana, please.
You rang, mademoiselle? Yes, Rose. The Duke and Duchess are leaving.
Come, Georgiana. Come, my dear.
My maid will show you out.
It will not be necessary. Good afternoon.
Oh, squeak some sherry. My legs will
will not stand.
My goodness, her face when she went out.
My goodness, her face all the time. Oh, Rose. How my heart bleeds for her poor husband.
I beg pardon, mademoiselle. There's a lady to see you.
What? Another one?
Lady Julia Charteris. She says she met you on the boat coming over.
Oh, that one? I do not wish to see her. Tell her I'm far away.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Good afternoon. Oh, please forgive me, but it was so drafty in the hall.
Oh, yes. That will be all, Charles.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Will you sit down?
Thank you.
I fear that Monsieur le Duc is not here.
Yes, I know. It was you I wished to see. I've recently come to Brighton, and I've been so wanting to see you again.
I'm very happy, madame.
I have so much to talk to you about. Your guardian and I spent a great deal of our childhood together in France, you know.
That is very nice.
It was such a pleasant surprise to see him again on the boat. I had thought he was dead.
No, he's alive.
Yes. I knew your father many years ago, the Marquis de Tramont.
Yes?
Oh, a most witty and delightful man.
Yes, he was very nice.
I don't remember that he had any children.
Oh, yes, two. One boy and one girl. I was the girl.
Oh? Where did you live when you were a child?
A grey walled chateau near Bordeaux. It's all very distant in my mind.
The Chateau de Tramont, no doubt.
Yes. There was a small water and swans. I spent all my early years lisping there.
Oh? Well, you haven't got a lisp now.
No, I lost it in the Revolution.
You remember very little about your early life?
It is so far away.
So very far away from the truth.
Madame!
Oh, my dear child, don't be absurd. The whole story is idiotic. You've been very badly rehearsed. Paul should be ashamed of himself.
I do not understand what you speak,
Oh,
madame.
nonsense.
And I do not understand why you come here.
I came to find out what you were like, to see what sort of plaything Paul had picked out for himself.
Plaything? I am no plaything.
Oh, come. You can hardly expect me to believe that.
How dare you speak those words to me?
Oh, there's no necessity for you to lose your temper, my dear.
How dare you? Leave here at once. At once. Do you hear? Paul!
What in the world? Oh, Julia, I didn't know you were coming.
Tell her to go away at once. Tell her, Paul.
Melanie, be careful.
No, enough of being careful. Enough of these English busybodies.
I congratulate you, Paul. She's a fine spirit.
My dear Julia, what has happened?
I have been insulted.
Insulted?
Yes. First, by the very charming mother of Lord Shear. And now, by this snooping camel.
Melanie, Lady Julia is a very old friend.
But she has not a right to come here and call me your plaything.
What?
Yes, your plaything, to my face.
I will not stand for you taking that tone.
You want me to marry Lord Shear, do you? Very well. But after, you will have no penny, not one, and I shall be forced to do tricks again. Melanie de Tramont in a cabaret? That will be charming. And a lot of good. It will do you.
This is idiotic.
It is. And I will not stand anymore. Not for you, not for the love of heaven. I'm going back to France. Tomorrow. If I have to swim there.
It's all very interesting, Paul.
It was unkind of you to come here and bully the child.
I didn't bully her. I merely wanted to find out who she was.
I see. Well, it's an odd story, Julia. Quite fantastic, in fact.
May I hear it?
If you wish. First, I should like to speak to Melanie for a moment. Do you mind?
Not at all. I'll be here when you come back.
Thanks. I won't be long. Melanie. Melanie.
Yes.
Come here. I want to speak to you.
Yes.
Melanie, why did you speak like that in front of Lady Julia?
I hate her.
That's quite beside the point. Don't you realize that if you persist in treating people as you do, that our plans, the work of 2 years, will be for nothing?
I say I was going back to France.
Yes, but you don't mean that.
I do. Oh, Paul, let me go. I will never be happy here. Let me go. And you come with me.
I? Why, no, Melanie. My life is here. And yours, too, if you would only realize it.
You do not care about whether I am happy?
You can be just as happy here as in France, alone.
But when I'm married, when you have found me a rich man, I will be alone here, too.
You will have your husband.
I will have his money.
It's a good compensation.
Is that all that love means to you? Is there nothing else?
I've told you, business and sentiment don't mix. Now dry your eyes, Melanie, and try to be cheerful. I'll speak to you later.
Where are we going?
I'm going to call a carriage and take Lady Julia home. I'll have a good deal to explain on the way.
Must you go?
I'm afraid I must. Goodbye, Melanie.
Gee up there. Gee up.
There you have it, Julia. You see, Melanie is nothing to me. She is my plan, my trick to be played upon the world, my livelihood.
Paul, have you gone mad?
No. I have merely transformed myself from an effete aristocrat into an unscrupulous adventurer.
That sounds faintly theatrical.
The murder of my wife and child was theatrical enough. The deaths of my whole family on the guillotine were equally theatrical. My life, from then onwards, as a fugitive, was an endless succession of serio-comic stage effects. I was a baker's assistant, a lawyer's clerk, a tutor. 2 years ago, I found Melanie singing in a cafe. She seemed to me to be better material than my sniveling pupils. And 5 months ago, I managed to sell 2 pictures from the old house. With that money, I brought her here.
Why?
She's to make a rich marriage.
And you take the commission?
Yes. Well?
Well, I think it's a good joke, in very bad taste.
Taste is too expensive a social luxury for a poor man.
I suppose the poor little thing is in love with you.
In love with me? What nonsense. This whole plan has been understood completely between us from the first as a business arrangement.
How wise.
Will you help me?
Well, I'll try.
I knew you would.
Bring her to my house.
When?
This evening.
This evening?
If she'll come.
I think she might if I ask her to.
Won't you sit down, Melanie?
Thank you.
Melanie, I have brought you here for a very good purpose. But first, I wish you would apologize to Lady Julia.
No, it's for me to say I'm sorry. I was over-inquisitive, and I jumped at conclusions too hastily. Mademoiselle, I ask your forgiveness.
Thank you, madame.
I have told Lady Julia everything. She has promised to help us.
It's a very interesting story, mademoiselle, and I should like to help to bring it to a happy ending.
We can talk quite freely in front of Lady Julia.
That is very nice.
Oh, well, come now, to business.
Business? Oh, yes.
In the first place, whom do you know?
Not one of importance.
Melanie, Lord Shear is our only definite proposal so far.
Do you like him, mademoiselle?
Melanie, will you kindly concentrate?
Oh, I do see how difficult it must be for one so young and so charming to banish sentiment entirely.
You are sympathetic, madame, but sentiment is very silly. There is no sentiment in the whole world real enough to waste the time upon. Paul has spoken that very often. Let us now then make business. I have a number with which to begin.
A number?
Yes, I make the progress. First, there is the Prince Regent. But he will not marry me.
Melanie.
Not be shocked, Paul. That is true. And we are speaking truth.
Admirable.
Then, there is Lord Shear. He loves me.
Excellent.
But if we marry, there is not money at all.
Oh, that can soon be remedied if your social position is improved. You must first of all be presented, more or less informally, here at the pavilion.
But how? Who will present her?
I shall, but before that, you must give a little supper party. Now, I'll arrange it and invite the guests.
I can never begin to express my gratitude, Julia.
Oh, not at all. Old friends must be kept from starving. Now, let me see. Lord St. Mary's must come, and the Duke and Duchess of Benenden, and Lord Shear, Lady Mosscroft, and, of course, the Earl and Countess of Harringford. Oh, they're very useful.
Are they rich? Have they foolish sons?
Melanie.
Well, you must have cards and good wine. Perhaps some music. Mademoiselle might sing a little. She has such a charming voice, but I should suggest songs more allied to the classics than the cabaret.
A very profitable suggestion. It is not, Paul? Be very sure, madame, that we'll choose my songs with care, and I will be so careful to live up to them, to cheat and lie and pretend perfectly. Oh, yes. I will be so very careful, Paul, to follow Madame's suggestion. And my secret heart.
Your secret heart?
Yes, Madame. No matter what crisis face, what stars may fade above, I'll follow my secret heart.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Conversation piece starring Lily Pons as Melanie and Adolphe Monjou as Duke Paul continues shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. When the 1933 All-American football team was selected, practically every sports writer in the country picked cotton. Cotton Warburton, the diminutive quarterback of the University of Southern California. Since graduation, he's been at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, where he's now a film editor. I've asked him here tonight to tell us something about editing films and scoring touchdowns. All right, Cotton, kick off.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. First, I'd better explain what a film editor does. It's very seldom, ladies and gentlemen, that a picture is filmed in the same continuity as you see it on the screen. The middle part may be taken first. The first part may go before the camera last. All this must be joined in its proper sequence and music and sound effects injected. Cutting is a major problem. In The Good Earth, for example, 2.5 million feet of film were shot, enough for 200 pictures. It's our job to cut The Good Earth to 12,000 feet. You know, Mr. DeMille, I thought I was through with football when I went in the picture business, but I'm still calling signals. Take this, for example. 25D, F38762, scene 28A, take 3, date 10-6.
Now, let's call time out while you explain that to the audience.
We use signals in referring to a certain piece of film. That particular number refers to the third version of a scene from The Good Earth, showing Paul Muni eating a bowl of rice. Those numbers also reveal what sequence the scene is in and on what date it was filmed. But unfortunately, I can't use the same method of keeping my signals straight as I did in college.
How did you do it there?
I had them neatly written down on my pants. One time, the manager sent my regular pants to the cleaner, and I almost lost the next game.
Have you played any football, Cotton, since you received your diploma?
No, though I coached a professional team owned by Victor McLaughlin. But since I married and became a papa, I get all the exercise I need walking the floor.
Does the baby look like all-American material?
Not unless football teams are going to include girls, but she's 100% Lux baby, Mr. DeMille.
And then at least she'll have an all-American complexion.
Right. I don't know much about the care or feeding of babies, but I figured if Lux soap is pure and gentle enough for the stars, it must be about the best on the market. When the doctor backed me up on that, I felt pretty proud of myself.
If you were picking the all-American team for this season, Cotton, whom would you select?
From performances to date, my choice would be for ends, King, Minnesota, and Kelly Yale. For tackles, Widsith, Minnesota, and Franco Fordham. For guards, Pierce Fordham and Morrell Navy. For center, Herwig, California. For halfbacks, Heap, Northwestern, and Urim, Minnesota. For quarterback, Smith of Alabama. And for fullback, Patrick, Pittsburgh. And before I have time to change my mind, thank you and so long.
Good night. We return to our story, Conversation Piece, starring Lily Pons and Adolphe Monjou, with Marjorie Gateson and George Saunders. It's the evening of Melanie's official presentation. In a room fairly glittering with social celebrities, the young girl appears nervous and excited. She's been asked to sing, and as our scene opens, she is just finishing her song.
She doesn't seem to fit in, if you know what I mean.
Yes, her background is a bit, shady, don't you think, Lady Harrington?
I wish we could find out more about her.
Well, I'm going to ask. You can't be too careful these days about the people you meet. Since Lady Julia was the one who presented her, perhaps she will give us a little information. Melanie, you were wonderful.
Thank you, Lady Julia.
Come with me now. I want you to meet Lady Worth and Lady Harrington.
Please, no more. I have met so many people. I am all confused.
Confused?
But... They ask me questions. All of them ask me questions. I'm so tired of them. If anyone asks me another question, I shall scream.
Melanie, control yourself.
I can't.
Melanie, what's the matter?
She can't meet any more guests.
But she must.
Then you tell her. I've other things to do.
I'm tired, Paul. Let me go. Let me meet. Some other time. Sometime will happen if you don't.
But nonsense. Everyone is captivated by you. You're a success.
On the surface, yes. But underneath, they suspect me and they hate me. I can feel it.
Be quiet.
Ah, Paul.
May we have the pleasure of meeting your very charming ward?
But of course. Lady Harrington and Lady Worth, my ward, Melanie de Tramont.
Sure.
So pleased, my dear.
Thank you.
De Tremont, the Marquis, I presume.
Yes, he was my guardian's friend.
Oh, of course, of course. It's so stupid of me, Paul.
Not at all.
You sing beautifully, my dear. Wherever did you study?
Why? In France?
Under what teacher?
Why, I don't.
A private teacher, Lady Worth. Unknown, but very efficient.
He must have been.
Oh, Paul, may I see you?
Certainly. Excuse me, please.
Of course.
I'll be back directly.
Oh.
Perhaps I had best to go, too.
Oh, no, please. We have so much to ask you, mademoiselle.
Yes, about the revolution.
Yes, I would rather not talk about it, if you don't mind.
Then we shall talk about something else.
Please, I would rather not talk about anything.
My dear, are you ill?
Yes, I'm very ill.
Strange. Lady Bromley said you were ill just before, when she asked you something about your life.
What do you mean by that?
We mean, my dear, that you seem to be particularly averse to discussing your past.
Lady Harrington?
It's true. Yes, it is true. All of you have been snooping so hard to find out something about me. You wish to tell all your friends and make joke. Well, I will explain to you. Listen, I am the daughter of a mandarin in China. He was my first father. My second father was a Turk in Prague. He lived in Spain. I live in Italy. My mother was a slave. My brothers and sister were slaves. No, they were little pigs trying with their big noses to find out things like you, madame, and you.
Oh, I never heard it.
I am Goethe Snipe. I am the daughter of a witch who was burnt at the stake. Take these tales to your friend, but take these quickly. Because if you don't now go away and leave me alone, I will smash your painted face and pull you dead hair by the roots.
Oh, I think we have heard enough.
I'm only sorry the rest of the company didn't hear it also.
They will soon enough. Tell them all, and then get out. All of you, get out, get out. Paul, where are you?
I am here. Lie quietly, Melanie.
Oh, what happened, Paul?
You fainted. You'll be all right now.
Oh, yes, I remember. All the people. They are gone?
Thanks to you, yes.
Oh, Paul, I'm sorry.
Why did you do it?
I don't know. I asked you to let me go.
You did it deliberately, didn't you?
No, Paul, I swear.
You wanted it to happen. All along, you wanted it.
Yes, I did.
You've ruined everything. I hope you realize that.
Yes, but I don't care. Let them go. Let them leave us. I won't want to marry. I don't want. I can't. It's you I love, Paul.
What?
It's you. I love you, Paul. That is why I have been so nappy.
Melanie, this is a farce.
Is it farce to be loved to me?
But there can be no love between us. It's not only a farce, it's madness.
Oh, no. It is only a very simple truth.
You have broken your word, you have lied, and you have made me ridiculous, a fool. That is the simple truth.
And you, in all your clever plans, did you once think of me? Never.
All that was understood between us from the beginning. You knew everything, and you agreed to everything.
I could not answer for my heart.
Your heart?
I love you, do you understand? Call me mad. Say it is all stupid romantic, if that will quiet your conscience.
My conscience is not troubled.
But it's true, and I love you deep. In all my life, no other things have been so deep in me. You were finished with love when your wife was killed. How often you have spoken to me of that.
Melanie, I beg of you.
And because there was a revolution, you think to scheme over all life, secure. You think to fit everyone to your plans like puppets. But life is real, Paul. It is important, and life is too strong in me to be just a puppet.
I was a fool to trust you.
I love you. I love you. And you too, deep down in my heart, you love me. Yes, Paul. Everything shouted to me. You think now, because you stand here so bitter, with the door open to go, that you will prove me wrong, that you are secure in your shell. I know that too. But you must not go, Paul. Please. Oh, Paul. Come back, Paul. Come back.
It is my pleasure to announce to you the return to le petit Girondin of Mademoiselle Mélanie. Mademoiselle Mélanie returns with her bewitching voice for your delight and her acrobatic tricks on her elusive wine barrels for your amazement. Tonight, she will first delight you with a little song. She will amaze you later. I present Mademoiselle Mélanie.
Melanie. Melanie.
Why are you here in France?
Thank God you're all right. To be with you I came, that's all.
We can't talk here. Come with me, quick.
Oh, Melanie.
Here is a little window in the shadow. This one. It will squeeze us to look out, but we will be less conspicuous.
All right.
How did you know where to find me now, Chair?
I asked Lady Julia and Rose for everything they knew. I had to find you, if only to see that you were all right.
They told you everything?
Yes, between them. I made them.
So do you understand now?
Yes, I understand.
Then, why are you here?
I love you.
But
I know. But I had to tell you, Melanie.
there is only room for one true love in my heart. My secret heart.
I understand.
I see you. The stars are thick tonight.
You're not looking at them.
I see them in your eyes. They are flooded with stars.
I'm sorry.
No, do not be ashamed of these tears. They are fine and manly. See, I keep them. Oh, thank you, my dear, for being so sweet to me.
Melanie, you don't know how I've longed to kiss you.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, mon Dieu, Paul. You here too?
Yes, I was worrying about you. This is an unexpected pleasure, Lord Share.
And how do you do?
Worrying?
I see now there was no need. But when I went back to your house and found you gone,
You went back?
the day after, I did not know Lord Shear was with you, and naturally I felt a responsibility. However, it was plain when I interrupted you just now that you have returned to reason.
Yes, Paul.
Lord Shear, I congratulate you.
Oh, but...
Yes, Paul.
It's so pretty to see youth in love.
Please, be parlooking.
I have a brandy at the table. If you'll please excuse me, I'll wait there.
Shall we lean out of the window, Paul?
With pleasure. It's still dusty, I see.
Yes, Paul.
You are going to marry.
Yes, Paul.
I'm very glad.
Yes, Paul.
You're in love?
Yes, Paul.
So am I.
Yes, Paul.
What is the matter with you? Can you say nothing else but yes, Paul?
There is nothing else to say.
When are you going to be married?
Soon, very soon.
What about money?
That will no matter. Never does.
Have you anything to reproach me with?
No.
Well, then, there is really nothing else except this.
What is...
One other thing.
What is this?
Bugs, your favorite candies.
Oh, Paul, please open them. And other thing.
It's all true what you said, Melanie. I do love you. There, they're open. And if you want an bug now,
Yes, please.
I love you desperately, with all my heart. And I know now that I can never prove you wrong.
Ouch!
What is it?
My muscles. They are not used to acrobatic.
So, Melanie, you are going to marry Lord Shear after all.
Certainly not. I'm going to marry you, my darling.
Melanie.
Wait. Business now. I must go this moment and amaze the clientele with some tricks. Quick! Another humbug.
Never mind. Business can wait. What was that in your song? No matter what price is paid, what stars may fade above,
With Lily Pond singing the lovely melody, I Follow My Secret Heart, the curtain descends on Conversation Piece. But we shall hear further from Miss Pons and Adolphe Manjou a little later. Before introducing our next guest, we make a statement furnished by Mr. Melvin Purvis, our guest on last week's program. Quote, after stating figures on crime, it was discovered that the number of murders committed in Memphis in 1935 was 103. Instead of the figure given. I desire to express my genuine and sincere regret for this inadvertence. Unquote. I join Mr. Purvis in offering my regrets for this mistake. As the Ripley of Hollywood, Feg Murray is an encyclopedia of strange truths concerning your favorite stars. In returning to our microphone, he bears the distinction of being the first guest to be called back since the Lux Radio Theater has come to you from Hollywood, proving that you like to listen to his odd facts as much as you like to read his cartoons in the daily paper under the caption Seeing Stars. I've asked him to begin with what he knows about Lily Pons and Adolphe Manjou. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Feg Murray.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Starting from the ground up, Lily Pons wears the smallest shoes of any star in Hollywood, size 1.5B. A village in Maryland has been named after her, and she originally took up singing as a means of improving her health. Adolphe Manjou was a captain in the United States Army Ambulance Service in Italy during the World War. Hollywood told him he was through when the talkies came along, so he made pictures in French, Italian, and Spanish, and was so successful that Hollywood did nip-ups trying to get him back. His parrot likewise speaks French, Italian, and English. And now, Mr. DeMille, I understand you have an item for me concerning the Plainsman.
Yes. Since I began making the Plainsman, 39 different people have written me, each claiming to own Lucretia Borgia, Buffalo Bill's famous rifle. And now what can you tell us about football and Hollywood?
Well, Paul Robeson and Jim Thorpe, the Indian, were both All-American players. Barton McLean once ran back a kickoff 105 yards to score a touchdown for Wesleyan. Johnny Mac Brown of Alabama caught the 58-yard pass that beat Washington 10 years ago in the Rose Bowl. Gene Raymond blushes when you mention football. Once in a prep school game, Gene ran the length of the field for a touchdown, only to discover he had galloped in the wrong direction. Dolores Del Rio should also be mentioned here. She's never seen a football game. Dolores, who is Gary Cooper's aunt by marriage, doesn't know what she's missed, just like those girls who may never have used Lux toilet soap. I think the strangest fact I could find in Hollywood would be a movie star who doesn't use Lux soap. And here's another fact people may not know. That wonderful aroma in Lux soap comes from 34 different ingredients gathered from the far corners of the earth.
Now, suppose I turn you loose with whatever facts you care to give us.
Swell. In Lloyd's of London, Freddie Bartholomew eats roast beef that costs $1,502.10.
They must have ordered it from a nightclub.
The meat itself cost only $2.10. The $1,500 was the cost of time lost in getting that roast beef to steam properly for the cameras. Shirley Temple has a life insurance policy which is void if she takes up arms in defense of her country or meets death by accident while intoxicated. Lionel Stander, who appeared in 28 Broadway flops in 8 years, has one green eye and one brown eye. And speaking of variety, there's a tree on Elisa Landy's estate which bears oranges, lemons, grapefruit, and kumquats, all from the same root. Fred Astaire has spent more than 200 hours dancing on air. In each dance, he's in the air 1 second out of every 5. And there's a card on file in a Hollywood studio which turned Fred down with the following notation at the bottom. Astaire also dances.
Any more inside information?
Just one more fact, and this is strictly from the inside. Warner Baxter's appendix is on his left side instead of his right. Good night.
Good night. If the statement of Dr. Samuel Johnson is true, that a Frenchman must always be talking, tonight's stars must have felt at home in a play whose title is Conversation Piece. Miss Pons was born in southern France, while Mr. Monjou, a native of Pittsburgh, is the son of a Frenchman. They now resume the conversation. Mademoiselle Pons, Monsieur Monjou.
Don't forget that you're partly French yourself, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah, but I'm not the boulevardier. You are, Monsieur Monjou.
Thank you.
Why don't you foreigners talk English like me? I know. I've only a little accent. I wasn't always such a fine speaker of English. It's very hard to learn. So many words. You spell them almost alike, but you pronounce them so much different. I once made up a poem about it. You like me to recite, Mr.
We'd
DeMille?
be delighted, Miss Pons.
Very well. I recite. If L-A-U-G-H spells laugh and B-O-U-G-H spells go, surely C-A-U-G-H is calf and C-O-U-G-H is cow. If bread is made of substance known as dough, was the steak I have for dinner turf or toe? I still am quite unable, as I got up from the table, to be sure if I was turf or through or throw.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And if your dog gets sick again, I suggest you see Mr. Monjou. He knows all about dogs.
So?
Yes, I raised them, Miss Pons, just as a hobby. Cairns and Ciliums.
Where do you learn about growing dogs?
Well, I used to work on a farm. I learned quite a bit about livestock before I got into pictures. Excellent training. The foreman told me the other day that the cows have gone so high-hat, they refuse to be washed down unless the farmhands use Lux toilet soap.
Who can blame them? All beautiful ladies use Lux soap. But why did you want to be a farmer?
Well, I wanted some nice secluded place in the country with plenty of sunshine and fresh air where I could cultivate a mustache and get into pictures. But now, Miss Pons, before the people are sure Dr. Johnson was right about the French, let us say good night.
Good night, everyone. I hope you like our play.
Good night, mademoiselle. Good night.
Miss Pons, Mr. Monjou, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille returns shortly with news of next week's show. Mr. Monjou's next picture is titled 1 in a Million. Miss Pons appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, where she just completed That Girl from Paris. Mr. DeMille through courtesy of Paramount, Mr. Warburton, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Lloyd's of London. And here's Mr. DeMille.
The story of Louis Pasteur recently provided the screen with one of the finest and most dramatic films ever made. Its success, however, was largely due to the magnificent performance of Paul Muni in the title role. Next week in the Lux Radio Theater, Paul Muni recreates the character of the great French chemist and humanitarian once again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in the story of Louis Pasteur, assisted by an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 26th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland in Saturday's Children. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Taylor, Olivia de Havilland, Mona Berry, and Frederick Perry. Our guests, William Koenig, General Manager of Universal Studios, and Frank Richardson, Paramount Wardrobe Director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To our unseen listeners and to those who crowd our theater to the doors tonight, greetings from Lux, with a special word of welcome to the many distinguished Hollywood personalities whom I see among our audience. Here's a tip to every woman listening in. Follow the example set by all the leading motion picture studios and make Lux Flakes the official wardrobe care in your home. Wash your woolens, silks, cottons, rayons, and linens in Lux. They'll look like new so much longer, and since Lux Flakes do away with cake soap rubbing, and because there's no harmful alkali in these safe, gentle flakes, your clothes will wear so much longer. For appearance, for economy, always use Lux Flakes. And now, Hollywood's leading citizen comes to the microphone. Our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Every few years, a new personality comes to the screen, defying all its traditions of long, arduous apprenticeship, breaking every law of averages, and skyrocketing overnight to stardom. Valentino and Gable did it. So did Hepburn and Harlow. While today's favorites, Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, are tonight's stars. As Spangler Arlington Brew, Bob was a student at Pomona College, where he was trying to decide whether to become a concert cellist or a physician. In the meantime, he accepted the lead in a college presentation of the famous wartime drama Journey's End. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio scout saw him and talked of a screen test. Not long after, Spangler's father died, and he went back home to Beatrice, Nebraska, planning to work in a gas station. It was at his mother's insistence that he went to Hollywood and reported to the studio. He walked out with a contract, a new name, and, more important, the confidence of Louis B. Mayer. That, briefly, is Robert Taylor's biography, the next chapter of which finds him opposite Greta Garbo in Camille. Olivia de Havilland is a Max Reinhardt discovery. Engaged as an understudy for Reinhardt's stage production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, she was selected by the famous impresario to play the role of Hermia in the screen version. This opportunity was all Olivia needed. As the heroine of Captain Blood, Anthony Adverse, and The Charge of the Light Brigade, she is now internationally known. For her debut in the Lux Radio Theater, she plays the part of Bobby Harrington. Robert Taylor is heard as Rims O'Neill. Mona Berry as Florrie, Fred Perry of the original cast as Mr. Harrington, and Maxwell Anderson provides the play Saturday's Children. The title of our play comes from an old proverb which says Saturday's child works hard for a living. New York City, the offices of the Mengel Importing Company, Franz Mengel, president. In one of the outer rooms, a buzzer is sounding, and Bobby Harrington, Mengel's attractive young secretary, answers his call.
Yes, Mr. Mengel?
I've got a cable to send.
Bring your notebook.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Bobby. Just heard from Buenos Aires. They've got to have immediate word as to the man we're sending down and when he's leaving.
It's a great opportunity, whoever gets it.
That's just the trouble, my dear. I can't make up my mind between Keith, Warner, and O'Neill. You know all three men. Who's your choice?
Oh, Rims O'Neill.
Rims O'Neill. Strange name, strange fellow. Excellent man. Well, have him here in 15 minutes.
You mean you're going to send him? On my recommendation?
Well, why not? It was a toss-up. You settled it.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Bobby?
Well, nothing. I'm sure he's the best man, Mr. Mangle. But how long will he be in South America?
2 years, and if he makes good, perhaps indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Yes. Now take this cable, will you, Bobby? Sending Rims O'Neill, assistant manager, Buenos Aires office. Wait a minute. Bobby?
Yes?
We'll all be working a little late tonight. I thought perhaps you'd let me drive you home.
Well, I'd love to, but I've promised to meet someone.
And spoiled my whole day. Lunch tomorrow?
Splendid.
Ah, that's better. You know, Bobby, you're really one of the... Oh, yes. Yes, of course, the cable. Very well. Unless you hear the contrary, O'Neill will leave New York August 24th. Regarding Santa's orders, be sure to give them your full...
Stairs, please. No, lady, number 5 bus. Number 5. Yes, please.
You know, Bobby, I'm sort of glad we both had to work late tonight after all.
What changed your mind, Rims? Riding home like this on top of a bus?
Why not? It's kind of nice. Hey, you sure you're not in a hurry to get home? We can grab a cab, you know.
Oh, I could ride like this for hours. Look up there, Rims.
Yeah.
Right over our heads. Moon, stars. Looks as if they're on our side tonight.
You're beginning to sound like a songwriter. Oh, that reminds me. I told you I had good news, Bobby.
Good news?
The best possible. Now, hold on tight. It's coming. Mangle is sending me to Buenos Aires.
Oh.
There's a boat going in 2 weeks, and I'm on it. Assistant Manager O'Neill. That's me.
Oh, Rims, I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. It's the best break I got since I met you. I'll miss you, Bobby.
You'll be there a long time, Rims. It's so easy to forget.
Well, it will be for you. Well, that's the way it should be. Forget me. Nah, I'm talking too much. I guess it's the motion of the bus.
Don't stop. Why should I forget you?
Well, the best reason in the world. Mangle, the boss. Why not? He's worth plenty and not a bad guy. A little old, maybe.
He asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when's it coming off?
Never.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can do an awful lot with a bankroll like Mangle's. You better think it over.
Haven't I, though?
Look at me, Bobby. I won't be seeing you for a long time. Maybe never. It's like you always say, anything can happen. I don't know how to put it. I think I'm pretty quick on the trigger, and yet when it comes to... forget it.
Say it, Rims. Please say it.
Okay, here it is. It's 81st Street and our stop. Hang on, here's where we get off.
Selection you just heard was Oh My
But
Goodness.
Father, you don't
For the last
understand.
time, Florrie,
This program comes to you
don't
as a
worry
regular
about
Wednesday
Bob.
night feature
That girl
over
can
this
take care of
station
herself.
when we bring you the
Better
dance
than you
tunes
can.
of the most
Yeah, maybe Rims O'Neill will bring her home on a bus like he did last night. So very romantic.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, stop worrying.
Next
She'll
week
be
brings
home
the
soon.
football
And
season
turn
with
off that
songs
radio.
All right. After all, Father, she's my sister. Some member of the family's got to take an interest in her.
At times you're very droll, my dear. Florrie, I'm terribly fond of you. You're such an interesting girl. So little sincerity, so much curiosity. By the way, where is your husband?
Willie's home.
Minding the baby?
Yes.
I thought so. Poor Willie.
Sometimes, Father, I don't know what to make of you. You say I'm insincere. Well, if that's the truth, why am I so against Bobby going with her boss?
I don't know, but there's a catch somewhere.
Of course there is. Mr. Mangle's too old. All he thinks of is business. He's never home. Oh, sit still, Father. I'll answer. Hello. Oh, yes, Rims. No, she isn't. Well, we're expecting her any minute. Oh, I don't know about that. You see, she's just coming home to dress. She's got a date tonight.
Florrie.
Shh, Father. Oh, that's a shame.
Of course, she'll be glad to see you, Rims, but she won't have much time. Yes, I'll tell her just as soon as she comes in. What? Oh, you'll call back in half an hour. Okay. Well, if I don't see you, lots of luck in Buenos Aires. You are going, aren't you? Splendid. Yes, well, goodbye.
Florrie, why did you tell that young fellow Bobby was going out? You know she isn't.
Hello, everybody.
Bobby, dear.
Oh, hello, Bobby. Didn't you come in?
I haven't seen you for ages.
One kiss is plenty, my sweet. How's the baby?
Oh, fine.
Dinner?
Hours ago.
Bobby,
Yes, Florrie, with Mr. Mangle. He talked to me for hours, and I didn't hear a word he said.
Bobby, the least you could do would be to...
He'll say it over again. He won't mind. And if he does, he can always fire me.
Someone just phoned you, my dear. Your sister took the message.
Oh, yes. Rims O'Neill.
Rims? What did he say?
I don't know what he said, but Florrie said plenty.
Oh, first he wanted to know if you were going to be in this evening.
Well, that was an easy one to answer.
But you're not. You're going to a dance.
With Rims?
Bobby, you're so terribly innocent. I told Rims someone was taking you to a dance.
Florrie, you couldn't.
Now, don't get hysterical. Why, tell him you're going to be at home sitting on the edge of a chair waiting for him to call.
But that's not so, Florrie.
Yes, well, now run along, Father. There's something I want to say to Bobby.
Again? Oh, very well. Let me know when you're ready. I'll drive you over to your place.
Listen, Florrie, what right did you have telling Rims
Now,
that
take a tip from your big sister and remember this. If you want a man to get interested in you, just let him see you going right out the front door with somebody else. Now, leave everything to me, Bobby, and before you know it, Rims O'Neill will be proposing.
You're rather tiresome tonight, Florrie.
Even so, I'm not through. Now, run along inside and put that new black velvet on. You were going to a dance. When Rims calls again, well, tell him to meet you someplace. Nice, quiet place. Tell him you've got a date with Fred, but you'll try and break it.
You're impossible.
And so are you, without any decent makeup on. If you hurry, I'll help you.
Well, you must think I'm mad about Rims.
Well, I know you're about to lose him to the Republic of Argentina if you don't get some little sense in that pretty head.
Well, I do like him, Florrie, but I also like the butcher, the man who sells the papers on the corner, and on rare occasions I even like you.
All right, forget it. Don't do it. Because if you did, he might ask you to marry him. He might stay in New York, and oh, dear. It'd be such a bother to turn him down.
There's an evil genius about you, Florrie. Oh, I'm beginning to weaken. It's hateful and dishonest, and I'll never forgive myself whatever happens.
I'll do as I say, and only one thing can happen. Hurry up, Bobby. You've been dressing for hours.
All right, but you insisted on the black velvet. Florrie, stay away from that phone. Hello? Oh, hello, Rims. Well, I was, but... Yes, 10 o'clock? Oh, I'm quite sure I'll be able to break away. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll take a cab. Where? Sancho's? Splendid. Goodbye, Rims. Well, you heard, Florrie. Sancho's at 10. I'd better leave now.
Well, let me look at you. Yes, you're really a beautiful girl in velvet.
I'll say goodbye to Father.
Oh, just a minute. Darling, if the dress should fail, and if you knew just half a dozen sentences that would make Rims propose, would you say them?
Of course I wouldn't. Well, Florrie, he's sailing Saturday.
Well, it's so easy. Look, dear, I'm writing it down. Can you read my shorthand? I, too, was once a struggling young secretary.
Yes, I can read it.
Then you're going to take this little card and put it in your purse. And when you're in some nice, secluded corner in Sancho's, you're going to open your purse for a handkerchief. And then you're going to leave the purse open so you can see the card.
Oh, Flora, you're priceless. I'm beginning to enjoy you.
Well, now for the bylaws. Rule number 1. Remember to cry.
Well, I can't cry on order.
Oh, yes, you can, my dear. He'll ask you what's the matter, and then you'll say these words written in my fine Italian shorthand. Oh, I'm so tired of everything, Rims, and I'm afraid I'm not very good company. And he'll say, oh, yes, you are, at which point his arms will go round you.
Nothing to it, is there?
No, it gets easier all the time. You just turn your face away and say, Rims, dear, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to, and sometimes I can't bear to talk to anyone else.
I'll do nothing of the sort.
Then you continue, Bobby, watch me while I write this, won't you? You say, Rims, don't you ever get tired of poor me? Ever?
And then he'll say, never. Very simple.
Of course. You're such a darling, Rims, and it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
That's just what he'll say. What is? And you'll reply, marrying somebody else. Now, that'll shock him for a few seconds. Bobby, are you getting married? Oh, Rims, a girl has to get married sometimes, you know, while she's got a chance.
Florrie, when you die, I'm going to have you mounted for the museum.
I'm not through yet. Listen, Rims will ask you how many proposals you get in a week.
Or some variation on the theme.
Yes, and your response is, I've had 2 proposals every other week for 2 weeks or something, and he'll look at you soulfully and whisper, now, kid, you don't mean you're set to marry somebody, and you'll say...
Oh, no, I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. And you'll say, Fred or Bill or Johnny wants me to marry him, and he's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever. Whereupon Rims comes through with the closing lines, well, Bobby, if you're getting married this season, why not marry me? And there you are.
He'll never say it.
Why not?
Because he isn't a sap, for one thing. And for another, it isn't fair, and I wouldn't do it.
My darling, how do people get married?
I don't know.
I'll say you don't. Here's the card, and don't forget to cry, Mrs. Rims O'Neill.
This way, senor. Will this table be all right?
Sure, Sancho. Swell.
May I take the lady's cape?
Thank you.
Bobby. Hey, you're a dream in that dress. Here, stand still. Let me look at you.
You like it?
Do I? Why haven't I seen you in that before?
Well, I just made it.
You made it? Hey, I wish you'd make my clothes for me for a while. I'd have them falling for me from the 3rd-story windows.
Oh, any old clothes will do in Buenos Aires. They say they fall very easily down there.
Yeah.
They say it's the climate.
I'll bet the climate can't raise them any sweeter than you are, because they don't come any sweeter. Oh, I've been dying to talk to you. I haven't seen you for a week, you know.
Well, it isn't my fault you haven't seen me.
Nobody's seen me. I haven't been able to see myself in the mirror the rate I've been traveling. I've learned more about the Argentine in the last week than I ever knew about New York. Principal cities, population, railroads, rates of exchange, taxes, politics. The works. You ought to hear old Juan giving me a quiz.
So you're really going?
Sure. You know, I don't know a thing about it, but Juan's been coaching me, and I've been studying so hard I haven't had a chance to get away. You know, every night I thought maybe I could get away, and then, well, something came up and I couldn't.
Oh, I know.
You know, I haven't seen you since, well...
Think hard.
Gosh, it seems like a month.
Just a week ago tonight.
Yes, sir, you're right. You mean I haven't seen you since that night on the bus?
Really, don't you remember?
This thing's got me screwy, Bobby. I wish you were coming along. Well, certainly a nice spring while it lasted, huh?
The best I ever had, Rims.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bobby, I'll never see a Fifth Avenue bus without thinking of you. Never.
You won't see one for a while, though.
Yeah, it's true. But a postcard of Grant's Tomb or Central Park would do just as well, wouldn't it?
I'll send you one with an X to mark the spot on it.
Which spot, though? The route sprinkled with them.
Well, where you read your poem to me, for instance.
Wasn't much of a poem, if you ask me.
Oh, Rims, it was a lovely poem.
Well, I thought it was pretty good at the time, but I guess it was pretty bad. I don't think I'll try poetry again for a while.
Not till you fall in love again, I suppose.
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, anyway, it's the only poem anybody ever wrote for me. When Bobby comes to the office, the boss takes off his frown. She wears a coat of powder blue and a powder blue gown. She sits upon her office chair.
You always make me think it's good the way you say it. Oh, you've been swell, Bobby. To break a date for me like this, why?
But you'll be leaving so soon, Rims.
Yeah, that's why I had to see you, to talk with you.
About what?
Do you think it's a good thing, me going to South America?
Well, it's a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, what I mean is, don't you think it's a good thing for a young fellow to see the world a little when he gets a chance so he can kind of make up his mind what he wants to do?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm going, really. I'm not so sure it's any great shakes of an opening, but I've never been much of anywhere, and it's a chance well, it's a kind of an adventure, don't you see?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm going.
Yes.
And Bobby.
Yes?
You've been wonderful to me.
We did have a nice spring together, didn't we?
Yeah. You've been marvelous.
Well, it's summer now.
Bobby, could I kiss you just once?
Oh, well, if you wish. Perhaps we better run along. Where's my purse?
Oh, well, here it is. But it's so early, Bobby.
Well,
What? Bobby, you're crying.
Oh, Rims, I'm so tired of everything, Rims. I'm afraid I'm not very good company.
Oh, yes, you are, Bobby.
Oh, Rims, dear.
Yeah?
Rims, sometimes you're the only person in the world I can talk to. Sometimes I can't bear to be with anybody else.
Oh, gee, Bobby.
Oh, you're such a darling.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, but you are. And it's going to be so awfully hard.
What is?
Marrying somebody else.
You getting married?
Well, oh, Rims, a girl has to get married sometime, while she's still got a chance.
Yeah, I suppose you get chances, all right.
Yes.
Lots of them, I suppose, huh?
Well, I've had 2 every other week for 2 weeks.
Say, look here. You don't mean you're making up your mind to marry somebody in particular? Mengel?
Oh, no, Rims. Fred wants me to marry him. He's awfully in love with me, and I don't want to go on working forever.
Oh, I see. I didn't know you felt that way about it.
Well, I don't really. I was just joking. We better go. I wouldn't marry anyone. No, not even you.
You wouldn't?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, yes, you will. I mean...
Do you want me to?
Oh, there's nothing else I want more. Oh, Bobby.
But you're going to South America.
South America. No, darling. Somebody else can go to South America.
In a minute, we'll go on with the story of Saturday's Children. But first, let's look in on a bridge party in Pasadena given for Helen's birthday. A big cake with candles is being brought in. Jane and Alida are watching from the doorway.
Say, Alida, do you suppose those candles are meant to fool us? Helen's 36 or she's a day.
Meow. She's only 29.
Oh, she must be older.
No, she's not. What made you think she was?
Well, her face doesn't look so old, but I always judge by hands. And Helen's hands look as if she's at least 35.
Well, they're dishpan hands. You know, it's a shame Helen doesn't use Lux. It would keep her hands soft and young-looking.
Well, let's both tell her to switch to Lux.
Don't let anybody you know get old-looking hands from washing dishes. They needn't if they use Lux for dishes. Tell them it's a regular beauty treatment right in the dishpad. Soaps containing harmful alkali leave hands rough, red, and work-worn. Lux has no harmful alkali to dry out the natural oils of the skin. It leaves hands soft and smooth and well-groomed. And it's a very inexpensive beauty secret. A big box will do all the dishes for over a month. That means for considerably less than a cent a day, you can use Lux for dishes. Remember to start tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Our play, Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, with Mona Barry and Fred Perry, continues from the Lux Radio Theater. Four months have passed since Bobby put Florrie's scheme to its test, made Rims forget all thoughts of South America, and led the willing groom to the altar. We find the couple in their little apartment in mid-Manhattan. Supper is over, and while Bobby washes the dishes, Rims searches for a cigarette.
Hey, Bobby, see my cigarettes around?
Poor Rims. You are helpless, darling. There they are.
Oh, thanks. Hey, there's only one left.
Well, this morning you said you'd bring home a carton. Forget?
No, I didn't forget. Only I was running so low in cash.
But you got paid today.
Well, it's all right, honey. Don't bother.
Rims, I don't understand. You never seem to have any money.
Well, the truth is I made a couple of football bets. Well, I lost.
Oh, Rims. Rims, we've got to stick to our budget or we'll never come out even. I went over everything this afternoon. Here it is, Rims. The treasurer's report, and you've got to read it. You see, we get $260 a month.
Here, let me see that thing a minute. 60 for rent, 35 groceries, 45 on the furniture, 20 my allowance, 14 insurance, and light gas, ice.
Leaving exactly $66 a month.
66? Hey, darling, you're marvelous.
Well, I didn't say we could save that much. We've got to have clothes and pay the dentist. But if we don't use some kind of system, it's just going to keep on disappearing. Rims, I'm going to keep note of every cent I spend. Now, if you do the same, well, we can go over it every night and...
Yeah, it looks like a lot of swell evenings ahead of us.
Oh, please, Rims.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you want me to make a count for every penny I spend?
Well, must you look at it that way?
Well, that's what it amounts to, isn't it?
Well, I guess that's that. I'll finish the dishes.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me look at those figures. Oh, I thought something was wrong.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
When you say we get $260 a month, it matters.
Well, Rims, I spent all afternoon checking things a dozen different ways.
Yeah, but you're still wrong. I get $40 a week. That makes about $170 a month.
Oh, what a fool.
Where did you get $260?
Well, Rims, I must be crazy. I put down 60 a week.
60?
Well, you told me Mr. Mengel had spoken about a raise.
Well, sure, he spoke about it all right.
Well, I kept on thinking about the new salary. I figured everything on 60 a week.
Yeah, some difference. Oh, there's just no use, Bobby. Every month we take in $170 and spend $183.
Oh, Rims, I wish I hadn't quit my job.
Well, we both couldn't work in the same office after we got married.
Well, other people do. It wouldn't have mattered.
Nothing doing. You'd say I wasn't man enough to support my wife, and they'd be right.
But it would double our income, Rims. Don't you see how easy it would be if I took my job back?
Double our income. I know that. I know you were making as much as I am. What do you want me to do about it?
Rims.
Now, get this straight. I won't have you sitting in Mengel's private office all day. It was bad enough before we got married.
Don't talk to me like that, Rims. Don't talk to me like that.
You're my wife, and you'll do as I say, or...
How I loathe that word.
What word?
Wife. I won't be a wife. It sounds fat and stupid. I wish we hadn't gotten married.
Oh, so that's it.
I wish you'd gone to South America.
Not half as much as I do.
Rims.
Oh, you don't like to hear the truth, do you? Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going, see? I'm going out alone.
Let me have a package of cigarettes.
Yes, sir. Right away. I'll get them for you.
Hello, Rims.
Now, hello, Willie. How's my little brother-in-law?
Where's Bobby?
Home, I guess.
Well, what's the matter, old man? Something wrong?
Anything wrong for a man to go for a walk and stop in at the corner stationery store to play a game of pinball? Well, is there?
I'm sorry. I just stopped in at the cigar counter. I thought I'd say hello.
All right, hello.
Well, if there's anything I can do...
Yeah, there's plenty you can do. You and that wife of yours. Keep away from my home. Keep away from Bobby.
You don't have to talk so loud, Rim.
I guess I'm going nuts.
No, I try to reason with Florrie. We shouldn't drop in on you so much.
Yeah, last night and the night before and the night before that.
I know. I guess Florrie's kind of inquisitive.
You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault, Willie.
Well, thanks, Rim.
If it isn't her father or her mother or Florrie or you, then it's money. If I was only in Buenos Aires, I'd have a home and servants. I'd have a car. What's the use?
Is the family so bad, Rim?
Well, no more than my family would be, I guess.
Well, take it easy, Rim. No, I went through the whole thing. I know. Besides, I got a kid.
And a decent job.
Well, that'll come, too.
Maybe. Last week they gave a party for a man in the office. Al McIntyre. He got me my job. But could I buy a ticket? No. A ticket cost $5. How do you think I felt walking in the office the next day? $5, Willie. 5 measly bucks that had to go to pay the rent.
Well, I guess it's just as hard on Bobby, Rim.
Yeah, don't you think I feel that, too? She's changed, or I've changed. I can't understand it. All day long I think about her. Think how swell it's going to be to go home and be with her alone. Then when I get home, all I see is bills and relations and a sink full of dishes. That isn't swell, Willie. That's just a flat. And Bobby and I are just two ordinary married people. Then I do what I did tonight. Make a mess of things. Shoot the works. But I can't help it. I hate it, Willie. I hate it.
I know, but calm down. Now, take it easy.
Get out of my store. I should hear your troubles. Nah, I got my own troubles. Maybe you should hire a haulier.
Why, you old...
Hey, wait a minute now. Getting tough won't help you. Look, why don't you phone Bobby and tell her you're sorry, huh?
Phone her. Tell her I'm sorry. Crawl. For what? For being alive? Not me. As far as I'm concerned, Bobby can... Hello. The line must be out of order. Oh, it couldn't be busy for 40 minutes. It's my house. I'm trying to get my wife. Don't you understand? How could it be busy? All right, never mind. Forget it. I said forget it.
Oh, come in, Florrie.
Well, why the long face?
Rims and I. Another battle. I thought perhaps it was he coming home.
Oh, who won this time?
Well, I'm afraid we both lost. Don't smile, Florrie. It's not funny.
You child, it is funny. You're just going through a period of adjustment. Willie and I are nearing the end of our period of adjustment. Willie still struggles faintly.
Well, if that's marriage, Florrie, I don't want to be married. This bickering, it just about kills me to quarrel with Rims. Oh, Florrie, I don't know what to do.
He's the one you wanted. Now he's yours, so why worry about it?
But it can't go on like this. He'll leave me or I'll leave him.
Then there's only one answer left.
I wish I thought there was. One answer left.
There is. A child.
But if we can't get along now...
Well, it'll make you so much more important, don't you see?
Oh, I don't want to be important.
Not to Rims?
Only to Rims.
And as long as Rims has only you, well, he's really free. But just you tie him down with a family and he'll stay. Willie used to have all the answers, but not anymore. Not since the baby.
But to keep a man that way, it's terrible.
Oh, it's been going on for a long, long time, my dear, and it works. He'll be humble and happy.
It's another scheme, like the questions you wrote down on a piece of paper.
It worked out, didn't it?
Yes, only I wish I'd never done it.
Well, it was the only way you could get Rims to marry you, and you know it. Now, I tell you, the only way you can hold him is
Don't get up. It's just the old man. Door's open. I came in.
Oh, hello, Dad.
Where's Mother?
Too tired. Went to bed.
Well, Grandpa, aren't you going to sit down?
Yes, and leave off that grandpa stuff.
Why, you precious old dear. Ashamed of being Grandpa?
Wait till you're a grandma and see how it feels.
Well, Bobby, I must run along.
Not so soon, Florrie.
Yes, I really must. Well, good night, Bobby, and don't forget.
Good night.
Bobby. Bobby, there's something wrong. I saw it last night when I was here and the night before. What is it?
Then it's as plain as all that.
Well?
It's Rims. It's us, Dad. It's money and dishpans and bills, and somewhere under the heap of Rims and I, and pretty soon we'll never be able to find each other again.
Bobby, if you and I had only talked that night, the night before you two decided to get married.
What would you have said?
That you're too young to get married. You haven't had any fun yet. He hasn't money enough to support you. Why should he support you? You're his economic equal.
Perhaps I should have gone on working. But if I had, I might have lost him.
Not as surely as you're losing him now. It used to be a love affair, didn't it?
Yes.
Now, what is it?
Grocery bills, mostly.
I'm sorry.
Father, if a woman has a husband and she wants to keep him all her life, then isn't a child the best thing, isn't it?
Bobby.
It's true, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It will hold him. And you, too.
You don't understand me, Father.
Bobby, what's happening to your honesty?
Oh, I'm young and foolish, and Rims is everything in the world to me, and I'm afraid I'll lose him.
Think it over, Bobby. Think hard.
Bobby,
Hello, Rims.
you should have gone to bed. It's pretty late.
I've had a chance to do a lot of thinking, Rims. Here alone in the dark.
Bobby, please, I tried to get you on the telephone to say how rotten I felt about what had happened. You said the line was busy. I guess that's pretty hard to believe, isn't it?
The line was busy, Rims. I was speaking with Mr. Mangle.
Mangle?
Yes, he offered me my old job back.
Yeah, well, no wife of mine is going to work.
I know you've said that before. But I've been thinking about what he told me and what Florrie told me.
Oh, so she was here again. Well, I'm glad I kept walking.
And what Dad told me.
Bobby, hadn't we better turn in? Tomorrow, maybe...
It's got to be now, Rims.
Yeah, okay.
I'm being honest with you, Rims. More honest than I've been since we were married. I tricked you once. I almost tricked you a second time.
Tricked me?
Yes, I tricked you into marrying me. Think back, Rims. It's all so obvious. And I almost tricked you into being with me forever, whether you wanted to or not. Thank heaven that is not my conscience, too.
Now, listen, Bobby. I don't know just what you're talking about, but I do know this. I've been thinking tonight, too. A man gives up a lot when he gets married. As long as he's single, he owns the earth. But when he's married, his time's not his own. His money's not his own. He's got to keep on working, whether he wants to or not. And there's the devil to pay if he spends an extra dime. Whenever I got tired of my job, I used to quit. If I didn't like one town, I tried another. Now I can't.
Why not?
Because I got a wife and a family.
Am I a family? I won't be a wife. I won't be a family. It's me, Rims, me.
All right, be yourself.
Yes, you gave up a lot, and I gave up a lot to cook your meals, keep this house, and wash your dishes. And every time I get $1 for myself, I have to ask for it. It's degrading.
It's your home.
It's not mine. It's all yours. You earn the money, so it's all yours.
That's right, rub it in. I don't earn enough.
Well, you don't. And I know what I can do.
Well, you won't work for Mengel. I won't have it. I gave up a lot to keep this place going, and it's going to be the way I want it from now on.
That's all I wanted to hear, Rims. I'm going.
Bobby.
Take care of it. It's all yours. And the dishes are still not washed. The hot water's in the right-hand tap. I'm running along, Rims, and I'm not coming back.
All right, but if you work for Mengel, I quit.
I don't care where you go, Rims. It's a free country. Goodbye.
Bobby, don't go. Bobby.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday's Children, starring Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland, continues shortly. The population of Hollywood is only 165,000. Yet there is more clothing here than any place, except the garment center of New York. The reason is that every studio must keep a tremendous wardrobe on hand. Dressmakers, tailors, jewelers, beaders, leatherworkers, and shoemakers are constantly filling new studio orders. The results of their labors reveal the history of the world in dress. Tonight we hear from the wardrobe director of Paramount Studio, who orders 10,000 costumes a year and knows where he can put his hand on every one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's easy to understand how costumes accumulate in the thousands. A star never wears the same dress in 2 pictures, while when a DeMille film is finished, we usually have to build an annex.
You should be used to me by this time, Frank. We've worked together for nearly 20 years.
And I think the first job you gave me was the toughest. That called for a silver-plated suit of armor in a day when there were no armors in this part of the country. Geraldine Farrar wore it and Joan the woman. It cost $2,500, and we have it yet.
Still, you weren't upset when I asked for 5,000 suits of armor for the Crusades.
That's because you gave me the chief armor of the Metropolitan Museum of Art to help me construct them. Aging costumes is actually a lot harder than creating new costumes. To make a new costume show wear quickly, we use blowtorches, sandpaper, oil, stain, and wax. Of course, the greater part of our wardrobe, and this will interest the ladies, is made up of beautiful costumes fashioned from the daintiest and most gorgeous fabrics. That, Mr. DeMille, is where Lux comes in. We found the surest way to safeguard these costumes is by using Lux flakes. And no wardrobe man ever goes out on location without enough flakes to take care of the company's laundry. It's not only best, it's the easiest soap to use.
Well, after your success with metal costumes, I hear you're now making them out of glass.
Yes, you remember we made the first glass ones for you and Forbidden Fruit. And now we're making glass hats for the dances and college holiday, Jack Benny's new picture. Fashions in materials change almost as often as fashions in clothes. And 2 dresses hanging in the Paramount Wardrobe Department give a good illustration of how styles change. One costume worn by Mary Bryan is from the 1840 period. The other was used by Clara Bow. Mary's dress required 288 yards of material. Clara Bow's only 3.5 yards. So there you are. Now to you and Lux, my appreciation and good night.
Good night, Frank. Good night. Robert Taylor as Rims O'Neill and Olivia de Havilland as Bobby Harrington continue now in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Saturday's Children. 3 weeks have gone by. With their last quarrel, Bobby left Rims and is once again working for Franz Mengel. Rims has found another job. Believing that Mengel and Bobby are extending their association beyond business, Rims goes to the Mengel Company's offices. As he waits in the hall near the elevator, watching for the pair he suspects, he is greeted by a former co-worker.
Say, I'm glad to see you. Coming in, aren't you?
No, I'm staying out here, Keith. I'm waiting for someone.
Bobby?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, we miss you around here plenty. One of the boys said you got a job right after you quit.
Yeah, same kind of job, same salary. Guess I was lucky, though.
Oh, there goes Mengel. Say, he'll be glad to see...
Yeah, there goes Mengel. Mengel and my wife. That's what I came to see. I'm sorry to tear away from you, Keith. I'm taking the next elevator.
What, get your paper.
Johnny, give me a paper, will you?
Hello, Mr. O'Neill. Sure. Like old times having you for my customer again.
Johnny, did you see Mr. Mengel come out of the building?
Yeah, sure. There's his car over there, just pulling it out. I guess you just missed him.
Thanks, Johnny. No, I haven't missed him. Hey, taxi.
Cab, sir?
Yeah, that gray sedan with the chauffeur. Follow it.
Yes, sir.
So here's where you live now, eh, Bobby?
4 doors down on the right.
4 doors down on the right, Michael.
Yes.
Since you refused to have dinner with me, Bobby, at least you let me escort you in.
Ah, of course. But the door must be open.
Door? What door?
The door of my elaborate one-room suite. You should hear Mrs. Gorlick, the landlady. When gentlemen visit, the door must always be open. At 10 o'clock, the gentlemen go. But this gentleman is going before 10 o'clock.
Well, just as you say, Bobby. I'll be down in a few moments, Michael.
Very good, sir.
That's it just ahead, buddy. Gray sedan.
Okay, here you are.
Thanks.
Well, Rims. Picketing the boarding house?
Oh, hello, Mr. Harrington.
Bobby didn't tell me she'd been in touch with you. Are you coming up?
No, I haven't been near Bobby for 3 weeks. I just followed her here. That's Mengel's car over there. He's upstairs.
Rims, when are you going to learn that Mengel means nothing to Bobby? Nothing more than a good friend.
No, I've seen what I came to see, Mr. Harrington. Guess I'll be going.
If you just wait a second more, you'll see that car drive away.
What do you mean?
I mean that Mengel brought my daughter home and is leaving. There he goes now. Rims, did you ever think you may be underestimating Bobby?
You think I am?
Well, maybe I'm underestimating you.
I suppose you figured I was enjoying myself. My wife's left me. Now's my chance to step out. Well, why not? She does.
That's funny.
Yeah, very funny.
Because if there was one thing in the world she wanted, it was you. I know.
Listen, Mr. Harrington, I called her up. She said she can't see me. Then I tried to forget her, but it wasn't any use. I don't want anything else in the world except Bobby, and she's gone. She doesn't need me. She's having a good time.
Yes?
Yeah, last night I hung around the office, same as tonight. I had to see her. And what happens? She comes out with Mengel. They went to dinner. I saw them, then came back here, chauffeur and all. He went away pretty soon. I don't know what's the matter with me. I used to have a little sense about girls, I mean. Now I act like a stupid dummy. You don't know what it's like.
Oh, don't I, though? You're lucky, Rims. You don't know how lucky you young fellows are. When a man's young, he makes love. When he's middle-aged, he makes money, or tries to. And when he's old, well, he makes his soul. I never could make any money to speak of. And I know it's about time I made my soul. But I'd rather be young and make love to a girl who was in love with me. There's nothing like it.
Well, if she were in love with him, she wouldn't have gone away.
You went away too, Rims. Maybe she left you because she was in love with you.
Maybe.
Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. I'll be back, I guess. I thought I had this thing all figured out. I'll have to begin all over again.
I'm going up to see Bobby now. Join me a little later. I want to speak to her first.
She was too proud to see me, Mr. Harrington.
You speak of pride. Rims.
Good night.
Ah, you poor fool.
It's only a room, Dad. Not like the other house. But it's not too bad.
Of course not. I lived in a lot of these places before I was married, and they haven't changed the carpet on the stairs of any one of them.
Well, it's a good place to be alone in. That's what I wanted.
Well, almost 10 o'clock. Well, Bobby, your old room at home is waiting for you anytime you're ready.
Oh, I can't go back, Dad. I'll be right where I started, all over again.
At least you could close your door there. The landlady insists I keep this open. She still doubts I'm your father.
Yes, upstairs, where the door's open.
Thank you.
Dad, did you hear? Rims. It sounded like Rims.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Rims.
Well, my boy, I'd like you to meet a nice girl. My daughter, Mr. O'Neill, a working girl. But she has class. Well, now, if you'll excuse me,
Dad.
Good night.
Good night, Father. I guess you wondered how I found you. No, he didn't tell me. I followed you here, you and Mingle.
Oh. Is that why you're here now?
No.
Then what is it?
Oh, I don't know, Bobby. I guess it doesn't matter.
That's just what does matter.
Yeah?
You might at least sit down.
Thanks.
I hear you have a new job.
Yes.
How's it going?
Okay.
Jobs are all pretty much alike.
Yeah, sure they are.
What business is it?
Automatic mooring winches.
Oh, yes. Are many of them used?
What?
These,
automatic... Oh, yes, sure, you'd be surprised. Same salary.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have to apologize for this place. It's not very...
Well, you're in it, aren't you?
Thanks, Rims.
Bobby.
Yes?
I came here all set to say something, but I can't seem to find the words.
What is it, Rims?
Well, I came to ask if you hadn't had enough of all this, and maybe you'd come back home now.
No, Rims.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Only I'm on my own now, and I'm going to use my own judgment.
Such as it is.
Exactly. You use yours, such as it is, and you haven't any guardian.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't care about me anymore.
Yes, I do.
You still won't try again.
No, Rims. What we wanted was a love affair, wasn't it? Just to be together and let the rest go hang. What we got was a house and bills and arguments. You know what I think a love affair is. It's when the whole world is trying to keep two people apart and they insist on being together.
That about lets me out, doesn't it?
Does it?
Oh, but what feels time, miss? Gentlemen callers mean open doors, and I mean business. Another thing, it's 2 minutes after 10, and I've got to lock the front door.
I forgot to tell you, Rims. Thank you, Mrs. Gorlick. Mr. O'Neill was just going.
Yes, I know. The gentlemen are always just going.
Well, I guess that's that.
Good night.
When do I see you?
Whenever you like.
And how do I see you? By appointment?
Well, I'm not very busy. If we never had been married and I was just a girl you want to see sometime, how would you manage it?
Well, I could call you up tomorrow and take you for a bus ride, I suppose, and then dinner at Child's. That'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it?
I'd like it. Why don't you?
Well, I don't want to go bus riding. Oh, Bobby, won't you come back? We could...
You never really wanted to get married, did you? Tell me the truth.
I wanted you.
Oh, of course you did, but you didn't want a house. I wanted you, but I didn't want a house, and I don't know.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else sometime if you leave here?
You don't.
Oh.
How do I know you won't fall for somebody else? I don't. I don't want to. Rims, you aren't to see me unless you just can't keep away. You used to know me so well you didn't like me. You used to know where I was and what I was doing all the time, and it was all wrong, and we won't have any more of it.
All right.
So now we're really free.
I said all right. I don't give a hoop about that.
Well, what do you give a hoop about?
How about you, darling? Can't you see it? Don't you see I can't get along without you? I can't stand being away from you all the time. I keep waking up at night thinking of you.
So do I.
Bobby, the house is standing there, waiting for us.
No, I'm sorry. It'll just have to wait. I got you into it in the first place, and you didn't like it. And now we're out of it.
But listen, that isn't a bad little house as houses go.
Any house is bad enough. You have a house and you get bills and dishpans and quarrels.
Is that all you got?
Just about.
Well, I don't know what you want.
Oh, I don't either. I only know what I don't want.
All right, I get it.
Rims. Oh. Never even said goodbye. Oh. Rims. Come in off that fire escape.
You know, I was just thinking, it's pretty early, and if you wanted to, we could take a bus ride. We used to take bus rides a long time ago.
I'd love to, Rims.
Bobby, what's going to happen to us? Are we going to get a divorce?
If you like.
Will you marry me again if we do?
Oh, Rims. Oh, Rims, darling. Would you try it all over again?
With you, Bobby? Sure.
We don't want a house, Rims. We don't want anything, only ourselves.
That's about all we have left, Bobby. Only ourselves. Oh, Bobby, darling.
There's one thing more that may be left if we hurry.
What more could there be?
A seat on top of a bus for two.
Step lively, please.
I'd like to know when we get to Riverside Drive.
Yes, lady. I'll tell you when we get there.
Thanks.
Sort of like old times, Bobby, isn't it?
Oh, Rims, darling, what happened to us?
We've learned so much, Bobby. They'll never happen again.
Rims?
Yes.
Rims, our house, it's only 2 blocks more.
Bobby, let's go back, huh?
Bills and dishes and all?
Yeah.
Oh, I love them, Rims. We'll never leave it again.
I asked you this once before, Bobby. I've never met it so much since.
Yes, Rims?
Do you mind if I kiss you?
Oh, no, Rims. Put your arms around me and don't ever take them away as long as we live.
No, darling, not as long as we live.
Conductor! Conductor!
Yes, lady?
They're actually kissing each other. It's a disgrace. Stop it at once.
Oh, let them alone, lady. Wait till they've been married for a few months. They don't know what it's all about.
We say good night to Saturday's children, but Robert Taylor and Olivia de Havilland will be back in a moment to say good night to us. Writers, like painters, often live for their art, but have trouble making a living at it. Prior to 1913, motion pictures were all visual narrative, constructed by actors, cameramen, and directors. Stories and dramatic situations were alien to them, and writers wrote only for print or stage. Today, writers are among the highest paid of studio personnel. William Koenig is an expert on their wares. Beginning as an usher, he became a stage director, manager of leading theaters throughout the country, and for the last 15 years has been responsible for many policies vitally affecting the motion picture business. Today, he is general manager of Universal Pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Koenig.
With motion picture producers paying anywhere from $1,000 to $100,000 for a single story, it's no wonder that every writer tries to point his pen toward Hollywood. But the very fact that these tremendous prices are paid is the best indication of the urgent need for good material. To find it, picture studios have story representatives in every major city throughout the world in addition to their Hollywood staff.
An interesting sidelight is that during the past 25 years, I know of only 2 suits for plagiarism the studios have had from established authors.
Which is why more than 90% of all film material is bought from well-known writers. Once a story is purchased, it is assigned to a producer. He then turns it over to a studio writer for what is known as a treatment. Revisions are begun. Other writers called in, and the final scenario may be the work of from 3 to 10 writers. The author of a book or play seldom works on the screen version. An exception is Eric Hatch, who wrote the original story of My Man Godfrey. Mr. Hatch collaborated with Maury Riskin on the screenplay directed by Gregory LaCava. Many scenes in this film were rewritten after the picture was underway, giving it a freshness, sparkle characteristic of all LaCava pictures. Comedies take the longest time to prepare because they're good, prove very successful moneymakers. A screenwriter must put as much action into 70 minutes of film as you would see in a stage play lasting 2.5 hours. In radio, the time element is still more pressing, and the great job being done by Mr. DeMille and the Lux Radio Theater has won the respect of all Hollywood. Along with stories, our other big need is always for new talent. We're trying something new at Universal by going in for promising young players on a large scale. Of our 100 contract players, 75 have never been before the camera. One of them is Deanna Durbin, only 13 years old and already a sensational success on the air. She will be featured in our new film, Three Smart Girls, with Barbara Reed and Nan Gray, each only 17 years old. Robert Taylor was barred by Universal from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for a leading role in Magnificent Obsession, directed by John Stahl. We're proud to have contributed to the success of this young star, who has become one of the most popular personalities on the screen since Valentino. Bob came to pictures from college, and I feel confident that the next few years will find universities actively training students not only as actors, but as writers, directors, and technicians. Many thanks to you all, and good night.
Good night, Mr. Turner. Good night, sir. Over 30,000 people paid admissions this summer when Robert Taylor made a personal appearance in the Cotton Bowl at Dallas, Texas. So our audience tonight must reach a staggering figure, with the admirers of Olivia de Havilland swelling the total. Once again, they step before the curtain. Bob Taylor, Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but Bob's the one to do the talking. He used to win prizes for oratory.
Yes. There's one neat little number I once orated called The Peculiar Position Held by School Teachers in Public Society. I think it began something like this.
Cut. We'd much rather hear you play a cello.
I guess you've never heard me play the cello. Well, no. The fact is I left my cello in my other suit.
Well, then tell us how it feels to be a big romantic hero.
What is this? Looks like a conspiracy to embarrass Taylor.
No, not at all, Bob. Not at all. I hear you get more fan mail than anyone in Hollywood. You've had to hire 4 secretaries to handle it.
Oh, please come now. I'm just a small-town boy.
I know, from Philly.
I'd call Philadelphia a big town. Besides, Bob's from Nebraska.
Well, I was born in Philly with an F. Philly, like a little mare.
Oh, yeah. One-horse town, huh?
Yes. Well, we did things on the radio, though, and 2 other chaps and myself formed a trio, which we called the Harmony Boys. We sang songs for a company selling harvesting machines. Critics called us the curse of the kilocycles. But those broadcasts with the Harmony Boys gave me the confidence to appear on the top show of the air, the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, after that tribute to Lux in Nebraska, you ought to say, "Oh, Yasumi Nasai."
What's that mean?
Well, it's one of the few things I learned as a very small girl in Tokyo. It means good night in Japanese.
All right, then. Oyasumi Nasai, and many thanks.
And good night in English.
Thank you, Mr. Haviland and Mr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's program shortly. Our cast tonight included Mona Barry as Florrie, Frederick Perry as Mr. Harrington, Chester Clute as Willie, Leora Thatcher as Mrs. Gorlick, Lou Merrill as Mr. Mingle, Frank Nelson as Keith, and Ross Forrester, Robert Payton, and John Lake. Mr. Haviland appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. Taylor, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. DeMille and Mr. Richardson, Paramount, Mr. Koenig, Universal, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he composed the musical arrangements for their new football film, Pigskin Parade. And now, Mr. DeMille.
For many months, I've looked forward to presenting on this program the star of my new picture, The Plainsman. I'm happy to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in a radio dramatization of one of his greatest successes, The Virginian, adapted from Owen Wister's famous novel. The play will feature Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian with Gary Cooper and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 7th.
The Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney in Is That So? With Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. Lux presents Hollywood. During the next hour, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you an entertainment headed by such famous Hollywood celebrities as James Cagney, Robert Armstrong, Boots Mallory, Cecil B. DeMille, Dr. A.H. Giannini, Sheila Graham, and Louis Silvers. In the motion picture studios are found the greatest collection of costumes in the world. And we know of no higher recommendation for Lux Flakes than the fact that all the leading Hollywood studios protect these wardrobes by washing them in Lux. Order some tomorrow. You will find that stockings and all clothes that are washable last longer and look newer when cared for with these pure, gentle flakes. There's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing, with inexpensive, wonderfully effective Lux Flakes. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Yorkville, one of the rollicking, frolicking sections of New York City, is famous for its fine German citizens and fine German food, its burgers and its hamburgers. Thinking of James Cagney coming from there is almost as hard as imagining Hitler a native of Dublin. Yet it was in Yorkville that James was born, a harp in a German band. Before he started swinging his fists at various screen villains, Jimmy was a bellhop, a bundle wrapper, and a tea-room waiter. With the money he earned, he studied art at Columbia University. But the most remarkable thing he ever painted was a verbal picture of his career as an actor when he talked his way into a job in vaudeville. Some years later, Jimmy won his first dramatic part by a hair. In fact, a whole head of hair. They were looking for an actor to take the part of a swaggering hobo in a play called Outside Looking In. The first requisite for the role was that the actor have red hair. Other players were after the job. But Jimmy took his hat off to the producer and went to work. When his biography is written, it will probably be titled, So Red the Head. To moviegoers, Cagney has since become the perfect example of a wisecracking Irishman with muscles of steel and a heart of gold. In reality, there are few more cultured gentlemen in Hollywood. His tastes run to music, especially the piano, and art. He's quite accomplished in both. In tonight's play, however, he appears in the type of role that has made him successful on the screen. He is Hap Hurley, a prizefighter's manager. The unmanageable fighter being managed is Robert Armstrong, one of the stars of the play when it ran on Broadway for 2 years. We shall hear him as Chick Cowan, who rates as a lightweight, both mentally and physically. Our leading lady tonight is Miss Boots Mallory, who plays the part of Sue. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents the first round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring James Cagney with Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. We're in the dimly lighted dressing room of the Bronxdale Fight Club in New York City, where we find Hap Hurley and his fighter, Eddie Chick Cowan, the pride of Brooklyn. Chick, ready for the next bout, has just had his hands bandaged, but there's a dreamy look in his eyes, which seems to cause Hap a great deal of concern. Hap paces the floor nervously, offering last-minute advice.
Now, Chick, listen, just remember one thing, will you? Keep your mind on the fight. Don't think of nothing else. Just think about the fight.
What?
The fight, remember? You're fighting tonight.
Hey, Hap, you think she'll be there?
Oh, for crying out loud. Will you forget Dames for a minute? I'm talking to you about a fight. Now, this is important. If we don't win, we don't eat.
Gee, Hap, she's got such pretty eyes.
Oh, now, look, Chick, I'm going to tell you just once more. Every nickel we got, our whole end of the purse, everything's riding on that busted schnozzle of yours. Now, will you please, for my sake, for your mother's sake, will you please forget that dame for a while?
Boy, has she got pretty teeth.
Oh.
Just like corn on a cob, no kidding.
I wish you'd have broken a leg before you went to that Brooklyn yesterday. I wish you was born a hermit.
Okay, you guys, you're on next.
Okay, we're coming right up. Now, come on, Chick, now look. Just like I was telling you. This guy's a sucker for a straight left, see?
I wish I knew where she was sitting. I'd like to wave to her. I bet she'd like that.
Oh, all right. Don't listen to me. Go ahead and get your head punched off. And then see how much that dame will think of you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. And fight the one. Now, listen, you get this. Come here.
All right, boys. You know the rules. Clean breaks and clean fights.
All right, okay, Rep. My boy always fights clean.
Shake hands now. Go back to your corners and come out fighting.
Now, come on, Chick, come on. Now, sit down. Now, listen. Just remember what I said. When he comes out, Hey, what are you looking around for?
Hap, ain't that her sitting over there?
Will you stop thinking about that dame? Now, there's the bell. Now, go in there and finish him quick, will you? And don't forget that left, Chick. Chick, get in there, will you? Get in with that left. Get into it. Stop looking around, will you? Chick! Come on, Chick. Get up, will you, kid? Oh, you're breaking me heart. Get on your feet, will you? Get on your feet, will you? Shake that noggin. Come on, get up and fight. Oh, Chick. All right, come on. Come on, Chick, get off the grass.
Huh?
The grass, get off it.
What for? You drag me out to the park and then I can't even sit on the grass.
It's wet, you dummy. You want to catch your death of cold? Sit on a bench or I'll poke you one.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Since when was you me, old man?
Okay, stay on the grass. Crawl under it if you want to. I should grieve over a rosin bum like you.
Bum? Oh, yeah.
Yo hide me bum. I'm done with you. You and your dames.
You mean I'm done with a fighting game?
I mean you better go back to the Navy and leave box fighting and them as can stand it. You a fighter. Gee. That's a hot one. You a fighter.
Oh, Herb.
Listen, now get your setup. A guy that couldn't punch a hole through a lace curtain, and what happens? I bet the whole roll on you, the works. And you deliberately get yourself knocked out. Throw the fight in your manager, too, deliberate.
Oh, gee. I told you, Hap. I could have swore I saw that dame I met in Brooklyn.
Oh, dames. Always looking for dames. Where is she now? No Joe, no dame. They're all alike.
Oh, Hap. I'm sorry about that go tonight. Honest I am, Hap. No kidding, Hap. I swear I'll never look at another dame again, so help me.
I wouldn't care if you started a harem. We're washed up, see?
Oh, good evening, boys.
Hey, mister, you dropped your watch.
Oh, that's all right. It's perfectly all right. I meant to drop it. I was going to come back in the morning and get it. Say, you want to fight?
Sure, we want to fight. I'm this boy's manager, and he fights anybody, see?
All right. Tell him to take off his coat.
What?
Come on and fight, you coward.
Hey, take it easy. Hey, you know who this is?
I don't care who he is. I'm going to knock his block off. And then I'm going home and do the same thing to my sister's fiancé.
Oh, now listen, chump. This is Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn.
I don't care if he's an admiral in full uniform. Come on, Mr. Chicken Oozes. I'm going to knock your head off.
Oh, now listen, mister. Look, you wouldn't want to take advantage of a poor sick man, would you?
Sick? Who's sick, Hap?
Who's sick?
You are, you sap, you are. Shut up. Yeah, poor Chick as sick as anything. He had kind of a bad fall a night.
Oh, is that so? Are you really sick?
Yeah. I ain't feeling very good today.
Well, now, that's too bad. Look, someday when you're feeling yourself again, you come around and I'll knock your head off. Is that all right?
Sure, that's fine.
Is that so? Who said it was fine? Listen, mister, He'll get his head knocked off when and where I tell him that. I'm his manager, see?
Oh, you are you?
Yeah.
Well, now, let me tell you, Mr.
Hurley, Hap Hurley.
Quite so, Mr. Hurley. And this young man is...
Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn.
Eddie Chick Cowan?
Yeah.
It seems to me that I've heard that name somewhere.
Yeah, Hap just told it to you.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's where I heard it. I knew I'd... I beg your pardon, gentlemen. My name is... my card.
Oh, thanks. Mr. C. Clinton Blackburn. This is Mr. Blackburn, Chick.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Blackburn.
You know, if my head would stop going around for a minute, I could think. Didn't I see you whip young Tierney last month?
Oh, and what a lacing he gave that bum. And when I think of what he did tonight, that makes it even worse.
Something go wrong?
Yeah. He turned around and looked for a dame.
Lay you off, will you? Look, Hap, I'm awful hungry. How's for getting a couple of hamburgers, huh?
Yeah. How about some nice breasted chicken under glass?
No, I think I'll get a nice sirloin steak.
And what do you think you're going to use for money, slug?
Pardon me, but do you boys mean that you're broke?
Broke? Listen, mister. Tomorrow we start borrowing from the church mice. Get it?
Oh, that's terrible. No, I tell you what. You boys come home with me, and we'll get something to eat. What do you say?
Oh, that's awful nice of you, but...
No, not a word. We take a taxi. I live way over that way.
In Brooklyn?
No. Park Avenue isn't in Brooklyn.
Swell, huh?
I'll get a taxi. Taxi!
Gee, Hap, do you suppose it's all right? I think this guy is nuts.
It's aces, you sap. Didn't I tell you if you're stuck with me, you'll be living on Park Avenue?
Come right in, boys.
Thanks.
Johnson. Oh, I've got an awful headache.
Oh, you'll be okay in the morning.
Johnson, where are you?
Pretty swell joint, eh, Chick?
It's the berries.
I'm sorry, boys, but the servants seem to be out. You just drop your things over there. We'll see if we can find something in the kitchen.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Johnson. Oh, it's you, Parker, eh?
Right into town again, weren't you, Clint?
I was beautifully. Mr. Hap Hurley, Mr. Eddie Chick Cowan of Brooklyn, my future brother-in-law, Mr. Robert Parker.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, I wish you'd make a little less noise, Clint. And you needn't bother calling for Johnson or anyone else. The servants have left.
Oh, they've left, have they? Well, I don't have to ask why. Where's my sister?
She'll be home presently.
Does she know the servants have left?
What difference does that make? They left because I told them to leave. I hope that's sufficient explanation. When Sue comes, tell her I'll be in the library.
Oh. You and that guy get along fine, don't you, Clint?
Yes, don't we? Oh, I wish I had enough nerve to do what I'd like to do.
It's that bad, huh?
It's worse than that. Say, I think you boys can do something for me, if you will.
Want me to take a poke at that guy?
Hey, you're always taking a poke at somebody. It's the one you wouldn't do it at the right time. And maybe you wouldn't hit the match so often.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Oh, shut up and leave him get through, will you? Go ahead, Clint Church.
Well, as I was about to say, I'm almost convinced that my brother-in-law-to-be is a crook.
No kidding.
Well, at any rate, he's made some insinuations against one who can't defend himself. One whom well, you understand.
No, I don't understand.
That ain't nothing new. You never understood nothing in your whole life.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You just shut up and listen. Okay, Clint, go ahead.
Thanks. Now, there's plenty of room here in the house. You boys might just as well stay here, and I'll stake you until you're back on your feet again. All I want you to do is to get me into some sort of good shape again, physically. Then I can attend to Parker myself. What do you say?
Sounds good to me. Hey, Chick?
When do we eat?
Oh, it's no use. What are you going to do with a guy like that?
Hello, Clenny.
Oh, Sue, I want you to meet some friends of mine. Mr. Hurley, my sister.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Miss Blackburn.
And this is Eddie Chick Cowan, my sister, Chick.
Hiya, babe.
Cut out that babe stuff, you lug.
Hap, why don't you and Chick go into the kitchen and help yourselves? I want to speak to my sister for a moment.
Sure, just don't bother about us. We'll be okay.
The kitchen's straight back. Just keep walking.
We'll find us all right. Come on, Chick.
Clenny, where on earth did you ever... Who are they?
Now listen, Sue, dear. They're going to stay here and get me into shape again, physically.
Stay here? Oh, Clenny, don't be ridiculous. You know perfectly well Robert would make a terrible row.
Well, let him. After all, this house is mine, or rather ours. You're not married to Parker yet, and I'll be darned.
Clenny, you know we can't afford to antagonize Robert.
I'm not so sure anymore. I don't believe everything that crook says. I don't care if he did handle the estate. I still don't think poor Jerry had anything to do with embezzlement or forgery or anything else.
But, Clenny, how can we afford to take a chance? Robert swears that Jerry forged...
I know. But I'd be willing to bet that Parker took that money himself. You know as well as I do that our brother never gambled, so how could he possibly have owed all that money? And forgery? Jerry never did anything crooked in his life.
But what can we do, Clenny? We can't afford to drag Jerry's name through the courts. It'd be different if he were alive and here to defend himself. Well, he isn't. And Parker has enough evidence to blacken his name and ours, too. We'll just have to keep on this way.
Well, I still don't see why you have to marry the crook.
Well, you certainly don't suppose I like the idea any more than you. But he holds all the cards, Clenny. We've got to play his way.
By George, Stu, I've got it.
You've got what?
An idea. A tremendous idea. Parker fired both of the men servants tonight. Why not make Hap and Chick the butler and second man?
Oh, Clenny, you're talking nonsense.
Well, why not?
Well, because they know nothing about it. They'd be terrible. You know they wouldn't last a day.
I'm not so sure. Oh, Hap. Hap.
Well, right up. Hey, Clint, where do you keep the ketchup around here?
Hap, there's something I'd like you to do for me, if you will.
Clenny, please don't.
Anything you say, Clint. You know me. Old faithful Hap Hurley.
Good. 2 of our servants left suddenly tonight.
Yeah?
My sister's fiancé, Mr. Parker, you know, was rather fussy. So we thought perhaps that you boys would accept the situations, just for a week or 2. You, Hap, you could be the butler.
Butler? What would I have to do?
Oh, you know, sort of look after things. Manage the household.
Oh, a manager. Oh, sure, that's a cinch. What about Chick?
Well, he'd be the second man. Footman, you know.
Footman? Oh, that'd be okay for the kid. Footwork's swell.
Well, then it's all settled. You see, Stu?
Yes, I see. Well, as long as you're going to remain here, you may as well begin now, Hurley. Straighten up the kitchen, then you may retire. I'll give you detailed instructions in the morning. Good night, Hurley.
Good night, Bottom. Boy, was that good or was that good?
That was fine. Good night, Clenny.
Good night, Stu. Now, in the morning,
Hey, Hap, what I found? Turkey legs. Don't drag 'em in here, you lug.
Yeah, shut up, will you? I'm starved. Hey, Clint, who's that guy in the big picture in the hall? The one with all the braid all over him.
That's my older brother, Jerry. He was killed in a plane crash several years ago.
Say, didn't he used to be in the Navy?
Yes, he was in the Navy when he died.
I thought I knew that guy. I served on his ship once. Swell fellow.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll grab a hunk of that cake out there.
Hey, come back here, you.
What's the matter?
Take your mind off your stomach and get to work. You got a new job.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You're a footman.
I'm a what?
Well, maybe I'd better explain to him, Hap.
Won't do no good.
All right, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to bed. You'll find your quarters right off the kitchen, boys. Oh, will you need anything tonight?
Well, how about the loan of a toothbrush?
Shut up, will you? We'll be fine, Clint. Don't you worry about us. We see you in the morning.
Right you are. Good night, boys.
Good night, Clint.
Good night. Oh, great guy, ain't he?
Yeah. The dame's okay, too.
Now, listen, Mug. I'm telling you for the last time. Can that dame stuff. She's a lady, see?
Okay, I ain't say nothing.
You know, Chick, the only thing I don't like around here is that guy Parker.
Yeah, me too.
Say, Chick, don't you remember that guy from someplace?
Sure, he's the dame's fiancé.
Yeah, I know, but what else? What else? Let me see. Seems to me I met that guy someplace before.
You met him when we come in.
Yeah, but before. I mean before.
Oh, before, yeah. Seems to me I seen him before, too. Hey, you seen he to live in Brooklyn?
Oh, you and your Brooklyn. Brooklyn and James. Brooklyn and James. That's all you can think about.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so.
Is that so?
Ah, dry up.
In just a minute, we'll continue our presentation of Is That So? But first, a little domestic drama between the scenes. We're in the modern apartment of Jim and Elsie. They are dressing to go out in the evening. Elsie is putting on her stockings and pop, another run. Just listen to Jim.
What, again? Oh, say, I'll bet I could cut down on those stocking ones.
Oh, yeah? Well, put your mammoth brain to work.
Say, it never stops working. I'm full of dope on the question right now.
Well, spill it, big boy, but make it snappy.
Okay, here's the first tidbit. You know, I heard Sis spilling a mouthful about runs the other day.
Oh, I bet she was crabbing.
That's where you're balmy, baby. She's got the runs problem licked. Come on, Sis says, I tell a guy how you do it. Elsie's runs are driving me nuts. And she says nothing to it. Hardly a run have I had since I switched to Lux.
Say, that's an idea.
Well, I'll say so, Cupcake. And here's another.
Another what?
Another juicy bit. Heard my secretary spill this one on the phone.
I suppose her stockings never pop a run.
Right the first time. And do you know why? She uses Lux. Lux.
Well, I'm a smart girl, too. Here's where I switched to Lux.
Clever women everywhere are learning how Lux cuts down on stocking runs. It saves elasticity, you see. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Then, even a slight strain on your stockings may snap a thread and start a run. Try Lux. You'll be amazed at how much longer your stockings wear. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We present the second round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring Jimmy Cagney as Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. It's 1 week later, and all is not well. Despite the fact that they've tried their best, Hap and Chick don't seem to be cut out for domestic service. We find them preparing a buffet breakfast for Sue and her fiancé, Robert Parker. Hap and Chick are standing at the buffet, clumsily juggling the hot plates, as Parker glares at them from the table.
Hurley, will you please hurry that breakfast?
Yeah, sure. Coming right up. Come on, step on it, will you, Chick?
I'm doing the best I can, and what do I know about cooking eggs?
Oh, what do you know about anything? Look out!
Alan, what was that?
I think I dropped the plate.
Pick it up, you dope. Pick it up.
What for? It's all busted anyhow.
Oh, I ought to slug you. Give me that ham.
If it's for Parker, season it with cyanide.
Here's your breakfast, Miss Sue.
Thank you, Hurley.
Hey, Hap, I forget. Does that Parker guy get 2 3-minute eggs or 3 2-minute eggs?
Cowan, will you please remember to place a mister before my name when you speak of me?
Keep your shirt on. You ought to feel lucky I talk about you at all.
Go on, Chick. Fix the eggs. Oh, wait a second, helpless. I'll show you.
I've never heard of such impertinence, Sue. I don't see how you tolerate such servants.
Oh, they're making such a change in Clenny. I think we can put up with them for a week or two.
Here's your eggs, Mr. Parker.
Must you do that?
Oh, stop beefing, will you? If you don't like the way things are done around here, why don't you do it yourself?
I'm sorry, Sue, but I refuse to tolerate such treatment. When you've taught your servants more respect, I shall return for my breakfast. Good morning.
Hurley, I'm afraid I must insist that you be more careful of the manner in which you treat my guests. And after all, Mr. Parker is my guest.
Yeah, but from what Clint tells me, that guy ain't exactly welcome around here.
Please, Hurley, some fresh toast.
Okay, I get it. Some more toast, Chick.
Gee, Hap, I can't wake that toaster. No kidding, I burned myself 3 times yesterday trying to wake it. Why can't they eat bread plain around here all the time? More toast, more toast, more toast.
Okay, useless. Go on up to the gym and tell Clint he can come down for breakfast. I'll make the toast myself. Go on!
I don't get no consideration around here at all. Always do this, do that. I'm getting sick of it.
Say, Miss Sue, can I speak to you a minute?
Why, yes, Hurley.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's been bothering me. That there Hurley business.
I don't understand.
I mean, you've been teaching me all that etiquette stuff and how to talk and say the right thing and all that, but I've just been wondering, is it etiquette for a lady, to call a guy, a man, by his last name? To me, it just don't seem right.
You mean it doesn't seem right, Hap?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. Sounds sort of cockeyed.
Well, it's the custom, Hurley, to call servants by their last names.
Yeah, but gee whiz, I ain't no servant, you know that. I'm a fight manager, and a good one. I'm only doing this to help Clint out. And you, too. I'll bet I couldn't have stuck it out this long if I hadn't been so keen about you. And Clint.
We really appreciate it, Hurley, and I'm sure that...
Oh, there you go with that Hurley stuff again. Can't you just call me Hap?
Well, suppose we compromise. What's your Christian name? I'll call you by that. I'm sure Hap isn't what you were christened.
Nah, that's only short for Happy. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you my right name, and I'll make you a promise. My right name is Alfred, and my middle name is Bertram. And the promise is I'll sock anybody in the nose that calls me Bertram.
All right, suppose we settle on Alfred.
That's the idea. And I'll call you Sue.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't be, well, quite the thing to do. After all, someone might hear you.
All right, then. Susan, how's that?
Well, Miss Susan would be better.
Huh?
Well, after all, you are supposed to be the butler here.
Oh, that's only a gag.
I know, but as long as you're here, you'll have to act like a butler.
Okay. I'll call you Miss Blackburn or Miss Susan or anything you want. But I'm going to think of you as just plain Sue. All right, Clint. 3 more. 1, 2, 3.
What's that a workout?
How do you feel?
Great.
Yeah. Lifting weights is good for you. I make Chick do it every day.
Hand me that towel, will you?
Here you are.
You know, I didn't tell you. I like to arrange a bout for Chick. That is, if it's okay with you.
A fight? Where?
Right here in the house.
Oh, I get it. You want him to bounce that Parker guy around, huh?
No, I'll be able to bounce him around myself soon. No, I'd like to arrange a regular bout for you for a week from Wednesday against a regular fighter.
Who is he?
Ever hear of Johnny Duffy?
Duffy? Yeah, I know him.
Well, he's driving a car for Major Fitzstanley, a friend of mine. We got to talking. We thought it might be fun to have a bout right here at the house. Chick versus Duffy.
At the house?
Yes. We could ring up a ring out in the garden and have some friends over. I thought it would be good training for Chick.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a workout for him. But a palooka like Johnny Duffy ain't no match for my boy. I'll have to tell him to take it easy.
Chick's coming around all right, eh?
Coming around? Right now, he could lick 9 gorillas.
Well, of course, this is just sort of a friendly match with Duffy. But, Hap, do you think we could trust Chick with a real bout?
What do you mean? Can we trust him? Say, I seen a guy offer him $2,000 to throw one of the Navy championship fights, and Chick nearly threw him off the boat.
That isn't what I mean, Hap. I don't doubt his honesty. I'm talking about women. Is he likely to repeat that last fiasco?
Oh, I don't know, Clint. But I'm pretty sure if we got a real important battle, he'd keep his mind on it.
You really think he's ready to go?
Oh, I'd drop my hat.
All right. Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Do you know Pat Kelly?
Yeah, sure. He manages Soccer Goodman, light heavyweight champ.
Yeah, I know he does. That's why I'm calling him. Hello. Mr. Kelly, please. This is Mr. Blackburn. Just tell him Clint Blackburn. He'll know.
Hey, you mean to say you're going to... Hey, Chick! Hey! Chick, come up here!
Hello, Pat. How are you? Well, that's fine. Say, Pat, do you know Eddie Chick Cowan? Well, I've acquired an interest in the boy. How about doing business? No. I mean for a bout with soccer, of course, for the championship. Oh, you do, huh? Well, how much? Wait just a second, Pat. Say, Hap.
Yeah?
Is it the usual thing for a champion to demand a guarantee before agreeing to fight for his title?
Yeah, that's right. Cash on the line.
Oh, I see. All right, Pat. It's a deal. I'll be down with Hap Hurley tomorrow, and we can discuss the thing in detail.
You call me Hap?
Shut up a minute, shut up.
About 4? Right. See you then, Pat. Well, Hap, it's in.
Yeah. You hear that, Chick? We fight the champ.
No kidding. We sign the papers tomorrow and post a guarantee of $10,000 for Goodman's end of the purse.
10 grand?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, but 10 grand, that's a lot of dough.
Well, I've seen Chick work out, and I think he's worth the gamble.
You see that, Chick? A match with the soccer laid right in your lap.
Gee, I'm going to call up that dame in Brooklyn. She'll be tickled to death.
Listen now. You ain't calling no dames, you understand?
Who ain't?
You ain't.
Who says so?
I say so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, Hap, did you get the ring fixed up?
Yeah. It's all set and ready for the slaughter. Chick'll murder that Duffy guy.
Fellow, Hap, not guy.
All right, but he murder him anyway. You know, I can't get used to that fancy language. I've been doing some heavy wrestling with it, too.
Well, you know I don't correct you out of meanness, Hap. It's only that, well, I do want you to improve yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know that.
Well, after all, you don't want to be a prize fighter's manager all your life, do you?
Why not? What's the matter with being a prize fighter's manager?
There's no future in it.
Future? What, do you think they're ever going to stop fighting?
But it's now that you've got to look ahead to what you intend doing.
Yeah, that's right. That's something I want to talk to you about. You know, Chick meets the champ in 3 weeks now.
Do you think you'll have a chance?
A chance? Listen, he'll put the soccer out like a light. And when he does, well, that's what I want to speak to you about.
Why, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, with Chick the champ, that sort of changed things around. You know what I mean? I'll be in a big dough, and as soon as I get this English gag licked, why, I'll be a couple of different guys, see? Now, what I mean is, you see, I'm no good at this sort of thing.
What on earth are you driving at?
Well, look, here's how it goes. Win, lose, or draw. We're quitting tonight, me and Chick, right after the Duffy scrap.
Quitting? But why?
Well, we got some heavy training to do, and we can't do it wrestling coffee pots. Now, with me out of here, that means I ain't a servant. And when I ain't a servant, that's a horse in a different garage, see? When I'm a sock peddler's pilot and I'm in a dough, well, then, how about it?
Do you realize, Hap, that you haven't said one thing yet that makes any sense?
Yeah, I guess not. Well, it's only this, Miss Sue. All my life I've been hating women. I've been steering Chick away from them. I've been giving them the cold shoulder myself. Oh, they was bad medicine. Anyway, that's what I thought. But I was wrong, see? I was 100% wrong. Well, here we go. I'm crazy about you, Miss Sue.
Why, Hap?
Oh, I've been crazy about you since the first time I laid my eyes on you. I know I ain't good enough for you, I know that, but then nobody is. Nobody or nothing.
Why, I hardly know what to say.
Oh, I'll do anything for you, Miss Sue. I'd even stop picking on Chick. Oh, I ain't no good at telling things like this. There's a lot of guys got more brains than I got, and more dough, and better looks and all that. But there ain't nobody in the world could think more of you than I do.
I'm terribly sorry you feel that way, Hap.
Why? Ain't there no chance for me?
Well, how can there be? Why, we live in different worlds. It's just impossible, Hap.
Well, why is it impossible? What makes it impossible?
Oh, hundreds of things. Family, position.
Family? Huh. What's the matter with my family? I go with the nicest families you ever seen. I'm Irish, see? Straight through I'm Irish. And I got the blood of kings in me. Back in Ireland, my family was the tops. From way back. And all we ain't got now is money.
You make it so terribly difficult, Hap.
Is that all you got to say? Make it difficult?
What can I say?
Okay. I get it. Oh, I don't know where I ever got the idea I stood a chance with a gal like you anyway. Must have been off me nut.
Oh, please don't feel that way about it, Hap. I like you. I like you a lot. Really, I do. It's just that...
Well, sure, I know. Well, don't let it worry you. We'll just forget the whole business.
Hap, come back.
Oh, skip it, Sue.
Hap, listen.
Skip it.
Hey, Hap. Get a look at the old 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. Boy, when I landed on Duffy tonight... Hey, Hap. What's the matter with you, Hap? Ain't you paying no attention to me?
Huh? What?
Gee, Hap. I ain't never seen you like this before. What's eating you?
Nothing. I mean, nothing. No, I mean nothing.
Oh, that Susie dame, huh?
You just keep your 2 cents out of this. Go on, lace up your shoes, will you? They'll be waiting for us up downstairs.
Okay. I guess she's stuck on that Parker guy all right, huh?
In a pig's foot. That crook ain't got her fool for a minute.
Say, Hap, are you sure that guy Parker ain't never lived in Brooklyn? I could swear I seen him before.
Yeah, me too. But there's one thing I'm telling you. I ain't never going to see him again, or Sue neither. I was never any good at that dame racket, and now it goes double.
What does, Hap?
I wasn't good enough for her. Just a prize fight manager. Her family wasn't good enough for her. I guess you didn't know that, did you?
Hmm?
Well, just let her wait, that's all. Just let her wait. She'll see that...
Gee, Hap, I didn't know you felt like that.
Oh, stop it, will you? Stop it!
Ready, boys?
Yeah, in a second, Clint.
Fine. We're all set outside. Make it as fast as you can.
Clint. I see Clint.
It's all set, Fitz. Chick's coming down now. Is your boy ready?
Oh, quite. But I see about that little bet of ours. Still on, right?
Right.
Did I hear you say something about a bet, Fitz?
Oh, hello, Parker.
Is betting the order of the day, Clint?
Well, Fitz and I have a small bet, if that's what you mean. Why?
Just that I thought I'd like to place a small wager on the bout myself. What are the odds?
I'm giving Fitz 5-1 on Chick for 100.
5-1. Do I get the same odds?
If you want them.
5,000 to 1,000, shall we say?
I think, Clinty, that's a bit stiff, don't you think so?
Well, of course, if you're not game.
All right, Parker. It's a bet. 5-1 for 1,000.
Right you are. Well, I'm going in the house for a moment. See you later, Clinty, old boy. Duffy.
Yeah? You want to see me, Mr. Parker?
Come in the library a moment.
Sure. Well?
Duffy, I've got odds of 5-1 on you tonight. How do you feel about the fight?
Okay. But this guy Cowing ain't no pushover.
Listen, Duffy, you've got to win. Go into a clinch out there and make Cowan listen to reason.
Huh?
There's $1,000 in it for each of you if he'll lay down and let you win.
$1,000? Why, gee, Mr. Parker, I'll try. But all I can promise you is I'll probably get a sock in the nose for talking out of turn.
All right, get out there.
Okay. Feeling okay, Chick?
Sure, I'm swell.
All right, but remember this. There's a lot of dames here tonight. If you turn around to look at one of them, I'll lay you out cold. Remember what happened to you once before by turning around?
Don't worry about me. It's in the bag.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I say quiet, please. Please, quiet, everybody. Well, here we are gathered here this evening to learn the relative merits of two stalwart pugilists, my chauffeur Duffy and Clinny Blackman's footman Chick Coward. In that corner, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Duffy, who weighs something in the neighborhood of, I think, 175 pounds. Yes, thanks. Thanks very much. And in the other corner, scowling furiously for no earthly reason at all, is the other sportsman, Clinny's footman Chick Coward. He weighs roughly the same as Duffy, but you can see he's not nearly as well constructed. Right-ho, let's get on with the old hostilities. Are you ready, boys?
Shoot.
Right-ho, Clinny.
Say, Chick, lay off the chatter and fight, Duffy.
Now, listen. Listen a second, will you, Chick? Let me clinch a second, will you?
Listen, I ain't gonna do no carrying, see? You're going out just as quick as I can put you out.
Now, wait a minute, wise guy, will you? There's a grand in it for you if you let me win a decision, see?
Oh, there is, huh?
Hey, listen, Chick, you don't have to get sore about it, see?
Oh, I don't, huh?
Listen, I was only doing what Parker told me to do, see?
Oh, Parker told you to tell me that, huh?
Yeah, Parker.
I got it. I got it. Hey, Hap!
Don't turn around, you sap!
Oh, this is marvelous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and out! The winner, Duffy! Splendid fella!
Come on, Chick. Snap out of it. Come on, you dumb egg. Snap out of it so I can take a poke at you myself.
What hit me?
Duffy hit you, you egg-headed dope.
Why, that... Let me at him.
Go on, sit down. You always want to fight after it's all over. Well, what were you looking for this time? Christmas?
Hey, Hap, I remember him.
Oh.
His nibs, Parker, I remember him now. That's why I wasn't paying no attention to Duffy. All of a sudden, I remember who this Parker is, and then...
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So you remember him, huh? Well, maybe if I call him in, you'd like to slip him a nice little kiss.
Nah, you don't get me, Hap. Parker, we've been trying to figure him out all this time. Well, listen, he's the guy that tried to slip me $2,000 for throwing the Navy championship fight.
What?
He is, I tell you. He just tried to do the same thing tonight. Duffy told me.
Well, then that makes him the guy who was kicked out of the Navy on that forgery rap.
Sure, Parker.
Holy smoke, that's who it is, huh? Oh, boy, this is terrific.
Clint'll be tickled, huh?
Oh, he'll just about kiss us all around for luck. Oh, boy, so he was the guy in San Pedro, huh?
Sure, it was Parker, all right. And he offered me $2,000 to fold up.
Kid, you're okay. Oh, Mom, I could do a little dance for that news. Boy, you're a wonder.
Yes, it was very clever of both of you.
Oh, say, Clint, we were just talking about you.
I know. I admire your cleverness. In fact, you're too clever to be wasting your time here.
But, Clint, Chick just told me that...
Yes, I heard. And as soon as both of you can dress for the street, please go. Throwing me down for a few measly dollars.
Hey, wait a minute, Clint. You got this all wrong.
Oh, for your own sake, you ought to listen, Clint. Chick just remembered where
There's
to...
really no discussion necessary. If you leave an address, I'll send your wages to you.
And the fight with the champ? That's off?
Unless you can find another idiot to post a guarantee of $10,000.
Okay. Come on, Chick. Let's get going.
But I don't want to go letting Clint think that way.
Oh, come on. He knows what he's doing. The Blackburns always know what they're doing.
Wait a minute, Hap. Here's Sue. She'll fix it for us.
Where are you boys going?
Listen, Sue. You tell Clint for us, will you? Make him listen.
Oh, come on, Chick. It ain't no use. She ain't gonna do no listening neither.
What is it, Clenny? What's wrong?
Parker bribed Chick to throw the fight.
I don't believe it.
I can't doubt my own eyes and ears. I heard Chick telling Happy he was offered money to throw the fight. Then they danced around like a couple of lunatics. I saw them. I heard them.
I still don't believe it, Clenny. I'm sure there's some mistake.
Gee, Clint, if you'd only listen for a second. I didn't even talk to Parker about this fight. I was telling Hap
I'll
about...
be inside if you want me, Sue.
Well, I guess that's that. Come on, Chick.
Hap, I'm awfully sorry about everything.
Oh, that's all right, kid. But I do wish you'd tell Clint that we never done nothing crooked in our lives. Tell him that, will you? And if he wants it, we got some news that ought to interest him. Come on, Chick. We're going.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood is famous for its good-looking girls, but they're not all in the movies. Walter Winchell recently termed tonight's guest the prettiest newspaper woman in America. An English debutante, she was presented at court a few years ago to the King and Queen, but gave up a whirl in society to whirl on the stage. After dancing in the chorus of London musical shows, she became understudy to Jessie Matthews. Then she jumped to fame with a leading part in Noel Coward's play, This Year of Grace. As a dancer, she was noted for her ability to kick. In fact, it was one of her kicks that started her off as a columnist. A newspaper published an article about chorus girls to which she objected, and she's been writing ever since. She came to Hollywood a year ago, and today her gossipy news about picture stars, syndicated by the North American Newspaper Alliance, is read daily by 20 million people in newspapers all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Sheila Graham.
Very nice introduction, Mr. DeMille.
After all, Sheila, you have 20 million readers.
What would you like me to speak about?
Your job?
Nothing about luck?
Oh, luck speaks for itself.
I wish more stars spoke for themselves. For example, Jean Arthur, star of your new picture, is extremely shy. She sincerely believes she has nothing of interest to tell a reporter.
And silence is golden.
But not on the radio. You'd be in a spot if I followed that advice right now.
Then let's discuss talking stars.
Or shooting stars, like Gary Cooper. I saw him on your set yesterday, doing some fancy work with a six-shooter. Incidentally, he's the only star I've seen in Hollywood who's even better looking off the screen than on.
Is that so?
I've never regretted giving up acting and running my career into a newspaper column. To me, reporting is much more exciting. Still, I can't forget my chorus girl days abroad. In every studio I visit here, I bump into Lux Flakes in the wardrobe department, just as I found it backstage in England. In that respect, they're just as advanced as Hollywood.
But that's not new, Sheila. Can't you give us some facts that aren't so well known?
All right, here goes. One of the biggest money makers on the screen is the radio star, Bob Burns. But Bob still drives a $25 automobile. He's convinced his success is just a dream, and that any minute he's going to wake up.
Maybe that noise we've been hearing isn't a bazooka after all. Perhaps it's just his snoring.
Perhaps. But the champion sleeper in Hollywood is Ned Sparks. Ned can take a nap any time and any place. Merle Oberon has a most considerate figure. She eats anything and never puts on an excess ounce. Eating is probably Louise Reiner's favorite habit. She loves to visit friends' iceboxes. So does Fred McMurray. Incidentally, Simone, the new French star, also has her weighty problem, but has shed 10 pounds since coming to Hollywood. Paul Muni tells me he's anxious to leave pictures and get back to the stage. Paul, by the way, has a curious habit of lying down on the floor when he's eating or being interviewed. Ronald Colman will do anything to prevent his picture being taken, but is the only male star who doesn't powder his nose for photographic purposes. Your star tonight, James Cagney, just told me that women can take a sock on the nose, in pictures, that is, much better than men. Claudette Colbert is the most superstitious star I know of. She always leaves a building by the same door she entered it, for good luck. Leslie Howard seldom looks at the person to whom he's talking. He prefers to play with his pipe or the heel of his shoe. And as for me, Mr. DeMille, I much prefer to play with a typewriter than a microphone. But before leaving, I'd like to ask one question.
And that is?
Is it true that the fan mail for this program is sometimes addressed to Cecil B. Deluxe?
Is it true that you're going to publish a book of witticisms like that last one, known as Graham Crackers?
Ouch. I think I've said enough. Good night.
Good night. We raise the curtain on the final round of Is That So, starring Jimmy Cagney as the unhappy Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. A month has passed, and Chick has won the championship. In the library of the Blackburn home, Sue has arranged a meeting with Parker, Clint, Chick, and Hap. The fighter and his manager have still not arrived, and Parker stirs restlessly in his chair.
My dear Sue, might I ask exactly why I'm here?
Please be patient, Robert.
I'm afraid, Sue, my patience is rapidly being exhausted. Wouldn't it be just as well if we postponed this gathering of yours until some more practical time?
Oh, I couldn't think of putting this off any longer, Robert. This is something I've dreamed of for years. Clenny, will you answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Hi, Clint, old boy, old sock, old pal, old boy.
Hiya, Clint.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. Come on, stupid.
Good evening, Hap.
Hiya, Sue. Meet the new world's champ.
Congratulations, Chick.
It was nothing at all. Hiya, Parker, old bean. How's tricks?
Just what is the meaning of this, Sue?
Sit down, Robert. I'll explain everything.
Yeah, sure. Pull up a chair, Parky.
Well, Sue?
Well, first, Robert, I'd like to make a public apology. I've made it privately several times. I think I'll feel a lot better if I make it again here.
Oh, now, Sue, listen, you don't have to.
Please, Hap, I want to. I want to apologize to Hap Hurley for having been such a pompous little snob. I'm sorry, Hap, really. There now, I do feel better.
You didn't hold this little party for that, did you?
Patience, Clenny. We now come to a second vital point. My engagement to Robert Parker is here and now brought definitely to an end.
That's telling them, Toots.
Shut up, you.
Well, that's the first good news I've had in weeks.
So the engagement is broken, is it?
Definitely.
No, that's too bad. I was hoping there'd be no necessity for something ugly. Are you quite sure, Sue?
Quite sure.
I imagine we shall have to go to the law about a little matter of embezzlement and forgery after all. And courts are such a bother.
Oh, I don't think you'll be bothered with courts much.
Stop beating about the bush, Sue. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, as a matter of fact, Clint, I don't think that Mr. Parker's going to remain in this country very long. Do you, Hap?
Well, personally, I think he's going to find it kind of hot around here. Of course, if he wants to stay, that's up to him. But if he's wise, he'll scram, and scram quick.
South America would be nice. Don't you think so, Chick?
Yeah, it's all right. But a lot of guys like Canada better.
Pardon me, Sue, but aren't you a little premature about my plans? You're forgetting about your brother. He was involved in a little difficulty, as I remember it. I think his memory should be considered.
It's being considered, Robert, I assure you. Now comes the third vital point. Robert Parker, it gives me the greatest pleasure possible to inform you that we know you to be a liar and a thief.
What? And a double-faced water rat in a bargain.
Why, you...
Sit down before I slap you to sleep. We got the goods on you, Parker. I took it on myself to do a little investigating for Sue here, and I found out plenty. The way I understand it, you showed Clint and Sue proof that some dough had been lifted out of their estate. Then you showed them notes their brother was supposed to have forged and some records of gambling losses. But you didn't hand over the notes, did you? No. You kept them to hold over their heads. Well, that's called blackmail.
Don't be ridiculous.
Yes, blackmail. Well, you've known all along that I've hated you, and that Clenny hated you. That you used our love for our brother Jerry just as a means of marrying a portion of the Blackburn money. Well, it didn't work. I'm going to marry Hap Hurley.
Huh? Sue, you mean it?
Sue, think what you're saying.
Well, I have thought. I love Hap, just the way he is. And I wouldn't change him for anything.
Oh, gee, Sue,
That's too bad. Think of the shock when members of the social register read that Jerry Blackburn...
Don't worry. There won't be nothing to read. We've been looking into your past, Parker, and we got you all lined up for a nice room and a bed in a state prison.
Really?
Yeah, really. You was in the Navy for a while, wasn't you?
I in the Navy?
Yeah. You were a quartermaster on a Texas, and that's where you met Sue's brother.
What rot, Sue. I've never been on a battleship in my life.
Oh, yes, you was. But you was using the name of Collins then.
This is all preposterous. Really, Sue, I'm not going
And you were dishonorably discharged from the Navy after it was found that you had forged the senior officer's name to some important receipts. That's correct, isn't it, Sue?
Check.
I think you've carried this farce far enough, Sue. I won't argue with you. The whole thing is too silly. But you've made a lot of ridiculous accusations that you can't possibly substantiate.
Oh, can't I? Check, when was the first time you saw Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm the favorite to win the Navy championship in the light heavy division, see? And this guy Parker, he was a quartermaster on our ship. He comes up to me and offers me $2,000 to take a dive.
Wait a minute. Listen, Hap, is that what you and Chick were discussing the night of the fight with Duffy?
Yeah, sure, Clint.
Sure. That's what we tried to tell you. I was telling Hap that I recognized Parker. That was the reason I turned around. He told Duffy to offer me $1,000, and all of a sudden I put two and two together, and it spelled Parker.
Well, I don't know what to say, boys. I've never been so ashamed in all my life.
Oh, forget it. It just took you a little time to get on to things, that's all.
But the fight, I've been wondering about that all night. Who provided the guarantee for Soccer Goodman?
Well, it was Sue.
Sue? You mean you put up $10,000?
Yes, and it proved to be a very good investment. I now have a half interest in Chick and a full interest in Hap.
Then you and Hap really...
Oh, she was only kidding me about that, Clint. You got nothing to worry about.
Did I say anything about being worried?
And did I say anything about not being serious?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Sue. I can take kidding just so long. Now it ain't kidding no more.
But Hap, I meant it. Of course, if you've changed your mind.
Oh, gosh, no. I just...
Dames, all the time, dames. They ain't no good, says him.
Shut your trap, egghead. When I want any help from you, I'll ask you first.
How is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Yes, that's so.
While you boys settle your little difficulties, I'll see to it that Mr. Parker gets safely through the front door. Come, Mr. Parker, you're leaving.
Say, Clint, just one poke at him first, huh?
Oh, no. No, I'm going to show Mr. Parker out alone. Come, dear Mr. Parker.
You all think you've been very clever, don't you?
Go on, scram before I take a poke at you.
Can you imagine that, Hap, letting that crook get off like that?
Like what? Tommy, did you hear that sock?
Well, I still wish I could have punched a couple of his teeth out.
Listen, you do no more punching around here, you see? Only when I tell you to. I and Sue.
Oh, Hap.
Yeah, and you ain't going to be making so many trips to Brooklyn either. You got another fight coming up.
Oh, but Hap.
Now, Chick, no argument. You do just as Hap tells you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Tonight's star, James Cagney, returns to the microphone shortly. Though you have never seen him on the screen, though he is never credited with a single film, no man exercises more significant influence in Hollywood than Dr. A.H. Giannini, banker to the motion picture industry. Son of Italian immigrants and subject as a boy to all the struggles besetting people in straitened circumstances, this man who loans millions of dollars yearly to the picture studios began his professional life in medicine. As an intern, he once volunteered to treat a man dying of typhus. The victim lay in a pest house in San Francisco, confined with lepers. Dr. Giannini and a nurse went to his side, but it was too late. The patient died. 48 hours later, the nurse was dead. Dr. Giannini himself stricken. Another doctor came to treat him. That doctor died. But the young intern survived. During the Spanish-American War, he again volunteered to administer to 1,200 Negroes, desperately ill with smallpox. For this service, San Francisco publicly honored him. Dr. Giannini left his practice to follow his father and brother in a small banking business. Today, practically every major studio in Hollywood owes its start to him. He is now directly connected with films as president and chairman of United Artists Corporation and trustee of both Columbia Pictures Corporation and Universal Pictures Corporation. His presence is distinctly an honor to the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. A.H. Giannini.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a pleasure to appear in the Lux Radio Theater. The importance of the motion picture industry in the world today is second to none. Lately, there has been a tremendous interest in films abroad, particularly in England. Its significance cannot be underestimated. Foreign nations realize that if a country acquires a permanent monopoly in this field, that nation will eventually dominate the world. In a sense, Europe today is governed by the slogan, "I care not who makes the laws of the nation, if I can make its motion pictures."
Trade used to follow the flag. You mean now it follows the films?
Exactly. Girls in foreign capitals constantly keep their eyes on Hollywood for new ways of dressing their hair and new styles and clothes. More and more American phrases are found in English publications. Our traditions, culture, language, and social values are gradually Americanizing the globe. The end result is that the profit element in pictures abroad has become a secondary consideration. Their prime consideration right now is to maintain their own tradition and history.
25 years ago, Doctor, banks not only refused to loan a penny to motion pictures, but I know of one bank that said they preferred not to have the account of any motion picture company. You ended all that. But what prompted your participation in pictures?
First, I realized that the motion picture was the only commodity in the world for which people were willing to pay sight unseen. Any merchandise that can influence people to that extent must, I concluded, be worthwhile. Second, motion pictures have an almost limitless field. They are made to be enjoyed by everyone. Third, they appeal to children. To me, that was and is yet the best assurance for the future of any business. I've seen what children can mean to banking. Many years ago, I started the first school savings system in California, and later in states all over the nation. These accounts, which began with pennies, have since increased into the millions. Yet when I entered the motion picture field, I was not entirely alone. A new bank in Hollywood was beginning to give recognition to movies. Mr. DeMille was its first vice president.
Not because I had money, but because I knew pictures. But to you, Doctor, goes the distinction of being the first man who definitely made art a respected security for a loan.
On one occasion, I was criticized by bank examiners for putting $500,000 in a company distributing Charlie Chaplin's picture, The Kid, instead of investing that money in gilt-edged securities. Several weeks later, my loan was repaid, but the gilt-edged securities tumbled from $100 a share to $80.
In 1929, when the country was plagued by depression, Hollywood again limped to Dr. Giannini. Largely through his help, not a single studio closed its doors throughout those trying times. Production, in fact, actually increased. But tell us, Doctor, how do you determine if a picture studio is a good risk?
By applying practically the same principle I used years ago in New York City. At that time, Mrs. Giannini and I often had young guests at our home, schoolgirls and boys. They loved to visit us because I always showed them motion pictures. I had a purpose in doing so. I wanted to see what photoplays they applauded the most. It was the studios whose films these youngsters liked best that got the help they needed. Today, the only difference is that I make my decisions by the applause of the nation.
And in so doing, Dr. Giannini has been the financial rock to which motion pictures have cast their anchors in every storm. A rock with anything but a heart of stone.
It's been a long time since I've been in medicine, but I haven't forgotten that a doctor must know not only the body, but the man as well. In a similar manner, have I made character as well as a man's business the real basis for my confidence in him. Thank you, sir, and good night.
Good night, Doctor. This fall, you will see James Cagney in a new film released by a new studio. The picture is titled Great Guy and is being produced now at Grand National Studio. As Jimmy comes to the microphone, I know you all join me in wishing him and Grand National all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Great Guy is the tentative title of a story of a civil service employee who reforms the city government by exposing political corruption. What I like about it chiefly is that the lead is a grand, honest character. To me, the all-important need in pictures today is for better stories. Stories whose characters are real, honest people. And the same applies to the air. And it's your careful choice of stories for the Lux Radio Theater that keeps me one of your most constant listeners. Congratulations to you, and good night.
Good night, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Cagney. The Lux Radio Theater has arranged a particularly fine program for next week. Mr. DeMille tells you about it in a moment. Assisting Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory in our cast tonight were Kenneth Thompson, Lionel Pape, Frank Rowan, Lou Merrill, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, and Ross Forrester. Mr. Cagney appeared tonight through courtesy of Grand National Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, our musical director, 20th Century Fox. Robert Armstrong will be seen shortly in the new MGM picture, All-American Chump. And here's Mr. DeMille.
The talents of one of England's finest dramatists and two of Hollywood's most distinguished performers are combined next week in the Lux Radio Theater when we bring you Sir James Barrie's Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Aherne. This charming story has been told many times on stages the world over and in motion pictures. The story of a prim little school teacher who waited 10 years for her soldier sweetheart to come back to her. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, together with Miss Chatterton and Mr. Aherne, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Quality Street. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 31st.
The Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft in Cheating Cheaters with June Lang. Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap, official soap in all the leading motion picture studios, again brings you an hour with Hollywood's outstanding celebrities. Tonight, you will meet George Raft, June Lang, Cecil B. DeMille, Gloria Swanson, Donald A. Loomis, Louis Silvers, and many others. It is also our privilege to have in our visible audience such guests as Henry Wadsworth, Dean Janis, Lois January, Maxine Jennings, Sari Maritza, and Virginia Pine. And to all our listeners, greetings from Lux. There's an excellent reason why Lux Toilet Soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by lovely women everywhere. This pure white soap, with its delicate fragrance and active lather, removes cosmetics thoroughly, protects daintiness, and brings you the charm of a clear, smooth skin. It's Hollywood's beauty care, yet it's so inexpensive that everyone can enjoy Lux Toilet Soap every day. And now our producer. At present engaged in making his 63rd picture, he has started more actors and discovered more stars than any man in motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In 1916, the famous Al Woods was a hit-and-run manager with a hit on Broadway that ran for many months. Also enjoying his run in those days was a delivery boy by the name of George Raft. Many times young Raft passed the theater where Mr. Wood's company was performing, but the play Cheating Cheaters meant no more to him than he did to the swirling crowds on the busy streets about him. But tonight, 20 years later, George Raft stars in Cheating Cheaters in the Lux Radio Theater. Born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, the handsome young delivery boy enjoyed his rounds until he entered the ring. Then they brought him nothing but punishment. After his 25th professional bout, he woke up in Bellevue Hospital. George was a leading man even then, but he'd been caught leading with his chin, and his dream of becoming lightweight champion was over. He next tried baseball as a minor league player, but his hits were all ahead of him. Because as a batter, he couldn't get to first base. But after being fired, he struck out once again, this time for a new profession, dancing. And the feet that couldn't cover the bases or hold him upright in the ring brought him immediate fame on the stage. He starred in musical comedies, introduced a dance called the Charleston, taught King Edward VIII, then Prince of Wales, how to do it, and was the highest paid American dancer to tour the continent. Coming to Hollywood for a vacation, George was seen in the Brown Derby restaurant by a director who thought he'd make an ideal screen gangster. A few weeks later, the delivery boy from Hell's Kitchen was delivering lines in a studio. June Lang, our leading lady, has the distinction of being twice discovered by the movies. A dancer since the age of 5, June was given her first part when only 14. Last year, her contract expired and she was dropped. But Darryl Zanuck rediscovered her in an old test, called her back, and gave her leading parts in 4 recent films, Captain January, The Country Doctor, Every Saturday Night, and The Road to Glory, in which she plays the only feminine role and is starred with Warner Baxter, Frederick March, and Lionel Barrymore. Tonight, we hear her in the part of Ruth Brockton. And now, the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater, presenting Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. on the boat deck of the liner Argyle, 4 days out of Liverpool. It's late evening, and in the shadow of a lifeboat, Tom Palmer, played by George Raft, and Ruth Brockton are sitting close to each other in deck chairs. As they gaze out over the moonlit waters, Ruth breaks the long silence.
Moonlight on the crest of a wave. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Getting poetical.
A little.
That's a good sign.
How do you mean?
Well, now maybe you'll pay a little attention when I tell you how I feel about you.
I've been paying attention.
You haven't done very much about it. I meant every word I said.
Perhaps you did with the ocean and the moonlight. But wait till we dock in New York. You'll forget me soon enough.
Just like that, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. You can't get rid of me as easily as that. I'll make you listen to me if I have to follow you clear across the country.
And the villain still pursued her.
Right.
Oh, Tom, you're mad. Do you realize we've only known each other 4 days?
That's long enough for me. I make up my mind pretty fast.
If the steward hadn't accidentally put us at the same table, you wouldn't have had a chance to make up your mind at all.
That's right. Remind me to leave an extra large tip for the steward. He's a great guy.
Oh, I wouldn't give him all the credit.
Who else is there to thank?
Well, if my father hadn't gone to Antwerp to add a few jewels to his collection, I wouldn't be on this boat.
3 cheers for your father. And if my mother hadn't decided she needed a sea voyage, I wouldn't be here either.
Yes, that's so.
Well?
Well, what?
Go on. Say it.
Oh, all right. I'm glad your mother decided she needed a sea voyage.
Swell. Now we're getting someplace.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, there they are, Mrs. Palmer. I told you we'd find them spooning on the boat deck.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Mrs. Palmer.
My dear, we've been looking all over the boat for you.
What's the matter, Mother?
Mr. Brockton was afraid Ruth would catch cold up here, Tom. It's getting terribly chilly.
Oh, I'm all right, Mrs. Palmer.
Better get a steamer blanket if you're going to stay. There's a fog coming up.
Say, looks like you're right. There goes your moon, Ruth.
Oh, by the way, Ruth, I've quite a surprise for you.
Yes?
Mrs. Palmer just told me that she and Tom are taking a house in the country. And where do you suppose it is?
Where?
In Westchester. And if I'm not mistaken from Mrs. Palmer's description, I believe they're going to take the old Barstow mansion.
Why, that's only about 5 miles from our place.
Isn't it a coincidence?
Well, there you are. Guess I won't have to make that cross-country trip after all. What's that? Nothing much, Mr. Brockton.
Tom, this fog is getting thicker every minute. I think I'd better go down.
All right, Mother. I'll take you to your cabin. Good night, Ruth.
Night. See you at breakfast.
Good night, Mrs. Palmer.
Good night.
This way, Mother.
Well, Tom,
Wait till we get away from here.
to get the dope.
Shut up, I tell you. You want to crab everything?
Say, don't talk that way to me. I'm getting sick and tired of acting the part of your old lady without taking any guff.
Listen, Rosie, you're supposed to be my mother, and you'll go on being my mother until I say so. I'll take it or leave it.
All right, all right. All I want to know is, did you find anything about the Brockton jewels?
Yes, Brockton keeps them in a safe at his place in Westchester.
Oh, yeah? Well, they've fallen swell for the mother and son stuff. We can move right up there next to them, and they'll never be the wiser. Pretty slick work, Tom.
Yeah, maybe it's too slick.
What are you talking about? Say, you ain't fallen for the dame, are you?
I don't know. I feel like a heel, that's all. Telling her I'm nuts about her, then turning around and copping her old man's jewels.
Oh, so I was right, huh? You have fallen for her.
Forget it, will you?
Sure. Maybe you better forget it, too. I'm going to my cabin. This fog is as thick as pea soup.
See you in the morning. What the devil?
Tom, what's wrong?
I don't know. Sounds like they reversed the engine. Ruth, I've got to find Ruth.
We're sinking.
Come on, hurry up.
Don't leave me here alone.
Ruth, where are you? We've hit an iceberg.
To the boat. Get to the boat. My boy, somebody help me find my boy.
We're sinking.
Ruth, where are you?
Oh, Tom.
Are you all right?
Yes.
Where's your mother, Tom? We're sinking fast.
Look, those sailors are launching the boat. They're going down by themselves.
Stand back there, you men. Stand back.
Find the boat for yourself, will you?
Listen, you men, I've got a gun here, and I'm not afraid to use it. Now stand back or I'll blow you to bits. Now free that boat. Go on. If any man gets in there before a woman or child, I'll shoot to kill. Ruth, get in that boat.
Let me in, too. Let me in.
All right, Mother. Go on. Hurry, Ruth.
But, Tom, what about you?
Never mind me. Get in there. All right, men, work fast. Clear that boat and lower away. Stand by those davits. Watch that line. Come on, you men. Hurry up.
Did you read this, Tom?
What?
The fact that no lives were lost in the Argyle disaster was due chiefly to the heroic work of an unidentified man who induced order at the point of a pistol. That's you.
Unidentified? Yeah. All I need is to have my picture spread all over the newspapers.
Might start a little excitement anyway. I'm getting sick of hanging around up here in the wilds of Westchester with nothing to do.
It was your idea to take this house, wasn't it?
Sure, but I expected a little action before this. We've been living up here 2 whole weeks, and what's happened? Not a thing. We ain't even seen the Brochtons.
Take it easy, Rosie. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah? Well, you're the only one who does.
What would you like me to do? Walk over and ask for their jewels?
You could at least go and see the Brochtons. Pay them a little social call. You know, like you dropped in by accident.
In society, Rosie, you don't make social calls unless you're invited.
Oh, yeah? Since when are you an expert on etiquette?
I know enough for that.
You must have been reading again. Listen, Tom, my idea is this. Go on over and make yourself sociable. The dame likes you. You know that. You can get a line on the joint and spot the safe. Then Mike goes over at night, of course, and cracks it open.
That's your idea.
Well, why not? Better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs. We laid out plenty of shekels for this setup, and so far, all I've done is act polite to delivery boys. I'm getting fed up.
Take it easy, Rosie. Rome wasn't built in a day.
There you go, putting on the dog again.
Hello, boss. Hey, can I come in?
Sure, come on in, Mike.
Hey, look, boss, I got a beef.
Yeah? Spill it.
Well, it's these here chauffeur clothes you got me wearing. The collar's choking the daylights out of me.
Oh, shut up.
Who's talking to you? Shut up, you dizzy dame.
Keep quiet, now, both of you. Keep quiet. We didn't come up here to fight.
No, we came up here to lay our hands on $250,000 worth of sparklers, but I don't see us doing it.
We got the Stuyvesant collection in France, didn't we? Say, that job ought to net us $500,000 easy.
Sure, but I ain't no piker. Besides, those Stuyvesant rocks are as hot as a live coal.
Hey, that's right, boss. We can't get a fence to touch him.
Yeah, what's going on?
Come on and join the party, Phil.
You're looking mad, Rosie.
I am mad.
Hey, Phil.
Huh?
Where's your tie?
What do you mean?
I said, where's your tie? You're supposed to be the butler around here, aren't you?
Ah, now listen, I don't mind being a butler, but I gotta have something to buttle, don't I?
Yeah, me
but
walking
don't
around
sit
this
on
monkey
a hand
suit.
like
What am I
that.
telling you? Dummy, you
Shut up, shut up! I'm running this deal, not you.
Well, let's get started then.
We'll get started when the right time comes. As it stands now, we ought to be glad of a chance to lay low. You mugs don't seem to remember there's a dick on our trail.
You mean Ferris?
I mean Ferris, the best jewel detective in this business. If he ever gets wind that we're after the Brockton jewels, it's curtain for us. And quick.
Say, who is this guy, Ferris? Has anybody ever seen him?
No, that's just why we got to be careful. We've got to watch our step every inch of the way.
Well, it's okay with me.
Answer that, Rosie.
Sure. Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Palmer. Oh, hello, Ruth, dear. Is the Brockton dame. What'd you say, dear? Of course, just a moment. She wants to speak to you.
Give me the phone. Hello, Ruth. Pretty well. How are you? What? Well, yes, I think so. Wait a minute. Mother, Ruth would like us to come over for tea. Do you think we could make it?
You bet your sweet life we can.
Hello, Ruth. She says she'd be delighted. All right. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hot stuff, boss.
Tea at the Brochtons. Stepping in high society, hey?
Yeah, put on your best rags, Rosie, and do your best to act like a lady.
Don't worry about me.
Mike, you'll drive us over. Wait there for us.
Oh, sure.
And remember, no gassing with that servant.
Not even a word.
Boy, this is a break. Right in the same house with the Brockton jewels. This may be the big chance you've been waiting for, Tom.
Yeah, maybe.
Another cup of tea, Tom? Tom,
Oh, no thanks.
what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
You've been sitting here all afternoon looking like Blue Monday. All I can get out of you is yes and no.
Well, I'm not always as talkative as I was on the boat.
Yes, I've noticed that. How does it feel to be an unidentified hero?
All right, as long as I'm unidentified.
Would it be such a tragedy if they found you out?
Well, you never can tell about those things.
Modest man. I wonder where our respective parents are all this time.
I think your father said he'd show Mother the garden.
More than likely, he's showing her his jewel collection. She seemed quite interested when he mentioned it.
Oh, yes, she's a jewel fancier herself.
She seems to be. Dad says she talks nothing but jewels all the way over on the boat.
Is that so?
She has quite a collection, too, hasn't she?
Did she Say that?
Why, yes, of course. She does have a collection, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, the Palmer jewels. Very famous.
I thought so.
Well, I think it's time we were going.
Tom, what's the matter with you? Why do you act so distant?
Am I distant?
You were different on the boat.
Yes, talkative.
Too talkative?
I'm afraid so.
Oh. Then you don't feel the same. About me, I mean.
Sure I do, only...
Only what?
Look, let's not talk about it now. Someday I'll tell you the whole story.
That yellow diamond is the pride of my collection, Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, it's beautiful. Tom, you must get Mr. Brockton to show you his diamonds. They're just lovely.
Yes, they must be.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brockton.
Yes, Wilson? What is it?
A telegram just came for you, sir.
Oh, excuse me, please. This may be important.
Of course.
I hope it isn't bad news, Dad.
I'm afraid it is. I've got to leave for Chicago immediately.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, Ruth, but you'll have to come along with me.
Must I?
Well, you can't very well stay here all alone.
No, I suppose not.
Oh, Mr. Brockton, if Ruth doesn't want to go, why can't she come over and stay with us? We'd love to have her, wouldn't we, Tom?
Why, yes, of course.
Well, it's awfully nice of you. If it's not too much of an imposition.
Nonsense, my dear. We'd be offended if you didn't come, really.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Oh, I just thought of something. I can't walk off and leave my jewels here, and the bank vault is closed.
That's a little difficult. Unless, of course, you'd like to leave them in my safe.
That's, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
That's an idea, Dad. I could bring them over to Mrs. Palmer's. I'm sure they'd be all right in Tom's safe.
Well, I hate to burden you, Tom, with a responsibility like that. Those jewels are worth a fortune.
Certainly, that's why we want them. I mean, to keep them safe for you.
Very well. It's really awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Brockton.
No, not at all.
I'll come over as soon as Dad is packed, Tom, and I'll bring the jewels with me.
Fine. Well, we'll run along. See you soon, then.
About an hour.
Come on, Mother.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Oh, don't mention it.
So long, Ruth.
So long.
Don't forget, dear. Hurry over.
I will.
Well, it worked.
Shh. Where's Wilson?
It was perfect. Perfect.
They've gone, Ruth.
Come here, Wilson. You certainly made a great butler. Didn't he, Ruth?
Not so bad.
Not so bad. Say, I was terrific. They fell for that phony telegram like a load of bricks. What's the next move, Ruth?
I spend the night at the Palmers. Put our jewels in their safe. Learn the combination. In the morning, we'll have our jewels and the Palmer collection.
Swell. Then I can stop playing Papa and have a little fun.
Take it easy, will you? We ain't got the Palmer jewels yet, and there's still Ferris to worry about.
Oh, stop calamity howling. If Ferris was on our trail, we'd all been in jail weeks ago.
Well, there's another thing I don't like so much. Letting those jewels get out of our hands. We had a tough enough time snatching them in the first place. I don't like throwing them around like this.
Now, listen, Ruth knows what she's doing. She's the best little crook in the business. Our plan can't fail, can it, Ruth? Hey, what are you dreaming about?
I was just thinking, if we applied the same energy and resourcefulness to being honest, we'd probably all be rich.
Yeah? Well, we'll be rich anyway.
Say, Ruth, what's getting into you? Is it that guy Palmer?
That guy Palmer, as you call him, is all right. I hate lifting his jewels this way.
Listen, baby, you better forget him. You ain't no match for a high society mug.
No, I guess I'm not.
Well, come on. What's the layout? How do we get the Palmer rocks?
Leave it to me. When he puts our jewels in the safe, I'll be right there with him. I'll get the combination.
And you come down in the middle of the night and lift his and ours both, right?
That's it.
Swell.
You know, it tickles me pink to think of them suckers driving home without a thought in the world.
Yeah. I can just see their faces when they wake up tomorrow and find their rocks has gone bye-bye.
Say, what suckers these Brocktons must be. Laying their jewels right in our lap.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you sure had the right hunch, boss. Laying low like this till the time was right.
Yeah, the Brockton jewels are practically in our pockets right now. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
Now, before we resume the story of Cheating Cheaters with George Raft and June Lang, let's breeze over to the Paramount Commissary. It is gay with waitresses in green and orange dresses and extras in costumes, hungry for their lunch. Near the window is a very pretty extra with a friend, and the extra says,
Well, which you going to pick? The 35-center?
Oh, I guess I'll have to. Wish I could plunge on an expensive lunch once, or have somebody buy me a few.
Where's Dan? He used to buy you tons of lunches.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, men sure are fickle. I heard he's taking Jane out these days.
Oh, not really. Jane?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't believe it. Well, I mean, Jane hasn't a thing to recommend her, except, of course, her lovely skin.
Well, apparently that does the trick. Dan always did notice the girl's complexion. He used to pay me compliments on mine, before it went so sad.
All men prefer the girls who have soft, smooth, clear skins. A lovely complexion is appealing, so it's important to guard against cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. No need to take this risk if you use Lux toilet soap, for Lux toilet soap's active lather sinks deep down into the pores, removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke them. Use cosmetics all you like, but protect your skin. Remove them thoroughly. You do this when you use Lux toilet soap. So make this the beauty care you use. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Cheating Cheetahs, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. Two gangs of jewel thieves working at cross purposes, each gang intent upon robbing the other of a valuable collection of diamonds. This is the situation as our curtain rises again. It's early evening in the living room of the Palmer home. Tom and Rosie, whom he calls his mother, are entertaining Ruth Brockton. They are more than welcome guests.
Mrs. Palmer, your dinner was grand. I must thank you again for letting me impose upon you.
No, not another word. You're embarrassing us, isn't she, Tom?
It's a pleasure to have you, Ruth.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Tom, I do hope you've taken good care of Ruth's jewels.
Well, no, not yet.
I was going to speak to you about that. Do you think we'd better put them away? I brought them down with me. They're in this box.
My dear, you mustn't let them lie around like that. They may get lost. Tom, open the safe for Ruth.
Yes, Mother. Come over here, Ruth.
Oh, is it in this room?
Yep, behind this panel. Watch.
Well, isn't that clever? No thief would ever think of looking for it there.
Well, if someone did find it, he'd get a big surprise when he tried to open it. You see, the combination dial is charged with electricity, high voltage.
You mean if he touched that dial, he'd get a shock?
A couple of thousand volts.
Oh, would it kill him?
No, not instantly.
Oh, I see.
The torture would last about 10 minutes unless someone turned off the switch. It's hidden right here in this bookcase, see?
Oh, yes. Don't you think you'd better turn it off for a moment?
Of course. There you are. Now, just a second till I work the combination.
Isn't that interesting? I've never seen a safe open before.
This happens to be a pretty good one. Simple, but effective.
I can imagine.
All right. Let's have the jewels, Ruth.
Here you are. Are the Palmer jewels in this safe, too?
Oh, yes. We're very careful about our collection.
Well, if you keep yours there, I guess mine are safe enough.
Of course, dear, of course.
I beg pardon, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Phil, what is it?
Mr. Morton Hanley to see you, sir.
Morton Hanley?
The gentleman who's been calling you all afternoon.
Oh, yes. Did he say what he wanted?
No, sir. Just that it was very important.
Important? Oh, all right. Ask him to come in.
Very good, sir.
Would you rather see him alone, Tom? I can run upstairs.
No, don't go. It can't be as important as he thinks it is.
If I were you, Tom, I'd close that safe. You never know who it might be.
All right, Mother. But don't be so jumpy.
Well, close it anyway.
There. Does that make you feel better?
Thank you, dear.
Mr. Palmer is in the living room, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
You are Mr. Palmer?
That's right. Would you have a seat?
Thank you. My name is Hanley. I represent the Dexter Hero Foundation.
Oh, yes. This is my mother, Mr. Hanley.
How do you do?
And our guest, Miss Brockton.
How do you do?
Miss Brockton? Miss Ruth Brockton?
Yes. You know her?
No, not personally, but her name is on my list.
You see, Mr. Palmer, I'm gathering testimony from people on board the Argyle. An unidentified man was quite a hero on that occasion, and we really must find him.
What for?
We're going to award him a gold medal for his valorous conduct.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No, yes, you can, Mr. Palmer. Yes, you can. You see, we have it on excellent authority so far that you are the unidentified man.
You're making a mistake.
Tom, don't be modest. You know it was you.
Thank you, Miss Brockton. Well, your statement completes our chain of evidence. Mr. Palmer, allow me to congratulate you.
Just a minute. You said you had other evidence that I was the man. Who told you that?
Oh, we have reports from several of the passengers. Dr. Holt, whom you doubtless recall, gave a really glowing statement. But the clearest account of all we received from a detective, a man named Ferris.
Ferris? Excuse me. Did you say he was a detective?
That's right.
Ferris? I don't recall the name on the passenger list. Do you, Mother?
I don't believe I do.
Well, he may have traveled incognito. Detectives often do when they're after somebody.
Have you seen this Mr. Ferris?
Well, no. I called at his office this morning, and one of his assistants told me Mr. Ferris was after a very clever gang of jewel thieves.
I see.
Very interesting. Well, Mr. Handley, thanks for calling, and please give my thanks to Mr. Ferris when you see him.
Thank you. I'll do that. And I hope shortly to have the honor of witnessing the formal presentation of your medal. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
The butler will show you out.
Thank you. Good night.
Well, you're going to get a medal. That's exciting.
A little too exciting for me. It's given me a sick headache. I think I'll run off to bed.
Is there anything I can do, Mrs. Palmer?
No, dear. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Tom, I'd like to see you before you go to bed.
Yes, Mother.
Good night.
Good night.
Your mother seems quite upset.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I guess I'd better run along, too.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet. I want to speak to you.
I'll be here in the morning.
I want to speak to you now.
Sounds important.
It is.
Well?
Do you remember what I told you on the boat?
Of course. But you needn't worry. I've no intention of holding you to it.
I wasn't afraid of that. As a matter of fact, I want you to hold me to it.
What?
I meant what I said then, and I mean it now. I want you to marry me, Ruth.
Tom.
Well?
Well, are you sure that...
I've told you that I loved you.
Yes, but...
But what?
Oh, I can't explain it. It's just impossible.
Why?
Oh, Tom, you're mad to do this. You don't know a thing about me, not a thing. You're taking an awful chance.
So are you. Listen, I've knocked around a lot, more than you think, and I've found out something. It doesn't make any difference what a person has been. It's what he's going to be.
Suppose you found out something about me that did make a difference.
What, for instance?
Oh, you can't tell. I might have a secret life of my own that you know nothing about. Maybe I tap every third post or step on every other crack in the sidewalk. For all you know, I might even be a thief.
You? That's a laugh.
Is it?
I'm serious, Ruth. We could be married tonight. By tomorrow, we'd be away from here. For good.
For good? Tom, I don't understand you. Why should you want to leave here?
Oh, never mind that. Will you marry me?
I can't, Tom.
You mean you're not in love with me?
I didn't say that.
All right. I'm not going to rush you. Suppose we wait till tomorrow. You can give me your answer then.
Tomorrow?
Well?
All right, Tom.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Miss Brockton's butler is here, sir.
Oh, yes. I asked him to bring something over for me.
Show him in, Phil.
Yes, sir.
I'll say good night, Ruth. See you in the morning.
Of course. Good night, Tom.
You'll find Miss Brockton in the living room.
Thank you. Good evening, Miss Ruth.
Good evening, Wilson. Sorry I had to bring you all the way over here.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Ruth. Well, how's it going?
Be careful.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Jewels in the safe?
Of course.
You know the combination?
I told you everything was all right.
Okay. What time do you want me back here?
3 o'clock. There's sure to be a sleep then.
3 o'clock, right. Well, looks like a good day's work for us.
2 o'clock. Well, do we pull the job or don't we?
Yeah, what do you say, boss?
Yeah, we've been sitting up here for an hour doing nothing. Let's get started.
Sit down. We'll go down for the jewels when I say so, not before. In the first place, we don't even know she's asleep yet.
She ain't no night owl.
Shut up. In the second place, I'm not so sure we ought to pull this job at all.
Hey, what are you talking about anyway?
Keep quiet. You all heard what that bird Hanley said. Harris spotted me on that boat. He's got his eye on us right now.
Ah, so what? We grab the rocks and scram.
Sure. And get kinked at the border. A lot of smart guys you are.
Yeah. Gee, I never thought of that.
The way I see this is, we lay off the Brockton jewels for good. Clear out of here and forget it. Then when this Ferris thing blows over, you can get together and pull something else.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you can get together? Ain't you in with us anymore?
Well, sure, of course.
You mean we ain't gonna grab them rocks, boss?
That's what I said.
Holy gee, that hurts. $250,000 worth of sparklers, and we gotta leave them flat and play tag with a dick. Gee, that hurts.
It's the best thing to do right now.
Yes, I guess so.
Wait a second, boys. Tom, you ain't fooling me at all. You ain't worried about Paris.
No?
No, it's that dame. You're soft on her, and you're trying to welch so she won't have to grab her jewel.
What?
You're a pretty smart girl, aren't you, Rosie?
Smart enough to know when I'm getting a shakedown.
Hey, now look, Tom. I don't know whether Rosie's got the right dope on this thing or not. All I know is that we sunk plenty of coin into this layout, and this ain't no time to go back on us. Well, what do you say?
Keep your voice down.
I'll tell you what he's got to say. He's going through with this deal whether he likes it or not. Because if he don't, I'll queer him with that dame for keeps. I'll tell her what you are. I'll tell her plenty.
Yeah, and so'll I. You dirty two-time and double-crossing.
Holy Moses.
I warn you to keep your voice down. Now, if you want another sample of that, get up and start yelling again. Now, listen, you mugs. I never double-crossed anybody yet. And I'm not going to start now. I'll go through with this job, sure. But this is the finish, understand? I'm through with you, all of you. Now, get out of here and let me alone.
Come in, Wilson.
Waiting outside for half an hour.
I told you, 3 o'clock.
Is the coast clear?
They're all asleep.
Swell. Where's the safe?
Over here in the wall. Come on. Use your flashlight.
Okay. Did you say on the wall?
It's behind the panel.
Not bad. Not bad. Now, come on, let's get to work.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Don't touch that safe. It's full of electricity.
That's nice. Well, what do we do now?
We turn it off, stupid. Look out.
Atta girl. You got the combination?
I'll give it to you. Keep your light on the dial.
Okay, shoot.
24 right.
24 right.
18 left.
18 left.
6 right.
6 right. Well?
That's all.
There she is. Wide open.
Listen.
Huh?
There's someone coming downstairs.
We better duck.
Here, get behind the sofa. Quick. Don't even breathe.
Put out that light, Rosie.
Oh, she won't see it. Her room's on the other side of the house.
All right, then, come on. We'll have to work fast. Well,
What's the matter?
look at that safe. It's wide open.
Somebody's been here.
They got in through that window.
But they didn't get anything. Look, the stuff is still here in the safe.
All right, we've got to snap into it. Pass that stuff out to me. Come on, now, hurry up.
All right, take your time. Here's the girls' jewels.
Now, give me yours.
Don't move. I got you covered, both of you.
Who's that?
The Brockton's butler.
Wilson's the name, lady. All right, Ruth, grab those jewels.
Ruth, what are you doing down here?
She ain't playing marbles.
Did you open this safe?
Yes, I did.
You are a crook, then.
Looks like all of us are, Tom.
I get it. They're another mob. Huh. We thought they were on the level, and they're just a bunch of crooks.
Hey, watch out who you're calling names, lady. You was trying to swipe our stuff yourself.
Another mob.
I don't see anything so funny. What's the joke?
I'm not sure, but I think it's on me. So that's why you wouldn't marry me, eh?
Any objections?
I don't see any now.
Come on, cut out the chatter. We got to get out of here.
Wait, I've got a proposition to make.
Yeah?
We're all a bunch of clever people. What do you say we team up? Your crowd and ours. We'd have a combination that couldn't be beat. Even Ferris would never catch up with us.
Sure, this is a fine time to offer a partnership when we got the jewels.
You haven't got the jewels.
Huh?
You got to take them out of here. But you couldn't get rid of them if you went to Mars. That happens to be the Stuyvesant collection.
The Stuyvesant collection?
They're hot enough to melt steel. Well, what do you say? Do we get together or don't we?
Oh, what do you think, Ruth?
Suits me.
Swell. Now, there's all the jewels. I vote we pool the lot and split it 50-50.
Okay, but look, if you... What the devil?
What's that?
Come on, we gotta get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here, I say.
Hide those jewels.
They got us. They're all around the house.
Come on, Ruth, this way.
Stand where you are, everybody.
The meaning of this, I demand an explanation.
Don't give us that. Don't anybody make a move. We've got the whole joint surrounded. Come on, boys, round them up.
Keep your mouth shut if they want anything you say can be used against you.
You sound like an old-timer, mister. What's your name?
I'll do my talking to the sergeant.
You can bet on that.
Well, nice work, boys. Got them all?
Yes, so, Chief.
McGuire grabbed 2 of them at the back door. That makes 6, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. Just like Ferris said.
Ferris? Oh, so he's in on this, eh?
He's had you covered for weeks, all of you.
There you are, Chief. The jewels, the whole bunch of them.
Fine. Well, boys, it looks like a good day's work for us.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, Cheating Cheaters, continues shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. 8 years ago, a vaudeville gymnast injured his back severely while performing at the Hippodrome in New York. He refused to surrender to the doctors who told him he'd be a cripple for life. Instead, he commenced treating himself through exercises. Today, he's not only a perfect physical specimen, but he holds what is probably the only job of its kind in the world. He's employed by the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios to keep their stars in proper physical condition. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donald A. Loomis.
Every day, I work with such stars as Joan Crawford, Jean Harlow, Louise Reiner, Eleanor Powell, Jeanette MacDonald. The beauty and glamour they reveal on the screen are direct results of constant training and strict adherence to regular exercise. The advice I'm about to offer is the same advice I have given to them. I don't mean that if you follow it, a movie contract will be waiting, but I do believe you can develop charm and beauty beyond your expectations. The fact to remember is this: only through the proper circulation of blood can you have a healthy, beautiful body. And nothing in the world promotes good circulation like exercise. It has no substitute. It'll take off weight or put on weight, tone up your skin marvelously, and develop a figure such as you now envy in the stars. But you must exercise every day, or at least every other day. Begin gradually, out of doors if possible. For most people, swimming is usually the best form of exercise. But take it easy. Watch your posture. Round shoulders is the most common fault with women. Copy Norma Shearer. Her posture is the best among all movie stars. Cleanliness is all important. An invigorating shower with plenty of Lux toilet soap will do 2 things for you: free your pores of foreign matter and keep your complexion clear and smooth. I'm glad to say that Lux is the soap used by the stars at MGM. Eat, play, and work as you see fit. Don't pass up a good dinner because you're afraid of getting fat, but compensate for the food by proper exercise a little later. Give your body this attention it deserves, and I can safely say that after a few weeks of sensible training, you will feel better, look better, and your whole mental attitude will be completely renewed.
You get a different view of these stars than anyone else. Who are the best physical specimens in Hollywood?
I'd say Joan Crawford, who has trained faithfully for years, Norma Shearer, and Dolores Del Rio. And the men with the best physiques, in my opinion, are Clark Gable and Robert Taylor. A couple of weeks ago, Robert Taylor flew 3,000 miles from New York to Hollywood just so he wouldn't miss a workout. But exercise need not be vigorous. Jeanette MacDonald's singing helps greatly to keep her fit. Try singing. It's great for your lungs and chest.
And perhaps a little rough on the neighbor's ears.
That's why I say never try to do too much of anything at one time. And here's something that may surprise you. When Eleanor Powell does one of her dance routines, she actually uses up more energy than Max Schmeling required to knock out Joe Louis.
Well, that seems to prove that Joe ought to take up dancing.
Or that Eleanor should challenge Braddock. In any event, I'm glad to have been here, Mr. DeMille. And if any of our audience would like a little more specific advice regarding exercises best fitted for themselves, I'll gladly try to help. Just address your letter to Donald Loomis, Metro Golden Mayer Studio, Culver City, California. Good night.
Good night, Samson. And now we bring you the last part of Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. It's the following morning. We're in the office of the National Detective Agency, where the members of both gangs are waiting for the official proceedings that will put them behind the bars. All are present except Ruth, who is in Ferris's private office.
Oh, when are they letting us out of here? I'm stiff as a board sitting here all night.
Stop beefing, will you? You think the rest of us was sleeping on featherbed.
Hey, do you think they got the goods on us, boss?
Enough to send us all up for about 10 years.
10 years? Oh.
What did you think? That they'd slap your hands and tell you not to do it again?
I want to see my lawyer.
Say, how did they nab you, Brockton? I thought you went to Chicago.
That telegram was a fake. I stayed at the house.
Yeah? Well, you see what you get for telling stories.
Oh, shut up.
By the way, are you Ruth's father?
I've never been a father in my life.
That's a break for somebody.
Hey, this guy Ferris, is he on the police force?
No, he's a private detective employed by the insurance companies.
Good morning, everybody.
Hiya, Folly. Pull up a chair.
Never mind the wisecracks, young fellow.
Hey, look, Chief, how about some ham and eggs? I'm starved.
Well, you'll all get breakfast over in the tombs.
How long do you think you can keep us here? This isn't a police station. It's the office of a private detective agency.
That's right. You see, this is just a little stopover on the way to headquarters. As soon as we get a confession, we'll get going.
Yeah? Who do you think is going to confess?
Well, we're getting one right now.
You mean Ruth?
What do you think?
So she welched on us, huh?
Yeah, came through with everything we asked her.
You're a liar.
What?
You heard me. Ruth's no squealer. She wouldn't let us down.
Wait till you find yourself in the jug, Palmer. Maybe you'll change your mind a little. Hello? Who wants Ferris? Oh, the district attorney. Well, I'll talk to him. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. Andrews? No, this is Farley speaking. I'm sorry, but Ferris is engaged. Getting a confession. Yeah, Ruth Brockton, head of the Brockton gang. She's spilling it now. All right, I'll tell Ferris. We'll shoot the confession over to you as soon as she signs it. Goodbye, Mr. Andrews. You'll excuse me, won't you, folks? I'm very busy this morning.
Scram, bum.
You don't think Ruth is squealing to you, Palmer?
Not a chance. That phone call just now was a gag.
If we'd only gotten away with this job, I was going to retire.
Yeah, me too. It's a dirty shame.
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah, we could use a good idea right now. Well, what is it?
When we lifted those Stuyvesant jewels, we broke it all up and had the stones reset, didn't we?
Sure, what about it?
It's our one big chance.
How do you mean?
Don't you see? Ferris represents the insurance burglary companies. Now, what's worrying the companies most is how to get back the jewels. Now, with the stones reset, how many of the original owners will be able to identify their stuff? Not one of them. That's why Ferris is keeping us here in this office. And that's why he wants us to think Ruth has squealed.
Yeah, that's it, all right.
We'll beat the rap yet?
Everything depends on Ruth. If they break her down, we're licked. But...
She can't break down. If she does, she'll land in the jug herself.
No, she won't. None of you will. But you've got to let me do the talking. Now, look. I'll ask to see Ferris.
Snake, look out, boys.
All right, miss. Come in here, please.
What do you want me to do?
Be careful what you say, Ruth.
Quiet, you. All right, miss. Now, if you'll identify these people, I'll call them off in the order in which they're named in your confession.
She squealed on us.
Quiet, I said. Ready, miss?
I'm ready.
Good. George Brockton.
That's George Brockton over there.
You cheap squealer. You're not fit to associate with honest
Take him
crooks.
away, men. Keep him outside.
Come on, let me go, will you? Come on, take your...
Now, Steve Wilson and Phil Davis.
That's Davis, and there's Wilson.
And I thought you was regular.
Outside, you two.
I'll get you. Have to swing for this.
Rosie Snyder next, alias Rosie Palmer.
That's Rosie.
All right, I'm going.
Mike Donovan.
Well, that's me, I guess. So long, boss.
See you up above.
Yeah.
One more, Tom Palmer.
I'd like to speak to him, please, alone.
I want to see Ferris.
Hold your horses. Okay, miss. You can talk to him here. I'll go out and take care of the others.
Thank you.
So you squealed on us, eh? You let us down.
I'm sorry, Tom. I had to.
Pretty low, even for a crook.
You hate me, don't you?
If I do, it's your fault. I almost went straight for you last night. I would have taken the rap for you today.
What do you mean?
If I could have gotten to see Ferris before you confessed. I was all set to cover you up. Take the rap myself.
You would have done that for me? Oh, Tom, I'm sorry.
Oh, what's the use? It's all over now.
Sit down, Tom. I want to tell you something. Something about myself.
Forget it.
Please, Tom.
Well, what is it?
You see, I used to be a newspaper reporter at $30 a week. On one assignment for my paper, I ran into a gang of crooks and recovered a lot of money for an insurance company. They liked the way I handled the case and offered to set me up in business as a private detective to investigate their thefts. I used the name of Ferris.
Ferris? You?
Yes, Tom.
Well, that just makes everything fine and dandy, doesn't it? I bet you're getting a terrific kick out of putting me behind the bars.
Wait, Tom. A minute ago, you said you'd go through for me. Well, I believe you. I'm going through for you.
Yeah? How?
I didn't look for this job. The job found me. When I got to working with Brockton and the others and to knowing you, I felt pretty cheap. I would have given anything to have been out of it, but I couldn't help myself. Then, last night when you asked me to marry you, I thought of our future, yours and mine together. I knew the better side of you, and I wanted to help you find yourself.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
It's not too late even now.
No, what do we do? Set up housekeeping and Sing Sing?
Excuse me.
Yes, Farley?
The rest of the gang want to see Ferris.
All right, let them come in.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to do?
I said it wasn't too late, Tom.
You mean you're going to give me a chance to go straight?
I think that's all you need, a chance. Am I right?
If you'll stick close to me.
I'll never let you out of my sight.
Oh, gee, Ruth, I don't over...
Be careful.
All right, boys, come on in.
Hey, where's Ferris?
Yeah, where is he? He ain't in here.
Yeah, we said we wanted to see Ferris.
Just a minute, boys. Let me introduce the head of the National Detective Agency, Miss Ruth Ferris.
Well, all right, Ruth. If you're Ferris, I've got a proposition to make.
I think I know what your proposition is, George. But let me make one first. Now, boys, you want to make restitution of the stolen property in exchange for a light sentence, right?
Right.
Well, I'm going to do better than that for you. I'm going to put you all to work.
Did you say work? Oh, this is the end.
For a long time, you've been preying on society. Now I'm going to give you a chance to come in here and help protect society. But let me tell you this. The first time you hear of a job that's being pulled off and fail to report it, or double-cross me in any way, it means 20 years.
She's going to make detectives out of us.
Well, had a good education for the job.
Now it's up to you. There's pen and ink out in the front office. I want a signed confession from each one of you.
What are you going to do with the confession?
Nothing, as long as you remain on the square with me. Now take your choice. The confessions or 20 years.
Hey, lead me to the pen and paper.
There's plenty of both out in the front office.
Yeah.
Hurry up. Well, Rosie, not going to sign?
Oh, I'll sign it all right. Me, a detective. Huh. I'll never be able to hold up my head again.
Well, Tom?
I suppose you want a confession from me, too.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll go outside and write it.
That's not the kind of confession I want from you.
No?
I want you to confess that when you told me you loved me, that you meant it. Every single word.
Guilty. You want a couple of witnesses to that?
I think we could use them.
Sure. 2 witnesses. We can let them sign the marriage certificate. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
As Thackeray wrote, the play is done, the curtain drops. A moment yet the actor stops and looks around to say farewell. Tonight's stars, George Raft and June Lang, return shortly to the microphone. I think that discoveries are accidents designed by destiny. A fabulous fortune and hundreds of the jewels women now wear were found in South Africa because a Dutch farmer happened to notice a group of children playing marbles. The marbles were diamonds and led to the opening of one of the richest mines in the world. It was also by accident that I myself once discovered a diamond in the rough. In fact, it was in the rough and tumble action of a Keystone comedy that I saw her. And just the way she leaned against the door conveyed to me an appeal that I knew would intrigue the world. I took her out of comedies and made her the star of 6 DeMille productions. She was an absolutely new type of heroine, because most of the heroines who preceded her were sweet and charming ingenues, while all the sirens were evil women and heavies. She combined the best qualities of both and became the screen's first romantic siren who was not a villainess. This famous young woman was the first of many screen stars who can truly be said to have possessed glamour. She did more than any girl before or since to make Hollywood the fashion center of the world. And she now steps to the microphone just as fascinating as she was then. Ladies and gentlemen, Gloria Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You're very generous. I changed the old adage of hitch your wagon to a star and hitched mine to a director and became a star.
That's just modesty, Gloria. You're talking through that pretty little brown and white turban of yours.
As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I just happened to fit into the DeMille scheme of things, which consisted of putting realism, beauty, style, and sophistication on the screen.
You're one of the world's most exotic women. It just happens that you're also a very good actress.
No, all women are good actresses. And I still insist, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Mr. DeMille's daring that made me a star. Until he produced Old Wives for New, every picture followed the same formula. A boy met a girl, lost her for a while, and then finished the picture by marrying her. Mr. DeMille took the story up from there. So producers believed that you couldn't make a successful picture about a husband and wife. Mr. DeMille made one, and thereby made history. It was a great success and introduced the social drama to the screen.
It wasn't my daring that people talked about. It was yours. Do you remember the scene in Male and Female? When we duplicated the famous painting, The Lion's Bride, and had a lion crouched above you with its claws on your bare back, while a trainer cracked a whip in its face to make it snarl?
Yes, Mr. DeMille, I remember.
Now, I've got a scene in my present picture that...
I'm very sorry, but I'm not as daring now as I was then.
Well, you're just as charming. I never saw you look more beautiful.
That's L-U-X.
Now, what's that spell?
Oh, Shane, go to the bottom of the class. That spells Lux.
Oh, yes. I know.
Lux is my favorite beauty soap, and now, through its radio theater, you and I meet again for the first time in nearly 7 years.
Then before we say goodnight, I'd like to give you one final bit of direction.
What is it?
Sing for us.
Well, I don't pretend to be a singer, but if you're willing to risk my singing on your program, so am I. I'll sing None But the Lonely Heart by Tchaikovsky.
Please. George Raft and June Lang are a study in contrasts. So far, June has always played the role of a young and innocent girl, while George made his reputation as Hollywood's streamlined villain. George spent most of his life in New York. June has just returned from her first trip to Manhattan. But suppose they speak for themselves and as themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, George Raft and June Lang.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Well, June, how did you find the old hometown?
Oh, easily, George. I took the plane to Newark and drove over the Skyway, through the Holland Tunnel, and there it was.
I mean, did you like it?
Oh, immensely. I was fascinated by the New York crowds, and I've never seen so many well-dressed women before. And judging from their wonderful complexions, they apparently use Lux toilet soap just as much as we do here in Hollywood. I even had Lux in my hotel room. It made me feel really at home in New York.
In New York, George was the most popular boy in his neighborhood. The other kids would do anything he told them to. Incidentally, George's grandfather owned the merry-go-round on Coney Island.
My grandfather also was a gold prospector here in California. He made several strikes.
And you followed his example as a ball player?
I guess you're right, but in pictures I'm better with a gat than a bat.
I don't know why you're a gangster on the screen so many times, George.
Oh, I don't know. I like being a villain. I think it's more interesting. I also think it's more true to life. June, down deep, I believe there's a bit of villainy in every man.
Even in Mr. DeMille?
Why not?
Why, I think Mr. DeMille's one of the nicest men I ever met.
Now, don't stop, June. I'm beginning to enjoy this interview.
Just let me tell you what he did to me one day. He was making This Day and Age.
You talk, George, like one of my actors. You weren't even in that picture.
Well, one morning when I came to work, my dressing room had completely disappeared.
Well, why blame me? I'm a director, not a magician.
The reason I couldn't find it was that DeMille had completely surrounded it with one of his big sets.
Didn't he give you another room?
Oh, yes. For 2 solid weeks, I shared quarters with Tuffy, the collie mascot. But it wasn't so bad. I used to be a mascot myself.
George was mascot of the New York Yankees, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I chased home runs all over New York City.
Tonight you hit one yourself, George. And you too, June.
Thank you. It's been marvelous being here. Good night.
And all is forgiven, Mr. DeMille. I've had a great time, and I hope to be back again sometime. Good night.
Good night, George.
Thank you, Mr. Raft and Miss Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars in tonight's play were Wally Mayer as Mike, Justina Wayne as Mrs. Palmer, Victor Rodman as Mr. Brockton, Lou Merrill as Wilson, Frank Nelson as Phil, Ross Forrester as Hanley, Richard LeGrand as Farley, and John Lake and Charles Emerson as police officers. Mr. Raft and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, Miss Lang and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Mr. Loomis, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. The music for the new picture Road to Glory, produced by 20th Century Fox, was arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
One of the screen's most colorful figures comes to the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night, James Cagney. You've seen him as a sailor, taxi driver, gangster, G-man, and aviator. But you'll hear him next week in an entirely new role, the manager of a prize fighter in the famous comedy Is That So? By James Gleason and Richard Tabor. Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory will be featured in the cast with Mr. Cagney. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, together with Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Is That So? This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 20th. Due to studio commitments, Wallace Beery and Stuart Irwin, previously announced for this date, will appear in a future program in Viva Villa. And here's great news. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will hear Claudette Colbert, Walter Houston, Norman Foster, Cecil B. DeMille, King Vidor, Louis Silvers, Emily Barry, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our head usher just reports that once again it's standing room only. And there's a ripple of excitement in the audience, for the crowds have just spotted such famous personalities